LGBTQ community. Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members, and as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. How about this? Cook something delicious with USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack for just $5.99 per pound.
Or mix and match juicy 1-pound strawberries, 6-ounce raspberries or blackberries, or pint blueberries, $2.99 each when you buy 3, and an exclusive digital coupon for Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32 ounces, selected varieties, $5.97 each, limit 4 items.
That's a lot of berries, which
yummy.
is very, very good. Okay, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. All you got to do is download the weekly deals to your account, and then poof, they automatically deduct when you use your phone number at checkout. The app is simple to use, and it makes it easy to save money, and we all love that. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community-focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
It's a crash blocking the 2 right lanes.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
That's causing quite a bit of a slip.
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. Conquer your commute and save at the pump. Experience the efficient CR-V hybrid.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying boarding. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Sunny in San Jose today, going up to 78.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
After review, the call on the field stands. The runner safe.
That hurts. Pirates scored 2 in the 7th and 2 in the 9th to come from behind and take game 1 5-4.
Oh, no.
Dave Fleming on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area, 5-4 the final there as the Jolly Roger was raised once again, this time at home in Pittsburgh. And 4 times now, 4 times, the Giants have faced the Pirates, who are one of the worst teams in the National League. They have one of the worst offenses, if not the worst, in all of baseball. And they are 0-4 in said games. Oh, and by the way, they haven't even faced the best pitcher in baseball, Paul Skeens. So there's that. As I say good morning to you, Joe. I say good morning to Carter, Sam, and all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, and on those roadways, please drive safe. And always remember, you can listen to us on the Odyssey app or on YouTube as well. But my God, I mean, Dave has been a part of some calls this year, Joe. Our guy, Dave Fleming, every single time. It just, what can you say at this point? The bullpen's just not good. It's not good right now.
Well, no, I think there's a lot you can say about it, and it's about opportunities. I think I look at this very similar to how I view life. You know, you have opportunities right now for individuals on this team to grasp roles. You have opportunities to find out about someone. And I think when I look at this game in particular, it's about missed opportunities that the Giants did not cash in, and it's about opportunities that they created for the Pittsburgh Pirates that they took advantage of early in the game. First inning, bases loaded, no outs. Matt Chapman strikes out, and then Dom Smith gets a hit. But because Devers is in the 2-hole, Devers is the guy running around third. O'Neal Cruz kind of bobbles the ball. Well, you know, if Devers is in shape and maybe a little quicker, you know, maybe he scores in that situation. I don't know if you send him, but this is something that wraps around my brain. Then you get a Casey Schmidt walk, and Jung-Hoo Lee strikes out with 2 outs, right? Or with 1 out, which creates the second out. Got to put the ball in play there.
Yeah.
You know, you got to score a run there. You should have had at least 3. Patrick Bailey then strikes out to end the inning. That's 3 strikeouts with the bases loaded in the first inning with an opportunity to put this team away. Jung-Hoo Lee hits a huge triple with 2 outs, and you're thinking, wow, what a great opportunity for the Giants to finally cash in for the first time in forever. A 2-out, big knock, and Jung-Hoo Lee takes advantage of the opportunity, running around second base as hard as he can. That should not have been a triple, and he forced that into a triple. So that's 2 days in a row. He has taken advantage of them challenging his legs, as in the coaching staff, and him taking advantage of it. Carson Seymour, why is he up? Well, to get an opportunity to prove he belongs in the bullpen. Should he go 2 innings? I mean, we can get into that. Jeremy Bivens goes in. I think Bivens has been serviceable this year, but he's pitched in 1 million games. Yeah. But because you don't have Tyler Rogers, because you don't have Camilo Duvall, he's going to be given an opportunity in now new leverage situations to come in. All right, you bring Randy Rodriguez in the 8th inning to end the inning. Bailey throws a guy out. Now Randy's got to sit in the dugout in between stints. How many times has he done that this year? Not many.
Nope.
Goes out there for the 9th inning, gives up a free 90, hits a batter, gives up another free 90. Joey Bart, cast away by the Giants, comes through with a big hit. All of these little opportunities that you don't cash in, that the other team does, that's why you lose.
And again, you squandered another start, the 3rd in a row now, that was quality from one Justin Verlander. I mean, just 1 run, no earned runs. He's had, 1 earned run in his last 3 starts, going to Braves, and back-to-back. I know it's the Pirates, but still, I'm not sleeping on the Pirates because you haven't beat them this year.
I know.
And I felt bad for the guy, but again, he doesn't need me to feel bad for him, but it's just one of those things that, you know, I keep waiting for them to, you know, go on a little bit run, you know, take advantage against these bad teams. But you know what? Good teams do that, Joe. And maybe this is just a mediocre team. And mediocre teams lose to inferior talent on the field. I'll say this. There's a lot been made about, you know, when the option was picked up on Bob Melvin, Buster Posey saying, I constructed this team. This is all on me. And, I've been, very, not hard on Bob, but I've been in the past skeptical of him just being able to win the big one. But I've never been skeptical about him being able to take a team to the playoffs. That is what he does. He did that in Oakland. The proof was in the pudding there. When you gave him young talent, he helped develop that young talent, whether it was the Sean Murphys, whether it was the Marcus Simeons, right? Whether it was the Matt Olsons, Matt Chapman, right? There's been a lot of young talent to come through Bob Melvin. That being said, when I keep seeing the errors from an Elliot Ramos, when I keep seeing the base running blunders at times, when I keep seeing the mismanagement of a bullpen, even prior to selling Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval, I still saw mismanagement left and right. Now, is that Bob? Is that a collection of talent? Is that what? Ultimately, it comes down on the manager. And with every loss to teams like the Pirates, you're going to face the Nationals, obviously the White Sox in the past. Marlins are actually good, so I don't even mention the Marlins. But the noise starts to get a little louder, Joey, when I start talking about, man, maybe they do move off of Bob Melvin.
Well, I'm
not saying it's happening, but these kind of losses are not a good look. They're just not.
Understandable. Look, I'm not the most enthusiastic about Bob Melvin. I'm not here to defend him. That's not what I want to do. Because I'm whatever. I'm so whatever on him. It just, is it his fault Chapman is striking out on 3 pitches in the first inning with the bases loaded and no outs? Chapman's been in the bigs for how many years? 7, 8, 9 years?
Wow.
You can't put the ball in play? Against a guy that hasn't made a start since 2023? Jung-Hoo Lee, put the ball in play. Is it Bob Melvin's fault that you had Matt Williams hold up Rafi Devers as O'Neal Cruz is bumbling a ball in center field because you had 50 guys thrown out at the plate, and I probably wouldn't have sent Rafi either? Because what would have happened if Rafi gets thrown out in that situation? Why are you sending a gimpy, injured Rafi Devers in that situation in the first inning with the middle of the order coming up? Now, who is he supposed to go to later on in this game? Because I put out a video last night, and everyone's losing their minds about Bob Melvin and Carson Seymour. I'm asking sincerely. I'm not the biggest. Carson Seymour's been up a month, all right? So nobody really knows what he is. Who should he have gone to? They used the guy from the Mets multiple times over the weekend, okay? So he's not available. Who are you going to? Bivens? They've used Bivens every day for months on end.
Were you talking about Lucchesi over the weekend?
They used Lucchesi multiple times over the weekend.
I would have actually liked to see more Lucchesi going forward here because he is a guy that has started in the past, so I know he can go out there and perform. So yes, I would like to see more Joey Lucchesi, but as you mentioned, he was on Sunday. It's just that I've never felt confidence during his entire tenure as a manager.
I understand.
He doesn't have a pulse when it comes to whether it's when to come out. How many times have we talked this here, Joe? And you've brought it up. Just knowing when to either send the catcher, send the infield, whoever, the pitching coach, himself. Just go out and talk to these guys.
Last Monday, the youngster, Carson Wisenhunt, was clearly lost.
Yes.
Matt Chapman ran over and called timeout and talked to him. Yeah. I don't even know if I brought it up the next day, but it was one of those things I was like, Matt Chapman, not your catcher, not your manager, not your pitching coach. Matt Chapman had to sense the moment. You've seen Willie Adames do this a couple times with some of, whether it's Camilo or Randy Rodriguez. I've seen Adames do it specifically with those two multiple times.
Right.
That's the manager's job.
And, I wasn't here last week, but, I brought up Elliot Ramos again, another blunder in the field, but I didn't even get a chance to talk about the worst base running mistake I've ever seen in my life last week. What did Kruko call it? Unforgivable?
He had 3 of them.
Oh my God, the infield fly rule. But this is another thing. Ramos, it's great. He had 3 hits yesterday?
Oh, he had a great game.
But
it's masked by them not being able to execute.
Correct. And I actually am happy that Jung-Hoo Lee has been succeeding at the plate a little bit more. I know you mentioned earlier the opportunity to really blow it open in the first, but when he was called upon later in that game, he got 2 RBIs. He got that triple. He laid it out.
Jung-Hoo Lee is the least of their problems currently. He's been awesome the last 4 or 5 games. But again, situational baseball haunts this team.
Yes. And again, that goes back somewhat to me, the players, but also the manager himself. And I'm asking the Giants fans, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Should Bob Melvin be managing for his job these last 2 months? Should he be? Because I think he should be. 888-957-9570.
Wait, so wait a minute. So
I think
you really think that these last 2 months?
Yes.
Wow. So
Yes.
they win some series. I'm serious on this.
Yes.
They win some series and they finish on a high note. You feel way better about Bob Melvin going into next year.
They are at a 56 and 57 by definition. They are a below 500. They are a negative team right now. They are not a good team. You cannot be losing games to the Pittsburgh Pirates when they don't even play their best player. You can't lose to the Jake Sawinskis of the world. It's a great last name. Andrew McCutchen, Joe? He's 50 years old.
I know.
I mean, O'Neal Cruz, great. It's a phenom. Guy's batting 150. I could go out there and bat 175. Like, that's their best player.
Well,
and they're looking competent at the plate and clutch. Joey Bart, of all people. Joey Bart, Barton, you're there. The revenge series from Joey Bart.
Well, this is a big hit, and they had multiple times with 2 strikes, and they couldn't execute. I thought Joey Bart had a great at-bat. They kept throwing slider. Right now, he's a 2-pitch guy.
Rafi Devers is making more than that entire roster. That entire roster combined. And you go out there and you can't beat the Pirates. It's embarrassing.
Well, you got to
execute.
Frankly. So, like yesterday, they had 2nd and 3rd with the 1 out in the 9th inning. Okay? And you have the 9th place hitter who hit a home run against you last week, who's batting .270 this year. The 9th place hitter, Kiner Falefa, I believe.
Isaiah Kiner Falefa.
He's played shortstop, but now he's at third base because they traded away Brian Hayes. So you have the leadoff hitter on deck. I was thinking just to bring your infield in or have him maybe be a double play depth up the middle and corners in, I was thinking I might walk the 9th hitter to get to the leadoff just to set up the force play at home because I know how difficult it is to throw, have the catcher catch, and tag a guy out. And I thought the little chop play where they hit it to Rafi Devers, first off, if it is Dom Smith playing first base and Rafi's the DH, that's a really tough play for a lefty to throw across his body to the other side of the plate because, on a righty-righty, you're throwing on that side. I don't know. It
was a tough play.
Tough play, period.
Yeah.
Number one. It's so much harder when it's a tag play. And that's where I probably would have made that a force play in that situation. It's easier for my infield to get an out because you have 1 out. I don't know. It crossed my mind. I was surprised they didn't do it.
And shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
That's a managerial contemplation, I guess, if you will.
Well, and I'll say this with Rafi Devers. I actually thought he had some good plays yesterday. I thought he had a nice dig out from Chapman. I actually thought
Chapman had some scud missiles yesterday.
He did. It was not his best performance. He had an error too, didn't he not? Like, I'll
he
say
threw
this.
one up the line, and one Rafi dug out, the other one he couldn't.
Again, it's even more heightened when you have these errors against, and it's never acceptable, but especially when you're just coming off a nice series win against a contending team in the National League like the New York Mets in New York, and you're coming to Pittsburgh and you think you could just flex on them? Who are you to think that you could just walk into Pittsburgh after you just got swept by them last week and just have those kind of errors and mistakes? You can't.
No.
I don't care if it's the Colorado Rockies, Pittsburgh Pirates, New York Yankees, by the way, yikes. Like, you cannot go into a series like this when you're about to come back home against the Nationals. Again, another team that's been struggling, that were actual sellers at the deadline. Like, I'm searching for this team right now, and sooner or later, it starts at the top, and it starts with leadership, and it starts with the manager. We do this in every other sport, whether it's Steve Kerr, he takes his licks, whether it's Kyle Shanahan, he takes his licks. I don't think we've been hard enough on Bob Melvin, quite frankly, this year. I just don't think we have been.
No, I think there's a lot of people that feel your way, and I just wonder what the audience is thinking. Are they going to use these last 2 months on evaluating Bob, or are they already done with Bob?
888-957-9570. I think the heat should start to be cranking on one Bob Melvin in the hot seat for him. By the way, I mentioned Laughing Monk. We got some exciting news to announce in regards to Laughing Monk out in Sunnyvale. Joe, we're going to be broadcasting there on Thursday, live from the Laughing Monk, not studios, Laughing Monk itself, because we got joint practices starting between the Broncos and Niners. And guess what? We're going to be going to that after our show on Thursday.
I'm pretty excited
for that. Can't freaking wait for that. Even the Giants can't bring me down from that high.
I'm going to walk over to Sean Payton and tell him how much I admire him.
Yeah, and Bo Nix, say, Bo,
What's up?
I always believed in
Bo,
you. I always
Even after your
believed in
pathetic
you.
Pac-12 final championship game performance at Allegiant Stadium that I was attending.
I want to say before...
Where you didn't make one NFL throw.
Before preseason started, I think Shasky crushed him as much as I did. But we're not going to play in that
then
sound.
I watched the third preseason game.
The third preseason
And then
game.
I said, you know what? It's going to work. Did I not?
You did. I'll give you credit.
I walked in, I said, look.
I don't want to give you credit, but you
on
did.
a field of Adonises.
Yep, on a field of Bo Nixes.
I'm never going to live that one down.
It's okay. We'll have one.
You made up for it with Bo Nix. It's all good.
Well, technically, I was the first at the trough on Josh Allen, too. I have a tweet from 2016 where I'm watching Wyoming football late at night, and I said there are two NFL players on the field right now. Brian
Bonte Hill. Oh, my goodness, Bonte. It's Josh Allen.
Debbie.
I said it was Brian Hill, the running back, who ended up playing for the Falcons, and I said Josh Allen, and it, quote-unquote, I put, will be an NFL superstar. So I was right there. I've got a better batting average than Willie Mays.
Yeah, maybe even better than. Yeah, I don't want to be that mean right now, but O'Neal Cruz, my God, your boy. You still want O'Neal Cruz, by the way?
Yeah, I do. I think he needs to get the hell out of there, and he also needs to work on his fundamentals.
Is that going to work over in San Francisco?
Well, I mean, he fits right in with a bunch of guys that don't play the game the right way.
That's the most frustrating part of this team, the fundamentals too, Joe.
And that's where I get like again, we could go all these.
Bo I'm going here too.
I know Bo Mel, but like Chapman, put the ball in play. Put the ball in play. Like, it bases loaded. When he struck out in the first inning, and then Dom Smith came through with a huge hit. Dom Smith's been excellent. That's I think Dom Smith deserves a spot on this team next year. But like when I saw Chapman strike out, I go, oh, well, they're not going to score 3 or 4 runs, which is what you needed to in that first inning when they load the bases with no outs. You have to knock that guy out in the first inning. You can't let him complete that inning.
I'm glad you mentioned Dom Smith. He's been a gamer all season long. He's batting .268 on the season. He had a huge home run against the Mets over the weekend, obviously the team that he got drafted with. And he's going to be joining us at 8 o'clock today, Joe, courtesy of River Islands. Dom Smith, San Francisco Giant, joining us 8 o'clock. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. I just see this sound on my board, and sometimes I feel like I just want to play it. I don't know when it was. Could have been yesterday. Could have been last week. It's just Matt Chapman being asked if he's hit rock bottom as a team.
I don't know how to describe that, but I think that it can't really get much worse, I guess, than losing every game of a homestand. So I think the only other way we could go is up.
Well, you'd think. And then you have a loss like yesterday.
That was from last week, by the way.
I figured because you just went you 0-for at home, and then you take a nice series win against the Mets, and then what do you do to follow that up? You lose to the Pirates. Again, I mentioned it. I tweeted it out. Like, it's nice that you won against the Mets, Joe. For me to have belief in this team and want to pay attention to this team these last couple months, you got to take care of business against the bad teams. Well, no, that's the fastest way to check out as a fan. Losses like yesterday. Well, that's how I check out as a fan.
You had to go 34-16, like give or take, to get to about 90 wins. Sure. Okay, you can't lose a game like yesterday the way you did yesterday and be taken serious as a playoff contender. You just can't. Like when you lose those games like you did yesterday and you blow it the way you did, it's like you're not going to be in position to have a 3-run lead that late in the game against a bad team who has already sold off all their parts as well as you, and then you don't close the door. Like, no, you're not going to make the playoffs. The doubt is like 99% that they're not making the playoffs. Well, I always leave out a little 1%.
I know. It's just we were talking about this yesterday.
You're saying there's a chance,
and you still have somewhat. I'm not saying you have belief that they're going to be some like World Series contender. They should have won the game. Again, I'm not. It's one game, but it's a game that
Padres twice coming up. They get the Dodgers.
I feel like that's just a synopsis of like kind of the season thus far, though. Yesterday, just that loss encapsulated and everything. Where you should have had some more timely hitting, you didn't. You had some bad errors. Maybe you score if Rafi Devers, weighs a little less. I don't know. I'm not trying to fat shame here or anything. The guy clearly, they could tell me, by the way, as much as they want. And I think Buster Posey spoke to this, last week or over the weekend? Yeah, he's healthy. Sam, I think you asked the question. Great job, by the way.
He's not.
He's not healthy.
He's not.
Don't lie to me. Why?
Well, they don't want. They don't want you to know. They don't want to make excuses. I get it.
It's not an excuse to say, hey, you know what? He's fighting through some adversity right now.
Yeah, but like Fred Warner did this too with the ankle, where we didn't find out for a long, long time that it was legitimately fractured. Like, that's what pro athletes do.
But
they mask it.
But we did know that he was on the injury report at the very least. Can you not just, say that, yeah, he's been dealing with the groin? You could just say he's dealing with it. Don't tell me he's fine and that he's good to go. He's 100% because he's clearly not.
Well, I think Chapman's wrist has never really recovered.
No.
I think that, Devers' groin and back are just an issue. And look, Joe, that might just be something he deals with. Who knows? Like, time will tell. And if you can't tell me that Pat Bailey's legs don't look shot.
Well, that's another conversation here as Joey Bart.
And his at-bats have been a lot better.
I'm not saying Joey Bart is, he's not, Jorge Posada. He's not Yadier Molina over there. But he's batting, 40 points higher in his batting average?
He's a part-time player.
He's a part-time player. But it is frustrating watching him have that game-tying knock.
Honestly, I was actually happy for him.
Were you?
I was.
I've been happy for him in the past, last week, I could be happy for him, right? I could be a little happy for him. Now I'm kind of over it. If I'm a Giants fan, I was like, I'm kind of sick of it now.
I mean, Willie Adames jumps up in the air, it just goes right over his head. And then out of nowhere, Elliot Ramos is like, you know what? I'm cutting off Jung Hoo Lee for this ball. And then cuts him off and throws 3. I don't think you had to play at the plate anyway. That was Jung Hoo Lee's ball. Jung Hoo Lee's got to take that ball because he's got the angle going to third base. I just thought it was a bad decision by Ramos.
It just looked clunky, too. It just looked,
it wasn't his ball.
Again, it just looked miscommunication, right? Someone's got to step up there. And as you mentioned, the center fielder is the captain out there. And he's got to
his momentum is going toward third base.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll pick up this conversation on the other side. Should Bob Melvin be managing for his job these last 2 months? I asked that question to you, Giants fans. 888-957-9570, same number to call or text. We got Dom Smith joining us at 8 o'clock today. We got Niners and Broncos, again, starting joint practices on Thursday. And we're going to be at Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale. Cannot wait for that. And we're going to be at the practice as well. And that's what's coming up the game, brought to you by Cars for Kids.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Designing a new home or wanting to upgrade your existing one? Consider Golden State Lumber showrooms. Their innovative products include style, energy savings, and long-term performance, all from top manufacturers in the industry like Fleetwood, Western, Awake, Marvin, and so many others. Golden State has showrooms strategically placed all throughout the entire corner of the Bay Area, and you can count on their expert staff to help make the ideal choice for your design plans. In addition, they carry the largest inventory of windows and doors in the area. Take a look at the windows and doors page at goldenstatelumber.com. Scroll through the image gallery and take a virtual tour of their showrooms for inspiration. And when you get some ideas, have questions, or want a closer look, click the web link to schedule an appointment. See why pro builders trust Golden State Lumber and Showroom, family owned since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. they got you covered.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Napa Valley Wine Train invites you on a breathtaking journey through Napa Valley aboard their elegant vintage train. Savor world-class wines and exquisite cuisine. For more info and to enter for a chance to win passes plus an overnight stay at the River Terrace Inn, visit 957thegame.com.
Little dribbler. Devers has to come home and safe. Game over. Pirates celebrate. Giants want a challenge. We'll see, but for now, the Pirates have scored twice in the ninth and beat the Giants in come-from-behind fashion.
Now, back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Paulie Walnuts was actually talking about the Giants right there. That's who he was talking to. It wasn't Chrissy Moltisanti at the intervention. It was the Giants' intervention of the season. Dave Fleming on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area.
You know, there's something that I do want to address, and it's the DH first base spot.
Do it.
So, like, we've kind of talked, like, Rafi's basically said, like, I like to play in the field, right? And the guy just, he has hit better when he has been in the field. That is, like, evidence.
He has.
We have evidence. It's not a huge amount of sample, but there's evidence that he hits a little better when he's in the field. Yesterday, Dom Smith, who's clearly the better defensive first baseman, was the DH, and Rafi was the first baseman. Now, in like Little League and stuff, there's like an extra hitter, and you can kind of substitute positions, and you can move guys out. In the bigs, and I believe also in college, there is the Ohtani rule, meaning when you put a designated hitter in, all right, they are a separate player from whoever your pitcher is. And typically, the DH will bat in place of the pitcher in the game. But if you remove the DH, okay, and put that player in the field, you lose the DH spot, meaning the pitcher now has to bat for themselves. And whoever the position player that was replaced, that's where the pitching slot goes. So maybe I'm confusing everyone. In this scenario, Rafi bats 2. He's the first baseman.
Yes.
I believe yesterday Dom Smith was batting 5th.
Correct.
Okay? So had you flip-flopped them late in that game, all right, and put Dom Smith at first base and took Rafi off the field, the pitcher spot would have came up in Rafi Devers' hitting order, and he would have been out of the game. All right? And you would not have had a designated hitter moving forward. Now, we could quibble, argue, complain about the rule. I think it's... I would look into it. Personally, I would look into it, especially considering how prevalent the designated hitter spot is, and I would want to be able to have some defensive flexibility. I think they should kind of look into it. They kind of changed it for pitchers.
Right.
So right now there's an Ohtani rule, which started in 2022. It was an old college rule, meaning if my starting pitcher is also the DH, you consider it two separate players. So if he comes off the mound, he could still be the DH. Does that make sense?
Yes. So how would you want to change? Like, what would you propose if you were talking to Rob Manfred right now on the River Islands guest line? What would you say to Rob?
I don't even know if I have the right answer. I'm not trying to make this like this is Giant specific. I would have some sort of a re-entry rule. If you are the DH, you should still be able to go out and play the field in favor of someone else and flip-flop the designated hitter. But right now you have to designate before the game starts who that individual is.
I could see them doing that, and because the DH is so like in recent past couple of years, it's universal finally. So I think because it's still so fresh in both leagues, they're just letting it marinate for a little. And then I think they can tinker with it. If you're going to tinker with an Ohtani rule, right, why can't you do it for everyone else going forward?
Because you don't want to do re-entry. That's why.
Yes.
Right? But to me...
But if you're staying on the field, it's different.
So to me, as long as you're in the lineup, you're still in the game. Yeah. You haven't exited the game. So that's where I would say, like, I would like to revisit the designated hitter rule and just in general, because I think teams would use it more strategically going forward, and you'd have more, how would I put this? Offense for defensive swaps, defense for offensive swaps. But why do they not want you to do it? Because they don't want you to be the DH in the first 4 or 5 innings. Then I'm the DH in innings 5 through 9. You've got to figure it out. I also think, and this is something I think they will look at, if your starting pitcher doesn't go 5 full innings, you lose the DH. Like that is something that I've seen to kind of emphasize starting pitching and de-emphasize the ability to use like an opener, for example. So if you have a starting pitcher that does not complete 5 full innings, then you automatically lose your designated hitter spot in the lineup.
Or the pitcher gets hurt.
I've heard of what?
Or the pitcher gets hurt.
Well, that's where you would have, obviously, some amnesties and some rules on that. This was suggested by Max Scherzer and some of the other starting pitchers. And I'm open to that if that's a way to try to make starting pitching more important. I think we would all echo that. I would rather see these guys fight it out and try to go through 5 and fight for something than just get yanked.
And that's what Justin Verlander did yesterday. 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, just the sac fly, a walk, 4 strikeouts, 100 pitches, and he's been doing what you wanted Justin Verlander to do basically all season. His last couple starts, he's been holding up his end of the bargain, people. And he's gotten shafted twice against the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's just, I feel for the guy a little bit because you can clearly see it's bothering him all year long and that the win-loss record shouldn't be as bad as it is. And yet here we are. And then you got a guy like, Carson Whisenhunt who just picks up that first win like it's nothing and gets all that run support. It's like Justin Verlander's like, great. Maybe I just need 10 or 12 runs every single time for me too.
It's
right.
True. Like, one thing that you cannot do is do double switches defensively with the DH.
Yeah.
I think with the lack of pitchers hitting at all, wouldn't you want to try to...
Do you miss that, by the way?
Yeah, I do miss those.
You miss
the strategy of it.
The National League.
It just feels like you used your bench a little more strategically. Again, I'm not saying that I loved it. It wasn't the end all be all, but these are the little studies. This is why I actually like the Ghost Runner in the 10th inning because it injects some thought into the game. And everybody's losing their minds. You do not get penalized as a pitcher if the Ghost Runner scores. It does not harm your ERA at all. It's not an earned run. That is an inherited runner, but it's not an earned run. All right? It doesn't ruin your ERA.
It's almost like how the play-in tournament game for the NBA, it doesn't count for anything. It's not a part of your actual stats in the playoffs or the regular season.
But it does count for the offense.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
So it does. It does count for the. So anyway, I'm open to more of a not re-entry isn't the right word, but if you're already in the lineup, I would allow some fluidity when it comes to the DH spot. And look, it's been around since 1972, I believe, was the first year that it came around.
Charlie Finley, right?
It's been around for a long time, and they've made subtle tweaks like the Ohtani rule. I just wonder where the game's going with it, and I would want to see some more defensive strategies late in games. I think all of those substitutions and things are what make some of the other sports so compelling the next day, is to break down the different options of what a catcher, manager, pitcher, et cetera, can do. And that's why I like the 10th inning stuff.
Well, and as we're talking about at 888-957-9570, whether or not Bob Melvin should be on the hot seat or should he be, coaching for his job these last 2 months of the season. You mentioned strategy, you mentioned DH, you mentioned pitchers. Like a guy that I think that, is personified when it comes to strategery was a guy like Bruce Bochy. And that's what it just made it so fun for Giants fans to watch a guy, the maestro at work, especially come playoff time, the wild card game withstanding, all of that stuff. Like everything clicked what he did. It just felt like it. Now we have some rose colored glasses, I think, because towards the end there, it just wasn't working. Now the talent also has to be a part of it. And I hear you right now when you say maybe the talent needs to do something too. But when I see the names that the Giants do have, when I see Devers, when I see Adames, when I see Chapman, and then I just look at the opposing team, Horwitz, 50-year-old McCutchen, Peguero, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, Falafel.
He's killed us in these 4 games.
Yeah, I know, but
killed us.
It's ridiculous.
Played great defense.
Brian Reynolds, he was like a pinch hitter. He hasn't even been good this year. It's one thing if he was good. He just hasn't been. He's batting like .230 this season.
How did that no trade list for him work out?
Oh my, he's great. You're gonna be in Pittsburgh. I mean, he's getting paid, but it's just zero expectations. Gonna be mired in just bad baseball forever. Are those Pittsburgh Pirates one of those teams that's just destined to do nothing? I feel like there are certain teams in sports for me in my lifetime that are destined to just never do anything. Pirates are one of them. I think the Washington Wizards and basketball are one of them. And I do think, if we're going to go football, maybe the Jacksonville Jaguars are never going to do anything. I think that's ownership for the most part, but it sucks because I feel like the Pirates are actually like a legit, they are a brand. They have history behind them.
Sure.
Like the Wizards, I guess, the Washington Bullets have history, I guess. My lifetime, they really don't. Your lifetime, they really don't have any history. John Wall is probably the most.
Wes Unseld.
Yeah, I know, but that's
the Washington Bullets losing to the Warriors 1975. Biggest upset ever. Ask Rick Barry.
Ask Rick Barry, thank you.
50 years.
We're up against it. We're going to take a break.
One last thing.
Yeah.
Had they had the DH where it could move around, right, and you could label it to any player who's in the lineup, I would on a nightly basis go, is this when you yank Elliot Ramos defensively?
Ooh.
Is this when you yank Rafi Devers defensively? Think about the conversations that you would have regarding who your DH is late in games. I think it would inject some strategy.
And it would just be basically, because you're not saying you're removing him from the game.
No, you're changing who the extra hitter is.
You're mixing and matching almost like a Rubik's Cube
Once
puzzle.
you're in the lineup, to me, I should be able to move around who the designated hitter. I mean, that's a thought that I've had for a while.
All right, on the other side, we're going to put a bow on this Bob Melvin conversation. We're going to pivot a little bit now to the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy. Again, joint practices starting this week with the Denver Broncos. And Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday, correct, Sammy? And he had some things to say in regards to joint practice and also the kicking competition that everyone, even Nick Bosa, has been paying attention to. Did it come to an end officially yesterday? We'll discuss it on the other side.
Kicker watch! Jacob Moody.
That sucks, situationally. You just got to move forward and make the next kick.
Are we playing that after every game this upcoming season if Jake Moody is officially part of the team? Yes?
Possibly.
Well, that's what's coming up in the game. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Thinking of a fresh start but feel stuck with your house? At John Buys Bay Area Houses, selling your home is hassle-free. Just call us and you'll get a fair cash offer in minutes. Choose when you want to close, sign the deal, and get your cash. It's that easy. Start fresh. Don't let your house hold you back. Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
And now, your Live Nation lineup.
Everclear at August Hall, September 6th.
I will buy you a garden.
Eddie Griffin at Hard Rock Live Sacramento, September 19th. The Who at Shoreline Amphitheater, September 21st. Robin Trower at the Fillmore, September 27th. That was your Live Nation lineup.
For tickets and info, hit up livenation.com.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
For full details, including terms and conditions, visit unlock.com/legal. Call 1-888-780-6854 to speak with a representative today. Actor Portrayal. Terms and conditions apply. Not available in all states.
Hey homeowners, can I get a minute of your time? If you need cash but don't want another loan, I've got the perfect solution. You can access up to $500,000 of your home's equity without monthly payments or interest ever with Unlock. This isn't a loan. It's a home equity agreement. With Unlock, you may qualify for cash today in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No debt, no extra bills, just financial flexibility on your terms. Use the money however you want. Home improvements, paying off debt, investing, or boosting your retirement savings. Unlike HELOCs, home equity loans, or cash out refis, there are no monthly payments. No stress. You've built this equity. Now it's time to use it. Go to unlock.com for more information.
Don't wait. Call 888-780-6854 to unlock the equity in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Call 888-780-6854, 888-780-6854, or visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com for more information.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Love me some Big Pun. I also love some Gorillas. Nice job, Carter. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. I don't believe Gorillas are going to be playing at Outside Lands this weekend, but it is Outside Lands this weekend, Joey. Do you know anyone that's going to be in the...
Yeah. Every one of my nieces and her friends are going to be there.
No, I'm like the lineup. Do you know who any of them? No?
No.
No one that... can I name you a few people and just let me know if you've heard of them?
Okay, this is the Outside Lands. Okay,
this is Outside Lands. This is going to be the lineup. All right, so we got Tyler the Creator.
Yeah, mediocre artist.
Really?
He's more famous than he is like a musical artist.
I think he's funny. I think he's funny.
He's whatever to me.
Oh, you're just out on Tyler the Creator. Okay.
Yeah, he's just whatever.
Hosier. Take me to church.
It's just pronounced Hosier.
These fake comedians who people think are funny are not. Like, Drewski's not a real comedian. Like, he does funny little skits. I get a kick out of him. But, like, the difference between him and Dave Chappelle or Shane Gillis is, like, you were talking, like, Grand Canyon-esque. We understand that, right? Tyler Creator is not.
I mean, are those even like the same kind of like humor with those guys, like Drewski versus Chappelle? Like, I feel like those are just two different like genres of humor.
By the way, Sam, it is Hosier,
but he's not a comedian. He's just like a skit guy, an internet guy.
Doja Cat.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vampire Weekend.
I seen the photos.
Relax. Vampire Weekend, are you familiar with their game?
Yeah, they have a couple of hitters.
Yeah, they I think they perform out in Washington during what was it, Twilight, that movie? Ludacris is going to be there.
Luda. 2002.
That's right. Come on, shake that money maker, Joey. There you go. I
okay.
think that's about what I know. I don't know any of these other. Oh, Doechii. Anxiety.
I think Dead and Company has more headliners than them.
Is it Acid Bath going to be at Outside Lands?
No, that Acid Bath is going to be at Aftershock in Sacramento,
that's what that one,
baby.
All these things, they all
Can we
blend
get
together
Acid Bath in studio?
The difference in temperatures from Outside Lands with the fog and Sacramento, it's like going to Antarctica and the Mojave Desert.
It's Outside Lands and then like Coachella could not be totally different. Yeah, literally one in the desert and one on the coast of Northern California.
I'm out on most musical festivals.
Me, honestly, Joe, me too. I've gotten to the point where I need a assigned seat. I do.
Yeah.
I need to sit down. My back it hurts a little bit sometimes. All right, spinal. I'm not that old. All right.
The crowds can't stand them.
Speaking of concerts, since when? And I'm just asking out loud. When did America become an entire country of cowboys? Everyone is into country music now. Everyone. It's been actually like a crazy thing. I've seen everyone now, whether they're a white rapper, whether they're Beyonce, everyone's a cowboy now.
Everyone. Well, Beyonce had the Cowboy Carter album, so she dabbled into country.
No, I know that.
And a lot of people got offended by it. It's not real country. It's not this. I was like, who the hell, first of all, is any of us to decide what's real music if I'm just not even making any, right? I'm not an expert on musical stuff. I'm not. I'll be the first to admit it. My genres, my knowledge, it's not great. I just know I like certain songs, and that's it.
No, I agree.
I like beats. If it sounds good, it sounds good. But there's this whole thing where we have to put labels. This person's not that. This person's not that. It's like, just let them enjoy their things, right? Sports are our thing. We enjoy it. I'm not going to gatekeep sports from everyone. Oh, you don't know the rules here? Like, I was at a Valkyries game the other day. A lot of new people just getting into basketball. And because it is a WNBA league, and this is the first time they're getting a taste of actual professional sports, right? And basketball in general. They gravitate towards it, and that's good for them. I'm not going to judge them like, oh, they didn't know that was a foul. They didn't understand that. Like, there's a lot of people around me in my section that didn't really understand some of the rules, and that's okay. And I was happy to explain it to them, some of the things that took place in said game.
No, but what I'm getting at is like, The amount of people I knew that grew up in the Excelsior, the Sunset, in Brisbane, Daly City, South City, who all of a sudden are wearing cowboy hats with big belt buckles. I'm like, hold on.
Well, they're the same people that
Dog, you were blasting Max Dre just a decade ago. What? Like, and I'm not saying you can't like different genres. I just never knew that you rode a horse.
They're the same people that say, I
listen to Luke Combs.
Texas.
I listen to Luke Combs. I get it. I'm not saying that you can't, but like, the amount of people that are full into the like dressing up like a cowboy now is just a little wild to me.
It's Wild Wild West. How about that? You like that? By the way, George Kittle and Trent Williams walking out with, who's your boy? Morgan
George
Wallen?
Kittle lives in Nashville and has kind of like been on the country tip for a while. So that makes sense.
And Trent Williams, a Texas guy?
Yeah, it's fine.
That's fine.
And look, it's Morgan Wallen. It's at Levi's. Like, that's great. Seeing Steve Young and Barry Bonds go out there, like that was smart of Morgan Wallen to wear a white Joe Montana jersey and, basically endear himself to the local crowd. I remember when Jay-Z wore the blue NFC Jerry Rice jersey on stage at the Hard Knock Life tour at Shoreline Amphitheater. That's what you do. You endear yourself to the local audience. Like, that makes a lot of sense.
Morgan Wallen at Levi's Stadium selling it out.
Back-to-back nights.
Back-to-back nights. Pretty incredible. Like, this guy's rise right now. I remember he was on SNL and like he had like an abrupt ending and he like walked off the stage and everyone was all getting on him. Morgan Wallen, all right. Well, speaking of Levi's Stadium and George Kittle and Trent Williams, training camp going down in Santa Clara right now as we pivot to some 49ers talk. Why not?
Before we go, seeing some of my buddies dress up like cowboys.
They can dress up.
I want you to hear something.
You look good in a cowboy hat. You should get one.
Like, imagine Philmo Mike.
Fun stuff to wear.
Imagine Philmo Mike walking up in boots and a cowboy hat.
I could actually see
That is
it.
the equivalent of some of my friends walking around at the Morgan Wallen concert. I'm like, hey, look, I'm not mad at you, but when did you turn into Kenny Chesney? When did that happen? I want to know.
Seeing Draymond in one was a lot.
It was hilarious.
Draymond was rocking one.
It's the equivalent of society all of a sudden becoming hockey fans. Like everyone in America becoming a hockey fan and dressing like a hockey player.
Well,
That's how jarring it is.
Draymond did that too with the Celebrini jersey. But he's Macklin's guy. That's fine.
Yeah, but exactly. Draymond in the full outfit. It was just, can we laugh a little? I'm not saying that, hey, look, you like it. I'm happy for you. I want you to. I'm just saying, you grew up in the Excelsior, and I'm seeing you wear a cowboy hat. What? You had giant Jinko jeans and FUBU. What is going on?
Just trying to find our look,
It's called pivoting, not panicking, Joe.
If
That's
I
what it's
came
called.
in here in a cowboy hat with a big belt buckle,
dude, I'd love it. Do it.
You guys would all laugh.
Do it.
You're wearing plaid already. Just wear the flannel.
Look, I'm just saying, would you not laugh?
I'd love it.
I don't know. Maybe you should show up tomorrow with a cowboy hat and a belt buckle, and we'll find out.
Let's do it. I'm not mad at that.
I just find it funny. I
know,
find
that's
it funny.
good.
I bet you we won't laugh at all. We'll be like, Joe, that's a great look, and we'll be very supportive.
And I got
so you should
Philmo Mike's-
totally 100% do this.
Absolutely, Sam. And I got Philmo Mike's back. If he wants to rock a cowboy hat, some cowboy boots, I think it'd be a good look for Philmo. I think he'd pull off, get the toothpick in there,
No,
like
he
a piece
would
of straw.
pull it off.
He would pull it off.
You know,
he
like
would.
look, what's Shabuzi has a great album. There's like
Shabuzi.
6. No,
That's a great. The name is hilarious.
No,
Sorry.
he's a good artist. He's got like 6 songs that aren't that main one that everybody knows, that are actual bangers. Like, I admit where, I'm all over the place on music, but it is funny seeing everyone turn into a cowboy. That's all.
I like Shabuzi, even though he basically just stole Jaquan's whole beat, or a buddy in the club getting
Okay, first off, country music has been doing, and every genre, rap in particular, has been stealing other people's songs, sampling them, and then turning them into their own mix for time after time. And that's the history of music and art over the campfire. That's what we've been doing.
Well, do you think the Broncos or Niners will take some of what they see over this next couple days from each other and twist them and sample them going forward? We'll see. You're pumped? What are you most excited about? Joint practices starting Thursday. Again, Shasky and I are going to be broadcasting live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. Cannot wait for that. Open to the people early, Sammy? Thumbs up on that? Sure? Well, I'm saying it.
Possibly.
Possibly. We're going to be there. This is not possibly. This is a fact. We're going to be at the joint practices. You're going to see your boy Sean Payton. You're going to see your boy Bo Nix. You're going to see your boy Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, all of them. Who are you most excited to go out and see in these next couple days, Joe, in the joint practices, in the position group that you're most intrigued by to see? Because I got to be honest, and I'm just beating the drum here. Very curious to see what this wide receiver core for the Niners, as currently constructed, is going to look like against that secondary of the Broncos.
Okay, wait. You're more intrigued on that than Brock or CMC?
Dude, the reigning defensive player of the year is Pat Surtain. What's Ricky Pearsall going to do? Is he going to go up against him?
Okay, you're more interested in that than seeing if CMC's healthy?
We'll see. By all accounts, I'm seeing all the videos. Looks fine.
No, I know, but I want to see him do it against another team, no?
Can I look at... Is it a hot take to say I want to see how my first round wide receiver pick go up against Pat Surtain?
No, that might be it, but I don't think that's even at the top of my list. Like to me, like
fine.
if I were heading into the year and I were making a chart, like a flow chart of Niners success, 1 or 2 would be quarterback play and CMC.
Well, quarterback play has a lot to do with what? The play of the wide receivers and the receiving core. So that's why I think it matters.
Yeah, no,
if you're sleeping on it way too much, this wide receiver core, it's not keeping you up at night like it's keeping me up at night. It really is.
It's on the list. It's just farther down for me.
Okay.
That would be it. And then I would say this young defensive line, what are they going to look like against other people that aren't, third and fourth stringers? Because... we don't know. We literally do not know about this offensive line. We know Nick Bosa's really good. We don't know anything about anyone else.
Well, Mykel Williams, that's the guy, obviously, we're both going to be looking at. The size, as Bobby Fitz likes to say, size matters. He passes the physical and the physique. Just looking at the guy, as you would say, an Adonis, right? But that's great. We've seen that in the past, right? We've seen that many a times when it's a Drake Jackson, right? Whether it's your boy Mook Dog, right? Like, we've seen it. Now we need someone else to step up. We've seen Nick Bosa be a DPOY. He's been a perennial Pro Bowler. We know what we're going to get more often than not with Nick Bosa. Who's going to step up beside him for me? I think that is a major question mark on top of what you mentioned earlier as well. Christian McCaffrey, who's probably the biggest question mark, maybe in football, Joe. What are you going to get with Christian McCaffrey?
So, okay,
as fantasy football is...
That's why he's at the top of my list.
That's fine. As fantasy football is now going to be getting underway, a lot of people are going to be like, God, Christian McCaffrey's kind of falling to me. Am I going to take him? Am I not going to take him? Can I trust this guy going forward? Not to make it all about fantasy football, but it's a big part of the discussion and why a lot of people are enjoying football. Some people join us here on the station just to talk some fantasy football at times. Like Christian McCaffrey, can he stay healthy? And what is it going to look like? What are the touches going to look like in the receiving game and the running game? So he's the guy that you're most looking forward to seeing this Thursday.
Like, there's no doubt that, wide receivers versus DBs, this is really important. If I just said to you, you're going to Charger Kansas City camp, okay, and they're playing each other, it's Herbert versus Mahomes. Like, that's where you're starting, right? And so I think we're all fooling ourselves. We want to see the quarterback. That's what we want to see. We want to see Purdy and Bo Nix just to get a look at both of those guys. And then, like, for the Niners, CMC. Like, does he play? Number one, what does he look like? What's his burst? How much does he play? Who's behind him? With Garendo's injury happening right now and what's going on there. Like, I think Purdy, CMC. And you pick one, I'll pick the other. And then all the other stuff, offensive line play, wide receivers, who's the linebacker next to Fred Warner, defensive line is extremely important. But, like, again, CMC and Brock Purdy. If I said Brock Purdy has a great year, most people say, yeah, then that tells me the Niners are probably really good. If I said CMC has a great year, most people say, yeah, that means the Niners are really good. If I said Ricky Pearsall has a great year, I don't know if that necessarily means the Niners have a great year. Last year, Juwan Jennings had a great year. They went 6-11.
True.
And I think, like, in the league, most times, quarterback plays well, a Shanahan offense, the running back plays really well. That team is usually good. That means they're winning games. That means they're taking the air out of the ball in the second half. And that means they're playing efficient football. And that's why I think I'm going to be hyper-focused on, like, hey, how's Purdy looking? Is he looking rhythmic? Does he trust? If he's looking rhythmic, he's trusting his receivers. Right. He's trusting that they're where they need to be on the field. If CMC looks really, really, really good, I think it opens everything else up. Sounds like Kittle looks great. We don't even bring Kittle up. We don't even bring a Warner up because we kind of know who those guys are.
Yeah, they're the leaders of the team on offense and defense, respectively, and they were coming off all-pro seasons. Now, with Kittle, get on the other side of 30, we'll see going forward. But I have no reason to doubt that he's not going to do what he did last year, but which was a career year for him. Like, and he didn't even have all the touches. Like, everyone wants to talk about Brock Bowers and Trey McBride and these guys, and they're great players. They are. But they play for bad teams, and they just get force-fed the ball constantly. That's not the Shanahan offense.
No.
I'm not going to force-feed one person all the time. We're going to try to spread it out, as you mentioned. We're going to try to run the ball down your throat and control the clock. And then when we can, we'll take some shots here and there, and we'll try to get some yak situations, because when that defense starts to bite, that's when we can explode down the middle of the field, right in that center section where we've seen it in the past. When it's Jimmy Garoppolo, we've seen it, right, with Trey Lance at times. Hell, Brock Purdy now. This is his offense going forward. I want to see this Brock Purdy offense and what it looks like. Him having a stamp on it. Will Kyle Shanahan even allow that going forward? Can Shanahan ease up total control of said offense? I'm not sure. Could Clay Kubiak have an imprint kind of like a Mike McDaniel did in the past, Joe? I do think, let me stop myself here real quick. I'm not saying Shanahan needs to reinvent himself, but he does need to retool the offense. And he does need to make, as you would say, some samples here and there, some remixes, if you will, with this offense. I would like to see more passing route concepts that look like, wow, Andy Reid looked like he drew that up. Or give me a Kevin McConnell, someone who's like, no, I'm not saying to be an air raid offense, Joe, but to just take bits and pieces from other teams and just show me how you've evolved as a passing offense, even if you are a run-first team. I don't think that's asking a lot of Shanahan going forward. Now, as we know with him and his father, they can be stubborn at times, right? But I do think the great head coaches, the truly great ones, Joe, they evolve over time. Bill Belichick is not an offensive guy. He's a defensive guy. But you just look at those Patriots teams and how they evolved going forward from the defense was almost always there. But hell, you look at some of those Super Bowls, they were shootouts. Yeah. You look at the ones, and probably the ones I think they lost more often than not were the shootouts. But even then, they were in them. They had a lead in the fourth quarter, I think, in every single one of those Super Bowls. And some of them was because of the offense and Tom Brady and leaning into the strengths of said team. So I'm just looking at this team right now, and I'm looking at the strengths, and I'm looking at the weaknesses in the offense. And I'm going to keep bringing it up because for me, it's a big deal. Maybe not for some, but for me, it's a big deal. Brandon Ayuk's out. He's recovering from an ACL, MCL injury. We don't know when he's coming back. We don't even know what we're going to get when he does come back. Okay. Juwan Jennings. Calf scares the hell out of me. I've been too scarred now in recent memory here in the Bay Area with calf injuries. It's concerning for me. The head coach and everyone else can kind of play it down, sure. But Juwan Jennings is a guy that's not going to be an elite, route runner and separator. He's going to be a big guy who's going to try to use his body, and there's going to be a lot of wear and tear with that. So I'm concerned about that. And he's trying to get paid on top of it. Demarcus Robinson, he's going to get suspended. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know what to make of Demarcus Robinson.
He's done really well at camp by all accounts.
By all accounts. But what has he done in the NFL? He's been solid. He's been solid, but he's
got more of a track record than all the randoms that they have on the back end of the roster.
Correct. Jacob Cowing, hurt, hamstring. That sucks, right? And then you got, the Andy Isabellas, the Robbie Chosens, guys that are probably going to get cut. I don't know what to make of them. I say all that to say this. And I kind of touched on it a little bit yesterday, but this is where I'm at. Terry McLaurin is a guy that if you bring him in, I think a lot of Niner fans at 888-957-9570 will say, okay, he believes in this offense. He believes in this team. And when I say he, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, both of them, they believe in enough of this squad and this quarterback who they just paid and made the highest paid player in the history of the franchise that they could go out there and compete with the Philadelphia Eagles. Go get him. I want Shanahan to be able to evolve. I don't want him to be reliant on Christian McCaffrey only this year. I think there's too many people that are Niner fans are on the outside saying, yeah, well, if Christian McCaffrey's not that guy, well, I don't really give the Niners a chance. Well, then go get Terry McLaurin. Make one of your deficiencies one of your strengths, all right? And I'm not saying it's a total, a negative with this team, the passing game, but let's be honest. Do people fear Brock Purdy when he throws the ball? Do opposing defenses fear Brock Purdy as a thrower of the football?
They probably didn't as much last year as they did the year before, but the year before he was amazing.
Year before, I think, what was the biggest fear factor on that offense, though, you would say?
Well, it was the best one on the team was CMC.
Christian McCaffrey, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're changing your entire philosophy, but I do think there needs to be somewhat of a shift with the mindset and approach of this offense with Kyle Shanahan going from a totally run-first team to, you know what? Let's see. Let's see a passing-first offense at times. Let's see Brock Purdy grip it and rip it. He is the highest paid player on the team right now. You have all this belief. By all accounts, this is the most belief Kyle Shanahan has had in a quarterback in, I don't know, since he was an offensive coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons and Matty Ice. Kind of feels like that. So if you feel that way, go get him a stud to play with. And Terry McLaurin is going to be that guy. Listen to this with Terry McLaurin, all right? Because a lot of people might not watch Washington football, Joe. And I'm sorry I'm long-winded. I'll let you have a chance to retort right here. 1,000 receiving yards each of the last 5 seasons. Only 4 guys have done it. Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin. And I'd argue Terry McLaurin, outside of maybe Devontae Adams, have had the worst quarterback play of all those 4. And he's still been able to do that. That means a whole hell of a lot to me. So go get this guy. And 888-957-9570. Niners fans, are you with me? Are you looking at this wide receiver room and saying, go get the hell of one Terry McLaurin? Scary Terry? Are you really going into this season with Ricky Pearsall as your number 1 as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, Joe Shasky? Do I sound insane? I know I gave you a lot there.
No, I think you make a great argument for it, and I think had we not had the multiple years of frustrations with quote-unquote diva wide receivers, I think that everybody would be on board. I don't know where everyone's at today on that. I'm a little more skeptical than you are. I understand. Look, I would love to bring him in. I think it costs a lot, and I don't know what they're going to want in return. And what is going on? Why is Washington not paying him?
I want to reach out to some of our guys.
Like, why? I don't get what they're doing. They have a quarterback on a suppressed contract, and they brought in all these other veterans, and he's been one of your best carryover guys from the prior regime to now. I don't understand what they're doing. I think he's a stud. I hear you. He's a great player.
He's going to be 30. He's an
know.
elite route runner. He's got, he doesn't have the biggest size, but neither did Brandon Ayuk.
His catch radius is very good for his size.
And he can high point the ball.
Yeah,
like
he's a really good player.
I mean, if you watch Jaden Daniels in Washington last year, they were one of the Cinderella stories of health. They made it all the way to the NFC Championship. No one had that.
Yeah.
No one saw that coming. You see what he could do potentially in this offense, getting another tool like that. Because I'm going to be honest, outside of Christian McCaffrey in this offense too, Joe, there's not a lot of players that I look at and say, wow, I got to really be scared of that guy. It's just true. And you could people can tell me all they want about, hey, Kyle Shanahan, he knows what he's doing. You know what? He finds a way, whether it's a Jordan Mason, whether it's an Isaac Orendo. I was like, yeah, but eventually those guys can't stay healthy enough. Like that's just the proof is in the pudding right there. So add talent to this offense. It's all I'm asking. Add some more talent.
I want to chew on this, and I want to hear where the audience is at with this. Are you in or just straight up? Forget the cost. Forget all that. Just in or out on going in and swinging big on Terry McLaurin.
888-957-9570. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed here in San Francisco. In or out on Terry McLaurin as a San Francisco 49er trading for him. That's coming up next. It's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Cook something delicious with USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's Fiberon decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiberon decking, on sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat,
Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Bow, bow, bow.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Listen, this is what I'm going to say. Go get Scary Terry. Go get Terry McLaurin. Help your quarterback. Help him. You tried last year with Brandon Ayuk. You tried, and it failed. It sucks. He got hurt. That's tough. But you know what? He's a couple years younger, and he has a relationship with the quarterback in Washington, Jaden Daniels. Trade him there. Catch a pick. Go get Terry McLaurin. Pay him. I'd feel a lot better about it. His track record, for sure, Joe.
And we're getting opinions all over the place from the 262. Going to be perfectly honest, there isn't a chance in hell Lynch is going to go in on another high-priced malcontent wide receiver. From the 916, I'm all in on going for him as a wide receiver, but he better be ready to block like all of the receivers are required to. From the 707, Terry McLaurin will be the best wide receiver on the Niners since T.O. And so people are all over the place. 650, no, they need secondary. Like, secondary players aren't on the market. This is what's on the market right now.
And I don't really would consider Micah Parsons a defensive help either. I don't think he's going to be out there. I don't.
I'll take Micah in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
In a heartbeat.
In no way, shape, or form are the Dallas Cowboys making a trade with the San Francisco 49ers.
They traded for Trey Lance.
Well,
they traded Charles Haley.
Sorry. Of players of magnitude in this century. How about that? Trey Lance was not a player of magnitude.
It's Jerry Jones. Anything's possible.
Adam Peters has a legit relationship with the 49ers.
Yeah, and they made a deal with Debo.
That's the most recent one in memory, and it would make sense, again, going forward. I'm sure Debo will be happy, too, to get his boy Brandon Ayuk back, too. That being said, 888-957-9570, we're discussing it. I'm talking about Kyle Shanahan needing to retool the offense a little bit and maybe lean in on the passing game just a little bit more. And I'm going to say this. The past few Super Bowls, hell, I could go down the list. The run game may have gotten them to the Super Bowl with some of these teams, but it was ultimately the quarterback's arm that won them the games. Go back to this past Super Bowl. Saquon did not have a good game. He didn't.
That game was a blowout, though.
Who looked the best?
No, Jalen's incredible.
Jalen's arm looked incredible.
But, we're acting like Saquon didn't have one of the greatest running back seasons of all time.
But why did they win the Super Bowl? It was Devontae Smith.
Sure.
It was A.J. Brown. It was Jalen Hurts. Also, I'll say this to Jalen, picking and choosing his spots with his legs, gashing them up.
Jalen was amazing. But they don't sniff the bounce back that they had without. He had 2,000 all-purpose yards.
Just like the 49ers don't get to their Super Bowls without their running game as well. But what was the decider in both of those games, Joe?
Well, their defensive line was suffocating, and then they were opportunistic, and Jalen threw dimes. It wasn't just Jalen, but they had the best roster top to bottom we've seen in a long time.
The passing game destroyed them. In the Super Bowl, they did.
No doubt.
For the 49ers, their passing game was not good enough. And Mahomes and Kelsey and the Rashee Rices of the world, when it mattered most, they stepped up. And it sucks. And they hit the big plays that you couldn't hit. Is that on Kyle Shanahan and the passing concepts? Is it just on? Everyone wants to bring it up. I don't think it's as cut as dry as, if Jimmy just hits Emmanuel Sanders, it's all over. No, that's not it. That's not it. Now,
there would have been still time on the clock.
Correct.
They hadn't stopped Mahomes all game.
But there is a difference of the arm talent and the passing concepts of a team like Kansas City with a team like the 49ers. And I'm just asking, has it been good enough, and can it be good enough? And can it get better? That's all I'm asking.
Well,
can it get better?
They're going to play this week against one of the best defenses in the game. And I think people have probably slept on Denver. They had 35 sacks last year. They're a ferocious front. They've got a great secondary. I think we're going to get a great look on Thursday.
Reigning DPOY, Pat Surtain.
We're going to get a great look on Thursday of like what does this offensive line look like?
Yeah.
What do these receivers look like? What does the run game look like? What does the quarterback look like? What does the offense look like as a whole? This is probably as good of a test as you're going to find of what you are in any of these scrimmage situations. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. This is probably one of the better, they play the Raiders next week in Vegas. And it's always good to get a couple different looks from different quarterbacks, different situations, right? You'll see like Genty is going to be the guy that everyone's going to be looking at next week, right? It's like, okay, they're going to be the run first team, right? They're going to try to lean on that bell cow rookie out of Boise State. Now it's going to be a little different with Bo Nix, right? Who's going to be a little bit more mobile. He's going to be moving around. He doesn't take a lot of sacks. So you're going to be game planning different things for both of them. But the fact that this is a legit playoff team that just came off of playoff run, yeah, there's going to be a lot there. And obviously, there's the relationship there in the past with Denver, Kyle, all of that. But yeah, I'm very excited about the defense of Denver going up against the offense of San Francisco. And Christian McCaffrey in particular, right? And what is Trent going to look like? Colton McKivitz, these guards, Burford, right? What are they all going to look like this week? Continue. Sorry.
No, it's just I think after Thursday, we'll have a really good feel for what are the strengths and weaknesses of the Niners. Yep. And if we come out of that saying, man, wide receivers couldn't get open and they couldn't do anything, then I think that it picks up steam.
Okay.
The Terry McLaurin thing picks up steam. But if we're coming out of that saying Brock had no time to throw, then we're talking about an offensive line issue, which was a big part of last year. If CMC can't get any running room and is a non-factor in the passing game, then we start having the questions of, where are we at with CMC? You know, where are we at with him heading into the year? They have no backup right now. So, I understand why you are hot and heavy on Terry McLaurin. It's just the backdrop of the last couple of years, overpaying wide receivers, them underperforming, them getting hurt. I have a hard time thinking after you just paid the quarterback what you did. Normally when you pay the quarterback what you do, you pick one guy on offense to pay, and they did. You know, it's George Kittle.
Yeah.
And then you get cheaper on the outside. You don't get more expensive on the outside. Very few teams do that.
Richie Rich is in Livermore, wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm saying go after Terry McLaurin. I don't care. Hey, Ayuk, a pick, another pick. Hey, go get this guy. Probably not in the first round, but I'd think about a second-round pick in Brandon Ayuk for Terry McLaurin. I'd think about it. He's 29, going on 30 this year. Again, as I mentioned, the last 4 seasons, 1,000 yards each season. Only 4 players have done it. Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, Mike Evans. I think all those guys are going to be in the Hall of Fame. And then Terry McLaurin's the other guy. It's pretty impressive.
When I heard Charvarius Ward address last week that, like, he watched other players hold out when he had 1 year left on his deal, and he showed up, and then the guys, he's practicing every day, and then these other guys aren't practicing, and then they get paid a ton of money, how that made him feel. There's this locker room dynamic, which I think McLaurin is going through right now with Debo, where it's like, well, wait a minute, I've been the leader here for so many years, and then this guy's going to show up and make the same amount of money as me. How does that play on this team when everyone's had their hand out for years on end if McLaurin just shows up and gets paid a ton of money? It's one thing when you are Calvin Johnson, Jerry Rice in your prime.
I just told you, he's kind of with those guys these last 4 seasons. He's kind of been those guys. Like, I feel
he's
Terry
a really
McLaurin,
good player. He's not on those guys' level.
I mean, he's been playing with easily the worst quarterback play, too. No doubt matters a lot.
He's had 7 quarterbacks in the last 5 years.
Guys, he's a really good player.
I'm with you.
He's a really good player. Elite. But there's a difference between we signed Deion Sanders in his prime and we signed Terry McLaurin. Like he's a really good player. We're talking about all-time players. I'm telling you, this is the locker room dynamics that you're stepping into. If you bring someone in like that and you pay them right away on this team after everything they've been through the last 3 years.
Richie Rich, Livermore. You want McLaurin, Richie Rich?
Hell yeah, you go get McLaurin. And hear me out. This is why. And Shafsky, you're my dog. You know your sports. But check it out. The NFL is stacked right now. These teams that are making it into the playoffs are stacked at running back, stacked the wide receiver position, right? What are we going to do? We're going to run CMC down everyone's throat again, and by week 11, he's leaking oil? Hell no. We don't even have a guaranteed wide receiver 1 right now. Pearsall, yeah, he looked promising at the end of the season, but he ain't guaranteed. And Ayuk, is he even going to be a fraction of what he was? Hell no, I don't think so. Get rid of Ayuk, get some picks, go get him, because we need to be able to take the top off and change the game on any given player, right? We got to be able to be a threat to help CMC, to help Purdy, to open up Kittle. You need to get him. I don't give a damn what you got to do. Go get him and start the season knowing who your wide receiver 1 is, because the last thing you want to do is go into Seattle and get punched in the mouth and go down 0-1. I don't want to do that. So, yeah, go get the man.
There you go, Richie.
I think a lot of people feel
Terry.
that way.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people feel that way. I'm just in the business right now. I'd rather sign Keenan Allen or Amari Cooper for much cheaper. It doesn't cost you as much. It isn't so much of a commitment. I mean, look at the highest paid players right now at the position. Like, do you need weapons? Of course you need weapons. I want to make that clear. But Jamar Chase didn't make the playoffs last year. No. Justin Jefferson, 1 game in the playoffs, out. CeeDee Lamb didn't make the playoffs last year. DK Metcalf didn't make the playoffs last year.
Was it their fault they didn't make the playoffs?
When
you're making it sound like it's their fault. Like, it's not their fault they didn't make it. The defense, too, has to step up.
It's about team building and how you structure your contracts. I'm just laying this out. I'll let you finish. A.J. Brown, they won the Super Bowl. Amon-Ra St. Brown lost in the playoffs. Tyreek Hill didn't make the playoffs. Jalen Waddle didn't make the playoffs. Devontae Adams didn't make the playoffs. Those are the highest paid players right now per year in the league, right? And so I understand you need weapons, all right? You absolutely need weapons. But the league is telling you, like, you're overpaying for a lot of these receivers.
And I'd say most of those teams that you referenced right there, outside of maybe a couple, like the Joe Burrow Bengals, and Joe Burrow, if he was on any other team and they made the playoffs, probably would have won the MVP. He was unbelievable last year. It's just they had nothing on defense. So I hear you on the allocation of funds when you're trying to structure a team, obviously. But you took care of all the big boys that you need to take care of. Now it's incumbent on the young guys to step up that aren't getting paid a lot in respect to some of the other guys on the team. Like the Michael Williams, he needs to step up. That's a player that I'm circling right now that I'm watching at joint practices to see if he's going to flash at all against these big boys and against a playoff team like the Denver Broncos. I want to see him flash. Hell, then again next week when they're in Henderson, Nevada against the Raiders, against an offensive line that may not be that great, but hell, they just re-signed their right tackle, Colton Miller, or left tackle, I should say. He's been around a while. How's he looking against there? Like more established players. I want to see Michael Williams pop. I want to see some of these young secondary players pop. Malcolm Mustafa, I don't know when. Is he going to be out there? I don't know. When is he coming back? Renardo Green, can he do something like, right? Like D Winters. I want some of these guys to just step up and just take hold of the position like we've seen in the past when it was a Dre Greenlaw, right? When it was Aziz Al-Shair at times, right? I want to see that happen. I felt like I just haven't seen these young guys step up in the past, and that's why I am more leaning on some of these veterans. Now, some of these veterans has bitten you in the ass in the past, but I don't think, I'm going to let like the Chase Youngs on the defense or like the Randy Gregorys, they weren't as established as players like a Terry McLaurin is. But I hear you when you say the optics aren't great. I'm not here to tell you they are. It wouldn't be great, but I just want to add great players. No, I just want to add.
I hear you.
I am always in the business, and John Lynch tells us this all the time, right? As fans, we're in the business of adding good players. We're going to be in on everybody. We're going to make a call. So I'm sure calls have been made, right? And maybe the Niners are in a position right now, kind of like where the Warriors are at. Yeah, we don't really want to give up future assets. We don't want to give up draft picks because you know what? Maybe we are in a rebuilding phase. They're never going to tell us this, Joe, but maybe that's their mindset right now. I'm looking at an NFC, though. Outside of the Eagles, it's pretty wide open. I don't have a fear factor of anyone else outside of the Eagles. And even then, on any given Sunday, maybe Jalen doesn't have it. Maybe A.J. Brown's disgruntled and he's yelling at Nick Sirianni, and he can beat him in the playoffs. You can. That's the great thing about football. One game. Any situation? Hell, if Eli Manning could beat the Patriots twice in the Super Bowl, why can't the Niners beat the Eagles this year? Like, that's where my mindset is. I don't fear the Lions. I don't know what they're going to look like after losing both of their coordinators, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. I don't know. Can the Washington Commanders do it again? I'd like to see it, right? I don't know. Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy? I don't know. The Rams. Has anyone been paying attention to the Rams? Matt Stafford hasn't even practiced. He hurt his back. They just paid him all that money and his back is hurt, spinal. I'm not saying it is spinal. I'm just going Mike Tyson there. But, like, slowly but surely, why not the Niners? Why not? Everyone's acting like this is a rebuild year and that they can't compete for a Super Bowl. And I'm saying, the hell they can. Absolutely they can. Add Terry McLaurin puts you maybe on the Eagles level.
You think that adding Terry McLaurin really elevates their chances? They go from, let's say they're a 9-win team in your mind. Do they go to 11, 12-win teams?
Maybe. Hell, that connection with Jaden Daniels last year was special. That won them a lot of games last year. Now, can it be like that with Brock Purdy in year one? Maybe. That's incumbent on whether Clay Kubiak, the offensive coordinator, and Kyle Shanahan can elevate this passing game. It'd force them to change a little bit going forward, too. I just have my doubts when this organization has overinvested in certain positions that I just don't think they need to invest in. Like, okay, I look at the D tackle position. How many guys, they've been chasing the ghost of DeForest Buckner for close to a decade. And they just spent money in free agency and draft capital. And look, the best thing that can happen is like CJ West, for example, the guy they drafted in the 4th or 5th round this year, is just really, really good and really cheap. That's the best thing that can happen. Yes. Not spending money on Javon Hargrave in free agency. That was bad. That was poor. Not spending, splashing and going to get Javon Kinlaw and reaching for someone who's got a horrible injury history with the bulky knee. The thing that they need right now is they need Juwan Jennings to get healthy, and they need Ricky Pearsall to ball out, and they need one of these other random guys to step up. I don't know about trading future picks and dumping a ton of money and possibly alienating Juwan Jennings and some of the other guys on the team by paying Terry McLaurin. All due respect to Juwan Jennings and alienating those guys, they are not on the level of Terry McLaurin, and I don't really care about alienating them. I care about helping out my quarterback that I just made the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, and Brock Purdy. That's all I care about right now. Tom Brady always had his old reliable players, whether it was a Gronkowski, whether it was an Edelman. You need someone. Hell, last year, I just referenced the Super Bowl. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, right? What would the Chiefs do? What would the Chiefs do right now? Well, they traded Tyreek Hill, and I'll say this. It's hard for me to do the Chiefs comparison because Brock Purdy's not Patrick Mahomes. No. He's just not. He is the guy. I just can't compare. But are they the model? They're the model of the Patriots, the one guy they need. The Patriots and the Chiefs, yes, but you're talking about maybe the two greatest quarterbacks ever and two of the greatest coaches ever. The only two teams that have had more success. They kept Kelsey and Gronk. Like, those are the guys they kept basically throughout the 10 years of those guys. During Shanahan's run, although he doesn't have a Super Bowl, look at their winning percentages and look at how many playoff games that they've won. They're on a very short list with Patriots, Chiefs, like the best. We could argue about how great he is. Can he win the big one? They have been wildly successful. And he's been held back in the Super Bowls by, at times, quarterback play. Okay. And I think that... And I'm saying, have they been well run? Sure. Yes,
okay, what do the
absolutely.
well-run teams do? They don't overextend themselves on players that are very good players but aren't the true difference makers that are going to get them over the top.
But I'm telling you that their difference makers at the quarterback position are so far ahead of what Kyle Shanahan has had. I just don't buy the comparison.
So then you just don't buy Brock.
No, I do buy Brock, and I want the team to buy into Brock Purdy. Like I understand you invested a first-round pick in Ricky Pearsall, but all of a sudden you look up, you traded Deebo Samuel, who I know had a bad year last year. He did. At his best, though, he was first-team All-Pro. Now, that was at X-back, wide back, whatever. He was everywhere. Brandon Ayuk was second-team All-Pro a couple years ago with Brock Purdy. It was great. He's hurt now. So I'm going to be relying on a guy, and Juwan Jennings hurt, and a guy, Ricky Pearsall, who's only been hurt, basically, as a pro going forward after I just made this guy the highest-paid player. I'm not going to be hard on Brock if he's going to struggle in the passing game and this team's going to struggle offensively going forward because they didn't address it in the offseason. So I'm not going to hear the people that are going to come down Brock Purdy's road this year if he's trying to force a lot of balls and interceptions and batted balls happen because he's trying to do too much and the wide receiving core is just not good enough. Like, I'm not going to be here for that.
I think that I would bargain bin this bad boy. I would go get Keenan or Amari Cooper, just like the way the Chiefs picked up DeAndre Hopkins for nothing at the end of last year, and he ended up being fine for them. Like that, the well-run teams don't overpay. They do. If they do overpay, they overpay for their own, right? On Nick Bosa, Kittle, Warner, they don't overpay from the outside. Now, are they opportunistic and do they strike big? Like, yeah, I remember when the Chiefs traded some first rounders and paid for Frank Clark, and he ended up paying dividends for them. He was an excellent player. Yeah. Obviously, he's crazy, so that goes without saying. But they make the tough decisions and they move off people, and then they straight up go in the bargain bin and they take veterans for dirt cheap and they add them to the mix.
888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorney text line. By the way, about top of the hour, 25 minutes, Dom Smith, San Francisco Giants DH first baseman, going to be joining us. Tough loss in Pittsburgh yesterday for the Orange and Black, but we'll discuss Dom Smith, who's actually been a bright spot for this team this season. He'll be joining us on the River Islands guest line, as all guests in 95 in the game appear on the River Islands guest line. Are you in or out on Terry McLaurin, Niner fans, going after him? I'm in. Shasky's out. What say you? Well,
it's not that I'm out. I think it's going to cost too much. And
I think you are out, though, because it's going to cost you. It is. It's going to cost you probably a third-round pick, Ayuk,
Joe,
and then there you go.
You know my setting, and
I've
said
this. Pay him.
I've said this for a while. What's my setting on wide receivers for Shanahan?
You don't pay him.
I just don't.
Exactly. So a
third contract
on it. You
can say a third contract for a 30-year-old. Yeah, like it's. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm probably not going to do that.
That's fine.
But if it was Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, top 2 or 3 at the position, yeah, you have to consider it. I don't think he's a really good player. I think he's a level below those other players.
888-957-9570. We'll continue to take your calls and texts on that. Another thing that's been taking place for the last year, really too, has been the conversation around the kicker, Jake Moody. So I pivot from Terry McLaurin in the skilled positions as we're talking about things we're interested in seeing on Thursday. Joe, we didn't bring up the kicker. I'm watching him attempt some kicks, right? Do they simulate that, by the way, like special teams? Like, are we going to see like the field goal units go out there, like teams try to bat the balls? Like, do they simulate that? The joint practices?
Never been to a joint practice.
Neither have I, so I'm interested in this.
I've been to many practices. I've never been to a joint practice, so I don't know.
Well, expect to only see Jake Moody because Greg Joseph was cut from the team to make some room for additions elsewhere.
Kicker watch. Jacob Moody.
It sucks, situationally. You just got to move forward and make the next kick.
What was the Jacob Moody? Was he trying to turn Italian?
To do Jonathan Kamingo.
Oh, okay. Jonathan Kamingo.
And I think it came out Italian.
It did.
Jonathan Kamingo.
Jacob Moody. Here's Kyle Shanahan yesterday on why they released the veteran kicker, Greg Joseph.
More just the roster numbers. I would have loved to keep him longer, allow them to play that out longer, but we had 13 guys out of practice today. We got 5 guys on PUP. It's just too many people to have that luxury. It's awesome to have 2 kickers, allow them to battle, but they're not guys to really take reps. We need more people to take reps for us.
Jake Moody's got this in the bag. He's going to be the starter.
I don't think he said that at all.
He's got Joseph.
It's a numbers game.
He was here a couple weeks. Kick rocks. Please, I got all these updates from the Mayokos of the world, from the Wagners of the world. Oh, this is the stats for the kickers. Oh, Greg Joseph, he made all his. Oh, Jake Moody missed it. Clearly, it doesn't matter because if it did, Greg Joseph would still be here. He's gone. He's out. See you later. Jake Moody's job to lose. He's got it in the bag week 1. Again, healthy Jake Moody matters.
He misses some kicks at this joint practice, and whoop, they're going to call him right back up.
That's what you're going to open with, Jake Moody, if he misses a couple of these. Blocked extra point? No? Yeah?
Joe, when you watch back last year's games, you realize, as bad as Sorensen was, the worst coordinator on the team was the special teams coordinator. That guy needed to be fired after 5 weeks.
888-957-9570. What, you got on my hair, Sam. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's just regarding this whole Jake Moody thing.
I thought I said Moses Moody on accident. I thought that's what you were saying. Is like you said Moses. I was like, I did?
Moses Moody. No, so regarding the kicking competition, we do have, well, I'll find the sound for this, but Shanahan was asked, like, is this competition over? And he said, well, he's not here, but whether you have one kicker or two in the building, you really have two. Kickers always know they're competing with whoever is out there. So is the competition over? No, there are all sorts of kickers out in the wilderness who could easily take his job at any time. So, no, this is far from final.
Is Greg Joseph living in Shanahan's guest house right now, just waiting?
Just on retainer?
Just chilling, just hanging out.
Behind the break here in case of emergency?
Robbie Gould's at the Top Golf right down the street too in Burlingame.
Yeah,
he's just hanging out, just on the top row. He's like, hey, he's got his binoculars out. 888-957-9570.
If you have two kickers, you don't have one.
No. Well, I'll say this.
Look, guys, like, who are we kidding? Who are we kidding?
Come on.
This Jake Moody thing is only going to end in one way.
What?
That he's going to be off the team at some point. We just don't know when.
Oh, come on. Give him an opportunity in the regular season to fully say, you know what, he kicked himself out of the league. He was hurt last year. Can you give me that, Joe? The guy legitimately had a high ankle sprain. Like, how are you supposed to kick with that happening? How?
He missed a field goal in the Rams game without a high ankle sprain. That had nothing to do with it.
You know what? He did. It sucked.
And they would have won that game. The whole season would have been different. The Rams might have packed it in. At that point, you would have won a game without George Kittle and Deebo Samuel. You would have won down in L.A. You would have went 2-1. You would have totally rebounded from the Viking loss. The entire season plays out different. Like, we could argue about once he got hurt, whether he was healthy, whatever.
Ronnie Bell catches the ball. Like, come on. There's a lot baked into that Rams game.
No, Ronnie Bell. The Ronnie Bell situation is a moot point if Moody hits the kick and we go up 10.
Well, special teams in general. Can you block? Can you defend a kickoff return or a punt return, for God's sakes? Again, we're not talking about this enough.
They were up 14-0 in that game. They ran a fake punt that everyone saw coming, and they got it by 1 yard.
Listen. Jake Moody's a part of the problem. The special teams in general, can you give me this? That's just been the black eye on this organization under Kyle Shanahan. It's been awful.
Sure.
When's the last time you felt good? When's the last time you legitimately felt good about the 49ers special teams? When?
2011, the Tony Montana unit with Blake Costanzo and David Akers and all that crew.
They're like 14 years.
Spellman, CJ Spellman. I'm trying to think of who was on that Gunner team. Larry Grant. Like, that's how long ago it was.
Exactly.
Because Harbaugh cared about special teams.
He did. And the good coach, and I'm not saying Shannon's a bad coach.
Ted Ginn Jr.
The truly elite ones do the X's and O's and dot the I's and cross the T's on all three phases of the game. Bill Belichick was obsessed.
Yeah.
Obsessed. I shouldn't say was because he's still coaching this year now with
That's where he got his start.
That's where he got his start. They care. John Harbaugh, special teams guy. Would you consider him one of the better coaches in the NFL, Super Bowl winning head coach? John Harbaugh.
Been one of the longest tenured coaches in the league.
Yes, and he's done it with multiple quarterbacks too for a very long time.
John Harbaugh pisses me off that he beat us.
I know. The Harbaugh. It's tough. Jose's in Oakland wants to join in the conversation in regards to the 49ers receivers. Jose, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just quickly regarding Jake Moody, if he was released today, how many teams do you think would actually just try to snatch him right away based on his performance on game? Because, I mean, the guy, he can kick far, granted, but it seems like every time he's in the game, he's suffering that same syndrome that some guys that look really, really good as closers have. And once it comes to the point where they really have to perform, they cannot stand the pressure. That's my take on Jake Moody. As far as the wide receivers, I'm still surprised that they released Isaiah Nader. The Niners have had a big receiver since Theo, if I recall correctly. I think Jawan Jennings is the only guy that they currently have that is, I guess you could say it's a big receiver. But the guy is holding in. I don't understand it. To me, it seems like they center too much around smaller receivers, and it just doesn't seem to work out at all. So I don't know if you guys have a take on him getting released. Do you guys?
I haven't seen Isaiah Naylor. No one would know.
He was undrafted. I don't
made
know what
one
to make.
catch apparently, and everyone was losing their minds. I saw people. He's like Randy Moss. We got to pump the brakes. Just
another reason
Randy
why I love
Moss.
Football. The most outrageous comps ever in training camp. We'll hear some the next couple days. Hell, we got your boy Sean Payton who's going to be here in a couple days. What was he saying? He was saying Bo Nix, a couple years, top 2, 3 quarterback in the NFL. Oh my God,
He had a great year last year.
Carter's rolling his eyes, and so am I. He did.
He had a great year.
He had a really good year. He did. No chance in that conference at all. Zero. If he was in the NFC, I'd legit say the Broncos, they could be one of the contenders for the Super Bowl. But he's not. He's in the AFC. And within his own division, he's the third best quarterback. And third best team. I'm taking the Chargers over the Broncos.
He's played better in the playoffs than Herbert.
So they both lost. They both, the Bills, come on.
I'm just saying. He looked better this year in the playoffs than he did.
Herbert looked awful this one. Herbert wasn't the reason that the Jaguars, came all the way back and that the Chargers defense imploded back with Tony Dungy, who was half asleep. Was that Tony Dungy and Al Michaels on the call? God, that was the worst broadcast ever, by the way.
I think we're sleeping on Bo Nix. I'm not even this big Bo Nix fan. The guy had a great rookie year.
It's fun.
He had a great rookie year. And we do this thing like, well, this guy's going to be great forever. And I don't know. We'll see. I thought Russell Wilson was only going to get better and go straight to the Hall of Fame. And then the bottom fell out.
If you're buying stock on these two quarterbacks that are going to be going up head to head these next couple days, you buying more stock on Bo Nix or Brock Purdy going forward? I feel like they're the same age, too. Bo Nix is in college for how many years? Like 10?
I feel like the window for the Broncos is like opening right now, like their next couple of years, whereas the Niners window is talk to me week 9, 10. I got it. They have so many young players. I got to see where they're at.
They are the same age, by the way. They're both 25.
There's been a carving out of the talent of the Niners because of their life cycle. They paid the quarterback. They have really expensive players on both ends of the field. So they're at different spots right now. Like the Broncos are in their window right now for the next couple of years before Bo Nix gets paid, whereas the Niners are kind of readjusting on the fly.
I think I give the 49ers a much better chance of winning a Super Bowl this year than Denver Broncos. Absolutely. You feel like that's no, you don't feel confident in that.
I think you're really like downplaying how good Denver was last year. They had the best defense.
I'm upplaying the AFC and I'm downplaying the NFC is what I'm doing. It's just numbers game for me. And I just think the 49ers are being totally slept on heading into this season. And people are like acting like this NFC is the Eagles and only the Eagles. And the Eagles are just a shoo-in to get back to the Super Bowl. I'm saying, the Eagles had an incredible year last year. Saquon's incredible. He also had a lot of touches. Let's see Saquon do it again, kind of like with Christian McCaffrey last year. Now, I'm not saying he's going to have the injury concerns, but that could happen. I mean, Baldy was the first to this. Brian Baldinger, 95.7 The Game, NFL Insider, Baldy Breakdowns, you know him, you love him. Like he was saying, I don't love all these touches. And he's probably going to be saying the same thing about Saquon this year. I don't love all these touches that he's getting. There's going to be more on Jalen Hurts' shoulders. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, their backup running back, right? All of that. So I'm saying Brock Purdy, 49ers, I don't hate their chances this year. That's all I'm going to say. I do not hate their chances in the NFC. When I look at top to bottom and I look at all the other head coaches, when I look at the injury concerns with the Rams in your own division, because that's where it starts, Joe, too. Your own division. Like, I'm sorry. Sam Darnold and the Seahawks, I got to see it. Kyler Murray, we've been waiting with Jonathan Gannon. How many years is Jonathan Gannon? Is this his last year to prove it, make it or break it, right? It's been a couple seasons now. It's been,
I mean, look, we can laugh at the Cardinals. Every year they play us hard.
I'm not laughing at them. I'm saying this is like, I don't know what to make it. Like, they're just,
no one knows. No one knows. But that's why the Cardinals are a bugaboo to Niner fans, because we play these maddeningly frustrating games against them. And then, like, Stafford, who knows if Stafford's healthy? We got to, like, figure it out. But I'm just looking at the Niners' issues right now. I don't know who their secondary is currently. We don't know what their offensive line is going to look like this year. We don't know where CMC's at. I think that they're a very difficult team to get a read on. This is not the same old Niner team, and this is not like a restart team. They're somewhere in between. And I think a lot is dependent on random young one and second-year players, first and second-year players. What do they look like? Like Mykel Williams, he could be great. He could be just going up against a bunch of scrubs on the 49er offensive line, and their offensive line is actually horrible. Where's Trent Williams at? What if he falls off the map? Now our offensive line's in big trouble. Does Dominic Puni take another step forward? Or was it a one-year outlier? Does the secondary just play rotation all year and guys are in and out of the line? I love Diamond Lenore, but who else is going to cover anyone in this secondary? It's a 3 wide receiver league. Everyone's going 3 wide receivers deep, and they're going to pick you apart. Yeah. They have 2 new safeties. I don't know. Again, there might be 8 new spots on defense.
It starts with, again, the trenches. Always has, always will. And you mentioned it. Hey, the Terry McLaurin stuff, it doesn't matter if you can't block for Brock Purdy. It just doesn't matter. Hell, we saw it in the Super Bowl. Mahomes was running for his life the entire time. It didn't matter. We've seen it twice now, Mahomes running for his life in the Super Bowl, and he had just no chance. I don't care if Tyreek Hill was out there. I don't care if you have Thor or Spider-Man or Batman or Superman powers at quarterback. You are not winning if you can't protect your quarterback. So it starts there with McKivitz and Trent Williams. What version of Trent Williams are we going to get?
Well, I think this is one of the harder Niner teams to get a read on, is what I'm getting at in the last decade. I've kind of always had a good feel for who they were. Doesn't mean they didn't overperform or underperform to what I thought going in, but there's a lot I just don't know. I don't know. Like Colton McKivitz, he misses practice. Apparently the backup swing tackle is awful. Colton McKivitz ain't great, right? What if one of these tackles goes down? They're in major trouble. Yeah. Major trouble. Trent's missed a lot of time the last couple of years. I don't know what this defensive line is going to look like. And then the CMC thing, look at their running back depth. I brought this up just over the weekend when it comes to Isaac Orendo, and then he goes down yesterday. Let me read you Isaac Orendo, their backup right now, running back for CMC. Hamstring injury, out for 3 weeks. Tweaked, this is last year, okay? Tweaked his groin, 8/28. Grade 1 foot sprain in week 14. Pulled a hamstring in week 15. MCL and ankle sprain in week 18. And now he has a recent shoulder injury. That's in 1 calendar year.
Well, that sneakily, it's not even sneakily. The thing that's creeping up again this year is the injury bug, and it scares the hell out of me. It scares the hell. That's the rat on the table is none of this conversations matter if you can't put out anyone that's healthy. And right now, there's a lot of Q's and O's on the depth chart.
But if there's one spot that I know that Bobby Turner and Shanahan have found production, it's like these random running backs, these undrafted guys, Matt Breida or Raheem Mostert or whatever. These guys do come out of left field. But the drop-off from McCaffrey to even Jordan Mason. Yeah. Jordan Mason was good.
He was awesome.
There was a big drop-off.
There was.
Right? We're talking about one of the best players on the planet in CMC.
Well, what I'm getting at here
when
is,
healthy.
And you brought this up yesterday on the call, Joe, and I want to get into it more. We got Dom Smith, Giants first baseman, DH, joining us in about 9 minutes. Dom Smith, courtesy of River Islands. We'll talk about that tough loss yesterday and obviously a tough past week for the team in general. And how's the mindset of a Dom Smith and the San Francisco Giants going forward here during this turbulent time? But you brought this up on the call. What matters more? Is it the talent or the continuity in the chemistry? One of those things. Now, what makes it all together, if you can mix all of that, you get what the Eagles did last year. You had the talent, you had the continuity of a Sirianni, a Hurts, right? You had the first kind of season of Saquon. You had Saquon there. That was new, but you had the wide receivers. Turn the mic on. Turn your mic on. Sorry.
I would argue their continuity the year prior was part of what did them in. They had talent the year before.
I think that's why I'm still high on this team where others are kind of down, is the continuity aspect of it. I'm high on Shanahan because of the track record. I'm high on Brock Purdy still because of the track record. I'm high on Kittle. I'm high on Warner. I'm high on Bosa because of the track record with those guys, and the leadership that they're going to provide matters to me a lot. Those other teams I mentioned, they haven't been around as long. Lions have only been a cup of coffee here as legit playoff teams.
I have major questions on the Lions.
Major questions. Can Dan Campbell do what Kyle Shanahan's done?
That being said, they've also got some elite players.
They do.
All in their primes.
They do. But can they do it now? No Ben Johnson. Let's see with this new offensive coordinator over there. I don't know. No Aaron Glenn. Kyle Shanahan's been able to revamp and retool, but even then, show some warts there with the Steve Wilkes and
Hutchinson back.
Yeah, they do. No, Hutchinson's big. It's big. But again, he can't do it himself. As you see with Nick Bosa, right? Before we hit the injury report, Dave is in Fresno, wants to join the conversation. Dave, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. I don't think we should be discussing that class right now. I don't think we earn that. I don't think we are in that elite class. I mean, a kicking competition. What elite team present is discussing kicking competition on their team? You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point, actually. Maybe the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but we know why that is. But I'm just saying, we need to earn that. We can't just base it off 2019 and 2023. We need to earn that reputation. And right now, you're only as good as what you've been putting out. Last year was not good. I know there were circumstances, but the elite teams don't make excuses. They find a way to get to the playoffs no matter what. And we had our starting quarterback, and we still didn't make it. Elite teams don't make excuses. And right now I hear, we got all these rookies, or we got this and that. No, elite teams, you don't hear all that talk in camp. The talk is get to the playoffs and try to win the Super Bowl. The Niners, I hear, it's all these injuries and rookies. And we got new people, and it's just no, elite teams, you don't hear all that chatter.
Oh.
So right now, it's all talk. Now, I'm not saying they won't make the playoffs. I'm not saying they can't win the Super Bowl. I'm just saying we ain't earned the right to have that kind of reputation.
They're not elite. Hey, Dave, we're up against it. You're just saying, they're not elite right now. You don't believe the 49ers are elite.
We don't know what they are. They have Joe, there are maybe up to 10 new starters this year.
Do you think the 49ers are still elite?
They have elite players at certain spots.
But they're not an elite team. You don't believe that right now?
No, it's a totally new team. How can anyone with a straight face have a feel for what all these rookies are going to do?
Totally new team. They still got a lot of familiar faces on
New outside linebacker, three new guys on the defensive line, 2 at minimum, if not 3 new secondary players, right? Like Ben Bartsch for a full season at guard. We'll see. Okay. We'll see. We don't even know about CMC. We have no idea. The most important guy from when they were last great is just a huge question mark. Yeah, I think it's okay to it's wait and see with this team.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, which leads us to the injury report. All right. We got another one. The Giants got their guy back yesterday, activating Gerard Encarnacion from the injured list. I swear to God, this guy's been on here 20 times. Encarnacion had been out since June 15th with an oblique strain. That was after he missed the first 2 months of the season with a fractured finger, Joe. He was not in the lineup for the Giants last night, but is expected to get plenty of run down the stretch of this season. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. All right, Don Smith, Giants first baseman, DH, coming up next, courtesy of River Islands.
Getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to $2
2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up!
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Halfway home here on a Tuesday. And shout out to all of you who are watching us, because we are streaming on YouTube. Come and see these beautiful faces. Yes, the nose is real, and it's spectacular. And it's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we're coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And shout out Laughing Monk, because Shasky and I will be there live 6 to 10 on Thursday in Sunnyvale, Laughing Monk Brewing. Can't wait for that, leading into a joint practice that we are also going to be going to between the 49ers and Broncos. But in the meantime, let's go back to the Diamond. We got Dom Smith on the line, joining us now. Giants first baseman, DH. Oh, when he got his walkout song. Oh, we're feeling ourselves this morning. We're feeling great. Although, Dom, I got to be honest, as Dom Smith joins us on the River Islands guest line, as all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop. Dom, tough loss yesterday, man. I mean, tough week in general. After a nice series win, what are the mentals like after a loss like that? And good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show. And, the guys, had a tough one last night after coming off a pretty good weekend, taking 2 out of 3, in New York against a good ball club. And just being right there again in the game at the end of the game and with a chance to win. I think, as a team, we just got to figure out ways to close the door and get these wins. And, everybody knows the sense of urgency that is in the building. And everybody's coming in early every day, putting in the work, whether it's watching film, whether it's, working extra in the weight room or in the training room or just on your mechanics. So the guys, they're putting in a lot of work. And we just have to be more consistent to get to where we want to go. So we know we can't afford to, have too many more losses. So we know we got to come out tonight, get back on track, and then win the series tomorrow. So all we could do now is take it one day at a time. We got Pittsburgh tonight and just really try to finish them off tonight and just build on that momentum.
Dom, ever since you came over to the Giants, you've just been a good ball player. Like I really enjoy watching you play. You play great defense. You've had some huge clutch hits for this team, just in general. But as an LA guy, what's up with the Mac Dre? Because that's my era of music. I'm from the city here, and Mac Dre was, an icon locally. How does an LA guy get indoctrinated with Mac Dre?
I think, if you really are culturally into the lifestyle like I am, I'm African American, I'm from Compton. So, everybody from Too Short to, Eazy, Dr. Dre, we got Snoop out there. We got Sugar Free. I mean, I could go on and on.
Sugar Free? Let's go.
Yeah, I could go on and on. So this is all, music that I grew up listening to on an everyday basis from my dad, from my mom, when we're, cleaning up the house on the weekends, if I'm getting turned up for a travel ball game when I'm a young kid. In the Bay Area, E40, Too Short, Mac Dre, these great artists were played, and they were heavily influenced on our community and our culture. Even though it's from the Bay, it's still California. It's still something that in our culture we really respect, the hyphy movement and everything they've done. So I felt like when I came to San Fran, it was just right to, pay homage, pay respect, and just show y'all my little bit of flavor and understanding of, where I'm at.
So what's the one song right now for you, Dom? And you can say Frisco. It's okay. As a fifth generation native, I'm going to allow you to say it. Frisco is all good. We're all good with saying
Thanks
that.
for letting him, yeah.
What's the song that's in your head right now? Like that it can be an old one, a new one. What's the one you can't get enough of? Because you sound like someone like myself that there's certain songs that you just play over and over and over again. What's stuck in rotation right now for you?
That's a great one. It changes a lot, actually. I like to constantly hear new stuff. I've been into a lot of jazz lately. So I've been listening to Yusuf Davis. He's like a younger, jazz musician, and Tom Minch. They both are pretty cool on the scene. They actually cross over and do some hip-hop stuff. They have a couple songs with some hip-hop artists. So it's like that old school jazz feel with good beat, some smooth, and then it's just all around great music. But I would say that is something that, I've been listening to, every day that's just calming me and making me get into my zone. And then I will say Key Glock and NBA Youngboy did drop a few tapes, Glockavelli, and I think Youngboy's tape was called Masa. And those are two, like, tapes that I've been listening to that kind of turn me up right before the game. So, it's, I have a wide range of music from, classical jazz to country.
Okay. We were just talking about the country, Dom. We were just talking about country earlier. Would you rock a cowboy hat? You think you could rock one?
I would.
Okay.
I would.
Let's go.
Yeah, I would. It's funny, when we go to Texas and stuff like that, that's like the prime state where guys go and, they get their nice leather boots, they get their really nice cowboy hats. And, and I definitely told my fiance that I need to, dabble into that wear. And she doesn't believe in me, but I believe in myself. I think I could pull it off.
I think you can too. You seem like an old soul in many ways. You got the old Wilson glove, the cream. I don't know if it's black or brown, dark brown, but the guy who I think has probably got the most eccentric flavor on the team, just from afar, Willie Adames. The purple shoes, the purple Rawlings glove. Does he have the most eccentric music taste too on the team, or is it someone else?
I would say, he does. Like, Willie is so cultured, and he's like tapped in with Latin America. He's tapped in with our culture in America, hip hop. He's into European culture. He's so just on a different level, I would say, when it comes to experience as far as travel and understanding and high taste. A guy who would surprise you is probably Chappie.
Really?
Chappie, he got a wide range of flavor. He plays the house music some days, he plays the country, and then he'll throw on some slaps. And I'm like, how do you even know these songs? It's pretty fun, when I get in the locker room with these guys and hear their music taste, and they surprise me. They play on some old school Bay Area stuff all the time, and I'm like, how do y'all even know these songs? So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool seeing their flavor.
Talking with Dom Smith here, Giants first baseman, on the River Islands guest line, Morning Girl, Spadoni, and Shasky. Who is like the DJ this year? In the past, it was Brandon Crawford. Yeah. He had his old nickname, DJ BC Raw, all of that. Do you guys have one, or does it shift around?
No, we don't have one right now. It's normally the starting pitcher of the day, so we let them kind of, control the vibe and the energy. We want them to be locked in as possible. But
okay, what's Justin Verlander? I need to know. 42-year-old
Frank Sinatra.
Old man. Frank Sinatra is a great one.
Yeah, well, a lot of the starters, they wear their headphones so that we can't hear their music. So a guy like Verlander, he's locked in, headphones in as soon as he walks in, and he has that tunnel vision, and that's like majority of our starters now. Yeah. Webby, on the other hand, he's going to let loose and play his music and, turn up the guys and get us kind of involved with the pregame festivities. But if nobody's playing music, that's when Chappie will go over there, or Willie. They'll play a wide range of music just to keep everybody kind of into it as far as, it goes, because we have so many different nationalities in that locker room, so we want everybody happy.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So take me back to last night. Like, you're the DH yesterday. Rafi's playing first base, and he's got a couple of plays already this year. He had the really nice backhand dig out up the line on a short hop by Chapman, and then another one he failed to pick. But that's a tough play. You play the position extremely well. Late game, runners on second and third. Like, walk me through the scenario, because in my mind, I'm lying on the couch. I'm thinking, all right, are we going to walk this guy to set up maybe corners in or go infield in so that we have a force play at home? That's a really tough play. Rafi coming in, throwing on the run to Bailey. He's got to put the tag down to end the game. Like, you've played the position a long time. You're extremely cerebral. Break down that final inning for me as a first baseman.
To be honest, Joe, I was actually in the cage getting ready for my next at bat because, being a DH, you want to stay hot, locked in, ready, and they just tied the game. So my position to come up hit was actually the next inning. I'm in the 10th. So I was in the cage. They do have a small little TV that you could kind of see what's going on. And I did see that it was a ground ball, and they ended up, scoring with infield in. My opinion on it is, you do everything you can to try to make that play. I know that we trust in Randy. Randy is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. So I think from that perspective, we're thinking that he can probably punch the guy out, and then we can get a ground ball, or he's not going to hit the ball hard enough, and we can make a play at the plate. And these plays, these aren't easy plays that Rafi's getting, by no means. And this is a part of the adjustment period of just changing positions. Everybody goes through this when they change a position. I know when in 2021, when I was with the Mets and I played first every day and I went to left field for the first time. And, yeah, you can just imagine how many mishaps I've had out there. And it took some time for me to really learn and understand, just get that real experience. And the only time you can get that experience is in the game. So I think it's good that he's getting all these different tough plays because it's just going to make the game that much easier in the future. And you want to have these plays now because when we get later into the year, when we make this push that we're going to make, and we do get into these playoffs, we want these things to be locked in, and they'll only be locked in if we had these experiences in the past. So it's a learning experience, and it's something that as a team, we have plenty of opportunities yesterday to win that game. I can't just sit here and point it on that ninth inning.
No.
I came up with the bases loaded early in the game, and I struck out, and Junkie ended up bailing me out. But, it was definitely opportunities for us to capitalize and push more runs across the board. So we can't just look at that one play and pin it on that. I think collectively as a team, we just need to be all around better, all around, offensively, defensively, and just closing the door. And that's just pretty much it.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to give our pitchers a little bit more breathing room as well. So that's how I look at the game.
No, I'm with you. Especially the first inning, bases loaded, nobody out, and we only get a couple runs. You're hoping to get 3, 4, 5 and knock that guy out of that inning. Dom, you reference how you're DHing in the game, and so you're hitting in the cage. Rafi's kind of talked about it. It's hard, and I was explaining to the boys here, like when you only DH, it's so difficult because you go out into the field, the situations present themselves. You're just thinking about the defensive alignment, or hey, I got to cover here, I got to back throw there, I got to back this throw up, and I think just being a DH is very, very difficult mentally. Maybe just explain to the average fan how much, do you like DHing, number one? And then number two, like how much easier is it to play in the field and feel like you're contributing while also hitting?
Yeah, if I'm playing the game in the lineup on a big league roster, I'm just very grateful and blessed. So I'm happy to just be here and to contribute. So if I'm DHing on the bench, I'll be the same guy. I'll be happy. But from a mentality standpoint, like you said, when you do DH, it puts more pressure on you to try to produce at the plate, whether that's hit an extra base hit. Sometimes when you walk, you feel like, that wasn't good enough. And if you don't get any hits, then you feel like you weren't a part of the team. So I think, at a sense, it does put an added weight to you to go out and really, hit the ball with authority, hit for extra base hits, hit for power, etc. And if you're not doing good for a certain amount of time, then it kind of weighs on your mental state, and it's hard to kind of get out that funk. But now if you're going out and you're playing defense and you can go make a diamond play, save a run, you could go throw a guy out at home plate and do these different things to feel a part of the team, now that just gets you from thinking about your next at-bat. And when you do get to your next at-bat, you could just focus on that a little bit more and have more clarity opposed to everything being cluttered up because the only thing you're thinking about is hitting. So I understand, both sides of it. I think, a guy like Rafi, he played third base his whole life. So it's hard to just change from playing on the field, being into the game, playing a premier position like that, and now you have 4 at-bats, 5 at-bats maybe, and that's it. That's all you're contributing to the team. It could be very tough. So it's an adjustment period for all guys. I don't think any minor leaguer is coming up right now as a true DH. I think DH is a position where when you're going out of the game as an older player, or if you can't play, a position as an older player, that's kind of when they stick you at DH. So I think everybody who's shifted into that role has had an adjustment period, and they've learned different tricks to keep their mind sharp or focused or relaxed so they can go perform. So I think, for me, when I'm in there, I try to keep it simple. It's easier said than done, but just try to do what I can to help the team and not really overthinking, and that's what you can do when you're just strictly DHing.
Great answer. Hey, Dom, greatly appreciate the time this morning.
Yeah,
that was awesome. Good luck today, and
Seriously.
hopefully you guys get a bounce-back win, man.
No, we're going to get a bounce back, and we're gonna keep it going.
Let's go.
Appreciate you guys having me on the show, Joe.
Thank you for coming on, man.
That's Dom Smith, Giants first baseman, former
Great
Met,
dude.
and he homered against his former team over the weekend as
Great
well.
dude.
And an LA guy, but you know what I like about that? It's not LA versus North. He's California, baby.
Yeah.
He's California, top to bottom. He got the best music in America.
Chapman
not even close. Don't sleep on Chapman.
That kind of surprised
Well, he's
me.
got all those years in Oakland, too, so he had to get
true.
indoctrinated in all the music in the East Bay, right?
Yeah,
and all the
that's a good
rappers.
point.
Come on, man.
That's a
He's
good
been around
point.
the block. Come on.
Dom Smith gave some just great perspective. He's like, hey, look, I'm just happy to be in the big leagues, right? Because he's a guy who's bounced around, which obviously goes without saying. You could just tell in the tone of his voice that he's a very appreciative, well-rounded, great dude.
Yeah.
But this thing about DH, I've tried to explain it to people. Some guys mentally can do it. Some guys, it's almost you're overthinking about every single at-bat. He even said, hey, look, I could get a walk and feel like, I needed to drive the ball. I needed a double in that situation. Dude, you know how hard it is just to get on base?
Yep.
Like the on-base percentage in the 350s is good on-base percentage in today's era. And yet, he's saying, hey, even just getting a walk isn't good enough. You want to crush the ball. And I just think it's this whole mind screw when it comes to playing the field versus not playing the field.
I love guys and stories like Dom Smith. Like,
Great
he's
interview.
just great. Just energy from
Yeah.
him too. Very calculated, very matter of fact, but he's very thoughtful in his answers and responses. And he kind of checked all the boxes there when he was talking about the DH versus. He's like, hey, first and foremost, I'm just happy I have a spot in the lineup.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I get to play baseball. That being said, it is difficult because I don't feel like I'm a part of the team when I don't go out there and hit the ball.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard not to feel kind of like, again, I'm not trying to be the funny guy here or anything. Kind of like being a kicker or a punter in the NFL.
100%.
You don't feel like you're a part of the
100%.
team. And when you have players and people like former players even say that, like you have former players actually say like, yeah, they're not really parts of the team. Like Baldy kind of has said that in the past.
Warren
I love Baldy.
Sapp.
Yeah, like they've said like the kickers
Vince
aren't
Wilfork.
they're not really players. Well, like,
Peyton Manning.
we poke fun of it. Shout out Vanderjack. Like we poke fun at it, but like, how do you feel if you're the actual punter or kicker? It's like, all right, thanks guys. Like, but listen, you go up there to the plate or you go up to kick the ball, you got to produce. And if you're not producing, hey, sorry, you're going to get kicked to the curb because you're not going to be producing defensively. Then what are you really doing for me? Right.
That's a good point.
So
when I hear him talk though, Joe, like, it's funny because when you watch him play, he clearly is really good at all the little things.
Yeah.
Putting the ball in play. Like he even said, hey, look, I struck out with the bases loaded yesterday. Like I gotta get the guys in.
Yep.
But he did come through with the big knock in the first inning after Matt Chapman struck out. I just get a sense from someone who really understands that it's all about the little stuff and I better live in the moment. Like when I watch him play, that's what I get. And then when I hear him talk, it reemphasizes like, oh, this guy gets it. Like he kind of gets the big picture.
Well, he's a guy, as I go Chris Collinsworth, now here's a guy that has bounced around. He doesn't have the money and the years attached to him like Adames, like Chapman, like Devers, like Jung-Hoo Lee. And he didn't come up with this organization like an Elliot Ramos.
Yeah.
So he does feel like he wants to be a part of this team. He's only been here 2 months. There's
good,
a lot,
though.
No, he has been
good.
But there's a lot of pressure on him. And you can hear it, like when he says like I want to be a part of the team, like he means that. Like he was with the Mets for 5 years, but since then, Nationals, Red Sox, Reds. He started with the Yankees in their minor league, and then he got released. So he asked for his relief, and the Giants picked him up real quick. And he's been nothing but the consummate professional.
Yeah.
And I'll say this: when I went to the game the other week, when the Dodgers were in town, he was so gracious in his time, just talking to me, Risotto, and Loveman, just after the game, shooting the breeze. talking about him leaning on the mentorship of a Barry Bonds and what that meant to him, not only as a baseball player, but being a black baseball player and growing up in Compton around a lot of black people and a lot of other athletes and players that maybe were more into basketball or football, and being able to lean on a guy like Barry Bonds, who in my lifetime and Dom's lifetime, yours, great special player of all time. Are you kidding me? Having that resource, it's incredible. So it was refreshing just to hear him say how much he is leaning on conversations with the GOAT. I don't think we hear that enough.
No.
I've been talking to Barry, It's like, I would love to hear, Brock say, and he has, because I know Steve Young's this guy. Steve Young is so involved, and he talks to these guys all the time. I know Montana's not really kind of that guy. He's just kind of...
Montana, pay to play.
I know, right?
Montana's on his own NIL program. He's been retired for 40 years.
But doesn't it feel good when Brock Purdy's having conversation with Steve Young?
Yeah.
Like, that feels great. Yeah. So knowing Dom Smith, he's not going to be Barry Bonds, but just knowing he's talking to him and using that bastion of wealth, like the Will Clarks, right? Knowing you're talking to these legends.
We need more Dom Smiths in sports.
Thank you.
Not that there's lots and lots and lots of Dom Smiths in sports. But you need more guys like him. I just find him to be a really cool dude. And I've been saying it for like weeks, if not months now, like, hey guys, like, I need more Dom Smith and less Wilmer Flores. I love Wilmer, but Dom Smith brings more to the table on terms of winning than just batting average and home runs and RBIs.
I always look at Wikipedia pages, stuff because they add like interesting factoids and stuff like that. Grew up. I was going to ask, but we were up against it. I wanted to ask, fantasy football seasons around the corner. Is he going to be part of the Giants League? Like, what are they doing? What team did he grow up rooting for? Because I think, he's 30, so he didn't even have a team growing up. Probably, maybe it was the Raiders. I don't know. It says he was an Angels fan. Like, how do you become an Angels fan? That's interesting.
They won the World Series 20 years ago.
Maybe that's it.
When he was 10 years old.
I was 10. They won the World Series. What do you want, right? Your boy Mike Scioscia.
That'll have an imprint on someone.
That'll have an imprint for sure. We're up against it. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. We got Richie in Queens. We got to get to Richie in Queens. Says he's not sold on Melvin. He also wants to talk. And he also wants to talk about Matt Chapman's runners in scoring position issues.
Dude, he's uppercutting everything. It's
not been great. And we'll also get back into the 49ers. Are they still elite is my question for Niner fans. And do you want Terry McLaurin? Because I do. Go out and get him. Niner fans, you in or out on Terry McLaurin as a 49er. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's going to be brought to you by American Cancer Society.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you could save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your...
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit, up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. LendSeek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because LendSeek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. LendSeek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com. LendSeek. You seek, we lend.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
Oh, heck yes.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Where's my guy at? Is he still in the hospital bed? Who's that, Will? Right?
Jay.
Then Shasky comes into the studio, just looked at me and says, "Show some pride." What did that even mean? What are you talking about?
There's a sign in the bathroom that says, "Show some pride and some compassion," or something like that. It says, "Show some pride," and I can't get over it.
This is not a frat house.
This is not a frat house.
I was told.
Show some pride.
I was told we weren't supposed to talk about it.
We're not talking about it.
We have signs. We have signs that should be in elementary schools and adult bathrooms just on what to do. Just, oh boy, that was a great interview with Dom Smith, though. Dom Smith,
he's great. One thing that he kept saying, and I don't know how many people paid attention to the game last night. Raffy Devers, there was probably 4 or 5 different plays at first base that can be broken down. He scooped one out, which was a backhand, was ridiculous, up the line, terrible throw by Chapman, even though it's on the run. And then he did the exact same thing later, and he couldn't get to it. Both very difficult plays. He made a play coming in, threw a guy out at home on a force play, and then or on a tag play earlier in the game, and then to end the game, I just thought it was a really tough play. Better base running by the guy at third base, instinctually running on contact once that ball hit the ground. This is a tough play. I would have walked the ninth hitter to set up the force play in that situation, just because it gives you a much more leeway to throw home in that situation. It's just a force. It's simple. You still might be able to get a double play going, 4-1. I don't know.
It's the little things like Bob Melvin we were talking about. That's something that you look back at the end of the game, it's like, Bob, should you just walk the guy, set up the force play there, get the out? I mean, hindsight's always 20/20, but I feel like I've been saying that a lot with Bob Melvin this year. Hindsight's always 20/20, but sooner or later, when you're 0-4 against the Pittsburgh Pirates, there's no excuses for that. There's just not. Team's the worst team in the league defensively, offensively, all the statistics you look at. It's literally Paul Skeens, worry about him, and even then, what's his win loss? He's got like 10 plus losses or something. Like, you're not even seeing Paul Skeens, and you haven't beaten him.
In the All-Star game, when he got the 2 runs in the first inning, that was the most run support he had in, I think, 11 of 13 starts or something like that at the time.
Oh, my God.
It was, like, incredible.
Oh, my God. That is incredible. You
blow a Verlander game. I mean, it's just...
That's 2 now you blew. Like, Verlander's looked good. That might have been his best start of the year.
This is what happens when you move other relievers away, and you have guys that were in low leverage situations now are in high leverage situations. This is what happens.
Randy Rodriguez not getting it done yesterday, obviously. Just 2/3 of an inning, the hit, 2 earned runs, night, see you later with the walk. Bob Melvin talked about it.
Usually he finishes those guys off. I mean, the longer the Bart at bat went on, typically some of those don't go the right way. I mean, he's taken pretty good swings at several pitches and finally found one that he could put in play, but just couldn't finish them off, and that's something Randy is as good as anybody doing normally.
Yeah, but he's doing that in not that situation. Different leverages, different scenarios. There is
the ninth inning's different.
It's just different. It just is.
It's like the fourth quarter in football for quarterbacks.
It's why we care so much about the Dennis Eckersleys, the Mariano Rivera's, right? When it was Sergio Romo or Santiago Casilla or Brian Wilson, it's just different.
Yeah.
It is. And to go, and not to say that Camilo Doval was the greatest closer in the game. No, he had his shaky moments. Oh my God, he had shaky moments. But again, it's different. This guy's much younger. He was in the All-Star game. And you know what? Probably the most like pressure he had up to this point as a pro was in that All-Star game. And what happened? Brent Rooker hit a moonshot off of him. And low-key, might have not been the same pitcher since then. Like, it's kind of been down since that point.
The day after that game, I told Evan, before the game and then after the game, I don't like when my Giants players are pitching in the All-Star game because I have PTSD from Atlee Hammaker going way back when.
Yep.
Rick Russell. Like, there's just a lot of moments. Now, there's something we could pick out where they were good moments, but there's just something about it. I just, and
you don't feel good.
Now, the part that was, I think, the most frustrating is that this is now the second time he's come in and looked real shaky. He closed the game out Friday night, which was a good development, but not being able to locate the fastball on command, falling in love with the slider, back and forth between, not being able to locate and then just falling in love with the slider because that's the only thing that's dropping into the zone. That felt very Doval-ish.
Yeah. No, it did. And Richie in Queens wants to talk about it right now. Richie in Queens. Rich. Disgusting loss yesterday.
Yeah, nothing from it. I was at the game Friday night, and you're talking about Randy came in, and he was shaky then. Obviously, he's been in 3 or 4 spots ending games, and you start to wonder, like you said, I've seen it forever, mentality, toughness, different when you got to get the last 3 outs versus getting 3 outs and somebody is behind you for the 9th inning. So he's been shaky, and then that Mauricio at bat, he came up and he threw 298-mile-per-hour fastballs. I think barely went out to him and said, "Just go with your heat." So he was able to overpower him. But yeah, and the Dom Smith thing was a great interview, guys. You guys asked all the right questions. The only thing I would have asked him is how did he not throw home against the Mets? Did you remember that play?
Yeah.
It was a grounded to first, and then the Domus didn't cover second, and then in that same series, Walker, man on third, gets a ground ball, and he goes for 2 when the guy and the runner is running. You got to know that you don't have a shot at second. So, yeah, this has just been very disturbing. The Chapman point, and maybe I'm extreme and tough on him. I think he's been horrible this year. I really, really do. And I go by, I've watched every game, I'm sure, like you guys. He is probably the 6th choice with men on base. I need contact.
How about Richie? I'm going to let you finish. The first inning, when he struck out on 3 pitches, I go, you cannot be making $150 million a year with this team is struggling the way they are and not hit a soft ground ball to second base or something. Like something. You can't strike out in that situation.
And that changed the whole. That right. And your point is, it changes the inning when you get that first out, and because the pitcher is really on the ropes at that point.
Exactly.
But he just doesn't have a clue. He doesn't handle anything up high. I know Krug sometimes says he's great with certain pitches, but no, you throw 94 up, you throw 93 up, and 98 he's not even going to touch. So yeah, I've been really, really disappointed. Would I be and you guys touched on it too. It's 59 games to go. And I still never give up. Like last night, San Diego lost again.
I'm with you.
They've lost 2 out of their 3. If you win that game, you're down 5 games. Like, what's percentage do I think? I think it's like 30-70, but there's still a chance.
I am with you.
So there's a game that you're up, and Randy closed that game out. I like what I'm seeing from Schmidt. I really think he has a clue up at bat. Bailey's been a little bit better. So you look for the positives. I don't know if you bring Fitzgerald up, although Schmidt doesn't have a lot of range at second. He cost him a couple of games. He just doesn't get that quick step. But I like what I'm seeing with him. But it's very his moves at times, Melvin. If he was to be fired, I have no issue with it. And I think Devers is doing and some of the throws, guys, too, defensively with Chapman. What is he? He makes a great play. He's got an hour and a half to make the throw, and he's throwing it really down in the dirt.
It's a great point. No, Rich, it's a great point, and I was just about to bring that up when it comes to Chapman in the air. Is like we talk about it all the time. If you're not producing at the plate, you better be spiffy defensively. Like there's 11 errors for Matt Chapman this year. Only people with more errors than him at third base, Manny Machado, one of the best offensively in the game. So that's okay. You got my guy, Eugenio Suarez, who I don't know if you've been watching him. He's pretty freaking good, right? Yeah. And that's about it. All right. So you got Austin Riley there. Like, you can't be doing that. You're a platinum glove winner. And against the Pittsburgh Pirates of all teams, those things bite you in the ass. They really do. And I do think it's been a very disappointing year for Matt Chapman.
Well, I think he hasn't been the same since the injury.
It's been very disappointing. Yeah.
He was hot right before the injury, diving back into first base. I just don't think he's been right. I think it's screwed up his season.
But he's never going to be like the 270, 280. We know that. But like him,
it's the strikeouts.
Adames, the strikeouts.
The pop-ups and the strikeouts.
And when it's magnified like that, when you have the Devers situation, when you have Adames, he's been better, a lot better the last couple months. I'm not saying he hasn't been. But you just look up at the batting averages there, and I know batting average isn't the end-all, be-all.
No, batting average still matters.
It still matters.
That batting average doesn't matter is the most ludicrous thing of all time.
When my 2, 3, 4 hitters are 227, 230, and 230, it's just, that tells you all you need to know. And right now, we're poo-pooing the Pirates offense when the Giants is much better. So, maybe I shouldn't have even been doing that.
Yeah, but they traded away some of their better players that play every single day, and so they're even in a lesser version than what they were a week ago.
And then he mentioned the Bob Melvin factor of all this, and again, I still think these next 2 months he is playing for his job, managing for his job. I do. I don't care about the option. I don't care about any of that. I think Buster Posey has been with good managers for most part of his career, outside of maybe Gabe Kapler, but he had Bruce Bochy. Did I say Buster Posey? Buster Posey had Bruce Bochy for most of his career. And if he's potentially available after this season, potentially, you best believe he's going to be interested in going after him again to try to make sweet music with him one more time.
Yeah.
One more time.
Back to Chapman. He's been so frustrating. He hit the 2 home runs, and then immediately you get 3 or 4 strikeouts in a game. He does get a lot of walks. For me, he just strikes out so much, and it's the specific situational ABs. Yesterday's a great example. He should be a 95 RBI guy this year in terms of the amount of opportunities he's had with runners in scoring position, and he's not even going to come close to that because of his failure to drive the ball or go the other way. There's been a couple of ground balls the other way to just get a runner in, but more times than not, it feels like he's swinging for the big hit as opposed to doing his job and driving a guy in and just sacrificing launch angle and just putting a pop-up out there, a fly ball out there into right center. It's really, really, really frustrating, and I think this insistence on pulling it is really killing him.
God, there's in baseball, It is so frustrating. Runners left in scoring position, and then the way you lose is a dribbler up the line. No, it's like I would have just preferred.
That's baseball.
No, it is baseball. I prefer losing with like a just get a home run, just crush it, just put me out of my misery. The dribblers up the line, Joe. It literally is like I'm getting stabbed.
Yeah, but that's the play that they should have had. Putting a ball in play is forcing the defense to make a play.
I know.
And when you strike out or you pop up,
doesn't do anything.
It advances no one. And so when you start the game with a bases loaded, no out situation, and you can't capitalize and get 3, 4, 5 runs in that inning, that's on you. That game should have been over in the first inning.
Or when you do pop up, you don't even know the infield fly rule. So there's that too.
That too. Now there are some solid things. Like he is right about Casey Schmidt. Richie in Queens is.
Yeah.
Casey Schmidt's at-bats have been significantly better.
Shaved his head.
Significantly better. No, like when you watch his at-bats, he's not just swinging at everything. He's showing off-the-plate discipline. He's fouling balls off. When he does drive it, it seems like he's driving it into the gaps. I think his at-bats have been really, really, really good. And defensively, I think he's been excellent at second base.
No, I've been pleasantly surprised with the emergence of Casey Schmidt this season. Like, that is something. It's
been good.
After the injury, I didn't know because it's like, man, is this coming at the worst time for him? Gets hurt, comes back. He's been really good. He shaved the head, got whatever the mojo was that worked. It worked. So I don't care if it's a mental game, whatever. These guys got to do what they got to do. But hey, if I'm struggling here, maybe I got to shave my head. Who knows?
And his arm at second base, because he has the third baseman's arm, is a weapon, especially on those double plays.
And if he could be that dude, right, that can just take that second base, just take it away. But again, I say that, hey, Chapman, earn your paycheck, man. He's just not making anything. You got to produce at third base too, man.
Chapman to me is a 5, 6, 7 hitter.
Yeah.
Kind
of like how I viewed Crawford. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. But Crawford a little bit, I kind of viewed Chapman similarly, where if they give you anything offensively, it's a big bonus. But I do view him similarly as offensive players. Defensively, they're wizards, but offensively, they're a little limited. They'll give you pop.
Carl's
they can be
clutch.
No, they can be clutch. I think Chapman can be clutch too at times, but it just feels like lately, maybe it is just the wrist. Maybe it is.
I don't know. Maybe it is. I think for me, the impact on winning in specific situations for Chapman has left me frustrated. Yeah. He's had great games. Again, like the 2 home run game the other day against Atlanta, I thought he was turning the corner. And but he's not the only one on the team. Like I could say this about Elliot Ramos, Adames, Devers, and Chapman. Any given game, they could strike out 3 or 4 times.
How many times have we said this year, if you're just a fan, I've seen on social, oh, this is the moment. Bases juiced, whatever. You're down. This is the moment player X is going to become a giant. And they haven't. Whether it's Devers, whether it's Adames, whether it's Chapman.
I think the biggest development of the last week has been Jung-Hoo Lee he's popped. And if you're watching the games, the element of it's not just a hit. He hit the ball into the gap. That was a double all year long. Except I don't know what has gotten into him. He was like, no, I am going to push it and make that a triple. I was like, yes, Jung-Hoo Lee. Yes. Yes, use your legs. I don't even care if you do get thrown out a little. I want to see you push the limits and put pressure on defenses. So seeing him really use his legs these last 6, 7 days, I think is like one of the biggest revelations.
Listen, there are positives on this team, even though, and the season's not over, but when you lose to the Pirates and you're 0 for 4 against them right now, and if you lose today, that's both series you lost against Pittsburgh, it's not exactly a confidence booster, but there are some positives on the team in the lineup. Casey Schmidt, like Jung-Hoo Lee. If Jung-Hoo Lee could finish the season off strong after just the stretch that he has had in the last couple months where it's just been god-awful, and people are wondering, like, God, we're still on the hook for this contract going forward, what an emergence that would be. Because I do think most people are going to say, all right, you had Devers in the offseason, maybe he can handle the weight, gets healthier. I think I know what I'm going to see from Rafi Devers. We've seen some of it flash lately in the last couple of weeks with Rafi Devers when he's been able to be at first base. He golfed one out. What was that, in Atlanta? Where it's like, how the hell did he do that? He had a nuke over in Queens over the weekend against the Mets. I know what I'm going to get from Rafi Devers for the most part. I think going forward. Adames is another guy. It's kind of his track record.
He's cooled off a
little bit, but he's a second half kind of a guy, and in August in particular, let's see him pick it up a little bit more. But again, Jung-Hoo Lee, Casey Schmidt, Dom Smith, there are some positives here, but it's the positives from the guys that, quite frankly, I need to see more from those other big dudes that are getting $150+ million contracts. Jeff is in Sherman Oaks, wants to join in the conversation.
What's up,
Jeff, good morning.
Guys, good morning. I'm to the point where I'm no longer frustrated. It's numbing at this point. And thankfully here in Los Angeles, I can get you guys on YouTube and you guys talk me through all this craziness because here's the thing, guys. This is such a talented team. There are talented players on this team. They're failing in pretty much every aspect of the game. Now, I've been one of the few that's always been supportive of Bo Mel. I'm done. This fall, the buck stops at the manager. They're failing in every aspect of the game. The base running mistakes, the just a complete failure to execute. How in God's name Pat Burrell and Damon Minor are still employed is beyond me. What I would do is I would absolutely, and I'm not that kind of guy, but I would fire Melvin, get Hallberg in there, figure it out for the rest of the year, and get a new manager for next year. But this is unbelievable, guys.
Okay. Let me ask you: Is it the fundamentals of the players that, like, because you're referencing base running and hitting the right cutoff? I mean, these are all things that are driving me insane as well. Situational hitting, all that. But what about, is it the bullpen? Like, if you were to lay it down, what exactly is it about Bo Mel? Is it just how buttoned up they are as a team in terms of fundamentals, or is it the handling of the staff?
Well, I can't. It's a good question, Joe. I mean, you can't say it's the bullpen now because he doesn't have the horses that he had.
Yeah.
And I'm in agreement with the moves that they made because they had to. And Rogers is the one that I missed.
Yes.
I mean, that's the thing. But people are sitting there complaining about him and his bullpen use. He's lost two. I wasn't a Duvall fan at the end, but he's lost two key components of the bullpen. So you don't have what you had, a week ago, less than a week ago. So it can't be blaming the bullpen, which we know was a strength.
Yeah.
And the rotation was a strength. And then Roop got hurt. And we see hopefully Wisenhunt takes the spot until Roop gets back. I think they're going to be good in the rotation, and I think the bullpen will figure itself out. It's the complete lack of execution hitting-wise. Buster is Buster is going after gap-to-gap hitters. You need a gap-to-gap coach. Burrell was a home run hitter. It's everything wrong. These guys can't advance a runner. They get a leadoff single or a leadoff walk. The guy ends up on first base. They can't even get him to second base, much less get him on, get him over, get him in. But the mental mistakes. I mean, they talk about, Ramos said, I can't help the team. Sit him down.
Yeah.
Send him down. It's too many things. Send him down and get his head right. He's too talented to play. Like, this is embarrassing.
I know.
And he's in every single night. Do something different. It's the same thing over and over again. And I'm sorry, I like Bo Mel. I like him a lot more than Kapler. I couldn't stand Kapler.
I was with you.
Get rid of him. It's enough.
Hey, don't be a stranger. Call in again.
Jeff.
It's funny.
Sherman Oaks.
The Ramos thing, they're different situations.
They can't get rid of him, by the way, because he is one of their better hitters still. He's cooled off a lot, too. He had 3 hits yesterday. But what do we come back to? The fielding error.
No, but I think they're different sports. You treat people differently. The way you react, they're very, very different. But I remember a time when Vernon Davis was as talented a player as anyone in the game, and he would just do knucklehead stuff, trying to catch the ball off his shoulder pads, just being a dummy. Like, he was a very talented player.
A very interesting individual, too.
Vernon?
Davis. Yes.
Well, but even then, we didn't know. We didn't know. We didn't have the glimpse into these guys' social media life. Mike Singletary kicked him off the field, and it's probably the greatest thing that ever happened to his career. And he said this, and we all knew it. And in real time, you got the best out of Vernon Davis. He had a hell of a career.
He did.
A hell of a career. And there was a point where you're like, dude, this guy is he is wasting what could be an all-pro level season or 3 or whatever in his future because he just can't get himself right. And I ask you, if Vernon could go back and do it all over again, he would have that same thing happen to him again, with Mike Singletary embarrassing him in front of everyone, the fans, the other team, his own teammates, the locker room. I do think that his era of athletes, every now and then, I'm not saying you have to embarrass them. That's not what I'm saying. But you got to call them out a little. And you got to hold them accountable. And you got to ask them, what kind of career do you want to have? And I just don't know if Bo Mel has that in him. Now, we don't see what's going on behind the scenes. But I do wonder if, taking a Vernon Davis-like approach to someone like Elliot Ramos. Last night, final play of the game, Joey Bart hits that ball to left field. He just cut off Jung-Hoo Lee. And then now he's catching the ball with his momentum going toward left center field. And then he's going to throw with no momentum. You want to get your body in a crow hop going in. He has an okay arm. Jung-Hoo Lee has as strong an arm, but his momentum's going toward third base. Why are you cutting that ball off? I don't know. But these are the little things that, like, I wonder if a manager in this modern day can get in someone's grill in the sense of, like, dude, what are you doing? You need to take a seat and hold a guy accountable.
Well, it's well said, and we've seen that. Say what you will about Steve Kerr, he's not afraid to call out some players. He will do that. He'll say it right after.
He's benched many guys.
Correct. He'll say, I don't know what the hell he was doing. I don't know what he was thinking. Yeah, Draymond can't do that. So
he's done it to Pods.
He's done it to everyone.
He's done it to Kuminga. He's done it to Moody.
Yes.
No, all varying degrees.
Correct. You have to know your personnel, and you got to know.
Yes.
And there's made men, and there's non-made men, and there's the middle tier stuff. And Elliot Ramos. No one's saying you're sending him down right now, but I understand the frustration of the Jeffs and the Sherwin Oaks of the world, Sherwin Woods, whatever he was. I understand their frustration when it's just like, dude, you got to learn somehow. Like, when is he going to get the memo that you cannot be having this many errors, whether it's on the base paths or in the field, because I don't care how well you're swinging the bat. It doesn't matter if you're not knowing infield fly rules, dude. You can't know that.
It's just so bad.
It's bad. It's bad. And I don't know if that's a Bob Melvin fix of him just ripping into him or airing him out during a post-game press conference. I'm not sure. But you got to know what makes players tick, right? Klay Thompson, you're going to talk to him different than a Draymond Green. Yeah. You just are. You're going to talk to a Rafi Devers different than you are to a Matt Chapman. There's different varying degrees here. So I don't know what the right message is, but the message needs to be received.
Well, I think there's a commonality.
And I don't think it's been received. It hasn't been.
No. I do believe there actually is a commonality between those Singletary Niners and where the Giants are now. The Singletary Niners, and look, what he did with Vernon is one aspect, but they were underwhelming.
Yeah.
They had too much talent to be as bad as they were, period.
Yes.
And I look at the Giants, and I do agree. They're better talent-wise than what their record has shown. But they play bad baseball.
Yeah.
Like they do. So in this scenario, you still need to continue to work on the roster and bring guys up, and they've got a long way to go. They need multiple bullpen arms, multiple starters, whatever. But at the same time, like, the talent I do have, I don't think is playing at an optimal level. Do you?
They are a mediocre team right now. What happens with mediocre teams? You're capable of beating anyone, but you're also capable of losing to anyone. And it's baseball too. So you're gonna have, the Dodgers, even the best teams in baseball, they'll lose to, like the Pirates or the White Sox. Like, they'll take their lumps.
Joe, they should
times,
not be 7 back.
But no,
August 5th. Of the third wild card spot or whatever.
Well,
what they need is their version of a Jim Harbaugh.
Maybe we overrated this team a little bit. Maybe we did. Is that a possibility?
No. There's no doubt. No, it's not overrated them. I think we got a little, myself included, got swept up in the first 2 months, and really since the first 2-3 weeks of the season, they've been an under 500 team. So that's been who they are.
So to use your analogy, and I think this is where you're getting to, they got rid of Singletary and they brought in Jim Harbaugh, and it changed everything.
It was the beginning of everything. Now, they also drafted and developed well and brought in certain guys around them. But you're talking about the core of those Niner teams were all the same. Frank Gore, Willis, and Justin Smith. Did you bring in an Aldon Smith? And did you elevate Navarro Bowman? And there's no doubt. You bring in Carlos Rogers. But the majority of that team had been drafted, signed, and brought up prior to Harbaugh even coming in to the fold. He just did. And then you had a guy like Alex Smith was at a crossroads in his career.
He was.
He just was. And so, obviously he brought the bust out of him and all that. But Willis was here. Smith was here. Ray McDonald and Ahmed Brooks were all here. Their offensive line, Staley and Davis and Iopati, all those guys were here. And they were just a note off. They were just a note off. And I feel the same way about where the Giants are right now. They're a note off.
And I don't know if they will make the change. And that's, honestly, this is probably going to be the biggest move for Buster Posey when this offseason comes if the Giants don't make the playoffs, is what do you do with Bob Melvin? I don't care about the option getting picked up. I'm just going to say it right now. They can lean on that. Oh, we picked him up. It doesn't matter. We've talked about it ad nauseum. Coaches' contracts can get ripped up. Any sport, doesn't matter. They don't care. So I do think that's going to be one of the big talking points after this season is over is what does Buster do with Bob Melvin? And should he be managing for his job these last 2 months? I actually believe it. The more I'm seeing all these errors stack with Ramos's of the world, right? Jungalu's been better, but he's struggled at times. Base running, all of it. It keeps going. Ryan Walker, right? Hell, yesterday, do you just walk the person in so you get the force at the plate? Like little things like that keep stacking up, and we're seeing it the last few weeks, Joe. It's maddening for the fans, and it's got to be maddening for the players, the coaching staff, and specifically Buster Posey if he's watching this. Because Buster, and I caught some of what you were saying last week, Buster's only known success for the most part in his major league career. And it was a great point. Like, he's only known success as a player. He's dealt with already in his short degree a lot of ups and downs as a general manager now or as a president of baseball operations with the Giants. And he's learning just because you add some players doesn't mean it's going to change anything. And he knows that, but he also knows elite and Hall of Fame managing. And he knows the difference between a Bruce Bochy and a Bob Melvin. Now, is Bochy going to be available? Does Bochy even want to come back? Those are questions I don't have the answers to. But you'd be fooling yourselves, Giants fans, if he's not thinking about it, if he's not monitoring what's going on with the Texas Rangers, if they flame out, and if they don't make the playoffs. You kidding me? I would jump at the chance to go get that guy.
Well, yeah,
I
think that's easy to say.
Is that unfair for me to even put out there?
I don't even, and I'm just going to say this, I think Boch's a great manager. I'm not sure he's what they need right now. I don't know. Would they be better? I do think they'd be better.
I throw that name out because of the relationship with Buster.
But I think the skill set of what they need is they need someone to hold these guys accountable publicly and really be on it. That's what I think that they need. I do. I think they need somebody who's got a little more fire. That's what I think.
Well, there was a guy out there, and obviously what took place over in Houston, he was mired, he was suspended, and then he ended up going to the Detroit Tigers. I was a big A.J. Hinch guy, and he's clearly been what they needed, turned that organization around. He was a Stanford guy, right? Knows his stuff, won World Series. Whether you want to say it was trash can related or not, A.J. Hinch is a hell of a manager.
They're a hell of a team.
It's a hell of a team, right? And all the collection of talent that they helped bring up and he helped bring up.
Trash can related.
I know. Well, it's true, all right? Some people say, Jose Altuve, don't take my shirt off, right? And they got Carlos Correa now. And I swear to God, I feel like the Astros are going to win the whole World Series again. It's going to make me throw up in my mouth. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, and always live from the Free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Spadoni and Shasky. One more hour here on a Tuesday. It's going to happen. Astros, they're going to win the World Series.
They don't trigger me as much as they trigger you, but I mean, they cheated. There's no doubt about it. The fact that none of the players got suspended is insane to me. But I also,
they basically scapegoated AJ Hinch for that whole
exactly
thing.
What happened.
And Cora.
Yeah.
But they weren't the only team doing it. And also,
no, but they were the team doing it and winning at a high level and doing it in a World Series.
They also, agreed. But they also identified Altuve, Springer, Pena,
which is why they
Correa.
didn't need to do it in the first place. Because they had all this talent. You didn't need to do that.
Sign stealing has been around forever.
No, but this was going
I think
to
where I draw the line is the electronics and all that stuff.
Trash cans.
Sign stealing has been happening since the beginning of time. All right? And if you're not stealing signs, what are you doing in the dugout? You just eating sunflower seeds and spitting? Dog, I'm trying to pick up every tendency I can.
Sure. Don't be doing it on an iPhone or an iWatch.
Well, that's what I said. I draw the line at technology. But that being said, I also think that takes away from how great they've been at drafting and developing and trading.
So we're talking about Bob Melvin. We're talking about, when to move off a guy, when not to move off. And we were talking about continuity earlier. And there is something to be said about sticking with a manager, sticking with that continuity going forward. Not to say it's always going to work, but I do think we do this way too much when it's just, and especially in the NFL, and we're going to see it this year. You got to fire this guy. He's got to go, right? And sometimes it works, right? Josh McDaniels was awful with the Raiders, and they fired him, and Antonio Pierce came in, and they got a little jolt, and they rallied around it, and it worked until it didn't, right? And then they brought him back, and it was clearly he didn't know what he was doing. He was out of his skis. They didn't know how to practice correctly. There was rumblings, and then they moved off of him, right? All right, so they bring in who? Pete Carroll. All right, Pete Carroll knows his stuff. He's been around the block. He's won a Super Bowl. Let's see. He brings a level of respectability back to the organization, and the Niners are going to see them in joint practices next week. Similarly with what the Denver Broncos are doing this week, or this year, Joe, in the last couple of years. Nathaniel Hackett may have been the worst head coach in the history of the NFL. It was just awful. They signed Russell Wilson, It was just a big dumpster fire. It was horrible, all of that. So Nate Hackett's gone. What do? Go out and get the guy that's won a Super Bowl and brings a level of respectability back to the organization with Sean Payton, right? So they did that, and they're sticking with him, and now it's working. He made the playoffs for the first time last year. They drafted Bo Nix. Those two are tied at the hip. But you brought up something on the call yesterday. We were kind of touching on it earlier before we teased it and went into Dom Smith about continuity versus talent and what's more important for a team going forward. And do we sleep on it? Because I do think we are sleeping on the 49ers continuity as currently constructed, Joe.
What part are we sleeping on?
You have a guy and a head coach that's been to 2 Super Bowls.
Okay.
And Kyle Shanahan has been to multiple NFC championships in those other years. You have continuity with the quarterback now, and I don't sleep on that. That's a big deal. Continuity at the quarterback position, I do not sleep on. You have continuity at the edge in defense when it comes to an all-pro and DPOY Nick Bosa. When it comes to the linebacking core, you got the leader there with Fred Warner, right? And you got your trusted, old, reliable tight end, George Kittle, the best in the NFL, all-pro player. So you have continuity and a lot of guys that have been in big games and have produced at big moments. The question is, though, is this team talented enough to compete this year? I think that's where a lot of Niners fans, we had some calling earlier, have a lot of question marks just to given talent top to bottom.
I think defense is going to be a chemistry in progress.
There you go. And I didn't mention Christian McCaffrey because there is the medical there.
Yeah.
I don't know. But if he is healthy, that's another check right there when it comes to continuity. So like continuity versus talent is interesting.
So like the Buffalo Bills, do you think they were more talented last year or the year before when they had Stephon Diggs and all those other guys?
I think they were more talented the year before. I was really down on the Bills last year. Hell, I'll admit it. I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs last year because I was looking at what?
Told you guys he was going to be the MVP of the league.
Well, he shouldn't have been the MVP. It should have been Lamar Jackson. He was first-team All-Pro. First time ever a quarterback was first-team All-Pro and did not make the MVP vote. But it's okay. It's fine. You didn't win it. It's fine. Continue. Just continue. What?
He
shouldn't have won it. I'm sorry. It was the whole narrative BS that we always like to say, oh, we just got to give it to Josh Allen. It's his time to win it. Lamar was better statistically everywhere. What are we doing?
Who would you rather have as your quarterback? I'm just
Lamar
curious.
Jackson, I would rather have as my quarterback. He's won the MVP how many times now? Come on.
I'm taking Josh Allen.
Fine, take him. They're both going to lose to Mahomes anyways. Continue.
Well, Josh Allen, I mean.
Doesn't matter.
It's his coach, you know.
Doesn't matter. I'd rather have Mahomes, but continue.
Well, no, I think that, like, you know, you got to have a baseline of talent to compete. Like, that is obvious.
Yes.
I think chemistry is just a really difficult aspect to quantify. But, like, the best Warrior teams, yeah, they had unbelievable talent, but they were also extremely, you know, just unbelievably connected chemistry-wise. You know, the first championship team obviously was one of those, and then the last one in 2022, I think they were so unbelievably talented with KD, it didn't really matter.
Well, and hell, you mentioned that the Warriors won the season after they won the whole damn thing. Chemistry was the problem.
Yeah.
Right?
What was the last great team to win a championship that had horrible chemistry in any sport?
It's a great question. I'm going to exclude hockey because I'm not well diversed in the Florida Panthers locker room, but I'm assuming they're tight knit. It's a great one. Maybe Kobe and Shaq Lakers?
And maybe it's Durant and Draymond. It's almost 10 years ago.
But that was even that last year. I would have said that was the most toxic season, and they ended up losing to the Raptors.
Does that count?
What?
Well, I just feel like it wasn't as toxic nearly as Kobe and Shaq.
No. Well, that's what I'm saying. The toxic year, Carter, they didn't win it. They lost to the Raptors because he got hurt and Clay got hurt. So, but that's not a bad one. Like, but again, I think we're reaching there. Like, your point is well taken. Usually doesn't happen. You have to have chemistry.
Like OKC, I think they were the most talented, and I feel like they had some of the best chemistry.
They did. They always had their post-game interviews. They're all hanging out. That's their
the Dodgers.
thing.
They had the most talent, and they also had unbelievable chemistry.
They did. Did you think the Eagles had great chemistry? There was a lot of rumblings between the head coach, the quarterback.
I think chemistry did them in the year before.
Okay.
I think they were extremely talented the year before. They hit a rut. The Niners and a variety of teams kicked their butt. By the end of the regular season, they were done. They had zero confidence in anyone. They thought they were going to fire all the coordinators. There was just they're cooked. You know, we're going to find out about continuity, chemistry, if you will, when it comes to the coordinators for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Right. I I think you have to have a baseline of talent to win, but more than ever, I think in modern sports, because the margins are so razor thin, you got to have some chemistry to be one of the great teams. Like, I think the Chiefs are not the most talented year in, year out. They might have been one year when they won it all, but I think they have unbelievable chemistry. And everyone knows they're playing with the best.
And you made a distinction there. It's important. I want to make this clear. There's a difference between continuity and chemistry. There is a big difference there, because just because you keep bringing back the same people doesn't mean it's going to be great. It doesn't. I've seen that left and right when it comes to the turnover of organizations, and they stick with the same thing for a couple of years just to see how it goes, and it doesn't mean it's going to work. The chemistry might not be there, but there are chemistry when it comes to George Kittle, when it comes to Brock Purdy. There is chemistry there. That's important. And there's also chemistry when it comes to the defensive coordinator now with Robert Saleh and his two captains there on defense, Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. Kevin is in Oakland, wants to join in this conversation. Kevin, good morning. You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Yo, good morning, fellas. So, yeah, you just touched on a point that I was about to make, in that, a big difference between continuity and chemistry, right? Because, it's one thing to be consistently mediocre. You want continuity versus talent. That's what we're talking about, right? So continuity versus talent. I'd rather the talent. The Niners, you talked about earlier, they've had a continuity of talent over these years. Across the board, they've had horses. Kittle, Bosa, Warner. We got consistency now. It's quarterback locked in with Purdy, Shanahan, but they just haven't been able to execute it. So I would rather have talent than the continuity if we're going with that. Now, chemistry, again, it's a whole other animal. You can certainly have chemistry right off the bat if you got the right people in place.
Do you think the Niners' chemistry took a hit last year with Devondre Campbell, Charvarius Ward being frustrated? He didn't get paid. Ayuk, Bosa, Debo, Trent Williams. Like, don't we all think that their chemistry was a little all over the place to go into the year last year?
Oh, no doubt, man. Yeah, I mean, it was just a soap opera.
Yes.
It was a soap opera. It was an ugly season. It was an ugly off season. I mean, geez, man. I mean, from the jump, it was just ugly and unsteady. You were walking on eggshells as a fan, just like, what the hell is going to happen next to these guys? What's going to happen?
True.
What's the headline going to be this month? So, yeah, there was a continuity of drama last season for sure, and the chemistry definitely took a hit. This offseason has been a little more mellow, but now you keep hearing whispers of Ayuk who wants to be out, and now JJ wants his payday, which is well deserved. That's a whole nother combo, but I think back looking at it again is chemistry. Talent. I think I would rather have talent than the continuity, because if you're just having a continuity of mediocreness, I'm making up words as I'm going here. If you have mediocrity, continuity of mediocrity, then no, that's not going to kick it for me. I'm going to need talent. The Niners have the talent. They just haven't been able to execute it. Yeah. And I think that's just due to a combination of bad luck, running into Patrick Mahomes quite a bit at the top of the hill, and just that's it. So that's my take, guys.
Well, I think it was a great example, because I do believe the 49ers roster was more talented in that Super Bowl, this past one, than the Kansas City Chiefs. But I do think ultimately it was that Chiefs chemistry between that quarterback and that tight end and that head coach. And obviously that defense and Chris Jones and all of that, like, there was a lot there. And hell, you could look at Steve Spagnuolo, who was there for a long time. And I'm not blaming Steve Wilkes for that game. I thought the defense played their asses off, but there was no continuity there. And again, like
I will blame Steve Wilkes for overtime. When you go back and watch, you will see what?
There was four quarters before that he kept
second
the
and
Chiefs
14.
down.
It was 2nd and 14. He had 6 defensive backs. Tony Romo is circling the DBs. He goes, why are they 20 yards off the line of scrimmage? What are they doing? And what does Mahomes do? Runs for a first down. It happened 3 times in overtime. Steve Wilkes was awful. He fired an iPad.
He held Patrick Mahomes to a touchdown in regulation. That's it. He held him to a touchdown. That was it. We're up against it. We can pick this up on the other side.
Steve Wilkes sucked in the Super Bowl, and that's why he's unemployed.
Just a little tease to the other side, too. I think I found a champion that has had some turmoil, and it's been in the last 10 years.
We're having a Carter tease, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Hey, hey, hey! It's not Fat Albert, but it's your boy, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the Ultimate Kickoff Show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastro Pub in Sunnyvale. We're talking Niner football and getting you fired up before kickoff. Best part, free parking, free shuttle to and from the stadium. So come on out, grab a cold one on the big fella, and let's get crazy and kick it off the right way at the Laughing Mock in Sunnyvale. We won't meet you there, but we'll beat you there.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits towards the appliances of your choice. Explore the full line of Monogram appliances beautifully displayed in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JPMorgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky and
I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
The latest from one Adam Schefter, ESPN, Kyren Williams, the Rams running back, agreeing to a 3-year, $33 million extension, including $23 million guaranteed.
Reds are frauds to me. Even when they won the damn Super Bowl, they were frauds that year. Damn it.
That's Bonte Hill. Joins us every Friday in studio in the 9 o'clock hour, and you can find him on the River Islands guest line there. Saquon Barkley, so this is the highest paid running backs now. So Kyren Williams, that extension makes him the 7th highest paid running back in the NFL based on new money per year. We got Saquon Barkley making $20.6 million. Then we got Christian McCaffrey making $19 million. Derrick Henry, 15. Jonathan Taylor, 14. Alvin Kamara, 12.25. Josh Jacobs, 12 million. And then now Kyren Williams making 11. Anything on that?
He's a good player. He's a really good player. He was a good player at Notre Dame, and he's been a good player in the NFL. He's basically everything that they wanted out of the Florida State kid who ended up tearing his Achilles.
Yeah,
who wasn't, just couldn't stay healthy. Kyren runs really hard. He's actually an excellent goal line back for them, even though he isn't the largest human being. I think he's got good burst, good vision. I like him. I think he's a really good player.
And they got Blake Corum as well, correct, as their backup.
He didn't play much. But
I do like that different combination. Well, I don't like it when I have in fantasy because I've had Kyren the last couple of years. He's a great PPR fantasy guy. But I just read off that list, and it's just crazy to see it still, because Saquon obviously was amazing last year, and Christian McCaffrey the year before that was basically Saquon level as well. But Christian McCaffrey didn't do what Saquon did last year, and this year he's making $19 million. I need a lot from Christian. They're asking a lot from Christian McCaffrey this year, and I'm very curious to see how he looks against the Denver Broncos at joint practices in a couple days, Joe.
Now you're coming over to my side.
I was just also very curious because you got mad at me. Not mad, but you got upset because I just had the notion to say, yeah, I'm very curious to see what this wide receiver core is going to look like.
I just find it funny because when we go onto the field, I do this with everybody, like with Sam, Bonte, we'll do it with you.
Sure.
You get onto the field, you're not like running over to go watch the 4th and 5th string wide receivers.
No.
You're running over to look at quarterbacks and offensive, defensive line and the running backs.
Okay, but a lot of teams are also going to be going to see, I don't know, the A.J. Browns, the Justin Jeffersons. Like, how are these guys?
Yeah, but we don't have that guy on the field.
Look, that's the problem. I would like to see Ricky Pearsall going up against an elite secondary. Like, because he might have to be doing that. He might be the number one.
When you go to practice, you look at the quarterbacks first. Your first thing is, because it's the most important, glamorous position.
Yes, I'm going to be watching Brock Purdy and his connection with Ricky Pearsall and his connection with other players. I'm going to be very curious to see how Bo Nix looks again against a Niners secondary that's very suspect right now. I am curious about that. How's Mykel Williams going to look alongside Nick Bosa, right? I'm going to be looking for Nick Bosa to dominate, hopefully, on Thursday. I would like to see that. Well, can we get back to DPOY Nick Bosa? That would be an incredible development.
I want to see how they're going to guard this kid in the slot, the kid from Georgia that they drafted at a monster year last year. Like that Niners secondary is up in the air. I mean, it's really up in the air. I have so many questions about them heading into the year, and it's really difficult for me to get a read on what they're going to be. They have a lot of proven commodities with a ton of unknowns.
Well, you mentioned that, and the guy that I'm going to be looking at, too, for the Denver Broncos, and he just signed a new extension, is Courtland Sutton. He's big, he's fast, he could high point the ball, had a great year last year. 6'4", Joe. 6'4". He's a big guy.
He's a beast.
He's a beast. So, that's what I'm getting at here, too. And Bo Nix
not drafted by Sean Payton, and they gave him a contract extension. Kind of tells you what he thinks of him.
Absolutely. Brock Purdy spoke to the media yesterday. I do want to get back into the conversation we were having about either chemistry versus talent and what's more important. Plus, we got to pay off Carter's tease. He did find a champion in sports that didn't have great chemistry. This is according to Carter, so we'll pay that off. But I did want to hear from what Brock Purdy, the quarterback of the Niners, said yesterday in regards to talks that he had with Shanahan prior to the contract extension. This is pretty interesting. Take a listen.
Going into it, Kyle sat me down and we just talked. He's like, hey man, there's going to be this whole process within the negotiations, but just so you hear it from me before it starts is I believe in you, and I have since you got here and you became the guy. Like, it's been nothing but great things. We've grown together and I want to continue this ride together. And he goes, but when it comes to the money and all that kind of stuff, that's between, the money people, your team with your agent and everybody. So, But he explained to me that, I'm his guy and we need to get this done. And so I appreciated that, being the starting quarterback, hearing that from your head coach, just gives you a lot of confidence moving forward. But once we got the deal done, it was nothing but, a little celebration, and we were appreciative of, both sides taking care of business in a professional manner. And now it's like, we got right back into meetings and we picked up where we left off from last year, and let's, keep this thing going. So nothing but respect for Kyle and how he goes about it, and I love playing for him.
The belief level in the Shanahan and Purdy connection and duo is going to be fascinating to see, because we saw it last year with Bo Nix and Sean Payton. It worked in year one. Let's see him do it again in year two. It's going to be interesting to see how Jaden Daniels looks going forward with Dan Quinn. It worked in year one. We saw it D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud. Year one, it was great. Last year, they still made the playoffs and they won a playoff game, but it looked like CJ took a little bit of a step back, albeit he lost some of his big weapons to some brutal injuries. So I'm curious to see now in this third full season with Brock Purdy, those different wrinkles and how it's going to look with Shanahan in this offense, with Purdy in this offense, and again, with limited weapons around him in the passing game, and a unknown in Christian McCaffrey, Joe. But we go back to, chemistry and why it was so frustrating last year. And obviously the health was the first and foremost. Like it was scary, first of all, that he got shot at Ricky Pearsall. It's very scary. Wanted him to be okay. And it kind of just put a whole, you know what, if he doesn't do anything this season, we get it. We get it. But prior to that, it was him not being on the field for training camp, which sucked, because you invested a first-round pick in a guy.
Yeah, but he was the 4.
But that's
he was the 4.
No, but that's what, Joe. That's why I was frustrated, because you invested a first-round pick in a fourth wide receiver.
You had to look down the barrel and you had to see what was coming with Ayuk and Debo, and they knew they were going to move off one of them.
Which is why it was so important to get some reps with your starting quarterback early on, and he never really got a chance to get that. That's why I'm looking at this week and these next couple weeks in training camp in general, getting him on the field and building that chemistry, that important word here, with his wide receivers. And it sucks that Juwan Jennings is dealing with his calf right now, and they can't build off that more.
I mean, look, Debo participated in everything last year.
Yeah.
How was their chemistry?
Not great. I think that spoke more to Debo himself as soon as... No, it did. I just don't think he was a great wide receiver for this offense going forward anymore. He just wasn't. He lost, I don't know, the burst, the step. I don't know what happened. He just wasn't the same guy. But he was never an elite route runner. So, I don't know. I think that spoke more to Debo and not fixing his game and working on his game as a route runner than it was on one Brock Purdy. Because he did have great chemistry with the 3 that turned into the 1 in Juwan Jennings.
I don't know. I think if we watch the film back, Purdy wasn't great last year passing. There was a variety of reasons why. Him and Debo had great rapport the year prior. The playoff game against Detroit, Debo was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And obviously in the Super Bowl, they targeted him 13 or 14 times and he didn't come down with anything.
Gets hurt. Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of... If we had hurt the shoulder all year, that's why he missed the Green Bay game. So, I don't know. I just think overall, Brock had a down year. And there were a lot of reasons why. I think internally, he was holding the ball a lot. And I think that when he did hold the ball, the offensive line didn't hold up. Thought he ran around too much, but he had to, which I see both elements. And I just think he didn't really trust a lot of the guys he was throwing to, and some of them were his trusted guys. And the team fell behind, and they weren't able to run play action the way that they love it to run play action, which makes him very, very efficient. They're never going to be a drop back 4 or 5 wide receiver set. We're going to sling it. That's how we're going to play football. That's just not what they're going to do. Their timing, they're going to try to, suck in the defense to throw intermediately and over the top. And they just never really got into those positions last year. I think this is a big year for Brock. You're skeptical on Bo Nix. I mean, you know what the league is saying about Brock? Whether Niner fans want to admit this or not, is you had one great year. Last year wasn't great.
It wasn't great. I don't think it was awful by any stretch. He didn't have an awful year. I don't think he lived up to that MVP caliber season, but there's no shame in that. I still think he had a good season. It wasn't great. It was good. Considering everything that went on around him, I thought for the most part Brock Purdy was good. Would I say he was elite? Would I say he had an amazing season? No. But I thought you could have done a lot worse. There's been quarterbacks that have done a lot worse.
Sure.
They've looked awful if you present all those circumstances with them. Losing your number 1 wide receiver, your other former All-Pro wide receiver or ex-player, whatever you want to call him, Debo Samuel, not being very good. And then you had to lean on a Juwan Jennings, a guy that is a bigger body, but doesn't have elite separation. And by the way, your number 2 or 3, Ricky Pearsall, is not there for most of the season. When he is, you're trying to build chemistry during actual regular season games. That being said, there was one good chemistry in that offense. It was the tight end and the quarterback.
Look, the modern NFL, guys are getting hurt. Baker Mayfield was out his left and right tackle for months, all right, and fought. Like, that is the real NFL. The real NFL is you don't get the Avengers every single week.
That division also stinks, but I hear you. Yeah.
Again, I'm telling you what the reality of playing the position is. So you're going to be judged, based on those things. And whether things are perfect for you or they're not, like, we're expecting you when you're making $250 million to settle things and to find ways to win games. When my kicker boots a bunch of balls, when my special teams is giving up huge punt returns, and my defense is, leaking holes all over the place. So, fair or not, this is what is required of the quarterback. And I think that he needs to have a better year this year. I think he needs to be more decisive. I think he needs to be more, he needs to not throw up the 50-50 balls like he did last year over and over again in the fourth quarter. And I think that it starts with a good run game. And so, I think there's a lot on Brock Purdy's shoulders this year heading into the year. I think there's a lot of people waiting for his downfall. I think he's better than what people think he is. But, Joe, the reality is 20-12 ain't going to get it done this year.
Why are people waiting for Brock Purdy's downfall? That's so weird to me. Of all the players, why are people rooting against Brock Purdy?
No, it's the same thing. I think Brock, Geno Smith, Dak Prescott. There's the anointed 4 or 5, and then I think everybody else gets scrutinized heavily. And if you're not one of them, that is just the reality of playing the position.
It's just so funny to me when it's
if Jaden Daniels had a down year, you don't think he'll be scrutinized?
Oh, he absolutely will. You were scrutinizing C.J. Stroud last year, and again, rightfully so. He wasn't looking as good as he was in his rookie season. But again, if he, has a somewhat down year in comparison to his first year, I'm not going to be crushing the guy. I'm just going to say, okay, the league's adjusting. He has to adjust back. And yeah, we'll see if he has Terry McLaurin or not. But again, we can't write the story on these guys within just 1 or 2 seasons. You have to let it play out. Hell, I look at a guy like Joe Burrow. May never get back to another Super Bowl. He might not. And it's not his fault. But again, it speaks to, kind of like we were talking about yesterday, Phillip Rivers. Sometimes you're just in a stacked conference and you're just in an era, you're playing in an era where you're going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, and that sucks. And maybe you catch lightning in a bottle and maybe you win the whole damn thing like a Matt Stafford did a couple years ago. And maybe Matt Stafford doesn't get back. Maybe his back doesn't recover now. I don't know what's going to happen. Hell, they're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo maybe starting, again, I'm not down on the Niners in this division right now in this season. I don't know what the Rams are going to be. I don't know what the Cardinals are going to be. I don't know what the Seahawks are going to be. I know what the 49ers have, and they do have continuity and somewhat of chemistry.
But I don't think it's a hot take, though, Joe, to just say, look around the league. If I told you Aaron Rodgers stinks, well, Pittsburgh's probably in trouble.
Yeah.
Right? If Lamar Jackson's not amazing, there's a ceiling on what Baltimore can do.
Yes.
Right? That is not exclusive to Brock. So whenever we bring these conversations up, people get all defensive about Brock Purdy. Yeah, dog. Newsflash. Quarterback's got to play great. You don't think Harbaugh's sitting there talking about his LA Chargers and he's like, you know what the template is? Herbert's just, and we sneak into the playoffs. No, he wants him to be amazing. All the teams in the league need their quarterback to have monster years to make the playoffs. So I look at the quarterback and I say, hey, look, man, you're going to go a couple of games, probably with some dinged up wide receivers. You might miss Kittle for a game or two. You might miss Trent Williams for a game or two because that's kind of been the body of work. You're going to have to figure it out and win some ugly games. And if Purdy has closer to 30-12, 30-15 numbers as opposed to 20-12, I think that they're a 10-win team. If he's down in the 20s to 12, I'm talking about touchdown to interception ratio, I bet you they're barely around 500.
Well, and the fumbles, that's another thing too. Got to hold on to the ball. Can't be loosey-goosey with it. When there's bad weather, that is a question mark still I have with him going.
The Viking game was in a dome. It wasn't, and they're marching down before halftime, and Colton McKivitz gets blown by, and there's a strip sack. Yep. Now, I'd point the finger at Colt McKivitz, but also Purdy's got to protect the ball. Both are true.
Absolutely. And, you mentioned all those other teams. You mentioned Jim Harbaugh. You mentioned Justin Herbert. You mentioned all of that. There's a level of trust that I do think Kyle Shanahan has in Brock that is refreshing, that I don't think he had in Jimmy Garoppolo. Didn't have it with Trey Lance.
I agree with Jimmy, yeah.
That makes me feel better going forward. That, the amount of times where we saw the boneheadedness, we saw Kyle Shanahan ripping it at Jimmy, or Jimmy saying this guy's effing play sucks and throwing away something. Like, I'm glad that's not going to be taking place. But at the same time, if Brock is making those mistakes and Kyle Shanahan's not kind of getting on him, I'm going to have some question marks going forward there too. Like, are you sugarcoating him a little bit? But now people are different. Maybe Jimmy needed to be motivated that way, kind of like Tom Brady needed to be motivated that way, where he would get in people's faces, and Bill O'Brien, right, famously would get in his face when he was OC with the Patriots. When there is adversity striking this season, Joe, that is where I'm going to be very curious to see how Brock Purdy's going to handle it. Because, hell, he's handled adversity a lot in his career, being Mr. Irrelevant, right, overall. Being the third string that was hoisted into the starting role, taking them all the way to the NFC Championship
There's
game.
been a lot of house money.
There's been a lot of house money, but also, you got to prove it to me. He's had to keep proving it.
Well, yeah, that's the NFL as a whole. You're going to have to do it all the time.
No, absolutely.
But I do think he'll be under the microscope because of the money more than anyone's admitting right now in the preseason. And I think once the regular season starts, if you don't think everyone's going to be like, oh, is that a $250 million 2-minute drive to win a game or not? That's I remember when they paid Jimmy. That changed how we viewed Jimmy. It just did. I remember when they paid Nick Bosa. How's that changed how we view Nick Bosa?
Well, I still think, the Bosa conversation is interesting.
Good.
He's good. It's just, it heightens everything else around him, and when you're paying him that much, that means you're not going to be able to afford others around him. And when you do, and let's just be honest, they've also whiffed. So, it's on Nick Bosa because you want him to be that DPOY every single season like you see with Myles Garrett and TJ Watt. That should be expected. Absolutely. But do I think he's a part of those conversations still? I do. But that's also up to Lynch and Shanahan to, nail it out of the park and not get guys like Leonard Floyd who are really just going to be not doing a whole hell of a lot.
No, I think it's a good point on that. So let's say Ricky Pearsall is a whiff. Let's say he I don't want to wish this on anyone, but just for whatever reason he's a whiff. Yeah. And Jawan Jennings isn't really helping you much all year because he's battling an injury, and Ayuk doesn't get on the field till week 10. Like, that sucks. You have no wide receivers. All right? The NFL's not throwing a pity party for you. They're like, we're coming. You still have Kittle. Maybe you still have CMC. Now, if you're winning games and those are the settings around you, boy, how optimistic are Niner fans going to be? Brock's throwing to a bunch of nobodies and he's winning games. But if he struggles, the narrative is, see, he's not carried by the Avengers. The guy kind of can't win in either direction.
Again, name me the team that didn't have, talent that won Super Bowls, whether it's at the running back, the tight end. I feel like outside of, Mahomes, but he still had Travis Kelce when he beat the Niners. Like, he's an all-pro. He's one of the greatest tight ends of all. Pacheco's really good.
Now, they have a killer offensive line.
Now, am I taking Pacheco over most of the running backs like that I mentioned?
No, but he was way better than a 7th-round pick.
Correct. At least with Andy Reid, he was.
Yeah.
Let's just say that, right? With Andy Reid, he absolutely was. We haven't heard from this person in a long time. Oh, my God. Dare I say the River Islands guest line joining us here. It's good. Are we entering the Twilight Zone, Carter? Are we entering that? I've actually been watching some of the Twilight Zone. They're all on Amazon Prime, the original ones. I love me some black and white Twilight Zone. Tony in Oakland. Tony, good morning.
Good morning. Well, I had to chime in because you guys were talking chemistry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the way that you have the good chemistry, we got to realize that only from divinity or God within do we get into that structure where we can have it. And the thing about Brock is he always carries potential onto the field, meaning that the boy has the go-to within. So it's whether Shanahan can get out of his way so he can perform. And I must say, I read he recently had a daughter. Congratulations. It doesn't matter if it was a son. The thing is, this is why people go wild who have never felt any moment of divinity in their existence. As soon as they have a child, they feel something. They mirror with it, and they go, and here is Brock, who will be able to mirror with that feeling and bring it to the field. He talks about his daughter lies on his chest. Now, he can bring it. Unlike my boy Medvedev in tennis, he has kids, and that's the end of his career because he got, sideways on it. But Brock can bring it. He has potential, and he and McCaffrey have this thing about it. And then if only Shanahan would get out of the way so they could perform, and somehow they could get him in, because the poor dude's going to be with his notes on the sideline.
Tony, what have you been doing for the last 4 months this summer? What kind of chemistry trip have you been on?
Oh, my God. You know, my Taking Command movie still has a potential with Crow. I heard from my person in Australia. Boy's gotten so fat, though, I don't know if he can play like General Howe. But what I've been doing is I have gotten to the bottom of the secret that Leonardo da Vinci had, which is all this stuff. Yeah. You know, that dude got it. Anyway,
was that on the Rogan podcast?
I'm this up now.
That was the code, the Da Vinci Code. Yeah, did you see that on Joe Rogan? She's gone.
Oh, I like that.
You like that? She's gone.
Back to the chemistry lab.
Back to the Twilight Zone. She goes. I love the Twilight Zone, by the way.
She better be careful. Daniel Lurie's cracking down on chemistry on the streets.
Really?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Just arresting all the dealers.
Oh, really?
Trying to clean it up.
Look at him.
Well, that's in San Francisco. Tony's from Oakland, so
that's true.
Far from Daniel Lurie's jurisdiction.
Yeah, well, it's all right.
I thought she was in organic, like, mushrooms and weed and all that stuff. I didn't realize she was into the chemistry lab.
Well, she's into the divinity as well. And I don't know what she was trying to say about it's good when you have a kid or a daughter. It makes you better,
unless it doesn't.
Unless it does. She was talking both sides there, and we love Tony in Oakland. It's been a while. Well, I love Tony in Oakland. Jasky it's still reserved for that.
Well, I need a hieroglyphics chart to be able to decipher what she's talking about.
That's because you're not of it.
I almost need AI to come in and explain to me what she just said.
AI, ChatGPT, Tony.
Maybe you can ask her on Thursday at Laughing Monk Brewery, because we're going to be there from 6 to 10, obviously, before training camp, and there is a non-zero chance that Tony in Oakland will be there.
Dude, I'm already, my mouth is watering.
Chasky's already looking for an excuse to miss that day.
What are they? No, he's not going to miss that day. You can't. It's going to be me, solo dolo, Laughing Monk. I mean, I'll enjoy all the food. We're not allowed to drink, though, obviously, on air. It's just it's a faux pas. But man,
at 6:50 in the morning.
Well, I mean, come on. When you're at Laughing Monk Brewing in the Gastropub, Sammy, out in Sunnyvale, I mean, when in Rome, you do what the Romans do. Am I right? Come on.
Romans drink at 6:50 in the morning.
Tony has now opened up a door that I brought up to you guys many years ago.
Oh God.
Many months ago, at least.
I'm scared now.
What's the biggest sports conspiracy you believe in?
Well, what did she even say? There was a conspiracy.
No, but when I think of her, I think of conspiracy.
Well, she said the Da Vinci Code, which is all fiction.
She figured that out too. That's pretty impressive.
She cracked the code. The biggest sports conspiracy.
I'll give you mine because I have it right off the bat.
They're ready.
Right off the bat.
So fired
it's
up.
very easy. The NBA gave the #1 pick to the Dallas Mavericks this year.
Oh, it's not a doubt in my mind.
I was going back to the Patrick Ewing one. It's just the NBA draft in general.
We're not allowed to say that. It's allegedly. You're saying, yeah, allegedly.
It's not a doubt in my mind. It's alleged.
Yeah, it's alleged, of course.
It's alleged. Yeah. It's alleged conspiracy theory. What was yours, Sammy? The same one?
No, mine was, just the NBA draft in general, going all the way back to the Patrick Ewing draft, where you're watching them load the envelopes in, and there's a little thud of one envelope so that there's the little bent corner on it. Like that one, I know, Shasky, you love digging down, going to the truth. Yeah, I've looked in that one too. There's so many shady things.
Well, it was a frozen envelope, and we ended up getting Chris Mullin. I think it worked out for the Warriors.
It worked out for the NBA too, if we're being real. Patrick Ewing in New York did help the league, but still, they had to do some shenanigans to get there.
Mine is that the Raiders should have drafted and were going to draft and trade with the Colts to get John Elway. And then the league said
You're
no.
one of 7 teams that makes that claim.
No, it's true. It's truth reality. The Colts guys, who's it, Ornery Corsi at the time, he spoke about it and said, yeah, absolutely, we had a trade in place. And the league said no. Pete Rozelle.
In Bill Walsh's memoirs, he said the exact same thing. We were trading Joe Montana, multiple first-round picks for John Elway. I'm just telling you, you're not the Raiders are not the only team that thinks they were trading for John Elway.
The Raiders were the only team that got screwed out of the immaculate deception at the time. And Pete Rozelle, Pete Rozelle hated Al Davis, and that is a fact.
If you're gonna go Raider conspiracy theory, mine is on that night in January in New England. They called down and said, no, we don't want the Raiders to win. Just call it a tuck play, and we'll move on from there.
No, my favorite was not only did that happen, then you'd have to stop them. I don't know if you remember, but they got the ball multiple times there after that, and then cleaned off the snow on the ground before they hit the kick.
Right, it was the whole thing.
Well, they called the timeout, and that's what allowed them to do that, which...
Just incredible.
You guys doing this?
The damage is already done, though.
We're having a good day, good show, laughs and smiles all around. Now you got to bring my mood down.
I actually think one of the biggest ones was, the Niners-Seahawks game, Clockgate. I don't know if you guys ever seen
Clockgate. Yeah, continue. Yeah.
Well, many minutes were just unaccounted for. If you watch the game back, the way that they spliced it up, they reset the game clock and the play clock multiple times.
Well, reset here and tell this one from the top. I'm not following you on this.
If you go on YouTube, you can rewatch the Niners-Seahawks game in the NFC Championship game, which Gene Salvatore says is the hardest hitting game he's ever been a part of. Yeah. There were multiple points in that game where the game clock and play clock, for varieties of reasons, weren't lined up properly and were continually messed up. And there are multiple minutes that are unaccounted for and specific plays that happened in the game right after the Kaepernick fumble and whatnot, where there's just some weird stuff going on with the clocks.
Okay, not mad at that. I'm looking up some biggest sports conspiracy theories, but again, some of these aren't even, they're just truth reality, not conspiracy.
I mean, there's the most recent one, obviously, which was, Shohei Ohtani.
I mean, that's the most obvious.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that he bet on the games and the FBI covered it up, allegedly.
Donaghy.
The lights going out at the Super Bowl for the Niners?
That helped them, though.
Well, what's the conspiracy theory, though? I mean, if the lights are going off, it's for a reason.
Down, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Just bring them back in the game. I don't know.
No, that's fine. No, you're good. I'm seeing
Farhan conspiracy. He was brought here to be an agent of chaos.
The fact that there's actually I can't just dismiss that anymore is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh my God! From the Boxer and Gerson working Jane 30 seconds. Paul Pierce in the wheelchair. Oh my! He pooped himself. That's what they're saying. He didn't need the wheelchair. Didn't he talk about it? Didn't he kind of confirm that too? Do
we believe Jordan's dad thing? Or gambling on
that's one.
On basketball?
Yeah.
Do we had to sit a full season out?
There's a lot from David Stern just in general. They're saying the Chris Paul one where they nixed the Chris Paul trade just to stick it.
Oh, God. I don't want to hear Laker fans complain when they've been in 38,000 finals. They could just pipe down.
Here we got Michael Phelps' 7th gold medal in 2008 Olympics. Phelps' touchpad is rigged to be extra sensitive, gifting him the 100-meter butterfly.
I never heard that one.
That's a deep cut.
I've never heard that one.
Someone in the I got someone in the YouTube chat
Lakers
saying
Kings, Donaghy.
Well, it's factually, we know that they were on the books.
There you go.
But I have to say, it's still one of the greatest shots ever.
This is a great one. The Timothy Bradley, when he had that decision over Manny Pacquiao back in 2012.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But boxing in general, I feel like that is the most.
It's
lost all semblance of credibility in the last decade. Right, Sammy?
I don't think it ever really had 100% credibility.
Taylor Archibald on YouTube is claiming that Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game was fake.
Oh my God.
Pablo Torre did a long deep dive on how it's not fake, and he interviewed a bunch of people that were involved in it.
Yeah.
And one of the guys that was playing...
your boy Pablo Torre, you love him.
Yeah, the team that they were playing... the center got hurt, and the guy that was going up against Wilt, they did cook the books in the sense of style of play and feeding Wilt, but he had 71 or whatever it was after 2 quarters.
I am a believer in the ketchup sock, by the way. That was Kurt Schilling. 04. It's ketchup. Blood? Come on, bro. Come on.
I don't know.
It's
I don't
Heinz.
know about that one.
It's Heinz. It is. Hunt's tomato sauce. Come on. Blood. Get out of here with that. Miss me. Oh,
the fact that LeBron went to the Cleveland Cavaliers like that always was sketch to me.
What do you mean? Oh, another David Stern one.
Yeah, Yao Ming going to the Rockets when the Warriors had clearly the worst record in the league, and they don't even get the number 2 pick; they get the 3 pick. I mean, there's so many in the NBA.
The Michael Strahan phantom sack, Brett Favre falls down.
Brett Favre just being Brett Favre.
That bother you?
Well, going down. I mean, no, because Michael Strahan was awesome.
Yeah, there you go.
A great player.
Oh, man. I'm just looking at Russians are cheaters, 1972 gold medal game. Steiny will always go to this one. A Soviet buzzer beater hands Team USA its first Olympic loss after the officials put 3 dubious seconds back on the clock.
Oh, I've seen some wild things like that.
Yeah. And whenever it gets international, too, It does get an extra level of spiciness that I kind of appreciate.
The Hand of God.
The Hand of God, that's a great one. The Hand of God, it's a handball. If we had replay
100%.
today, you can't do that, but it turns into lore. Diego Maradona, it's in Mexico City, Estadio Azteca, iconic location, and there you go. The rest is history. Iconic location. Didn't Brock Purdy take a snap in Estadio Azteca? Remember that? At the very end there, when the Niners and Jimmy Garoppolo beat, who'd they play in Mexico City a couple of years ago? Who was it?
Might have been Arizona.
I think it was Arizona. You're right. They played Colt McCoy. He was walking in, and Colt McCoy looked like talking about guys that look like they should be going to a Morgan Wallen concert. Colt McCoy wearing his
name. It should be right. It should be the Morgan Wallen and Colt McCoy band.
I mean, he played in Texas. He's a cowboy guy, right? But they had a side by side in that game of Colt McCoy and Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about, and it's Colt McCoy and Jimmy G. There you go. Hey, dude, I'm telling you this right now, we're seeing Jimmy G playing against the Niners at some point this year.
Do we think that the Draymond Green suspension conspiracy?
Oh, lack thereof? What? Well,
no. As in LeBron James cooking the books.
Oh, that one. Sorry. You just said Draymond Green suspension, and my mind...
You got to be a little bit more specific there.
I went through different places. There's 2016, there's the indefinite suspension, and then there's the Warriors not suspending him when he punched a teammate. He just said Draymond Green. There's too many there. Now, Draymond will tell you there might have been a conspiracy theory.
I do believe that the Seahawks Green Bay Monday night game with the replacement refs.
Oh my God,
was one of the worst calls of all time. It's awful. Golden Tate. I wanted to punch him through the television.
Mind blowing that stuck.
He was obnoxious. Niner fans hated Golden Tate.
Oh, Golden Tate. He was fun though. He's a fun player.
No, he was not fun. See, no. Niner fans hated his guts. Am I wrong, Carter?
I still hate him.
He's the worst, dude.
But you hate him so much, you kind of love him. Because he was so hated.
I hate him for that post-game interview after that game where he was like, I don't see anything wrong with it. Yeah, of course it's a catch.
I love it so much.
And the referee's going interception behind him. That was the worst. God, that was the worst.
He was an underrated player. He had a pretty good career. 8,200 receiving yards, almost 700 receptions, 46
he's
touchdowns.
A total obnoxious jerk.
Hey.
Totally represents the Seahawks.
Undersized, 5'11". Dude, he was Notre Dame. That's your boy. Notre Dame's own. Come on, Joe. Come on. See, you pick and choose who you like from Notre Dame. Come on.
What are you talking?
You pick and
Golden
choose.
Tate was a thorn in the Niner fan side for so long. He's top 10, disproportionate, annoying to excellence.
He's a high-level loser, bro.
Exactly.
Actually won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know, because of Javon Curse catching that ball.
Fast 5. Oh, Carter, did we pay off your tees?
Yeah, dude. You never gave me my tees here.
Oh, my God.
All right, you ready?
In Oakland, we went to the Twilight Zone. He came out.
I get it. 2016 Cavaliers. They fired David Blatt in January. Following that championship, Kyrie Irving literally left because he was upset that he was not the guy with LeBron.
Oh, that's actually not bad.
Come on. Fired your coach mid-season.
That's actually not bad.
It's not bad.
Ty Lue takes over. That's not a bad one. There's so much baked into that. I know.
I etched them from my memory.
And they had LeBron and
Richard Jefferson on his HGH. It's just the whole thing was ridiculous.
Allegedly.
What?
Allegedly.
No, I didn't. Who said allegedly?
You're just saying he was?
The guy was out of the league. You gotta be careful
when you have these things. I'm not being associated with this stuff, all right?
Hey, come on.
Come on. What's your final thought?
The guy couldn't hit a layup a decade earlier with the Warriors against the Rock.
Who do you hate more, Richard Jefferson or Golden Tate?
Richard Jefferson.
Okay, there you go.
What we need to do right here, right now, dog, you're broadcasting a national game. We? Who is we?
Oh, you hate the broadcaster, not the player more.
Yeah, they're both.
Warriors
he was
legend?
dead to me when he smoked the free throws against the Spurs in the 2012-2013 playoffs. We had that game, game one. Ginobili hitting the shot over Kent Bazemore. I'm telling you, the Warriors legitimately should have beaten the San Antonio Spurs in that series after beating the Nuggets. They had them. They had them. Black Falcon flying high, scoring 20 points as a 20-year-old. God, I just...
Is that your final thought?
No, there's just certain players, you say their names and I hate them.
Golden Tate, there you go.
Hate him.
Oh, Richard Sherman.
I don't hate him, but there was a time when I did.
There's a time you did.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, come on. That guy's the worst.
Sean Payton.
Coming around on Sean Payton.
Oh, my God. Stop.
Coming around.
Why?
Might even come around on Greg Williams.
Oh, my. Is he even in the league?
I mean,
Kyle Williams.
Gotta cut
Kyle, yeah.
Oh, that guy. I mean, I couldn't stand Kyle Williams so much. I was mad at the White Sox.
I would rather be the White Sox. What do you
His
got?
dad was the GM.
What do you got,
Kenny
Sammy?
Williams.
What do you got back there?
Oh, my final thought is Randy Rodriguez picking a bad time to have a bad small sample size. He had 41 innings pitched, 6 runs allowed in the first half of the season. Since giving up that home run to Brent Rooker in the All-Star game, he's pitched 5 innings, given up 4 runs, and allowed 2 home runs. So kind of rough going for Randrod right now. Hopefully, though, he picks it up. I'm not giving up on him, but just another lesson in that just because you're a great reliever does not necessarily mean you're going to be a great closer.
Did you call him Ranrod?
Yeah, Randy Rodriguez.
Is that what he's going by now?
I have no idea, but I just threw it out there, and if it sticks, that would be pretty cool.
I've heard Ranrod from others. I don't know if I love it. There's always A-Rod. There's A-Raj, but also you can call him A-Rod. People get upset when I do that, too, when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, obviously. Your boy Alex Rodriguez. Is there any other good rods that I don't know?
I feel like if you're something Rodriguez, it's
always
a part of your.
There's J-Rod. That's a good one.
Yeah.
He's kind of fun.
K-Rod with Francisco Rodriguez.
Yes.
So I mean, it's
K-Rod?
Frankie was sick.
Okay. What do you got?
Pudge never got it, but he had Pudge. So.
Pudge is pretty good. Fat. It's basically it's like a nicer way of just saying fatty. What's up, Carter? What you got?
I just wanted to shout out the
Yankees win. That's what I thought you were doing. I really did. I really thought that's what you were going. My bad,
Carter crisis.
What did I do wrong? I miss John Sterling calls.
Now, my final thought of the day is I think the 49ers may have jumped into the lead for the favorite to win the NFC West, as I think that there's some trouble brewing down south. Mm-hmm. I think that they're playing this little back injury off to their quarterback, Mr. Stafford, as a small issue, and I don't think it's a small issue. Apparently, he's seen 2 specialists in the past week or 2 weeks. Back soreness, you do not see 2 specialists, so we'll see if he's ready week 1, and if he is, maybe it won't be a great performance, so we'll see.
We'll see. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. And I guarantee you, Steiny and Guru are going to have a great show. And they better. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
I heard from my person in Australia. Boy's gotten so fat, though, I don't know if he can play like General Howe. But what I've been doing is I have gotten to the bottom of the secret that Leonardo da Vinci had.
Join 95.7 The Game personalities at Harding Park September 5th for a day of golf with the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This event needs your help. Have your company co-sponsor, volunteer, or provide in-kind auction items like vacation homes or sports tickets. For details on how you can help, search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf, September 5th at Harding Park.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, My Outdesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, My Outdesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com, where momentum meets results.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or 2. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us and canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without auto pay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
These things happen.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Little dribbler. Devers has to come home and save. Game over. Pirates celebrate. Giants won a challenge. We'll see, but for now, the Pirates have scored twice in the ninth and beaten the Giants in come-from-behind fashion.
Oh, boy. Man, go ahead. That's an old boy, and good morning to you, partner. I'm done trying to figure out this team. I'm done.
Oh, I think we can figure them out. We're not going to like what we find out, but I think we can figure it out.
How do you blow that game? How are you 0-4 against the sorry-ass Pirates?
Well, let's just take the one game last night because you can't do anything about the 3 last week.
Which was a sweep.
Yeah. I mean, that's when you...
Baseball has spoken.
When you make the moves that Buster Posey made at the trade deadline.
Yes.
And then you blow a game because of your bullpen, and you've traded away 2 of your key relievers, you're going to lose a game like that. So what do you just say? We all agree, and it's not the end of the world, but that loss is on Buster Posey. Sure. Clearly. Sure it is.
I get your overall theme of that take, Steiny, but the bottom line is these are grown. And this is what I've realized. I'm not going to be in more pain than Giant fans than the players are. They tricked that one off. And it started in the first inning. Oviedo, Steiny, coming back from Tommy John surgery, he was begging to go to the showers early. 5 of the first 6 Giant hitters reach base, and then you get 2 strikeouts from Chapman and Lee. You get 2 runs, but you should have got 5. And I know you could be like, come on, Goo. But the bottom line, I'm sitting there eating my spaghetti last night, some good Mia spaghetti, Steiny, and I thought to myself, this game's over, 4-1.
Why would you think that, though?
Because the Pirates are hapless, and you owed them. You owed them like you did the Mets, but it's kind of a microcosm of what their season is. Then there's miscommunication between Ramos and Lee. Ramos takes a ball that's not his and allows the runner to get the third. Little things. And then Rodriguez, I'm going to just keep this real, Steiny. What's the hardest thing to do in sports?
Hit a golf ball.
Well, get the last 3 outs in a Major League Baseball game.
That's what it is today.
And Rodriguez, as phenomenal as he's been, he's done it. But that wasn't his thing. He comes in right before. So he had a bit of the yips, and he hits a batter with 2 strikes, and he paid for it. And I love Devers. I'm not going to blame Devers as they're having tryouts at first base. But a couple of his balls to the plate were Cheech and Chong, a little high. But that's neither here nor there, Steiny. You got to win that game if you're trying to make a third wild card. San Diego lost to Arizona, so you could have got a game. I'm just like, this is who the Giants are, man.
Well, it's who
I ain't blowing no gasket.
Well, you shouldn't, because it's who Buster Posey acknowledged they were. You know what I mean?
You're real quick. Well, Rodriguez has been automatic.
Well, not as a closer.
Well, in there. Okay.
I mean, it's a completely different role.
Yeah.
It's like a guy who goes from a sub to being a starter. I mean, you gotta adjust. But like the one thing,
and he hit a batter too, man.
He did.
Yeah. With 2 strikes.
To me, a game like that.
Talk to me.
Like I understand they traded Rogers, they traded Duvall, they traded Yastrzemski, and the idea, I think, was kind of go halfway on selling.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is that, well, the team hasn't changed that much, and we could still theoretically get it going. And, of course, these guys are going to play hard. They're professional. But this is when there's something missing. This is when a clubhouse, to me, full of, some veteran players, they know. Like, they got the signal from Buster Posey.
But that doesn't mean you can't excel.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. What if I told you that?
Break that down.
Because as much as you can self-motivate, the reality of the situation is you now know that the front office doesn't believe you're a playoff team. And because of that, they made the moves that they made, and everybody in the organization knows where they are. And you're under 500. You're in 9th place in the National League. And I think that in baseball and in a lot of sports, reality sets in, and you look around the clubhouse, especially if you're a player like Chapman or Devers or Adames, and you've been on winning teams.
Yeah.
This ain't it. This ain't it.
Well, then, Steiny, I'm not mad at you. Let us know how you feel. But the bottom line is, you go to New York and you win 2 or 3 coming after the trade deadline. You're thinking, okay, yeah, we took a hit to the bullpen, but Rodriguez is more than capable, we hope, of being a closer. And again, this goes back to not just Rodriguez. You know, you had McCutchen down 0-2, and then you end up walking him. I believe it was down. You had him down 0-2. But the bottom line, Steiny, is if the Giants don't make the playoffs, and it looks like they're not, I'm at peace with saying they earned it. They earned it. You know, you got swept at home by the Pirates. You got them up 3 runs. You only can muster up 2 runs in the first. You figure if you can get that with that one knock, you get 4 runs, or you maximize, you know, what the baseball gods are giving to you in the first inning, and you blow that game. And yeah, you didn't lose any ground, but you did. And we told Dibs this yesterday, or you told Evan, you lost another game, you know? So now you're still at 6, but I just couldn't believe the Pirates were celebrating after sweeping you at your park the way that went down. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the more we see of the Giants, the more we realize that, you know, they've still got a lot of work to do. I mean, they have a lot of work to do, and they're going to have to figure some things out in the last 50 games. And it's who's going to close for them next year? Who's going to be the first baseman? Is it going to be Devers? Is it going to end up being Eldridge? Has Casey Schmidt earned himself the right to start at second base next year? What about the outfield? How many of those guys are keepers? How many of those are everyday players? And then you even get to the starting rotation. And
Verlander was great. We hadn't even mentioned that.
Right. What is that? Okay, so you want to bring Verlander back next year?
I don't know.
Exactly. So I think they got issues with the starting rotation in terms of they've got to figure out who's going to be in this. Like who? If I asked you right now who's going to be their starting rotation next year, knowing that, you know, there may be a guy they signed.
I got 3 names for you. Roop, Ray shouldn't go anywhere if you're trying to win, and Webb.
Okay.
Who's on the bump tonight?
And I'm not sure that's good enough.
But so much of this season it was, Steiny.
It was. It was good enough for about 3/5 of the season. But I just think that I don't think you can make the moves that Posey made and then just, okay, I know we gave up 2 of our best relievers, but we still expect you to go out and compete and try to challenge the Padres. Well, if you really believe that, you wouldn't have made the moves that you made.
All right.
So now you're asking them to make a move on the Padres when you're undermanned. And you look at a game like last night, and you know Seymour gives up a home run,
and he's been doing that lately.
And you don't have a closer. You're trying out a closer. That's what you're doing with Rodriguez. And you got to live with some of these losses, and you're going to have to be okay with them. Because there's guys on this team that aren't proven, and they're going to have some ups and downs. And last night we saw, you know, Seymour didn't get it done, and then Rodriguez didn't get it done, and you end up losing to the Pittsburgh Pirates for the 4th straight time.
Seymour gives up a walk, then the shot to Sawinski. I'm going to say this because I'm feeling it right now, Steiny. And the bottom line is, again, I'm not being greedy. They got 2 runs in the first inning. I feel like a team that's clicking, that has clutch players, you get that hit, and you may get him out of there sooner than later, the Pirates pitcher. I am wondering moving forward, because this has been the story with the bats all year long, how many clutch dudes do they really have with the stick offensively? Because and I'm even putting Devers in that as a giant. Rafael Devers is a giant. How clutch, is he? And are these guys, because we're seeing Chapman, every time we've seen a scenario to where Adames has been up, Chapman's been up with the game on the line, and you could go down the list and you could say, oh, Goo, you're being sometimey, you're nitpicking. No, but that's been the story. This team just cannot get the big hit, either to put the game away or take advantage of a situation that another team has given you, and you don't make them pay. There is no payday for this team with the sticks. And last night, yeah, they were stuck on 4. Steiny, I thought that was enough. And apparently it wasn't. And now you're right. You're having a tryout at first base, and now you're having a tryout at the closer position. And I just assume Rodriguez, oh, no big deal. He'll, nothing to see here. And I was wrong for that. So just to hear you echo what's real is now he's the closer. It's a different life out there in the ninth inning trying to get those 3 outs. Now, I will say this real quick to Bo Mill. You ran him out there for basically 2 innings, and a couple weeks or a month ago, you said you don't like letting Rodriguez get 2 inning saves, and you did it again yesterday, and it blew up in your face. So I'm asking Melvin, why would you it's 4 outs, but it's just 1 extra out, but still, that goes against what you said you didn't want him to do.
Well, technically, I don't think he pitched 2 innings, right?
Well,
because they threw the guy out at second.
I'll
when
give you
McCutchen was up. So,
but the theory, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, Bo Mill. Not blaming you, but you're using them like you said you didn't want to use them.
Well, that's what happens when you trade 2 of your better bullpen pitchers. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot to talk about today. We'll talk a little more about the Giants and where they are and really what the goals may be for the second half of the season. Got to get into 49er training camp. Specifically, we'll get into some Jawan Jennings news.
And you got a situation at home we got to get to. Yeah,
that's right. I do. You know, maybe I'll bring that up on the other side.
All
right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Cook something delicious with USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loans subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Rick in Burlingame. I run a storage facility and had a door that would not work. I called R&S and they had 2 guys here within a couple hours. They got the door operational, professionally, and quickly. Very good experience all around. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hey, don't miss the new season of Hard Knocks. Training camp with the Buffalo Bills. New episodes Tuesday at 9 p.m. exclusively on HBO Max. And for your chance to win a $25 NFL Shop gift card, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't.
And that's what life's about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, you wake up in the morning, you're in a good mood, you got a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
You shower up, you get ready, you get into, you start getting excited for a day of work with Daryl the Guru Johnson, and then...
Hey, be careful now.
And then you get a text from your daughter.
Now that's what it's all about. That's what life's
about. At 7:04 in the morning.
I love you.
Should I tell you what the text said?
Please.
7:04 this morning. Get out of the shower. Can you please stop eating the chicken in the fridge that I make in advance for myself and pack in my lunch because I work all day today? This is the second time now that I look in the fridge and all the chicken I make for myself is gone. Like, it's so frustrating.
Oh, my. Dude, how did you respond to that? Because you should have, man. Was there a name on it?
Take the high road.
Because it's community, Evan, chicken or food in the refrigerator if no stickers on. How would you know she did that?
So what I do in cases like this is I take a deep breath and I implement my own 10-minute cooling off period. In other words, I don't answer
that's
immediately.
Yeah.
So I gave it a few minutes, and of course, I'm such a tough guy. I said, I'm sorry. I thought that was for everyone. My bad.
Dude, you took the high road. Because at least your family's not, they hide food from me. And then when I find out that they've hid it, and I'm like, I just say it out loud. But Steiny, how are you supposed to know that was for her if there's no sticker on it? Or, hey, Dad, I've meal prepped. Please leave the chicken alone.
Yeah. So,
I'm on your side.
I texted her mom, and who's not around. Yeah. And I said, we got a little crisis here. I ate Mary Page's chicken. And you know what she said?
Tell me.
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, my. Word travels fast. Steiny, you didn't eat her chicken. It's community if it's in the refrigerator.
Oh. Then, of course.
Evan, oh, my gosh.
Then, of course, I did buy it for her specifically and showed it to her as for her.
Okay, but how do you have the manual for that?
Well, then I didn't take a 10-minute cooling off period after that. Out. And I said, I was supposed to know that. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, okay. I was supposed to know that some of the food in the fridge I can't have.
Wow. No on the chat's calling it Chicken Gate.
There was no.
Was it raw or was it prepared?
It was cooked. It was in like a Pyrex.
Evan, you have roommates. You're not.
Could have been a leftover. I thought it was a leftover.
Why do I feel like Evan's saying you might be wrong?
I don't like Evan in this.
There was no
instance.
sticker on it.
This is a classic situation of you guys are parents and I'm more of a kid at this stage in my life. And I completely understand why Mary Page was peeved. By the way, this was not the first time.
Which is an error on Mary Page's part. She should have communicated, Pops, you ate my chicken.
Right.
And it wouldn't have happened.
She gave you the grace period. She had a 10-minute cooling off period. And then she responded the second time you ate her prepared meal.
I'm with you. I wish I could talk to his Uncle Goo. Yeah, you didn't label it.
She didn't curse you out, by the way. She just said it's frustrating. Like, it's frustrating.
And at least they didn't hide it from you.
That took every ounce of self-control. And then, of course, just so everybody can come full circle, naturally, about an hour ago, of course, because I'm such a tough guy. I'm such a disciplinarian. Yeah. I don't stand for my children disrespecting me. Of course, I wrote, hey, do you need me to get some more chicken after work today?
That's great. That's great.
I haven't heard back.
Yeah. Dude, I'm seriously, forget Evan. I'm totally with you, man. And then what hurts me for you is it happened and they didn't notify you. Had I got the first memo, it wouldn't have happened. But it's just, when you open the refrigerator, it's like the earth is your turf. Whatever you see without it being labeled is yours.
That's what I thought. What I thought.
So you're going to stop and get some chicken on the way home, though?
If she says, please.
Because it sounded like it ruined her lunch and day.
What about my day?
Well, you ate.
Somebody said Venmo or some money. You know what? I'll Venmo her some money.
I'm proud of you, Steiny.
Why?
Well, because you took the high road. You recognized your fault, and you did what a good father does, which is try and be better.
Dude.
Just come back with some chicken.
Somebody said I'm stealing more chicken than Brandon Ayuk.
Dude, look at you. The regulator on the chat says the fact that Goo agrees with you shows how wrong you are. That hurts. Coming at me early. The fact that I agree that you were not wrong, you were right.
Some weirdo
out there says that's how wrong you are.
My God. Somebody's saying you didn't cook it, so don't touch it.
Oh, boy. So, hey, stop now.
Goo, you and me are lockstep here.
That usually means something's off.
The other thing is, sometimes, not all the time, but frequently, when her mom goes out of town, she'll cook some meals so that we'll have them for the week. And so I just figured.
You're super right.
That's what I thought.
Well, that's another strike against you is the person who usually cooks is not in the house. So it could have only been one person that made that chicken.
Can I be honest, though? I'm different than most of our listeners, okay? I live with a family, all right? A family. So you guys live with roommates. That's the difference. Like, I get it. Roommates, you got to look in that fridge and say, well, maybe Jimmy's, that's Jimmy's Pop-Tart. But anyway.
I'm with you. And you bought the groceries if you want to get technical.
We don't know that.
You know what I mean.
Anyway.
Yeah. Keep your head up, baby.
Now I'm
yeah, keep your head up.
Now she's mad at me. And I can't, and then that ruins my whole day.
Never go full Jeff. Goo, remember, if you didn't prep the food, you don't eat it.
Well, I would never eat any food then.
Or at least just check. Whose is this?
Is that what we got to do?
Some?
Oh, Evan, no.
First of all, she was at work all day yesterday, so I couldn't have asked.
Maybe that's why she made the chicken.
Right.
But Evan, last thing, how's he supposed to know?
That's what I mean. Really.
Text, hey, Dad, I get the text. Can you leave the lasagna alone? So I'm like, oh, whoa, okay. But no notification. You snooze, you lose.
I agree.
Come on now.
And this is the result.
Yeah, you got to do something for
There's
her.
consequences with every decision in life, Steiny.
All right, I'll Venmo.
People are asking, was the chicken good at least?
It was good. It was good.
There you go.
And I finished it.
There you go.
Oh, boy. All right, let's get back to the Niners. I'm
turning into you with the Niners, man.
What's the matter?
You always say this last season was so filled with drama, even though I think that's hogwash. Now we got this Jennings situation. And Steiny, I believe the Niners got a rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. We heard a sound from Richard Sherman here shortly. Is this Jennings thing a distraction or drama? I don't even know if they know.
Well, let's go to Kyle Shanahan first.
All right.
This is yesterday. He was asked about Jennings, and I believe the questions included on this one. Take a listen.
Same thing with his calf.
It's definitely health-related, not business-related.
You can ask him that, but he tells me it's his calf, and the calf shows, so it's got to be delicate with those calves.
Why don't you guys are laughing? Evan's
That's kind of funny.
I don't like it, though. He's making I like Kyle, but he's telling you got to go ask, because what I'm led to believe is his calf related, but you got to go ask Evan. That's telling you what you need to know. Man, I'm just saying, I ain't trying to make up drama, and he did request a trade, allegedly, and then he said he didn't. He's missed 6 practices in a row.
That's not good. That's not good. Richard Sherman. We got that. Want to play that Richard Sherman sound, and this is from
the Richard Sherman podcast.
There it is, the Richard Sherman podcast. He thinks maybe there's more here than meets the eye. Take a listen.
Just looking at it objectively, knowing what you know, you say, okay, Juwan Jennings had this injury, and calf injuries are nagging, and they take a while, and you don't want them to come back, because once they come back, you got to sit 3-4 weeks anyway. So I understand the patience, and hey, we're gonna take our time. We're gonna make sure we get it right. But from the outside looking in, when you make those demands, it could look like you're holding in. And so I'm glad Kyle Shanahan got ahead of it and said, hey, no, this is an injury. We understand. We're all on the same page here, and I respect that. That's how you put fires out. I think they're going to have to do something. I think they're going to have to appease him. And I think once they do, there might be a chance that he's back in practice that day. I don't know. It kind of seems that way, though.
All right, so that's Richard Sherman basically more than intimating that this injury may have something to do with the contract.
So let me ask you this. Is his calf hurt or not to you with what you got in front of you?
I think his calf is hurt a little bit. A little bit. Yes.
Why not just stand on business?
What do you mean?
Why the gray area for the team and the player? Why not just say what it is? If I don't get a new deal, I'm not coming to practice.
Because he doesn't have to do that.
But you're kind of doing it anyway because it's 50-50.
Well, you're assuming.
Depending on who you listen to.
Well, you're assuming that he's not hurt. I'm not assuming that. I'm assuming that he's probably hurt a little bit. No, I don't know how much.
I'm just going off. I'm giving him the BOD. It just sounds like nobody's 100. Even Kyle, you got to go ask him if he's playing the game or not in regard to if it's legit injury. That's all.
Well, do you really think, and I'll ask Niner fans this too, at 888-957-9570, do you truly believe the Niners don't know whether it's an injury or it's a contract issue?
I do believe that. Because Kyle told me, no, Kyle, it's in flux. It's 50-50. That's why Kyle doubled back and said, go ask him. I'm assuming he's truly hurt. But the fact that he had to add that caveat of you got to go ask him lets me know he's not 100%. And I don't know if that's good.
Well, which part? That he's not 100% or that he's trying to get paid?
That the coach doesn't know if he's gaming the system. And it could be both, Steiny. Some could be up with the calf, but he's kind of milking it.
Well, okay, let's say he's milking it. He's still not milking it to the degree that Brandon Ayuk milked it last year. I mean, he said he was not 100% as he was going after a contract extension. And I feel like this is what happens when you've given money to a lot of players in the past.
I was about
and
to
now
say everybody.
It's the next guy up. I guess what I'm asking you is this, and Evan and I were talking about this a little before the situation, before the show. Like if I asked you, well, how's Juwan Jennings going about getting a contract extension? You okay with it?
up until this point, I was, but now I do have questions, and I do have questions, Steiny, as they prepare for their first preseason game, and Jennings supposed to be wide receiver 1 until further notified. That I didn't know he'd missed 6 practices in a row. Like, I guess what I'm asking, Steiny, is I would like some clarity. And I think that might be Kyle. Hey, Juwan, what's really going on? And Juwan could be like, Coach, I'm really nothing here.
Well, I'm sure, I got to believe that Juwan Jennings is telling the Niners, I got a little, as Bob Fitzgerald would say, hitch in my get-along.
Yeah.
And, it's still only early August, so I don't want to push it.
But if you get a deal today, are you out there tomorrow? That would signal to us, okay, it was
and that
Rich is intimating.
Yeah, and that would signal to me that another guy just went in and said, you know what, give me more money, and they gave him more money.
But, Steiny, it's not a position of strength right now, as is for your ball club.
But okay.
All right. That's just how I look at the Niners.
Okay, so
even if he's healthy.
What's the 49ers' deepest position right now? Would it be okay if, let's just say linebacker is their deepest position? So it would be okay, like if a linebacker holds out, we're not going to take care of him because we're sitting pretty at linebacker. Well, Jennings has been a part of your team for a while now. He's
and
an
you want to
important
do
piece.
right by him, right?
Yeah. So
I guess we'll find out.
This is like the Joe Lacob situation. They could just give him more money, and he'd probably be in here in a day or two.
No, it is just interesting, though, when you think about it. And I'm just going off of what was reported. Player A requests a trade if he doesn't get a new deal.
Mm-hmm.
Juwan Jennings shows up, okay? That's half the battle. Then we find out he didn't request a trade. And then me from afar across the street, Union City, it's kind of weird. But okay, I'll take it at face value. And then now this thing grows. And just me, I've been giving him and the Niners the benefit of the doubt that this thing was legit. But then when you have a former player that's been with the Niners talk about, now it's kind of iffy, and Kyle says you have to go ask him to get more clarity, I guess what I'm saying from afar, Steiny, you could define that as somewhat drama.
Well, I think Kyle Shanahan
not saying they're not going to win or have a bad season, but here we are again.
Well, I think Kyle Shanahan has basically said, yes, we think he's hurt. But I'm going to take this at face value, and that it's Juwan Jennings wants a new contract. That much has appeared on social media. So, but he says he's going to show up. So he does show up. All right? But he still wants more money. Maybe not exactly to be traded, but he wants more money.
All right.
Okay. But you know what? He's there, and he's there with good faith. And he's going to go through training camp and in the hope that they do right by him. All right, well, now he practices a couple days, and he's like, God, my calf is tugging on me a little bit.
All right.
Well, at that point, guess what? Most players are probably going to do what he's doing, which is why would you want him, in theory, to aggravate it right now? Either for him personally, which would be against his self-interest of getting more money, or also it would be against the Niners' self-interest to have him practice if he's hurt.
Well, no, two good questions, but the bottom line, Steiny, is I guess I'm just trying to have to identify what are we really working with. A guy that I get, if he's truly hurt, doesn't want to overexert himself and make it worse and then try to get some chicken. And if the Niners, if it's legit and he's really hurt, I'm sure they're pause for cause in regard to writing a check for a guy. How serious is this calf? But I guess I just want both parties to kind of be on the same page in regard. Hey, Steiny's holding in, and we're working on his contract. But it's kind of now with Richard's 2 cents. I'm like, and Kyle saying you got to go ask him to find out the legitimacy of said injury. I'm kind of just,
well, it might not be the legitimacy of the injury. Just you got to ask Juwan how he's feeling. Whether this is,
Let me ask you this: would you be practicing, Steiny? Let's just say your calf was at 82%.
No, absolutely not. Not after I've seen the 49ers business as usual over the last 3 or 4 years. no chance. And especially if I don't think I'm 100%. There's no way I would be practicing.
And I would let them know, you didn't ask me, but throw it back at me, Steiny. I would let them know, hey, look, I'm here. I want a new deal, and I don't feel comfortable risking anything going out here and practicing.
And the 49ers could say, well, you're not getting a new deal. But that hasn't been their history to give up on or to not pay a guy. But I'm more interested in, we've had a few of these over the years now. The way athletes have handled contract stuff. And I'm just going to throw a couple out.
Okay.
Because I also want to know with fans how a guy handles something like this. Does that impact how hard you root for him? Or, what you think of him moving forward? Like, I truly believe that the way Brandon Ayuk handled last year's situation turned off a lot of fans, and now he got hurt, and now I think he's kind of in the doghouse with a lot of fans. A lot of fans are down on Ayuk, and I do think it started with the contract talks. But, you have Jennings, who has been very quiet as it relates to his contract situation, other than a report we got secondhand. We got the Jonathan Kuminga situation. Does anybody begrudge the way Jonathan Kuminga is handling his contract situation? Should he be doing something different? Should he have done something different? Can he still change course? And when you find out maybe some of the offers he hasn't taken or what he's thinking, does it impact the way you feel about whether you even want him on the team or not?
Man.
Draymond Green was a free agent. And he drove down to Joe Lacob's house to get a contract. Klay Thompson got a contract offer, didn't like it, and pretty much at that point, I think we could all agree, seemed to write the Warriors off.
Yeah.
And then they moved off from Klay Thompson. So I'm kind of looking at this. This happens every year, particularly in the NFL. Like, is what Juwan Jennings doing any worse or any better or different than what Trent Williams did last year?
Not, to me,
like,
no.
How do you rank them in terms of what a true team player would do versus what a selfish player would do? I mean, I can't begrudge Juwan Jennings if Trent Williams pulled what he pulled last year, right?
And I'll say this, and I'm being real, Steiny, and I'm standing on it. I always thought, just in pro sports, because I'm not a pro ball player, but the bottom line is when a guy or a gal is trying to get their money, you do not judge them. You let them go about it the way they choose to go about it. And I'll just say it here and keep it real. Put the right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. You and I have contracts. If you called me and said, you know what, I'm trying to get some more money from Odyssey Goo, and the only way I can get their attention is I'm going to miss some shows, I just want to let you know, do you think I would have animosity towards you for you trying to get your chicken? I'm being real here. I'd be like, Steiny, I'm going to miss you. Evan and I will hold it down. But damn, if you standing 10 toes down on that, I hope you get that bread even if I'm without you.
Well, you could say.
And I hope you would feel that way if the shoe were on the other foot.
Well, the real question to me is if let's say I am the ultimate team player and all I care about is winning, then I wouldn't do that to you. I would say, you know what? I want more money, and I darn it, I need it now.
Yeah.
But my contract's not up for 6 months, so I'm not going to hold out, leave Guru hanging, and do it that way. I'm going to work 6 more months, and then I'll try. I'm not saying that's what I would do, but like, is anybody else with me? This is just par for the course with the NFL and guys having just one more year left on their deal when it's not guaranteed after that.
Real quick, you're totally right, but I guess I'm just asking, Steiny, does this constitute or define drama? That's all. Because last year it did to you, it felt like. And it was greater, it was bigger names, but
it was significantly bigger last year because all 3 guys were bigger players than Juwan Jennings. And then I throw the Pearsall thing in there. But It's not nothing. 602. Trent Williams had kids. Okay. I got you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Bay Area fans, do we care how guys handle getting a new contract? We okay with what Juwan Jennings is doing? Kuminga, what Draymond Green did way back in the day? Drive to Lacob's house. What about Brandon Ayuk last year with a hold-in? Does that matter? Does that impact the way you feel about that player? 888-957-9570. A reminder, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That segment also sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Live concerts, full bar, tasty food, family fun, and stunning wildlife. It's back. San Francisco Zoo's Sunset Fridays, a concert series to benefit our wildlife conservation work. Free for zoo members and kids 11 and under. Just $14 for everyone else. This Friday, August 8th, The Dunes. Get your tickets now at sfzoo.org/thegame.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of Here's Where It Gets Interesting. Each week, I speak with authors, experts, and thought leaders on everything from American history and democracy to how to be a better person on the internet. And don't miss my extremely popular docuseries, which educate you on things you never learned in history class. Follow and listen to Here's Where It Gets Interesting on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
I think he was out of breath.
That's like me after a couple pumps. Oh my God.
Couple what?
Simmer.
That was TMI.
These things happen.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to need you to walk back something that you said yesterday.
I'll decide.
Yesterday, you had not quite a rant, but oh my goodness, did you really come down Michelle Obama's road?
That's my girl, man.
It's not. It's not anymore, clearly. And
she means more to me than she does to you.
Do you know you might want to apologize to her? Did you see who ESPN has just hired?
No, I didn't.
Okay. ESPN has just had a big hire, and her name is Katie Feeney.
Okay. Katie Feeney.
Katie Feeney.
Okay.
She's 22 years old. That's fine. Just graduated. Graduated from Penn State University.
All right, Nittany Lions.
And she's just been hired by ESPN to be their lifestyle content creator.
Wow.
And of course, Katie Feeney, as you probably know, Goo, has approximately 15 million followers on social media.
Jesus.
So she will be talking and writing about fashion and culture and lifestyle. Of course, she also made a big splash on TikTok.
Yeah, I'm trying to do more TikToks.
Yeah. Well, maybe you get hired by ESPN.
What does this have to do with my girl?
What it has to do with is this is the direction that we're going in. This woman was hired ostensibly because she's got 15 million social media followers.
Well, sorry, I know we're the same color, but I feel like you need to be telling Michelle Obama this. What has this got to do with Michelle? That's my girl, and I hold her to a super duper standard, and I love what she represents. I was just shocked that she got in the mess yesterday.
Because
that was
this is what we're seeing is the Real Housewives of Atlanta manifesting itself in sports. And clearly, ESPN wants to hire somebody who can, weigh in on what Angel Reese is walking into the arena dressed in, or what Russell Westbrook is coming into the Chase Center wearing. And the bottom line is that, and I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I think you know where I stand. And so she's just very ahead of the curve with this. Michelle was, and it's kind of funny that a couple days after she says something like that, we've got a.
Well, you know what?
We've got a new lifestyle and content.
So
creator.
You went there, and I'm gonna just do it.
I did go there.
Yeah, and the boss can talk to me after, but I got to tell you and Evan something. So early Sunday morning, I'm sitting in bed, just watching the Idiot Box, and I hear my wife yell in the kitchen. Outside yonder, a young woman, a neighbor was walking their dog.
Okay.
And I didn't know the neighbor was walking the dog, but Mia's looking clearly out the window. So the dog squatted as if it were going to do number 2. It didn't. And the neighbor, the lady, Karen, had the bag.
Sure.
But Mia noticed that Karen was not looking at the dog squatting. So Mia, from the kitchen, I'm thinking all hell done broke loose, Because Mia, to me, she's light. You know, she's not confrontational. So I hear Mia say, "You're not looking," and I'm like, what's going? So I get up, half dressed. Mia then went from the kitchen outside to confront the lady about, and the lady goes, "I have a bag. He didn't use the bathroom." So I'm hearing all this, and I'm like, oh, God, where are we going? So I'm running out, and I'm like, I've never heard Mia confront or try to chastise a neighbor about. So the lady had the bag and was barking back to Mia, "He didn't use the bathroom." And Mia's point was, you weren't looking to see if he used the bathroom, so Mia goes down to the grass where the dog was at. No poop. So the neighbor was right in regard to little doggy didn't do anything. I have my bag, and Mia's premise, making it tie it all up, was, I saw you not looking, so you didn't know what he did, and I'm coming out here to see if he did it. And when it was all said and done, I did what I said to Michelle, to Mia. I've never seen that side of you, and I think you were wrong. And she goes, what do you mean I was wrong? You didn't have to go loud and get ghetto like that, because that's what I thought it was. It could have jumped off, and that's what Michelle did to me when she just chastised Stephen A. in First Date. It wasn't wrong. You probably were right, but you're Michelle Obama to me. You're above that, and that's what I told Mia. You didn't have to take it that far. And, of course, she let me have it. But anyway, Steiny, Evan, your thoughts just, I couldn't believe. I said no. I wanted, the other neighbors came out. I was embarrassed. Talk to me.
What do you think, Steiny?
Oh, boy.
And we can have me call in. I was embarrassed.
I was wondering when he would get around to any analogy with Michelle Obama, and he did. He did well. He brought it full circle at the end. I find it hard to believe that the woman with the dog's name was actually Karen.
Steiny,
that's a pseudonym.
That was her name. Oh, you think, yeah, okay, now I see.
Is that a real name?
That was a real name. It wasn't a Karen. I got you.
Okay.
But get to the crux of it. I was just shocked that she was that aggressive. I hadn't seen it, Steiny.
You don't like
the neighbor was right.
You don't like strong women, do you?
No, the neighbor was right. The dog didn't poop.
Okay, let's take it a step further.
She didn't look. She saw.
Let's take it a step further.
Oh, my phone. I hope it ain't her. But go ahead.
Why is it okay for a dog to pee in a yard? It kills the grass.
Well, you can't get that back. Yeah, you can't get that back. But this was about number 2. And that's what Michelle did to me.
That's what life's about.
Dude. You really didn't talk. Who was in the wrong?
That's a tough one.
I think Mia was in the wrong, Evan.
Well, I think you guys are 0 for 1 today when it comes to who's in the wrong, so I'm not really sure which way.
I mean, the other things, look, I have a dog, and you can be as conscientious as the most conscientious dog owner in history, and you go to clean it up, and you're still not going to get 100% of it.
Then she told us, you need a fence. That was her last parting gift to us. You need a fence if you're worried about. I said, whoa. Steiny got out of hand, man. And I whispered I said, I told her, quiet, I think you were wrong. Because the dog didn't poop. You were ultra aggressive. The dog didn't.
Just grab one of these signs from the company restroom and put it on the grass.
That's what I'll do,
Never go full Jeff saying, Mia was in the wrong, but so was Steiny. Why do you have no problem telling Mia was in the wrong, but not Steiny?
He didn't do anything. The chicken wasn't labeled.
Exactly.
How were you supposed to know? Evan, you have roommates. I'm being real. I had roommates. Do you label stuff, Evan?
Well, now I'm thinking actually about dog etiquette because, you walk the dog quite a bit and you can't really control where
and she had a bag.
Little Tito's going to go.
She had the bag.
She had the bag, but sometimes owners do miss a little bit, and maybe dogs are quick on the draw. You never can tell.
Yeah, Tobias on the chat, Evan, Mia was wrong. I told her as much. I said, hey, look, I let some time go. Have a seat. I think you were in the wrong.
And then you left for work?
No, this was a weekend.
Okay.
I got Taco Bell for dinner, but yeah.
All right.
Any chicken?
Mia didn't cook.
Yeah, well. Yeah, I don't know.
So do you want to apologize to Michelle Obama or not?
No, I don't. That's her prerogative, Evan and Steiny. I was shocked at how she delivered the message.
Hey, what about this? It wasn't even a message. It was just an observation. That's all she did. She made an observation.
But if I
that was
come in
money
here
in the bank.
and I'm at the cafeteria, that's Steiny and Evan. Their show sounds like Perry Mason. Oh my gosh, that's just I can't. That's a dig. That's all.
Yeah,
that's still my girl.
All right, back to the Niners and Juwan Jennings and what his situation is.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
Like, I just want you to say, Goo, it might qualify or constitute as a distraction or drama.
I didn't say it.
No, you did. You did last one. You did back that up last segment, but then what is it?
What is what?
What do you call what's going on? Jennings Gate. Is he hurt or is he holding out?
It's business. It's happened every year with the Niners. It's happening all over the league right now. What Hendrickson just went back to the Bengals a couple days ago. McLaurin in Washington, not there.
Well, yeah, he's asking for a trade, so he's standing on that.
Exactly. So I just think that
Micah too.
This is like this to me is nothing more than business as usual. And like here's the other thing. I'm sure that Juwan Jennings is doing this at least in part because the 49ers wide receiver situation is a nightmare right now, right?
And that would lead me, if he truly, I would almost, if I'm calling John, want nothing to be wrong with the calf, and this is just money related, so this can't be something that follows him, the injury, in regard to the season. So, Steiny, I'm telling you, the Niners situation is so delicate to me. I thought that would be, I'm going tennis, advantage Juwan to get something done.
It might be. I still think it is. Don't you?
Wouldn't you want it done sooner? If you thought this dude's been a model citizen and he's balled out, wouldn't you want it done sooner?
Well, wouldn't you want to have done Ayuk sooner? Wouldn't you want to have done Trent Williams sooner? They were both integral cogs to the 49ers season, and those guys didn't get taken care of early in training camp.
Yeah.
So I just think Jennings sees an opportunity here, and he's kind of going to go for it. And I don't know how long it's going to last, but they have a track record now, the 49ers, and it's that players, when they do this, they get paid. They get taken care of if the Niners think they're worth it. And they're going to need Jennings at least the first, 3-4 games of the year at the very least. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's listen to more Shanahan. And Brandon Ayuk is hurt, but he's around. How does Kyle Shanahan feel about Brandon Ayuk being there?
I think it's very valuable. I mean, it's so hard on these guys when they're hurt because meetings aren't the most fun. And when you go out there and watch football, all you do is think about how bad it sucks that you're not playing. So that stuff wears on those guys. And they focus on the rehab and so much to get back. But then when you get back, you're a little bit rusty, hearing things every day. And it's so good to have BA in the meetings, out on the field, doing all that stuff. So when he is ready to go back, he can leave right where he left off.
Man, I love it. Hopefully he gets back sooner than later.
And that's the least he could do after getting that contract last year.
God, you are just Steiny. That's
seriously
not cool.
What isn't? Is he a leader?
Those jokes. The dude
it's not
got
a joke.
paid. He got paid. It worked out, and they chose to pay him.
Right.
Yeah, it got funky, but he got the money. You can say the jokes. That's the least he can do.
It is. It's the least he can do. He's one of the highest paid wide receivers in the league.
And that was a decision.
He didn't earn the money last year, either when he played or after he got hurt.
Now, that would be unfair, too. Steiny, he got hurt.
The least he can do is support his teammates after he made $30 million a year.
Negative, but if you want to do that, that's a little jab.
It is a little jab, but like this is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's like, and I'm not even the biggest Kyle Shanahan fan, but it's like, oh, we're so happy. We're so happy that Brandon Ayuk is even out here. Can you believe that? What a gutsy guy. What a gutsy guy. Do you realize that he's gone to meetings? Come on, man.
Nobody's giving him flowers for that. Stop, Stoney. Just give you some
very
insight.
valuable. It's so hard on these guys when they're hurt because meetings aren't the most fun.
No.
And when you go out there and watch football, all you do is think about how bad it sucks that you're not playing. So that stuff wears on those guys. And they focus on the rehab and so much to get back. But then when you get back, you're a little bit rusty, hearing things every day. And it's so good to have BA in the meetings, out on the field, doing all that stuff. So when he is ready to go back, he can leave right where he left off.
There you go.
Hey, Goo, did Nahegan congratulate you for coming into work today?
That's different. No. What about if it were after I got 2015, my car accident, and I was in a lot of pain, and he knew it was obvious, he might then say, hey, I know you're hurting. Thanks for coming in. That's different than just, being healthy coming into work. Boy, you something else.
I just expect more from my guys who are making $30 million a year. That's all. I'd like them to not only be good players, but be great teammates. And looks like he is being a great teammate. So good for him. Juwan Jennings.
This guy. Let's get nuts.
Now, I got to play this just because it looks like it's going to be funny. I guess Shanahan was asked if he saw Trey Lance play on Thursday night.
I love the reporter. Who asked him that?
I don't know.
We got to get the name.
Here we go.
That's great, Evan. That's what I'm talking about.
Have you
from
watched?
Aaron, from Cron Wilson. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if the question's in here or not.
I didn't watch it, but very pleased to see him play well. I'm always pulling for Trey. I love Trey.
There you go. That wasn't the one?
No, you're talking about the one where he's discussing Ayuk.
Oh, no, we can do that one too. This is Kyle Shanahan on if he had heard anything,
Aaron,
about Brandon Ayuk wanting to lead the wide receiver meetings. Okay.
He's interested in leading the wide receiver meetings? No, they could be fake, but I did read that on Twitter.
I missed that on Twitter, but I hope our receiver coach is leading the meetings, and I hope BA is very involved. But I'll check with Twitter.
He had a little Kawhi. I'll say this to whatever. If I ever make a change in my life, I want it to stick better than Twitter to X. Nobody calls it X. They're still calling it on Twitter, Steiny.
Okay.
But you know what I mean? Like,
not really. What you wish it would have.
If I ever make a change, I want it to go over better than Twitter and X. People still refer to it as Twitter. It's X.
Listen, if you change,
we call the Commanders not the R word anymore.
Guru, do you think that
Thank you, look at Carter, man of the people.
If you would ever get another nickname, nobody would call you it. You're always going to be Guru. That's the bottom line.
But if I went to the Hayward Courthouse and paid to get it changed, I wouldn't answer to Goo. I would want you to, you know what I mean? The change.
But that would be a very lonely life for you, and I don't think you can handle it.
Please.
You love the attention.
I don't, man.
Yeah, I'm just. By the way, we also have a kicking competition going on for the Niners.
Well, I thought Moody won it.
Well.
What?
Well. Let me see.
Stop, man.
Yeah, we don't have any.
Moody won it.
Here we go. This is Shanahan. Hey, they got rid of, I was going to say Corey Joseph. Wasn't he the guy who played for the...
we had him on the show.
For the Warriors. This is, hey, Jake Moody. He's your man. If he can't do it, nobody can.
More just the roster numbers. I would have loved to keep them longer, allow them to play that out longer, but we had 13 guys out of practice today. We got 5 guys on PUP. It's just too many people to have that luxury. It's awesome to have 2 kickers, allow them to battle, but they're not guys who really take reps. We need more people to take reps for us.
All right, so in other words, he didn't really win the competition. They just kind of stopped it in the second quarter.
If I drafted my kicker where they drafted Moody, he got we still got some shelf life, Steiny, before I jetson him. I'm sorry.
If I had to make a bet right now, I would not bet on Moody being the kicker the entire season.
I'll take that right now because we're lacking in the bet areas. Now, it's been a while since I won the last one. Let's do that.
Oh, I know. It's been a long time since you won the last one.
Carter, don't laugh.
Long time, CC.
No, I'm laughing because why is he doing that to you, man?
Because he lost the last bet is what I'm saying, and we don't have anything on the books. Let's do it. Yeah. Moody will be the kicker the whole season.
All right.
That's easy. Willard will call that a
really?
dumb
That's
bet.
easy.
Yeah. We'll see what Dibs thinks when he comes in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me write it down so that I don't.
So you think he's destined to get replaced?
I just think there's going to be too much pressure. Too much pressure on him. He misses a kick in the first 5 games that's inside 45. It's
like Kuminga, Steiny. If they've rode with him this far, I think it's going to be a lot that he has to do to lose his job during in season.
I don't think it's hard to lose it in season at all. He misses 2-3 kicks in a row, night.
But do you know how hard it is to go find a guy? I was working over here doing this or that. I was working at the gym or teaching kids to come off the street and be ready. Moody would have to be. It would have to be multiple kicks, Steiny.
Exactly. Which if he has the exact kind of years last year, he will not be the kicker. And that's even the injury aside from.
Well, hopefully they won't need him because this red zone offense will be prolific.
They're going to need a kicker at some point.
I got you.
Niner fans, what would you, Carter?
I'm with you as far as I think he's doomed before he even started here, just because he has no room for failure at all, and no kicker can succeed with no room for failure. It's not realistic.
But Carter, what if I told you he obviously does have room for failure because he's still they put him through the mental grinder with this quote-unquote kickoff. But the fact that he's lasted this long, I feel like
he might have room for failure with Kyle Shanahan, but he has no room for failure with the fan base.
Oh, no, that's two different things. I'm mad at you.
A kicker needs to have his mentals right. I think it's hard to keep your mentals right when the fan base is against you.
Yeah.
And you're going to disagree with me, but I think kickers aren't hard to find.
You think so?
Just bring a guy in.
Then why did he waste a pick on a kicker?
I don't know. Why did the Raiders draft Russell Erxleben?
Look at your kicker, Goo.
Janikowski. Yeah, he's
Aubrey.
Yeah,
no,
he's
he
pretty
actually
damn
wasn't
good.
The Raiders. Somebody else drafted Russell Erxleben. Remember, he was a field goal kicker and punter. I want to say Texas, circa 1976.
Field goal kicker and punter?
Yeah.
Damn.
Russell Erxleben.
Now, I remember my favorite quarterback outside of Warren Moon is he was a punter and quarterback. Arizona State he played. College.
Jake Plummer.
This is when it hurts. Danny White.
Oh.
Yeah. Remember I brought up that Monday night game, you remember? They were losing to Washington by like 30. And they came back.
I don't remember that one. I don't remember.
When you find a partner, you're married. Hopefully you're tighter than Steiny and I, Carter. I was going to say when he finds a partner, hopefully his partner remembers.
Carter's married.
And that's what I said. Right. We're married.
Well, not technically. Depending on how I'm feeling on a particular day.
I don't even know what to say.
But, yeah, Danny White. No, Russell Erxleben. Did you look him up? What's it say?
It actually brings up a picture of Mike Ditka immediately, not even him.
No way.
I swear.
Russell, is he real, Steiny?
Yes, he's
Russell,
real. Yes, he's real.
I wasn't even around in 76.
It says he's a former professional football player and investor.
Well, he did make some good investments.
Oh, I've never heard it. Like Ray Guy. Okay, I heard of him, Steiny. My man, Randall Cunningham used to punt.
Highly decorated college kicker for the University of Texas. Erxleben was a 3-time All-American punter
we should get
and set the record also for the longest successful field goal in NCAA history, 67 yards.
Man.
See, like, I'm sick of you guys out there taking me for granted in my knowledge.
Investor.
Seriously.
They just didn't have his picture. That's
Seriously.
all. Oh, nobody was questioning that.
Who wakes up in the morning, okay, and then I give them a little Russell Erksleben fix? I mean,
we got to find
Am I the best or am I the best?
We need to get them on.
Well, apparently making some money right now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get more into this training camp sound from Kyle Shanahan. The San Francisco 49ers, they have their first exhibition game this weekend against the Broncos. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, which means it's here for good.
So what?
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is Vanessa Deniston, Senior Attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center and San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at SBAA.org. That's SBAA.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Jawan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got a fun show coming up Thursday, and we are efforting all our South Bay listeners and outside the South Bay.
Gonna be big.
We're gonna ask you to lock in on Thursday with the morning roast and Steiny and Goo. We're gonna be live from the Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. So we're doing the show from Sunnyvale on Thursday. We're going to be out there from 6 to 2. That's the morning show from 6 to 10. Goo and I from 10 to 2. And both shows are going to get you ready for week 1 of the preseason joint practices. And we're going to preview our live location for every red and gold pregame show for the 49ers home games this year. Come by Thursday, August 7th, Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale to hang out with the morning roast and Steiny and Goo.
Yeah, another year of Low Neal and our brother, Evan Giddings doing the pregame, Steiny.
Yes, Chris A., that's this Thursday, August 7th. We'll be at Laughing Monk Brewing. I'm looking forward to getting down there. I haven't been down to that one.
Me neither.
But I've been to a couple of the others, so we'll be down in Sunnyvale. And
the Vale.
What I like to do with areas that I haven't been to very frequently, Sunnyvale here and there. I get down there, but we'd really like there to be action.
Look at my man.
We'd really like for there to be action down there.
Especially 215.
Yeah, where are we going to 215, Sunnyvale?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Jennings. I just made a list here, Goo, of some of the 49ers and Warriors. Like, okay, everybody knows you follow the Cowboys a little bit.
All right.
Okay, do you want Jawan Jennings to handle it like Micah Parsons?
I would want clarity like that.
Oh, we've got clarity.
No, we don't know if it's a calf or is he holding in. Let's be real. And Kyle doesn't know. He thought he knew.
Knows.
He said you got to go ask
You really
him.
think the Niners don't know what's going on?
To a degree. You shouldn't have yappers like you and myself being able to even bring this up because you're saying, Goo, it's legit that you're having that thought, but you're giving Kyle and the Niners the benefit of the doubt, and I understand why. But, man, when you really – I don't like that it's up in the air. It should be one way or the other. And I told you that was lightweight strange for me in this day and age, all the stuff that gets leaked that he rescinded – that he asked for a trade or demanded a trade.
Well, he never technically demanded a trade. The report was that he wanted to be traded, or he wanted to get a contract extension, but he was going to come into camp, which he's done everything.
But hold on,
he's been asked to do, and now he's got a little calf injury.
But you got to admit that was alive. Us thinking he wanted to trade or contract or new money, that was alive for like 2 weeks, almost 3, before we got clarity on. When they showed up, he didn't say that.
Well, he never said it. It was a report. It was a report that said Jennings wants a contract extension, or he wants to be traded, and if he doesn't get the extension once he gets into camp, he's going to ask for a trade. According to the Niners, he has not asked for a trade as of yet, which leads me to believe they are going to come to an agreement on an extension with him. And
I think he deserves it.
Okay, and I'll bet when he gets it, that calf will start feeling a little bit better.
So the Niners are
NFL MO right now. That's just the way it is.
I've been around a little while. I will say this. So there's no caution on the Niners side about giving him new money and this calf issue being serious or something that can linger. Because if I were the brass, that would be a question mark I have, Steiny. Like, hey, we got no problem paying you, but man, what's really going on with that calf?
It's sore.
All right. McCaffrey's was too. How'd that play out?
All right. Well, okay. Then don't give him a contract extension if you think he's going to get hurt.
They'll get to the bottom of it, but like if this is real, Steiny, and he's not fadangling the system at all, you are concerned about how serious this can be.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare, like, the reason I have no problem with what Jennings is doing is because it's not nearly as loud as what Ayuk did last season. And it's not nearly as loud as what Trent Williams did last season. And it's more like the Christian McCaffrey thing where, he got a contract extension. I think that's what's going to happen with Juwan Jennings. They're going to do right by him, and there won't be anything to see here. I don't think.
And I don't think you said anything wrong. But the only part I disagree with is, you feel like you know exactly what's going on. I'm 50-50. That's all. I'm not up here trying to I'm just like it is. And Richard Sherman shared with us his thoughts. Like, I am truly over here, Steiny, looking at you, talking to the listeners, 50-50 on what exactly is going on.
Yeah, and part of me doesn't think it matters if whether he's hurt or not, or whether he's
well, you don't
got
want to give somebody
injury.
New money, not knowing that you could possibly tear your Achilles, and that's being strong. But you know what I'm talking about? The calf is the check engine light for the Achilles.
So what do you do then? Like, what do you do? If you're really worried about a long-term injury, well, then I'd never pay a guy. I mean,
Well, that's why I'm hoping for the Niners' sake and everybody's sake and the fans that, Steiny, they know, wink, wink, yeah, if he gets new money, he can get back out there so it's not chronic with the calf,
I mean,
because he's their number one receiver right now.
Does anybody believe right now that Juwan Jennings has a calf injury that is significant enough that you're worried about it in the regular season? Like, that just I'm
not there yet.
I'm not there yet either.
But he's missed 6 practices in a row.
Yeah, but he's a veteran.
All right.
He's a veteran. So we'll see how that plays out. But I mean, you know what he should do? Why doesn't he just drive down to Jed York's house and tell Jed York, I really want to be here, and just give me a little more money and I'll get back.
So you're from Reading, PA, and you truly are. So that's back east out here. That's what we call it. I'm from Union City, California. Okay. Do you really have a problem with Dre going to the owner's house, breaking bread, and then getting in the car with the new deal?
No, I don't.
But why do people seem like there's like a negative connotation?
Well, there is to Joe Lacob.
What is it?
It's that he went down there and snookered you. Now, I'm not saying that's true.
That is so wrong, man.
What do you mean it's so wrong?
let me ask you this.
Why is it so
Because I know
wrong?
the answer, but I'm going to do it just for
Draymond,
fact.
Draymond has the right to do that.
Is Joe Lacob a smart man? I have my answer.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say no.
Well, you scared?
But what's your point?
The Steiny I know wouldn't be scared. Well, you know the answer is hell yes. So how did what did Dre snicker him with? Pass me the Parmesan cheese? Come on. He knew what time it was, but he felt Dre was worth it, regardless of how it's panned out or what it looks like.
Yeah.
You know, Dre didn't show up with a red candy apple. Here you go, Joe. All right, here's your new deal.
All right, well, my question then to you would be, you think Joe Lacob likes Draymond Green?
Loves him.
Okay, well then he took care of Draymond Green. You say he loves Kuminga. Why is he not taking care of Kuminga? Joe Lacob loves him. He loves everybody.
What if I told you that I love that question, but it's a bit different? I mean, this is JK breaking his contract virginity with this is the first time he's going to get paid, outside of what his rookie deal. And Draymond already had got to the promised land in regard to contract. So I think it's a bit different. Draymond's thing was about tenure, wearing one jersey, and Kuminga's is about, his role, his lack of a role. So it's different.
I mean, I think they're all different. And that's why Jennings has to do what Jennings has to do.
I'm wondering why. Okay, I'm with you on that, and we talked about it before. Steiny, I'm wondering what's so hard about giving, I think there's a need for Jennings, obviously. I think he's good. He's your number one right now. You traded Debo. I know you're going to laugh, but wouldn't you want to get this done sooner than later?
No. Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, I should. Yes. Would I want to?
Yeah.
Of course I would. But
I guess I'm saying it should be easy.
Why?
Because he's not asking for 30 M's.
Well, we don't know what he's asking for. What if he's asking for 15? What if he wants to go from 7.5 to 15?
I think he's worth 15. Well, that's me.
But
I know it's easy for me to sit here and say that, but Steiny, 15? And he could be asking for more than that. You kind of want to get this done and move forward.
But here's the other thing, and I think circumstances play into this, and people might not like to hear this, but we're at a different point, and it affects different players different ways. Last year, the 49ers thought they were in a Super Bowl window. And what did they do? They caved. And they allowed Ayuk to do what Ayuk did, Williams to do what he did, and then they signed McCaffrey. You know what? They're not the Super Bowl contenders they were last year. They don't believe they are. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking about 6 or 8 starters on 6 or 8 new starters on defense. It's like, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but if I'm the general manager of a team like the Niners this year, I actually look at Jennings and say, you're not going to cost us a Super Bowl this year. We're not in that group of teams. So we're going to play. Maybe we're going to play more hardball with you than we did last year because we ended up giving all these contracts to guys last year. We thought we were in a Super Bowl window, and we went 6-11. So we're coming off a 6-11 year. We have no illusions about who we are. Brandon, Juwan Jennings, we like you, but you're a third receiver on a good team.
Well, now you're a one though, Steiny.
But on a good team with competent receivers, he's a 3 and really kind of a 4 when Deebo Samuel was here. So, and this is what they ran into, I think, with Ayuk too. They paid him like a number 1, but he's not really a number 1. So now what are you gonna do? Pay Jennings like a 2?
I got to ask
he's not really a 2.
You got me thinking. Do you think they overpaid or or caved in?
Yes.
No, to Ayuk because they didn't have that much confidence in our guy Jennings stepping up a notch.
No, I think it was more that they thought last year was the year that they could break through, and the only way they were going to break through was if Trent Williams was really good, McCaffrey was really good, Ayuk was really good, and everybody else was really good. And so they gave in to those 3 guys, and all 3 of those guys let them down. It's not dissimilar from Buster Posey.
Well, Steiny, those 3, I got you, but those 3 don't play defense. You didn't mention one defensive player, but I got you. They had other problems too.
I mean, here's the point. Like when we talk about why teams don't succeed, And I'm not saying guys should be fired, but the reality, think about it. In the last year, Buster Posey signed Adames, Chapman, and Devers. They've all underachieved. Last year, the 49ers renegotiated with Williams, McCaffrey, and Ayuk. They were all hurt or ineffectual.
But I got you.
So those are, I'm just saying, I'm not saying fire that, but that's why you don't win. That's why the Giants are under 500. That's why the 49ers were 6-11 last year. Because the guys that you need to rely the most on and that you paid the most amount of money did not come through.
Right, but a year before, those same guys were the reason you were in the Super Bowl.
But that doesn't matter, Goo.
It does if I'm paying money thinking you already showed us you can do it and get us to the promised land. So I'm assuming when we break you off this cash, you guys will be at your best, and we got a damn good chance of getting back.
And those are mistakes that hurt you. You're not arguing with me, are you? That none of those 6 signings has been good as of right now. Like, all 6 of those guys have underachieved.
But
what?
No,
so far. Now, Devers and those guys have 5 or 6 more years left.
No, I'm not even the Giant part. I have I'm not even mad at Buster for that. We still got time.
When would you be?
If this happens next year, and
well, I will tell you this:
we feel like the Devers you got was not the one in Boston. I think it would be fair, but we can question the Verlander. But my whole thing is, I didn't like how you compared the Giants and Niners because the Giants were trying to do something they hadn't been. They've been doormats in regard to making the playoffs. But the Niners and those extensions, I would have did them 10 times 10 out of 10.
That's right,
because we had success prior.
Okay, and that
blew up in our face last year, and they were culprits of it.
It was a mistake. They didn't it didn't work.
What if Trent bounces back
but
this year?
Okay, then that's great. He bounced back this year.
McCaffrey.
But he snookered you last year. If we can't, this is one thing. I'm not saying Lynch should be fired. I'm not saying any of that. But if we can't acknowledge that the 3 guys who held out last year and the way the Niners dealt with them didn't work, then I don't know what to tell you. And here's the difference to me between the Giants and I get it, the 49ers were closer. When the Giants finish 500 this year, you're going to be able to say Chapman, Adames, and Devers were a big part of the problem. All right, but that's 1 year. That's 1 year. Let's see what they do next year.
Right.
The 49ers, they did what Buster Posey did, essentially, and they've already had a bad year. They signed all those guys and went through a whole year, and now they were 6-11. So now what? If they go 7-10 this year, then what? Then we've got to really hammer them for those extensions.
Well, it sounds like if you do that, and I'm not saying I won't, then you're just saying the reason that the Niners didn't get to the promised land was those 3 guys that you mentioned. But I just feel like there's a whole lot of success you're kind of ignoring. And David Hernandez on the YouTube chat saying, Goo, you look back more than forward. And no, I'm doing this in regard to, let's just say the Niners, those 3 that you mentioned, don't snap out of it and don't have the best year. Steiny, it's going to be hard for anybody to double back and forget the trip to Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game, the trip to the Super Bowl. They've kind of earned their cash is what I'm saying. Not giving them a pass for poor play moving forward, but that's part of life. You got to
it feels like you kind of are though. What
if Purdy takes us? Let's just be honest. Let's just say he has a bad year. I'm not going to come in here. I'm going to be worried, but I'm going to say I'm not going to forget the good times. Shout out J.J. Evans.
Well, and that's where I think.
I feel like, he earned that cash, a lot of it.
I think you're naive there because we are where we are at with the Warriors right now. Nobody's saying, everything's fine because we won 4 titles. If the 49ers miss the playoffs this year, I don't think the fact that they went to a couple Super Bowls is going to make a damn bit of difference.
Because I told you this might be the end of an era for them. This could be a soft reset.
Right, and I'll say that if this is the end of an era, you know what ushered part of it in? was what you did with Williams, Ayuk, and McCaffrey last year. Because you sign guys and they I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand. And I get it. I'm a man of nuance and all that.
Sometimes.
But why? What is so wrong with saying, as of right now, with the information we have,
all right,
the 3 Giants that were acquired and the 3 49ers that were taken care of last year, none of those guys has had a good year. And so, it's a bottom line industry. Posey, it didn't work. The 49ers, it didn't work.
But Trent's been a multiple All-Pro.
Okay, so just say that you're paying him for what he did in the past. That's fine. I wouldn't have paid a 38-year-old guy, and I certainly wouldn't have let a 38-year-old guy kind of hold me hostage. Now, you may say, well, that's all they could do. They were in a Super Bowl window. Okay, that's what you say. Are they still in a Super Bowl window?
We got to see this season.
Yeah,
and I think it's
I would say no.
And I would say I'm leaning towards that way, but it feels like you're ready to write off Trent.
I am.
Before we see him have the bounce back.
Well, first of all, you're not even acknowledging that this is 2 years in a row. He didn't have a good year 2 years ago late in the season either.
You said that, but he was an All-Pro.
Right, but
I'm just saying.
A lot of 49er fans were saying the second half of 2 years ago that he slipped off. So,
compared, all right. We're doing apples and oranges.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are.
Let's be honest. You are okay with paying guys for what they did, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying
I'm just disputing.
But then you can't. Then we can't be upset when
Steiny, I got
it doesn't work out.
No, I don't think you need to leave the. You need the Giant comp, I'm with you, but I don't like you dragging the Niners into it when Trent has been a baller since you had him.
Not last year.
Okay, but you're being sometimey.
No, I'm not.
You're only going off a season that's not even over for the Giants.
Goo.
And right now it's underwhelming for the 3 you mentioned.
Goo.
But you can't say
yes, he can.
They haven't. Adamas has had no success, team success, with the Giants. Either is Devers.
Right.
So that means something to me when you try to strip it from Trent. Now, you can get me on he had a bad year last year as a personal stuff. I got it. But damn, before you go write that thesis, at least let him get the bounce back to this year.
Right. And
I'm not saying it don't matter anymore moving forward if he falls off.
Here's what you have a problem with, and I don't understand why. Trent Williams is a great player. Christian McCaffrey's a great player. Ayuk's a real good receiver. But Shanahan and Lynch, the 3 extensions they did last year didn't work.
Okay.
They didn't work last year. And it's what I don't understand is when we decide that it's just a results-based business, that it's about winning and losses, and you are what your record said you were, with, they had bad years, but they give them a chance to bounce back. I will give them a chance to bounce back. But it does not change the fact that those 3 guys last year and the way the 49ers handled the situation, they blew it.
Okay. Well,
they blew it.
They did not. Okay, this is what I got to be careful here. I'll give you last year in the regression. But how many football people would tell you of those 3 contracts you talk about, they wouldn't have done them? McCaffrey would have got it in his sleep, Uber Eats delivering it to him. It happened.
Right. Sometimes the easiest decisions are the ones that don't work out.
Well, see, and that's you right now, and it's your prerogative, Steiny. You think Trent's done being what he was. That's why you got this in there. I don't. Okay.
And but he hasn't been who he was for a year and a half.
But that's the top of the top. But the bottom line and the reality is he is your left tackle, and he's protecting Purdy's blind side.
So you're paying a guy now more than virtually any other left tackle, but he's just an above average left tackle.
Well, I would ask you this, Steiny. What does Trent? I'll condense it to Trent because Ayuk got hurt, and we can go back and forth on the 30. I couldn't believe he got that much, and I want him to get paid. McCaffrey, who saw the tendinitis coming and him missing those 8 games? What does Trent have to do to have a successful season for you?
You know what he has to do. He has to stay healthy. They have to be a playoff team.
What if he gets all pro? What if let's just say they lose in the wild card round, but he gets all pro again? Would you say, Goo, okay, the team didn't have a great year, but it wasn't Trent's fault? That's realism right there.
Well, okay, so you're willing to give them a pass for last year. And I'm not. And here's the other thing, what would it take if Trent Williams breaks down this year? Christian McCaffrey never is the same Christian McCaffrey, and if Brandon Ayuk doesn't come back till week 12, are you going to,
No, I got you.
Will we criticize them then?
No, we would.
Because they've already gone through one year where they've sucked.
But you got to understand, one season's like 4. It would be very okay to do that then. But I just feel like you're jumping to that point too fast. That's all.
Well, I mean, they've had a whole year.
If you get another year of this, then there's major problems.
Well, they're not. They were supposed to be a Super Bowl team last year. And that's why they signed those 3 guys. And they didn't even make the playoffs. To me, last year was a failure. And if they don't get back on track this year, well, then we can look at everything, including the Purdy contract. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are you guys coming from as it relates to the San Francisco 49ers, kind of what they did last year? Did it impact the season? Did it not? Where are we with 3 guys who got paid last year? And does it relate to Jennings at all? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some clouds early, sun later, going up to 67 in San Francisco.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent.
You're dealing with something. You don't have to tell me.
It's heavier than Fat Albert, but yeah. I got you. I'm here. Look at my man. Yeah, I got your back. This one you're supposed to have me, because I'm searching for something. You're supposed to, all right. You're supposed to be super long-winded right now.
Oh, all right, I can. Okay,
Carter came in and had something very provocative.
Yeah, it's not as provocative as what I was thinking about, but it's up there. No, okay.
Talk to me.
These contracts, any contract that's given, this is, you actually said something that I'll go with you on.
Okay.
Here's my point, is that we have to judge general managers and player personnel guys for the moves that they make, obviously. And if you acquire a guy who's got 5 years on a deal and he doesn't have a good first year, it doesn't mean the deal was bad, but it means that the deal's not good at this point.
Okay.
So when I look at the 6 guys that I brought up, and I brought up Devers, Adames, and Chapman, 3 Posey guys, and I brought up Williams, McCaffrey, and Ayuk, 3 49er guys. And I would just say that maybe you had to do this. Yeah, they had to sign Trent Williams. They had to come to terms with Ayuk. Most GMs would have done that. All right, I'm with you on all that. But it doesn't change the bottom line that in the first year, at least for the Niners, last year was a disaster in the wake of those those extensions.
Doubt. Okay.
All right. So now you brought up Trent Williams. Steiny, what if Trent Williams has a great year, all-pro year, but Purdy stinks, or Purdy doesn't have a good year?
Okay.
Well, then at that point, it gets worse for Kyle and John Lynch, because now people are now you say, wow, they signed Purdy to this big money and he's now had a bad year. That's the only thing we can gauge about whether a move's a good move. For example, Steph Curry could get an extension this summer.
Okay.
For $66 million at the end of his 2-year deal. Now, if he asks for it, you got to give it to him, right?
I think that's the case.
Right? That's what we're all kind of ignoring. You got to give it to him. Okay. All I'm saying is, sure, you have to give it to him, but just know that it's not going to end well.
Okay.
If you're going to do that, then just acknowledge that 2 years from now, when Steph's 39 or 40, and he's making more than anybody else in the league, but he's not the best player in the league, like, you will suffer the consequences for that.
I understand.
And to me, like, that's all we have to go on. Like, if it's working out or not.
Okay. And I'm with you. And my whole thing was just being Monday morning quarterback, all those 3 extensions, I understood. And you are right. You read the scoreboard, and right now, Steiny, you take the last season out the microwave, and you're right. Guys had some off years. McCaffrey was out, and Ayuk didn't even finish the season. But the bottom line is, I just feel like you're omitting the energy and the not tidbits, but the proof that you had of giving those 3 guys the money while your window was wide open. It blew up in their face. And I'm not exonerating anybody from any responsibility, but Steiny, I don't know if you know how hard it is to find a dominant left tackle, and Trent is still that version of himself. Maybe not when he was 25, but damn, he still is a top left tackle, so I'm giving him the BOD to bounce back. That's all.
Here's the way I'm looking at it. And we can say that we don't remember anybody saying this.
Okay.
I didn't say it, but if you take the chronology of last offseason, the first guy who got taken care of course, is Christian McCaffrey. And when he came to terms with that contract
in the middle of the night,
absolutely, positively heard some people worried about his age for a running back. All right.
I'm with you.
Okay. Trent Williams had a subpar second half of the season, or not up to his standards.
And some personal drama we now know.
Sure.
Okay.
But, and I hate to be, that's irrelevant, unfortunately, because this is pro sports. But you're right. Yeah. If you're giving him a better chance to bounce back, I'll meet you there. But so Brandon Ayuk, we went through the whole, like, I don't think we can say, well, every GM would have done that, because it went the entire offseason.
I get that one.
And
he got hurt.
The decision but he wasn't very good when he got hurt. And then the last one is Trent Williams, who held out. And he's 37 or 38, and he doesn't have training camp. And we smile and wink and nod that he's 36, he doesn't really need it.
Yeah.
And he gets hurt middle of the season out.
Right.
So can they all bounce back? Sure. But as of right now, didn't work. You thought you were in a championship window, and you actually weren't.
Well, I'll tell you what. For me, because I told you this is what, and Niner fans are going to be mad at me, I'm just keeping it real from afar. This is what makes this season so exciting, because I don't have the necessary energy or overzealousness of saying how good this Niner team is, because some of the question marks stem around these 3 dudes. 1, do we see Ayuk? 2, is Jennings ready to be the number 1? Is Pearsall ready? Is Saleh going to be able to make a miracle with the defense? Are these youngsters going to be ready? And Trent Williams and McCaffrey. So, Steiny, it feels like you're saying right now you're not ready to say if this Niner team is a playoff team.
I'm not.
Because I don't know.
I mean, that's the goal.
My thing is, everybody you just mentioned, they have to bounce back for this team to even qualify for the offs, let alone be a Super Bowl contender.
Well, and I would say not only do they have to bounce back, but then you better have had a great draft class.
There's no doubt.
They can, and that's why I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender anymore.
All right.
Because you're relying on, first of all, who knows about Ayuk?
No, that worries me, man.
With all due respect, who knows about McCaffrey? So, and then you're going to have, 6-8 first-year starters on defense.
I got you.
I mean, there's a real good. It's not outside the realm of possibility that the veterans might hold this team back a little bit if you're the San Francisco 49ers.
And as much as We're having a conversation about a lot of things, Steiny. I'm just telling you, in sports, your window's open for so long, and the Niners have had ample opportunities to get a Super Bowl ring. And one ring, once you get a ring, you don't just, call the dogs off. You try to maximize it. But unfortunately, not knowing the overtime rules, whatever you want to label on the Niners, blowing that last game in Las Vegas, that hurts. That Super Bowl. Then 2019, I feel like they blew that one up 10. Neither here nor there. There's attrition in that. And now this may be the version of the Niners to where you have to hit a soft reset and you get these youngsters, these puppies up and running on the defensive side of the ball. But my goodness, if you're right and, Niner fans don't want to hear this, somehow McCaffrey can't finish 17, Trent's getting older every day, then you really got some major reconstruction to do.
888-957-9570 is the number. How good's this Niner team? Carter came in and said, Steiny, you think the Purdy contract keeps the 49ers in a Super Bowl window or means they're not in a Super Bowl window anymore? It's a tough question.
He phrased that totally wrong.
Oh, no, but Carter, go ahead. Tell me how
it's the start of a Super Bowl window or the end of one?
I'm ready to say it. I think it's the start of a new one. I think it's the start. And now you could be like, well, Google, you proving my point, but I think it's the start of something new, man.
It's neither. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Break that down, though.
Why do you do that?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Give me the question again.
Is it the start of a Super Bowl window or the end of one?
Okay, I don't know if it's the start. And the reason I don't know if it's the start is because they're going to play 6 to 8 players on defense that are making their first start in the NFL. There's a chance that we might find out that even though we love Mykel Williams and all those guys, they might not be good.
Or Jawan Jennings is not as great as he was as a third, fourth receiver as he is as a one. I'm just wondering how this Niner, and you're right, we keep talking about the defense. Carter, Steiny, I just want to know, our opposing defense is going to fear this Niner offense that comes out the gate and starts in the afternoon come week 1 in Seattle, because it has the ingredients of load the box, stop Kittle, gang tackle McCaffrey, and see if Brock Purdy can do more than he's ever been asked to do. So we'll see. Pearsall,
Yeah, I think
there's some heavy questions.
Right, and anytime I go into a season and I'm looking at a team and it feels like they have a lot of questions, like they're not all going to be answered in the affirmative. Like Mykel Williams isn't going to be, great, and 5 rookies are going to be great, and McCaffrey's going to be 3. Like there's too much. There's a lot that needs to go right for the Niners to have a successful year this year. And let's start thinking about what happens to Shanahan and Lynch if they do or if they don't.
Well, we saw the Warriors again and I'll call McCaffrey, Curry, and Warner and Bosa, Draymond, or what have you, but we saw 2022. We talked about it the other day, and I know everything had to align, but it did, and that was a season that nobody saw coming in regard to them hoisting up the O'Brien Trophy, and they did. So who's to say the Niners can't do something like that if every box got checked?
Well, what I would say is that the Warriors won a title in 2022, and for some reason in 2025, 2026, they still think they're a title contender. I think that's a long shot. And to compare the 49ers to the Warriors, they got to the big game in 2021? When they
not 2019.
19 was the first one, but
and then they went back, lost to the Rams and lost to the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. And so they had a bunch of success in long seasons.
And I don't think this team's as good as those two teams
and let me tell you this.
2-3 years ago.
What happened to all the people picking up the phone, 888-957-9570, telling me, and I'm asking you, Steiny, how much does this mean or how much water does it hold now? Oh, the Niners had a short season last year. They'll be fresh. But half those guys are gone that were going to benefit from a short season. Now you got guys coming in their first season being depended on.
Right.
It's a lot.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
And then I got to say this, people are going to get mad. Now you look at the Eagles, they did kind of something similar and had 2 rookies in the top 100. Like, that's incredible. Carter, I'm for real. So it can happen is what I'm saying. We'll see. And you are right. That got me. I broke out in goosebumps. You guys don't know. When you said, let's just say the season doesn't go accordingly, what's the brush back on Kyle and John?
Did you like the Draymond Green contract?
I didn't like it, Steiny.
Okay, you didn't like it.
I did not like it. But I'm not mad at how or what he did to go get it.
Well, I'm not mad. I never get mad at a player.
It feels like a lot of people are laughing and scoffing at that.
No, okay. Who signed Jung-Hoo Lee?
Farhan.
Okay. Is that a good deal?
I don't think so.
Okay, so now you're paying a guy.
I hadn't even heard of him before he got to the majors. That's what I didn't like. I heard about Ichiro and Yakima, all these guys, but I didn't hear anything about Jung-Hoo Lee. But you asked me a question, I gave the answer. Right now, I'm kind of, I'm a little disappointed.
Right, and my only point is that if you pay guys for what they've done in the past and they're not the players they were in the past, you can't win.
Over. Yeah.
Like, you can't win.
But don't you call that the end of a dynasty? Depending on – now, if you're Bill Walsh, rest in peace, he would get rid of your ass before you slipped. If he just – that's how he felt, Steiny.
Would the Warriors be in a worse spot right now if they didn't re-sign Draymond Green?
I don't believe so.
I don't either.
I believe it's hampered them.
Okay. So
I really do.
Well, and he was a guy who you rewarded for
what you did.
Past performance. Yeah. Like, you got to be – I'm just saying it's –
Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately?
You got to be really careful when you do that. So, and the other thing I was thinking was, okay, Rafael Debt. Like, here's the other thing. Like, and I know we're jumping around sports here, but what Posey did, like, it's again, we got a long way to go.
Yeah, we do,
but. What I'm starting to think now is, did I think it at the time? Oh, probably not. Not really. But if you look at the ages of Chapman, Devers, and Adames, well, they might all be on the downside.
Yeah, but they're going for it.
Well, but that's the point. In year one, they haven't contributed. They haven't done it. They got that's what I'd be worried about if I'm a Giants fan, that they just signed 3 guys who are here for 5 or 6 years, and in year one they're underperforming.
But you're going to laugh. I got to intervene.
Let me guess, another bounce back year.
No, not at all. There were a couple things going on with this Giant team. And according to who you talk to and ask, it could still technically be going on. But the Giants needed yes. They needed somebody to say yes. And Adames said yes. So that's already a start. And I would never say, and I'm going to say it, the most important things are the wins and losses. But where the Giants were in a division that's full of just littered with studs, they pulled off a trade and got a bopper here. Okay? So forget the actual pluses and gains on the field. They got Adames. They re-signed Chapman. You went and got Jung-Hoo Lee and what you thought he was going to be, and now you got Devers. So, Steiny, I feel like that's progress on a different set of standards right there that, okay, your ballpark's not dragging you down. Now you just got to have the guys that you went and spent big money on perform. And hopefully that's the next 49 or 48 games, however many they got left, and then you go back next year, but you come back with – I'm going to say it, Steiny, with some star power. So I think that's progress that Farhan, that the last regime couldn't even do.
Well, you know what I mean? The last regime, okay, it's better not to do it than to do it and sign a guy who,
what? So you're saying like the performance right now?
I'm saying
there's nothing Devers can do. Even if he's just, let's just say he's the same, Steiny. I'm coming into next spring for the Giants with Adames, a year under the books, whatnot. I'm feeling better about this Giant team and their chances. And this is before we find out if they make any additions to the rotation.
Okay, I just
have to. Buster got that from me.
See, I got to be honest with you. That's the one thing, and I'd love to know what Giants fans think. I know we thought this team was better than it was.
I still do.
Okay, I don't.
Even before the deadline?
I don't. No. Ever since they got Devers, we have seen, and forget Devers, he's Devers. Whether it's when Devers got here or it was happening before, or even if there's no correlation, to me it doesn't matter. What matters is that now I've watched the Giants for 3-4 months, and I don't know about you, like, I don't think they'll be better next year. Like, why would they? Okay,
I got two things for you.
Let's take free agent signings off the board.
What if they get a new skipper?
They're going to do that.
Like, in my world, I believe a new skipper a new messenger could get this team to play better than they're playing. And you could say that's unfair. That's fine. But I feel like you don't even have to go outside. If you get a different voice in here, you get different performances from a lot of players.
Okay, so you're
not just the star ones either.
So
I believe that.
Okay, so then you're going to come into next season just assuming Devers, Adames, and Chapman are all going to be better than they have been this past year.
I have no problem thinking that.
Okay.
I think Buster's...
I mean, I'm not being a jerk, but you better think that because they're here for 5 more years.
Okay.
But they have, like, what they've shown to me is they have holes.
Yeah,
like,
they're
this isn't
choking,
a playoff.
though, too, Steiny.
What do you mean?
Like last night, you got guys, and I'm putting all of them in the same bucket. Forget your average and your pay grade. I've seen every Giant player succumb to pressure.
Well, then they're not good. Then they're not good.
But see, we know they're good.
No, we don't. Yeah. Why would you say we know the Giants are good? Why would you say that?
I'm talking about on an individual basis. They got enough star power to play better and perform better than they're performing. That's what I believe, Steiny.
Yeah.
And somebody's going to say, Goo, it's weak sauce because it sounds like you're blaming Melvin. But I'm not blaming Melvin when Chapman comes up, and I'm just bringing him up because it's happened, strikes out with the bases loaded. Adames strikes out, and now it's baseball. It happens, but it's happening to this team more often than not. And I know Bowmel, even though I'm trying to come for him at times, is saying, can somebody pick me up? Can we get one hit? I.e. the first inning against the Pirates. The pitcher was begging to go to the showers in the first. You get 2 runs.
So they're choking?
But I do feel like they are choking, Steiny.
Okay.
I really do, man. Rodriguez choked last night. What was that? That was a choke.
Okay.
And if you watch Friday, when he got his first, he was choking then. But we just, it's nerves.
How old is he? Rodriguez.
I don't know.
So he's in the middle of the season, they're handing him the closer role. Like, I hope you don't assume that Randy Rodriguez is going to finish the season 22 for 22 and save situations. Like,
no, I'm not holding him to that standard. That's not fair.
Well, then
he's 25.
Then acknowledge that you're going to pay the price for having Rodriguez close. Like,
but we can't ignore the talent.
You don't just get to be Dennis Eckersley in year one.
All right, but Steiny,
like, it's his first year.
Yeah, wasn't he part of one of the best bullpens in baseball?
But he wasn't closing.
Okay, no, but was he a part?
Yes.
And the reason I wanted the yes out of you is he has the stuff. Now it's about, can he handle the high leverage situations? And
right,
you know
so
what?
There's an answer that might be last night.
Well, to
that's
me,
a guy who has not been in that situation.
You get 3 outs, and then you're hitting batters. You had the yips.
Well, then why would you think he's a closer anyway?
Because he has the yips. He's electric. And it was just one time. He got it in Friday.
Okay, well,
Forget that I said
had
it was
the
Rocky.
yips too. Like,
he's
a young player. Yeah. That's what's going to happen.
But I'm not going to feel bad. Again, this is not feeling bad. But if the team puts you in that position, they're telling you they think you can do it.
I disagree. They're not necessarily saying you can do it. They're saying we'll give you a shot at it. That's, and
he's 1 for 2.
Well, that's not going to get it done. Mm-hmm. All right, 888-9. I see people online. I'll get to you on the other side. But I do wonder why we would assume that the Giants are going to be better next year.
Oh man, Steiny.
Like, you think it's a no-brainer they'll be better?
It's not I know I can be wrong.
Of course. But, like, I'm not saying you're...
I'm just saying with these acquisitions, I feel better about this year, whatever ends up happening this season, as I did about the Giants without Adames and Devers last season.
Well, you give me this at least. Okay, so they got these 3 guys.
All right.
I'm excited too. But now I've watched them play for a year. And guess what?
And I'm not running from that.
Guess what? I don't think, they'll all just be better next year.
But I know we're up against
also got to get into this
what?
joke of a stat, hitting with runners in scoring position. Give me a break. I'll tell you what I mean on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. If you or a loved one is in need of physical, occupational, or speech therapies, contact Admissions Director Dora Zabala at 408-373-6918.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel well.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Monica from Delano. A big shout out to Israel and Angel N at R&S for coming out to Caliber Collision in Delano and repairing our shop doors. These guys were so kind, friendly, and very professional. I definitely recommend these guys.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Hey, don't miss the new season of Hard Knocks. Training camp with the Buffalo Bills. New episodes Tuesday at 9 p.m. exclusively on HBO Max. And for your chance to win a $25 NFL Shop gift card, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Let's get nuts.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The
baby.
Game.
Shut up, Steve.
I'm feeling good, Steiny.
Why?
I got my own complaint.
I gotta give somebody on this show some credit, man. It's not you, Steiny. So Sunday night, I was winding down, thinking about Monday coming here. And my TV DVR, Evan, as we shared, is loaded. And I'll never forget a couple years ago, you said, Goo, you need to pick something up, another habit. You watch too many games over and over. And for the first time, my eyes said, dude, talking to myself, do something different. And Evan, I thought of you because you said you like to read. I picked up a book, The Richest Man in Babylon. I've read it before, but I started it again. It was a good book. Turned the TV off and sat in the lab and read for a good was 45 minutes, and it felt like sex. And there was no Twitter. I was reading. And Evan, it was an orgasm. Like, thank you, E. I'm back reading, Steiny. Like, turn off the it ain't just about sports 24/7. I was reading again, and I felt good.
You got to please your mentals.
Dude, it was quiet.
It doesn't count.
What?
You've read the book before. That doesn't count.
No, count the bucket.
Evan, thank you, man. Like, Evan, I'm back over. Like, it felt good. Anyway, Steiny, I had to share that, man. I'm on a high, man. Right. Just put the phone down.
Yeah. Next time you'll do that, it'll be what, 2027?
If I'm here, yeah. Thanks, E.
Of course, Q. If you need any recommendations, I got you.
I love that.
I'd love Evan to weigh in on this, too.
Well, yeah.
Wait, what?
What
go
I'm about
ahead.
to say.
Yeah, go ahead. Give it to him.
You know what? You know what I think's a joke? Not just when Guru does it, but, oh boy, the Giants. They can't get the big hit. They're not. Runners in scoring position, they just can't come through.
It's a fact.
When your number 2 hitter is hitting 220, and your number 3 hitter is hitting 230, and your number 4 hitter is hitting 230, you're not going to have as many clutch hits as a team where the number 2 hitter hits 270, and the number 3 hitter hits 260, and the number 4 hitter hits 275. When the middle of your lineup is hitting 229 among them, you're probably going to have a problem driving in runners from scoring position. It's the sign of a bad hitting team. That's the way I feel.
You threw it to Evan. I want to see his thoughts on that, and you kind of lied.
You want to wait to hear what Evan says before you pick a side?
No, you threw it to him. You say, I can't wait to, you know what Goo thinks.
I don't know if he was listening.
I like to pass.
No, he asked me my thoughts going into next season. If the Giants just kept this up, missed the playoffs, I said the fact that they got a couple people to say yes to him, you got Devers, you got Adames, Chapman, I feel like they could add an arm. Real quick, Evan, I feel better about the Giants going into this offseason than I have years past.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, he
went wild. You missed him.
No. I just
like
said,
a wild boar.
I just said to Goo, I said, why would you think next? I get it. They're going to.
Why would it be different? Basically.
Yeah, exactly. And if they sign a big boy free agent, but what I'm saying is like, here's the way. Guru thinks this team's
better than it's playing. Right. I'll die on that.
I would agree with that.
Okay, and the way I feel is that it didn't have anything to do with Devers, but when Devers got here and the way they've played since then, it's hit me that they've got more holes than we thought they did at the beginning of the year. And so when I look at this team, like Roop and Birdsong, like Roop's had a great year for a rookie. Yeah. Like Birdsong struggled, but like when you have guys like Ramos, he's not a great fielder. We're going to have to kind of live with that or see what he can evolve into.
But why, Steiny? Because he's okay, more than okay with the bat.
But Guru, there's more than one aspect to a game.
Oh, I'm not saying there's not.
Like, he's not a good fielder.
But I think 29 other teams would take him. That's what I'm getting at, Steiny.
Okay, would he lead off for 29 teams?
I can't say if he would or not.
I would say no. That's like Ramos, Schmidt, Jung-Hoo Lee, Bailey, Roop, Birdsong. You feel good about those guys going into next year?
Roop, I do.
Ramos, Schmidt, Jung-Hoo Lee, Bailey, Roop, Birdsong, and I'll throw your guy Matos in there.
Hey, well, he's day optioned him. Remember I said he was going to get the majority of the right field things. He was on the first thing smoking back to sack. But I'm going to say this. Schmidt has shocked me. And Steiny, I could see him being your everyday second baseman. He's got some power. His average is improved. I just think his game is improved. So I just had him I thought he was done. I thought, okay, he's just playing it out. But pleasantly, I like watching him play ball. I think Ramos can be fixed in the field to kind of limit I know it was the sun was in his eyes yesterday, and there was a double. There should have been a single. But, man, Steiny, I do see some life with him at the stick. So I don't know what to think of Birdsong. I don't. I took that L the other day when I misspoke about, him coming back at all. But if they're out of contention, you can't see that. But, man, Steiny, I'm not and I don't think Buster's done trying to enhance this team.
Of course not. Of course not. He better not be.
And Eldridge. We hadn't even talked about that. But I do wonder, okay, is this Devers at first base experiment going to end bad for Devers if somehow Eldridge is on the fast three smoking this year or next year? What does that do? What does that do for him? Devers then.
That's a good problem to have.
Okay, all right.
I mean, if Eldridge is the real deal,
then you have your boy DH.
Like they need more players. Yeah. The Giants, I think, need more players. Let's go to Scott in Hayward. What's going on, Scott? How you doing?
Hey, doing good, guys. Steiny, I say this with love. You are like the cantankerous uncle I always wanted. So I got a little bone to pick with you because when you start off with, let's, talk about next year, but we can't talk about free agents. Come on, that's like talking about running a marathon, but you got to chop off one of my ankles. So, free agency is part of it. And the fact that this year going into next year, the Giants finally have a little core of hitters to build around, I think is significant. Also, with your runners in scoring position argument, I think you're a little disingenuous in that, yes, the Devers, the Chapman, and Adames trifecta is not hitting great, but you have absolute zeros at the bottom of your lineup with your 7, 8, 9 hitters, and your leadoff stick is terrible. So if you had a good leadoff stick and maybe a number 2 hitter that could soften up a pitcher a little bit, take some more pitches, make them work a little harder, maybe draw a walk like we haven't seen that ever, then now maybe your 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters are going to see better pitches to hit. There's going to be a little more pressure, pitchers pitching out of the stretch, throwing more pitches, getting worn down. Those are the things that make good baseball. And then back to your earlier conversation, I think that, if you think back to Sabian and the reward for past performance contracts that used to get handed out, like the notorious Aubrey Huff payment, those never work out. I think you guys are spot on with that. At least you are Steiny. Guru's a little into the reward you for past performance. I always think of Aubrey Huff whenever I hear that. But otherwise, good talk. I do think that the Giants will be a little better heading into next year. They've got that core. I think with that core, you can attract more hitters. And I think now that the middle of the order is taken care of, it's a little easier to fill in the gaps at the top and the bottom of the order.
Well, let me ask you this, Scott, because I want you to take stock of the entire Giants season with the 12-4 start, 41-29, stubbed their toe, and now they are they are where they are. I feel like now, after watching the team 110 games, it's been a little sobering. Like, wow, they have more holes than I thought. Do you feel that way, or do you feel like, you know what, we have guys that underachieved that on balance are going to be better next year?
I actually think it's a little of both. I think you've got Devers who move stadiums. That always tends to shake up hitters' confidence, and the Lord knows going from smacking doubles off the Green Monster to putting long outs at the 404 spot in Oracle Park is a dramatic shift for a hitter. He's only been there, not the whole season, half a season. I think Adames really came around good. If he had started out as strong as he's finishing up, he might be a lot better now, this time next year, if he doesn't start out in a massive slump. And Chappie, he is what he is. I think he's a solid stick who's underperforming. I think Guru's onto it. The other day you guys were talking about the pitching coach, and I could not agree more. I hate their approach at the plate. I'd like to see them take a couple of pitches. Yeah. I hate seeing, the free swinging. So, I think they're a little less than what we want them to be, but they're a little better than they've been playing. And I think coaching has something to do with that. And I think some of the flow starts from some of the players have to do with that.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate the call.
And hey, man, when you say they got some holes, I'm with you. But I just think they got some structure now. They got some legitimacy to them in regard to name recognition. They're not done adding, and we'll see if Ramos can be fixed with his routes and his base running, just decision-making as a whole. But, Steiny, I could take this L, but I'm telling you, you could say, Goo, what are you talking about if it wasn't a player acquisition? Man, I just believe a different voice could do some different things. That's just how I look at managers and coaches just across the board. Like, let me ask you this about that. If you gave Phil Jackson, Pat Riley, and Don Nelson the same team, would all three do the same thing with them?
Depends what kind of team.
See,
I mean, honestly.
I guess why do that's taken away from the greatness of the coach. Well, why do you need to know?
Well, Phil Jackson couldn't coach a team that's rebuilding. He has no interest in that, and he doesn't want to do it. Nelly never wanted to have the best team. Never wanted to have the best team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm finding is,
and you got to pay off a tease too, because you got me wondering. Nacho just asked it. We went to break. I think the most important stat in all of baseball to me, you could get 13 hits on the day. I don't give a damn. How many did you get with runners in scoring position?
That tends to probably line up with the overall average of the team. That's what I believe. I believe if I would be willing to bet that if a team's got a team batting average of 265 and another team's got a team batting average of 240, I'm going to bet that their runners in scoring position batting average is better for the 265 team.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, show me that. That's a big stat, Steiny.
Can we just put a rat on the table?
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
Can we just put a rat on the table? Fans just don't do well with uncertainty. They just don't.
Well, how was Deb Nation this offseason? I think we're doing damn good.
No, you're not. You guys are a mess.
Please.
Right now, the Bay Area sports fans are a mess, and it's because they don't know what to make of their teams now.
Wow.
It's finally starting to hit some Warrior fans that they're not just entitled to get to the Western Conference Finals. What kind of year are the Warriors going to have next year? Who knows?
This year was stunted.
The San Francisco 49ers.
Now, this is one where you're wondering, I don't know. Like, it could be, I could see both.
What's both? What's the high end and what's the low end?
The end of an era. Your older guys are really long in the tooth or they're hurt. They're going to miss more time than not. And your quarterback hit the scene with the Jackson 5 behind him, the Jackson 4, but now you got different guys back there and the drummer's a bit off. Your backup singers are a bit off. So now he looks different. The song sounds different. And that just means it's the end of the old era that John and Kyle built where the bank was closed when they were there to cash that chip. That's what hurts. The Warriors, that was a phenomenal season from the standpoint of where it looked like it was going down the drain. You get Jimmy buckets, and then Curry, the transmission goes out. But now, here we go. You took it to the shop. If that transmission holds up, oh my gosh, what do we got? One more run in us? Like, I don't think that's too far-fetched.
I think it's fetched. I think it's pretty fetched. That's just me. I think the Warriors could be a 5th seed or not make the playoffs.
Well,
I think that's what their window.
All right.
I mean, I can't look at this team with their players and just assume it's a playoff team. I can't look at the 49. The goal is going to be the playoffs for sure, but I don't know. Like, I just think we have a tendency to gloss over some things, and one of them is the 49ers defense this year.
It's scary. It's scary to not. Yeah.
Winning the division would be an incredible feat.
Steiny, the Rams got one of the best D-lines in the game. They should have beat the Eagles. That's neither here nor there. They got Stafford. They got Devontae Adams.
Okay. Then why would it be a disappointment if they don't make the playoffs when the Rams are better?
Well, that's one avenue, Steiny. You could still get the last 7 teams go. There's 6 more spots. So forget the division for now. Can you qualify to get to the dance? The Warriors did, and somebody stole their shoes. Curry getting hurt?
But what I'm saying is...
Austin and San Jose, you got to love them. Shoulda means nothing. I agree. But you don't know the shoulda until you see it. Nobody knew Curry was going to get hurt. But I do stand up. I do stand on those.
And Jimmy Butler, too?
How many minutes did Curry play back-to-back games, 6 and 7 against Houston? I got to believe 80, 85, more than that. The point is, what if you could have had Kuminga out there before then, close the series out, and that hammy's not barking roof, 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 like it was? That's all.
I hate the way you talk about sports. I just can't stand it.
And vice versa. Still,
you know what, though? You're right, though. If Kuminga were Karl Malone, this thing would look different. It would. You're right.
How do you get that from
that? It would.
Karl Malone. I loved him.
Let's go to Chris in Sonoma. Hey, Chris.
Fellas, how are you?
Oh, Dynamite.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, I know you swung over to the Warriors, but I wanted to get back to Bryce Eldridge. Would you guys agree that Bryce Eldridge is coming?
No doubt. I do. I believe so.
You mean this year?
Okay.
Hold on.
No, not this year.
In the future.
But we're talking about, you guys are talking about next year.
Sure. Yep.
So I want to let's make an assumption that Eldridge is going to be with the Giants at the start of next season.
Okay.
Who gets moved?
I mean, you got a bunch of options, right?
I mean, I would assume Flores isn't going to be here, and Dominic Smith will be no factor.
Okay, that still doesn't rectify Eldridge, Devers, first base. So I've got a solution, but I'm wondering what you guys are thinking.
Well, you got the DH to stash one of them there if you wanted to do that.
You do. You do. Do you want to improve the hitting on this team?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so let's dial back. I just want to throw this out there for convo. Bold move. Trade Matt Chapman. Oh, my God, wait, you can't do that. He's the best third baseman in baseball. Not this year.
And I'm not saying that. Go ahead. Yeah.
What could you fetch for Chapman, and can you get Devers back to his original position and make him serviceable there? Everybody said he was the worst fielder in the American League, but this year, as I understand it, Chapman's made the third most errors as a third baseman, for whatever that's worth. So right. I'm thinking back to Sabian taking over, traded Matt Williams, got a package including Jeff Kent. Things went really well after that. If it's time for a bold move, where is your bold move?
I love that. Yeah. And I'm not above trade Chapman, Steiny. I'm just saying.
Well, they made a bold move with Devers. I think we can acknowledge that. But the one thing I do think I want to throw out there is, are we working toward the point where, I'll ask Goo this and Evan, are we working toward the point where Devers is taking himself out of a future DH role?
Only the organization would know that, but I got to believe that there is something to that, and that's why they're having the tryouts in season about having Ralphie at first base.
But yeah, what I'm saying is let's say you were right. Let's say you were right that Devers is two different players. One when he hitters, he's two different hitters. One when he's playing first, and one when he's DH. Well, then where does Eldridge go if Devers not only wants to play the field, but there's evidence that he's a better hitter when he plays the field? Then what do you do?
He would be my DH.
Who?
Eldridge. And
Evan? Evan has a line about this. I'm setting you up a little.
Okay.
Please say it exactly like you said it before the show.
Well, you also mentioned putting Devers in the field like he didn't DH in Boston and have a 900 OPS
That's
this year.
Right. That's right.
You want to start Eldridge at DH?
No, that would not be my preference. I was just saying I would lean more towards...
The designated hitter is where careers go to die.
And I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that.
Like Schwarber's a DH because he's an abomination in the outfield.
I got you.
But Bryce Eldridge, you would hope at age 22, is not going to be a defensive abomination.
What do we know about him in the glove?
It's a work in progress. That's according to Alex Pavlovich, NBC Sports Bay Area. And also, I'll add a little to it. Buster Posey said he's very committed to his defense. He wants to be. Evan, he wants to be an all-around player.
I got you.
And I read some of the Posey comments about him. It feels to me like he won't be coming up this year.
Well, what about this? And I love Chappie. I'm just telling you, if he were not on this team, I would not tell you and Evan, oh, my God, they have no chance to compete. All you're going to miss is glove. But at the end of the day, Steiny, I'm just saying what he would bring back or what I think you could get back from that could suffice and have this team, do some things. So I'm not like pulling my hair out. Oh, my God, if Chapman were to get traded, it's, this team is done. Like that caller might be on to something. And it would be bold.
I mean,
but then you have to replace him.
How do you? That's what I was going to say. Like, who's going to play third base next year where you're going to upgrade that position?
It's also not just like, okay, let's say Devers goes to third.
Yeah. Well, I was saying
he led all AL third basemen in errors every single year. Yeah. He played third base for the Red Sox.
Because your shortstop's doing that now.
What's your point, Evan?
He stinks.
Yeah. No.
Well, and that's important because this team has to be a good defensive team.
Then
if you put Devers at third, that must mean Eldridge is at first, but we're already acknowledging that he's a work in progress as a young player.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, you got Ramos in left, Devers at third, Adames so-so at short.
Well, let's put it
now
right
you're
on
not
the
a
table.
good fielding team.
Let's put another right on the table brought to you by Atco. Evan, I'm going to start with you, too. Are you shocked that Devers is getting any run at first? And why do you believe that is? And you don't have to be shocked. Why do you think they're like sometimes? And he's not been horrible at all. But I'm like, this couldn't wait. I'm just asking you why you think they're doing it now.
Because they're not sure if Eldridge is going to be able to play first in the near future. And you need a first baseman for the next couple of years, potentially.
Wow. So then he wouldn't be on his way here if Evan's right to the caller.
No,
point.
he might be.
Yeah.
He just might not be a good defensive player.
I mean, you better get a
Oh.
sense of what Devers wants. Or what? You think I'm kidding? You better,
I kind of, that's why I brought it up just a little bit.
I mean, what if Devers is like, no, I want to play the field? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by the American Cancer Society.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through National Debt Relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com. jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying border. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love the.
No.
I was gonna
Now
ask you for a
back to
prediction.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Still one of the saddest moments of our show in 14 years. Hanging up on a Hall of Fame coach.
It was an accident. Nobody hung up on him. We got to check in on Dick.
You guys haven't been on the air for 14 years.
No, but the station's that old.
But it feels like it sometimes, Evan.
What an upset.
Dude, that was Townie called in.
95% of the
Evan
fans
wasn't
out
here.
there had the under 2.5 years.
I was 16.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, wow.
Go ahead. There's something that you wanted to talk about.
Don't try to Michelle Obama me. I ain't got none of that today. You set me up yesterday?
No.
Nope.
No.
I'm good.
Okay. No, you're not good. You sent a text to the thread. You have something on your mind. It's very important. It's very important. It has a lot to do with what's on the field and who's competing and, winning and losing. Something about a visor?
Oh, yeah. Do we have, I don't know if we have that sound, Steiny, because the sound will do it justice. But, man, I mean, what are we doing in sports? Colin Cowherd has his show, and he ripped the Cowboy head coach, Brian Schottenheimer, for wearing his visor backwards. And I'm like, is that what we're doing? But Evan kind of, I don't want to speak for Evan.
Wait, do you want the Cowherd sound or the Schottenheimer sound?
Oh, the Cowherd sound.
Now, give us both.
All right.
Give us both.
Schottenheimer was just asked about what's going on with, the Parsons negotiations.
Right.
But here is Colin Cowherd's response to Schottenheimer responding to questions at the podium with a visor on.
I don't like backward hats. What's worse is a backward visor. That's a 2-win team. I'm taking away 4 wins. So when you sit in front of a podium, you're representing the Cowboys, you're representing Bank of America, you're representing a $12 billion corporation. I think you got to do better as a head coach than a visor backwards. There's a reason at country clubs and private clubs, you have to wear collared shirts and jackets. There's a reason for that. There's a standard. I don't want to look like a guy that's here to move my couch. I want you to do better than that.
I got to tell you, I don't know how to feel about that.
Well, Evan, tell us how you feel, because you shocked me with this one. But I'm like, I get he needs clicks, and he is who he is, and it's about sportainment. But come on, Evan.
Does Colin Cowherd really need clicks? I think he's doing just fine.
I kind of agree with him. It's not even the backwards hat thing, but it's just visors are just a bad look.
Why?
Like, am I tripping on this? Visors do not look good.
Well, I can only tell you my experience with visors.
Did you survive?
Well, I play a lot of golf, and I usually go with a regular golf hat. And then one time back east, I didn't have a hat, so I went with a visor and went out to the first tee, and my buddy would not let me play in a visor.
He was offended that
you cannot wear a visor.
So it's like a do-rag. Oh my!
He just didn't like it.
That's what Colin's acting like, Evan, like it's unprofessional. And I'm like, dude, if the owner's okay and Goodell's okay with it, but I remember back in the day, Tony Romo, when he was starting 08, 09, he had his hat backwards. Cowherd had a problem with that. Like, I don't know why it doesn't bother me. John Gruden used to wear a visor. I mean, it wasn't backwards, but.
Doesn't Shanahan wear a backward cap once in a while? Here and there? Probably not at the podium.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Ken Griffey, but it's...
Oh, the Ken
my issue is with the visor itself. Like, I think I don't like it when tennis players wear it. I don't like it when golfers wear it. I don't like it when ultimate Frisbee players wear it. I just don't like visors.
I never knew that about you.
I don't have a strong opinion on visors, but I kind of hear what Cowherd's saying.
But you guys came down my road because
he's up at the podium.
Hoodie inside the gym, and he's a professional at the Valkyrie game, and I just had an issue with hoodies inside. Take them off. But I didn't, Evan, this feels like that, but I think there's more merit to that than the visor in sports, but I get it. It's not your thing.
I do think it...
I'm taking away 2-4 wins.
Well, that was a bit, but I think it does feel kind of unprofessional, right?
Where do we draw the line?
The answer is yes.
Because let me tell you what's unprofessionals.
But the question is, does it matter?
Let me tell you what unprofessional, and a guy watching YouTube and old basketball games. Coaches in sweats. Oh, watching Steve Kerr in a suit it's a reminder of the NBA. You're going, Guru, what are they losing? They're losing something, man. Chuck Daly, Phil, all the great ones had, come on now. And now everybody looks the same.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me. I would agree with this from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. The visor is still a better look than those dirty, sleeveless hoodies like Belichick wears. Right. Those things are hideous.
Dude, it look like he ain't washed his either.
And as long as we're going that, nobody has ever liked in the history of mankind the synthetic football shorts that coaches wear that are too tight, that are all polyester.
No, I'm not mad at those.
Those are awful.
Almost bought some in Texas.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah. If I wasn't Thunder Thighs, I might have got them. But anyway, yep.
I do think when you're coming to the podium, it's a little different than Pod sitting courtside.
It's training camp. Steiny, can he have a visor? It's hot.
There's also different rules for everyone. For example, if...
Oh, boy.
I don't know. Kubiak's the new head coach in New Orleans, right? Yeah. If he showed up with a sleeveless hoodie, he would be reprimanded. But when you win 7 Super Bowls, or 6, whatever the number is, you can kind of do whatever you want.
Yeah. If Goodell don't got a problem with it, I don't.
Well, we don't know yet.
Evan said, I'm taking away 4 wins. Like, that means something on the field.
Well, I know somebody that could take away 4 wins. Micah Parsons.
I told you guys this is all entertainment.
It's not really that entertaining, though.
Do you know Myles Garrett requested a trade, and he got his chicken shortly thereafter? That's what's going to happen here.
Well, that was my daughter's
There's not going to be 2 Luka situations in the Lone Star State, I don't believe.
Debo requested a trade back in the day.
Yeah. How'd that work out for him?
Good. Yeah. He's on a contender this year. He wasn't last year. You hate when I say that, don't you? Well, they're not really.
No.
49ers aren't really a contender.
If people didn't know you, they wouldn't get you. I understand you.
Debo's their number 1 receiver right now.
Man.
Well, let me guess. Go out and get McLaurin.
No, the morning guys were kind of talking about it. Not saying that they brought him up.
Yeah, let's have, tell you what, here's what we should do. We got a guy on his rookie deal making 10. Jennings making 7.5, but let's bump him up to 20. We got Ayuk who's hurt, but he makes 30. Let's get another guy in here that makes 30. That will pay 30, and then we got 4 good receivers and a quarterback that can't throw the ball downfield. Woo! We're going to the Super Bowl.
I don't know if you guys have watched what Dan Quinn wears as a head coach. Evan, he has the whole hoodie thing too, so he looks like he just came from the gym.
I thought he does the backwards cap.
He does. That and the Belichick hoodie that looked like it hadn't been washed. With the hood, the one Steiny doesn't like. The Belichick.
I can't stand this.
Yeah.
I can't stand
What's the basketball equivalent of a visor?
Well, I think those hideous sweaters.
I love them. You mean like my Timberwolves?
Yeah, but everybody's wearing them. You look like Men in Black or whatever your color is.
I look sharp.
I want the coach to be distinguished.
Diabolical.
Have you talked to him honestly this offseason?
No, but he just did an interview with a guy who
that's pretty good.
Used to cover Franklin and Marshall.
Okay,
basketball.
Diplomats.
Yeah, there was a sports writer that covered this way back in the day. He just did a podcast with this guy back in Pennsylvania.
Is there anybody that doesn't have a podcast not named Evan Steiny?
I don't.
Well, Evan has something.
You don't.
I'm going to get one.
You probably won't.
No, seriously.
I don't think you work hard enough. Okay, I didn't mean it like that, but you're really not like.
I watch.
You got to be more careful with your words.
Yeah, Evan, it's like, now if we were janitors, I'd be like, you know what, I don't mop enough. I go hide. I take extra long lunches, so it doesn't bother me. But the people that know Goo and Daryl, I'm going third person, they know I watch, Well, they know I put in my time. They know it.
I mean, this is hard for me to say. You do watch, but you do not work as hard. You're not even in the same league in terms of hard work as Stephen A. Smith. You're not willing to pay that price.
I did the backyard boogie for 2 years.
But
you know what that entailed?
I don't.
Okay, but you learn something new every day. Evan, I didn't even know Evan when I was doing it.
Stephen A. Smith works 7 days a week.
He's getting 20
from dawn to dusk.
He's getting 20 M's a year.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, I don't.
7 days a week.
Just acknowledge that you don't want to pay that price. I don't. I'll admit I don't want to pay that price.
There is no price when you do something you love.
Well, that's a myth too.
No, it's not.
It just is.
We're in the, what is it? The
salad days?
Kids department of life with what we do.
And that's another problem we have, is that's an indication that I treat this job seriously. You treat it like a joke. Like it's a big, every day's Christmas. And we're just going to open presents. And, hey. And please, I'm trying to make a living here.
Don't do it like that.
I'm trying to make a living.
That's the gift. The fact that they pay us to do this with these fire takes.
That's a weird assumption.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. I did just think of something.
Well, Chris A. said you tried to insinuate I'm the Kaminga of the show, but that won't stick. But go ahead.
You work harder than Kaminga.
Please. I am the system.
Well, you kind of load manage. But
you're well-rounded. Your game is complete.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, you are so much more valuable.
My boy Hawk doesn't like you, Steiny. He don't like the way you talk to me, so he don't like you.
No, he's a punk.
If you see Hawk, he would put you in a pretzel, Steiny.
Please.
Take that back.
How old is he?
It don't matter.
Hey, Hawk, bring it.
You don't want these Hawk
you got
problems.
nothing.
What about Big Dex? You got people out there, Steiny. I'm keeping them off you. It's a bit. Just put it away.
Well, apparently it's not with Hawk.
I'm Batman.
What did he say?
Nothing. It's your attitude.
You know what, Hawk? You're gutless.
I should have him
say it to Guru. You won't say it to me.
He's not the only one.
Is this guy from the U?
Well, he's from L.A., but the way of the U is how I know him. Yeah. Kids play. And that's what life's about.
Make sure you know.
Had two boys, played to Logan. One went to UCLA. Went to USC. From L.A., the origin, but way up here in the Bay.
Right.
Yeah. I keep dudes off you, man.
Way to go, Hawk.
Yeah, there you go.
It sounds like he's got some good kids.
Yeah, it does.
And you're waiting for a one-liner. I'm not going to give it to you.
I think you got the message. Cut it out. That's right. Chris A.
Hey, Oh, boy.
What you got?
You hear what's going on in San Francisco?
That can be 20 different things.
Looks like it's 65 and sunny outside.
Right.
What do you mean?
What do you got?
It's an all-out.
I know
we got an all-out assault on automobiles.
That's speed cameras.
Yeah, 33 of them.
But I don't speed in the city.
No.
My issue is coming across the bridge. I just feel like you ratted me out with CHP. They're out there every day now, Evan. It's like a video game for your boy. Dude.
I got a notice in the mail.
This is a public service.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm going to give you guys a public service message, and I'm dead serious.
This is weak, man.
So 33 cameras have been installed in San Francisco. That's true.
Oh, my gosh, this is weak.
They are obviously video cameras, and they can tell whether you're speeding in the city, whether you ran a red light.
That's gutless.
Whether you committed any kind of infraction. And there's been a grace period of at least 3 or 4 months. And so, for example, Evan, a couple weeks ago, was going 11 miles over the speed limit.
You was flying,
He got a letter.
Fulton's a straight shot. Can we be honest about this?
Fulton should not be 25 miles an hour. That's a joke.
Wow.
Anyway, he got a notice that he was going 11 miles over the speed limit, and he wasn't going to be fined this time, but next time he will be, and it's official on August 3rd that now if you get a ticket, you got to pay.
That is weak, man.
Now, why do you say that?
Because we're not hitting up the budget, the city, and
That's
now they
right.
just want us to pay for it, and this is the way that you're going to pay for it. This is, I'm telling you, man, Switzerland, here I come. I'm leaving here. I truly, this is so.
Quit trying to cheer me up.
You let him sack.
No, but I'm telling via the Yoon, Evan, I got 2 locales. I'm out of here, man.
Where are you going to go?
Texas is number 1.
Oh, yeah.
I just want the country, man.
Oh, yeah. That's.
Now, why would you laugh, E?
No, Texas will solve your problems.
And you can open carry. You try bipping out there. I'm serious, Evan. You got to think. I'm telling you,
it's part of the problem.
So you're going to move just so you can speed?
No, it's getting too crowded, and
not the city.
I'm just tired of the hustle and bustle, and then now they're going to take it out on us people that get up and go to work. Oh, we don't even have the guts to pull you over anymore. The camera caught you. We know what you're doing with the funds. The meter maids, they're out of control.
Well, they're paving.
I'm just tired, man. I am. I want a slower speed of life, Steiny. L.A., that's the fast life. Just came back from it. I want to just chill, man. Go do my 8 hours and then come home, relax.
I mean, I understand the sentiment, but I feel like
tired of crime.
I just look at you and I think you'd be overwhelmed in Dubuque, Iowa, too.
Please.
You know what I mean? Life comes at you real fast sometimes.
I just want a remote, HD TV, the games, some good lemonade, and just be to myself.
Well, you have most of those on Thursdays.
Evan, I got to give him a 2. Oh, man. Hey, but tell the people where I'll be when I'm gone. In a couple of days, I'm going to bury or my Aunt Annabelle, 93 years old. Chasky, if you're listening, I'll be at that funeral. So have my back, you and Evan.
I got
Hold
you.
it down.
Yeah, condolences, man.
No, seriously, thank you.
She had a great life. 93?
I feel like you're going somewhere you shouldn't, but yeah, she did.
Oh, my God.
Evan,
are you
let's
kidding
leave
me?
it at that. Let's do. Steiny, you can't.
She lived 93 years. You should be thankful.
No, that's a beautiful.
Okay.
No doubt.
My Nana lived till she was 97. She was cooking up until the day she died.
Honestly, would you guys take? I would give my right arm for both of those, 93 and 97.
Depends on the quality of life that I was living at that point. Like my mom's getting up there, but she's still out there.
She's at the gym still.
I know.
Dude.
I know.
Well, hey, she needs a podcast.
I don't want her to have a podcast. You're all right, though, Goose. Seriously.
Yeah. You got to be. No, seriously, can I just, something for the show? You did something on Facebook, political. You got to draw it back. Because you brought in the show, and people, you didn't, but people thought you were talking about the show, so that means me. And I'm looking at the comments, being nosy. I just was like, can you take it down?
No.
I called you and I hung up.
dumb people don't deserve two explanations.
Dude, but everybody doesn't have your sense of humor. They don't know you.
Well, then they can unfollow me. They can block me.
Remember you and my boy Everett got into it. Remember?
Wait, who?
Everett. Remember I went to school with my guy. It was politics. You
know what, though?
Facebook politics.
This is why when you say you're off of social media, nobody's buying
it.
No.
You're kicking up dust.
Good.
You're posed. You know what you're doing.
What?
You're egging people on.
Oh, that's too bad.
And then you watch them fight and you just look at the comments.
What? I post and then I return about 3 or 4 days later to see what the fallout is. That's the way to do it.
That's why I hate social media, just that right there.
Yeah,
man.
like sometimes I get on my phone, I'll be like, whoa, what? 22 notifications.
What fire did I start, man?
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
I texted that last night.
No, honestly, before we get out of here,
sure, good.
We got time. Your last speeding ticket. I know you drive electric cars, so I'm thinking it's been a while.
It's been a long time.
I would ask you, Evan, but you just got popped.
No, I got a warning.
Wow.
There's a grace period for these cameras.
And we had a young lady here that I won't throw her under the bus, but she had 6 of those warning letters.
Marcy Weiser.
I didn't say any names.
She got 6?
Yeah, they're all grace period ones, though.
Good Lord.
I know.
You'd think one would.
She had a Ferrari.
Set in.
Regular Shirley Muldown.
That is weak, though. You're going to do this
Danica
like
Patrick.
That. Yeah.
With that. I got about 6 other things written down here right now.
Do you believe, just because you're written them down doesn't mean, do you believe them? That's what the boss preaches. What are you passionate about outside of golf?
Pirates beat Giants 5-4, 2-run 9th inning. They're now under 500. Line 2.
Dude, that is great.
A game like last night shows that it's true the Giants have sold and they've given up. And that message has pervaded the clubhouse.
I just feel like, and all you do is preach to me seriously that I'm giving them a free pass. Rodriguez has the stuff. And Rodriguez has the stuff.
Can I be honest with you?
Quit doing that to him.
Can I be honest with you?
He had the yips last night, and he had them in New York.
Right,
so they got away with it.
So like Birdsong, he should never pitch again.
I know. Hey, Evan wasn't with us. I want that one back.
Here's what you don't understand. Let me help you. And it's very subtle. But if you have, I was going to use myself, but we'll use a real athlete. Let's say
me.
Let's say, okay, Justin Verlander. And he's pitching pretty well, right?
Last 3?
Yeah. So Justin Verlander is now pitching for the San Francisco Giants, who are under 500. I think he's been a pretty good playoff performer, right? He's got a
come on now.
World Series. Yeah, he's
headed to the Hall.
He's got almost 300 wins.
Got 2.
He's played on some great teams.
About to have
3,500 You do realize
strikeouts.
that there's an intangible there. There's something built in that's not explainable, but he cannot reach his potential to the degree he could have on a better team. There's just something psychological about it. When you're competing for a title or to win the division, or you're in it, and every game means a lot, and you're living, dying, grinding, and it means a lot to you, you're going to perform better than, all right, well, we got 2 more against the Pirates, and we're a game under 500. Let's do our best. But it's that little sliver of difference that makes one team compete and one team win. That's what I believe.
But if I understand you correctly, his performances are letting you know that's not affecting him. He's pitching the best that he has all season.
He's had 3 good games.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So,
right.
Okay, let's not use Verlander.
But I hear you.
Use anybody else. Adames.
I don't agree, but no.
Adames has played on winning teams in Milwaukee. Now he's on a team that's 500, and
But if we had some real baseball
tough.
talk, Steiny, they're 1 game under 500. And they're under 500, way under with Devers. Like, make that make sense. And when you can't make sense of it, I go to the parents. I go to the teachers. If schools are failing because the SAT scores around the school are in the dumps, I go to the faculty. I go to the instructors, and that's why I'm looking at Bo Mail.
Right, and that's why you, when you got bad grades, blamed the teacher, even though you weren't working hard.
I had a 2.80 in high school.
There you go.
What?
That's less than a B.
That's a B. When Evan laughs, I don't know, something gets me mad. Evan, that's a B minus.
Because I hit the nail.
Please.
A B minus isn't a B.
No.
Oh my, are we really doing this?
We just did.
Wow.
Hey, I heard something crazy today. I don't know if it's true. Can you just verify? I heard you say something to Spadoni.
Okay.
I just want to did you really buy that shirt on your own?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wondered. Because you said you did, but it's...
When I went to the game.
It's gear that, let's be honest. Kincaid.
Wow, man.
Kincaid sent it to
No,
you?
Evan, I'm really offended, man. And this goes back to last Friday. You weren't here. I threw a slug at you the other day. I come in and give you the scoop on some stuff that's happening in pop culture, and you look at me and go, how do you know this stuff? Like if it was crack. I go, dude, it's on the same Twitter. Evan, that hurt me.
It's more about my interest
set me up, man.
in individuals' timelines. You say stay off my timeline. I actually would like to get on your timeline.
Dude, Evan, that hurt. And then yesterday you set me up with tell me about GMZ and Michelle Obama. And then when I bring up my thought, you just stab me in the back.
Yeah, I better be careful.
Show.
Hawk might come after me.
The
big hawk. Oh, the big bird. Big hawk. Yeah. Why isn't he the condor? Because he ain't that big.
You gotta be careful.
He's just a hawk. You tell him I'm a condor.
I'm gonna call in.
It's like when Jerry West said, I'm a wolf. All right. Bring it on, Hawk. All right. Don't really. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
And that's what life's about.
Bay Area, there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
Locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley. You can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Shasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel well.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm. We're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
When growth stalls from turnover, hiring gaps, or operational drag, MyOutDesk steps in with elite global talent, fast. Trusted by over 8,500 businesses, they help mid-market and enterprise leaders scale smarter, cut costs, and lead with confidence. With a selection rate under 1%, MyOutDesk delivers only top-tier professionals to power your team. They're ranked #1 by TechRadar and U.S. News & World Report, and they're just getting started. See how much you could save and how far you could go at MyOutDesk.com. That's MyOutDesk.com, where momentum meets results.
Spina bifida is a common birth defect, and everyone with spina bifida from childhood through adulthood deserves to flourish. The Spina Bifida Association is creating a future where this is more than just possible. It's inevitable. We're advancing clinical care and shaping innovative research. With your help, we'll build the future that people with spina bifida deserve. Join us at SBAA.org. That's SBAA.org. This message is sponsored by the Spina Bifida Association of America.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
I'm trying to do more TikToks.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't look at me. Damn.
I'm just waiting for you to finish.
You said some stuff that we got to have a show meeting. A couple of things you said you went too far. More I think about. Hey, Katrina.
Let me know when you're done.
Katrina just
texted
the both of us. Remember Katrina, the one that got Looney into shape? She says she got 2 in the mail, 2 speeding notices, one on Bryant and one on Sloat. And we hadn't talked to her, but that's the beautiful thing about what we do. She's listening. Shout out Katrina.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Well, she just sent it to me.
Okay. Hey, lock in this Thursday. This is going to be hard for me to do, but I have to do it.
What, lock in?
That's a 4.
Sorry.
Okay, now I'm going to... Nahegan's going to get on us for the pauses. How come I'm the one who gets blamed for the pauses?
Because you don't have nothing to say half the time.
Well, that's because I don't even know how to react to some of the stuff we all say. All right, lock in this Thursday with the morning roast and Steiny and Guru live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I'm sorry, Laughing Monk Brewer. We're on site down in Sunnyvale. Yeah. At the Laughing Monk. At Laughing Monk Brewing. 2 shows. We'll be there from 6 to 2. That's the morning show, then our show. And it's a preview. We're giving you a little preview of our live location for every red and gold pregame show for the Niners that we do during their home game. So come by Laughing Monk Brewing Thursday, August 7th. That's in Sunnyvale. And you can hang out with the morning roast and Steiny and Gavin.
Yeah. Can't wait.
Well, and let me ask you a question. Would you rather disappoint people now or on Thursday?
No, I told them already.
Okay, then now.
We never hide the real. I'll be on my way to Mississippi, Steiny.
I know.
Yeah.
Where you
oh, my God. You were really, were you really like?
Yes, I really was.
We've been talking about it 2 days.
Right, but not on the air. Not on the air.
I just did. I said, I'm not going to be here. You go,
When?
You're right.
That was like at the beginning of the show.
That was Monday.
I'm just reminded people.
Yeah. So I miss Sam and Josh, but you guys hold it down at the Laughing Monk. And I wanted to get out there, Steiny. It's a good time. And I'll tell you
So
what, I won't
been
miss. No, that would have been my first time. So I got to get there during the season. I'll come pull up on Low and Evans.
You said it's a good time.
I've heard it's a good time.
Oh, heard. Okay.
And Bonte and Shasky, now Spadoni. I'm sure they're going to have their awards ceremony there. And we will be there this time. Remember, you were like, we didn't go.
We'll have
for
a
the
show
Doobie Awards.
to do.
We could do it from there.
I don't want to.
See, we're
doing it Thursday.
Yeah.
We're going to be down there Thursday.
But I'm talking about wearing the tuxedos like Shasky.
No chance. No.
That's one of the dopest events the station puts on.
And feel free to participate.
And I'll let you have me see that. Watch, Donnie. You're going to be left here.
Okay. What's
Dibs
your point?
Willard did a show. Dibs was in Vegas.
Really?
Willard was here.
They are so special.
What's your deal?
What my deal is
you don't like teamwork. Just admit, say, Goo, you might be onto something. We'll move on.
By the way, can I be sincere for 1 second? I'm going to give a shout out to a legend. I'm messing around with the internet the other day, looking at The Athletic and ESPN, and there was a story about a gentleman that I haven't seen in a while.
See, now I'm getting emotional.
But he's a legend. It was in The Athletic. I want to say hello and a shout out to Art Spander.
Man.
You know who he is?
The great Art Spander, yes.
A longtime columnist in the Bay Area. There was a story about him in The Athletic. This guy is unbelievable. He has just come back from, the U.S. Open in Oakmont, which is outside Pittsburgh. All right. You know how many major golf tournaments that Art Spander has covered? Majors. They only have 4 a year.
All right. You ready for me?
Yeah.
And he's a big boy. He's been around.
Now here's where, don't over guess. 222.
I'm going to say 48.
That's a great guess. He has covered 183.
Dude, wow. That's not a great guess.
Major golf tournaments.
Wow. Wasn't even close.
That's unbelievable. Anyway,
there's got to be a book about that, right?
He's written books.
Okay, yeah. Maybe I'm going to get one.
Art is 86 years old, and he's blind in one eye from an accident he had as a boy, which I didn't realize. But now he's lost some sight in his other eye, and so he travels to events with his wife, and he dictates his stories to her, and she types them.
Wow.
Art
That's
Spander,
incredible.
86 years old. Still a fixture in a lot of press boxes.
So the article that you read in The Athletic, it touches on that, huh?
Oh, yeah, it touches on his whole career.
Oh, dude, I can't wait. I'm going to check that out. Wow.
Art Spander, 86, one of the last of his kind.
We should have him on.
I think that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's gonna be good.
86.
But 148. He's seen it all.
183.
83. Help me out.
You know what though? I'm gonna
my IQ.
I'm gonna double back and tell you were right about something, and he's proof. If you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life.
Man.
He's 86 years old and he's still writing columns.
My mother said, Daisy Mae Johnson, Steiny, I mean this, and I know you're going to ruin it and say she borrowed it. Find a job you love. You'll never have to work another day in your life. And I've had jobs that I hated. Have you?
Oh, yeah.
Where it consumes you. As soon as you get off and
Why'd
you're
you
going
use
up.
the past tense?
You love Steiny. Get here at 7.
Listen to this.
All right.
Here's what here's what Art Spander has covered. The Miracle on Ice.
Wow.
Okay, which was in 80.
Al Michaels.
He was in Cincinnati for Henry Aaron's 714th homer. And then he was in Atlanta 5 days later for home run number 715.
Where the two guys ran behind.
So we saw 14 and 15, 714, 715.
Wow.
He covered Joe Montana to Dwight Clark.
Catch.
He covered Johnny Miller's 63. He covered Kirk Gibson limping around the bases, pumping his arm.
Wow.
He covered all the highs and lows of Tiger Woods. He covered Federer in his prime. He covered the fall of O.J. Simpson. All told, he's put pen to pad for over 60 Rose Bowls, 50 Masters, and 40 Super Bowls, 30 Final Fours, and 20 World Series, and a couple Olympics.
Steiny, you are beautiful.
That's
Man,
unreal.
I want to personally give Art Spander my gold jacket of report. Like, Steiny, that's incredible.
And he's
60 Rose Bowls.
And he's always been the nicest guy in the world. Treats people the right way.
The rise and fall of OJ.
Did you meet him, Steiny?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure.
What was he like?
He was very gregarious. He loved being a columnist. He's the kind of writer that when he goes out to cover an event, he has no idea what he's going to write about, but he's got, specifically he doesn't, but he's always goes in with ideas, and he's always trying to look for what he calls the best story out there.
And I think that's worked out for him, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. And this is a funny line. This is a funny line from the 510. Steiny, stop being so humble. You were Art Spander's mentor. Come on, man. Art, more like vice versa. All right, you were going to say something now.
I thought that was an age joke.
It was. He was saying that I'm older than Art. Funny. Kind of. Anyway, Art Spander. Anybody who's a sports
so glad
fan
you brought that
in the Bay Area knows who Art Spander is. Yeah. And still going strong at 86.
No doubt.
86.
Wow. That is phenomenal, man.
Yeah. I thought you were going to...
No, how do you follow that?
Well, I thought you had something. You were saying something about me, and you were down on me for something.
Oh, you're having some fun, but I can't even remember, so that's how you know what you say does not penetrate or affect me at all.
And that's good for a talk show, to have a guy not listen to the other one.
No, I listened to you, but there were
you
so
don't
many.
hear.
No, you were out of pocket.
Did you guys know that Art Spader actually recently wrote about the San Francisco Giants? Would you like to hear some of it?
Give it to me.
So this is from artspander.com, where he writes a lot of these pieces Steiny's referring to. Quote, "Somewhere in this favored land, the sun is shining bright. Yes, a line from the closing of Casey at the Bat, a baseball tale of woe. Not to be confused with the story of the Giants, who, although failing as the mighty Casey, rarely play when the sun is shining, especially this summer in San Francisco. What seemed so glorious a month ago has turned into a disaster that seems destined to continue Friday night in New York when the Giants face the Mets."
That's just superb, man. Wordplay on point. Evan, why even your move, D? Because you nice with it was like, that was beautiful.
Yeah, he's saying they're done.
Yeah, but we get that.
Yeah, it was a really nice say. This was before the 6-game homestand, by the way.
Yeah, I'm pro Art. I like how that was art. Let's say that word. That was beautiful. Man.
Hey, 4 chips.
You're okay sometimes, man. I'm glad you brought
4
that
chips.
up.
Don't be an ass.
What happened?
Steiny's talking about this guy like he's cured cancer. Please, he's one of the best columnists of our generation.
You want me to block that person? See, that's when you gotta come on.
Nah,
we don't block people.
No, I have here later.
On the chat.
Yeah, they said a word that triggers me.
You can.
Oh my God!
Wait, you can block people on
Some
the YouTube
hosts got
chat?
like 50 people blocked. I don't. I know I have thick skin, so I got one person blocked, Steiny. I had to go to the person and tell him.
No.
Yeah, no, please.
I was getting ready. Well, who? What's the word?
Bootlicker. to rip my mic. Oh, it did something to me.
That would bother me too.
Oh my gosh. I said, man, if you put me in a room and said that, Evan.
That's a great word, though.
I don't block. You got blocked that day. Steiny, that got me. That's my kryptonite. There's nothing worse, Steiny.
Who are, like, which of the thousands of athletes in the Bay would he be talking about?
Oh, boy.
He must have been talking about Kuminga. No, Devers.
No, it was Kuminga. It was Kuminga.
No. It was Ayuk. It was Ayuk.
It was Kuminga.
Rodriguez last night.
And I'm the guy that rides here at the station for Kuminga, so I think. And he had me as if I didn't, and that just set me off. Oh, boy.
All right, so Spander's writing that the Giants basically should wave the white flag. What's he write about Kuminga?
I haven't gotten that deep yet. He did say that the Giants
had to find his stuff.
The Giants had not only dropped below 500, but basically dropped out of contention as a possible wild card.
Not according to Goo. It's only 6.
Oh, nah.
Oh.
It would have been 5 had you handled your business. Steiny, that was bad, man. That truly. Do you know how bad the Pirates are?
They're better than the Giants.
Well, they beat them 4. Like, come on, man.
How many times do they have to lose to teams like the Pirates before you say maybe we're not as good as I thought?
Well, the Nationals
but next year we're going to win the division.
You got time to go for like that. That just seriously, man. It's like Art Spander. It doesn't get old. I'm sitting there like it's 4-1. It should be 7 or 8-1, but I'll get over that, and I did. The Pirates, they can't hit. They're not coming back. Walk, home run from Sawinski is 4-3. Then I'm like, okay, they'll win the game, and they lose it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Did you bet on the game last night?
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, it usually impacts.
I told you I was taking a break.
Okay.
No, seriously.
Okay. So you didn't.
I start reading.
You didn't bet on the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And yet you're still really upset. See, this tells me, well, who's your favorite team in baseball?
Pirates. It was.
So the Pirates won, but you're upset.
They're that bad. I want playoff baseball to discuss.
Well, it's only August.
From the Bay, so I don't hate on Bay teams. And the Warriors are my team.
No, you don't hate on them. Definitely not.
Somebody
you
really
prop them up.
I won't even dime the person out, Evan. This is true. You guys can laugh. Somebody prominent in the media here in the Bay Area said, I got book material. I'm from the soil of the Bay. The Star was handed down.
Union City.
So, Evan,
sorry,
why are you laughing?
No, I'm laughing because yesterday Dibs tried to tell me that there's an official Bay Area map that includes 9 counties.
Oh, God.
And I'm not buying it.
He was on that one again?
Yeah.
No, what? Can you remember? Come on, Steiny. I got to bring that up to him.
I've heard him say that a lot. The 9-county Bay Area
You got to tell him to stop, man. That's pretty good, Evan. But anyway, I root for the Bay. I root for the fans. Like when Dallas was getting their head beat upside the wall in the 2 playoff games. Why? Who better to lose to than the Niners if my family and friends and coworker are going to be happy? That's who I am because I'm from the Bay. But somebody said it's book material.
4 chips on the YouTube chat. The point is this. Steiny will never talk about an athlete the way he talks about Art Spander. That's right.
Well,
no
Larry
athlete's
Bird.
got his staying power won.
Larry Bird.
He's a fossil. Like, Larry Bird was not a great individual defender. See, I tell it like it is, all right?
But when it comes to Jordan, you'll try to mar him.
One of the greatest players of all time. How am I marring him?
The greatest.
Yeah, he's among the greatest. A lot of people have him as the greatest.
Did you see the people lined up for his new shoe that dropped Saturday? Steiny, it's incredible. The dude's been retired forever.
Yeah, even when he was the owner of the Hornets.
That don't even count.
Of course not, because he failed.
Magic failed at coaching.
Yeah, but he was only there 3 years, not even.
I'm not going to be here.
Yes. Dixon is. We can't do this. I'm not going.
Evan, how did I miss that part of the show?
Well, I said I was in Santa Rosa over the weekend at this Field of Dreams I was describing to you guys yesterday.
Yep.
And he goes, "Oh, in the Bay Area." I'm like, well.
So Monterey's the Bay Area to Dibley.
Monterey's not the Bay.
But with Dibley's metric, it might be.
No. Santa Rosa's an hour from here. Monterey's 2.
When have you ever gotten to Santa Rosa in an hour?
And I don't think you care.
1995. I used to work up in Santa Rosa and made the commute from San Francisco every single day.
Yeah, you try that commute now is what we're saying.
It's like 2 lanes on the 101 for like 15 miles.
Yeah, you're living 2 in the past. Now that bad boy's about an hour 50, 2 hours now.
Is it?
I gotta believe.
Okay.
It's okay to be wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I can make it there in an hour back in 1995. You think I'm kidding?
No, that I believe. A lot has changed.
Is Filmo Mike on hold or is
we got him?
I don't know. It's a weird color. Okay. I guess we got Filmo Mike. What's up, Filmo? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. It's 2025, man. You shouldn't be talking about color. Anyway.
I let that go, but Mike, I was about to get him. Color. You go color, and then you go Filmo Mike.
Yeah.
He's black.
Colored. I'm a black man.
Yeah, what did I say about color?
Black man.
Oh.
The blackest Filmo Mike.
All right.
The blackest man of all time. Nah, but listen. 2 things. Guru, I'm so mad, and my condolences to your family. You were really looking forward to going to Laughing Monk.
See, and that's why I know you know me. No doubt.
Yeah. Come on, man. You was like, man, I want to go. You was like, I'm gonna chill. Nah, but that's my condolences to that,
hey,
man.
thank you, man, for real.
Is listeners invited to this?
Yes, absolutely.
Y'all just taping live from there.
No. You can come. Absolutely.
Pull up.
Laughing Monk Brewing.
They gonna have a spread like they had last time?
Yes. Actually, they're saying it's going to be bigger.
Oh my God! I'm telling y'all listeners right now, if you don't get to Laughing Monk, if it ain't packed, you tripping.
Yeah.
First of all, listen.
Wow.
Food is crazy prices right now. You get me chicken for $5. What the hell? Go to Laughing Monk. Listen to some sports commentary. It's going to be a great time. I might just pull up. I got to get up early, though, to pull up. But I might just pull up. And the last but not least, when y'all do y'all version of the Doobie Awards, Steiny and Goo, y'all got to call it the Cafeteria Awards.
Right.
Wow. Look at Evan even look back. Like, boy, Mike, we might have to send us some chicken on that one. That's a good one.
All right. Break it up, Mike.
Gosh. But I'm going to pay respects to my aunt. But, man, I'm going to miss that one. And I wanted to get down there.
I've got a text here from
Art?
No.
Oh.
The very same person that gave one to you.
Katrina.
Yeah.
You want to read it?
Yeah, you can make it there in an hour or so in the midday. My son was at Sonoma State.
Katrina, don't help him out. Now, if you couldn't. Evan, I'm with you. Shout out, Katrina.
7:07. I make it to San Francisco from up here in 45, 50 minutes.
But you live in Oakland. You wouldn't be coming from the city. This is close.
No, I'd be going right up after work from here.
Mm-hmm. Well, you didn't have many friends there if you ain't been back in that long.
I just mapped it from where we are right here.
Mm-hmm.
There's no traffic.
Yeah.
Hour 15.
Well, that's because it takes you 15 minutes to get to the Bay Bridge right now. I'm sorry, the Golden Gate Bridge.
That's the point. Not everybody lives next to a bridge.
No, this was from the marina.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was talking about from the marina, right down by the...
Evan, thank you, Lord. Man.
By the new Presidio.
Now, we couldn't... Cafeteria awards? We'd be stealing their material, though, right?
What do you mean?
They got the Doobie Awards. If we do the cafeteria, we'd be stealing.
No, Mike's right, though. The spread Thursday is going to be unbelievable.
Oh, boy. Give me something.
Lamb, ham and cheese sandwiches for sure. We're going to have some pizza there, a couple porterhouse steaks. We're going to have something for the gluten-free people.
Ooh.
If you're down on gluten, there'll be a special section for you. Obviously, all the drinks you can have. It'll be an open bar, clearly. None of that's true.
What?
We'd like to see anyway.
Oh, Evan!
Give me the meat.
Yeah.
All right. What are you going to ask Dibley about?
His whole thing with this is incredible. Or maybe I'll save it for tomorrow.
Don't.
I want to ask him.
I want to kind of.
Don't change.
I want to. Willard.
No, seriously.
Wait, is Willard here today?
Yeah, he's here, and he was up in the window. Don't change.
I wanted to just lay low.
Quit being soft, man.
No.
We had a great 4 hours. We vibing, and then when they come in here, then I'm your enemy. And then you cower, and then you just, you don't, it's okay. They know what you're doing. But don't use me for your insecurity with Willard. Just keep it real.
With what?
Me. When they come in, don't switch up. I can't keep
Somebody wants to talk
man.
to you.
Well, who we got?
Who's this?
Katrina.
Steiny, you are 100% correct. These out-of-towners like Guru and Evan need to realize nobody calculates city time. The city is its own nightmare. You go from bridge to destination. Everyone knows that. Anything that is Frisco-related, you throw the map out the window. But, of course, all these out-of-towners like Guru don't know the streets like you and me. It takes 45 minutes from the Golden Gate Bridge to Santa Rosa. And yes, if you leave the city before 1 o'clock, you should have no problem on 101. But again, these young whippersnappers are taking way more Uber because we know Evan's got to come from the cafeteria. And so it's going to take a little longer. Next time you need a ride on a Friday up to Santa Rosa, hop in my car, doggy.
Yep.
Oh, Shafty.
Appreciate you, Joe. See, that's Shafsky. That is like, Goo, seriously, like he's more Bay Area than you.
He's Frisco. I'm all of it. Now.
But you'd rather be Frisco, I think, than Union.
No, I got Frisco in me, too. I got people everywhere. EPA.
Okay. Hey, we got to go.
Vacaville. Vallejo, Richmond. I got family everywhere.
No, those places are hopping.
San Jose.
All right. Hey,
San Leandro.
We got crossover coming up next. Reminder.
Fremont. Oh, my bad.
See, this is why
you deserve
this is
that
why
today.
River Islands gets pissed. Can you just lay out a reminder that all guests on 95.7 The Game, where do they originate? From the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands, Lathrop.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliances.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The world's best amateur golfers are coming to San Francisco's iconic Olympic Club August 11th through 17th for the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. 312 players will compete on the legendary lake and ocean courses, where the winner will join past U.S. amateur champs like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Walk the fairways and see the future stars of golf up close. Get your tickets now at usga.org. That's usga.org and click tickets.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash and smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Got to be delicate with those calves.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. Hey, guys. How are you?
Guess who's back? Back again.
Let's
Willard's
go.
back.
Let's
Tell
go.
a friend.
Well, this one was just a little 24-hour soiree. But
longest 4 hours of my career.
I asked him where his ring was at.
Yeah, he's already questioning me.
Dude, is that thing off
Did
already?
you take your ring off already?
Already?
No, I got the ring.
All right.
I've barely seen her since the honeymoon, but no, we ain't split up yet.
There you go. We're good. Keep it happy. Keep it separated.
It is funny. I'll share with people, like, what the hell, right? Like,
Sure.
we're all in our 50s. Who gives a rip anymore? Christy and I don't live together. And and we're not going to for the time being.
I didn't know that.
There's too many kids.
Wow.
How many bedrooms do you think people can afford? You
A
know?
lot.
But it's not even that. It's not even about affording it. It's about, like, we'll get 4 kids. 2 of them just finished high school. This is 2 awesome. more are still in high school. One of them hadn't even started high school yet. They need their own dynamics.
So you don't sleep with your wife?
No.
Wow.
I mean, I do, but not there. Not at night.
Cue up the Mike Brady sound.
Not the Bluetooth. You know. So, but like they've all got their bedrooms and their dynamics, and there's like teenage girls, and there's a lot going on. So for now, we only live like 5 minutes apart. It's no big deal.
Oh,
but it's a little abnormal for a married couple. But the funny thing is when you tell other married people that this is what you're doing, there's always the first response, which is like, well, that's odd. And then they lean in.
Oh, yeah.
Look at how
And they
Steiny's
go,
looking.
tell me about it.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. You mean you have your own room? You have your own shower? You can just, if you're feeling some kind of way, just go to your own space and date your spouse.
Oh, man.
And it's hilarious to look, there's some positives, there's some negatives, there's whatever, like anything in life. It's hilarious, though, to watch people's eyebrows go up, how interested they are at this idea.
Well, especially folks who've been married for a long time.
For a minute, yes.
Or folks who might be married with a toddler. So, and you talk a lot about like separate domiciles, and I think, what if I lived 5 minutes away? And it's, all the minutia that I have to fight through with an almost 3-year-old. It's like,
it's a lot.
Let me hop in the car. I'll be right there. Or not.
Yeah. And I can relate when I just live with my dad 2 days a week to keep from the commute. I do get those like, that's weird.
Yeah,
but
right?
there's a reason behind the rhyme.
But you get, I mean, look, we're still newlyweds and all of that too, but it's kind of fun sometimes to miss your person.
Steiny, I didn't know that about Will.
A couple questions, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm an open book. I'm an open book. What you need?
No, honestly, my number one question is, are children on the horizon? Is that possible, or is that
we had this
too
conversation
personal a
about
question to even ask?
It is not too personal of a question. It is a physical and emotional impossibility. All right, so there will not be any more children,
and we can let that there.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say though is this information about you guys living apart.
By the way, I want to make sure that's understood. I got you. Not her.
Sure.
Me, nope.
Yeah.
You
can reverse
Giants,
it.
You like the Giants' offense with runners in scoring position. It's not happening.
We had that taken care of. Now, we got frozen peas, and we had that taken care of. Go ahead.
I will say this, though. Had we known that you would get married and then be living apart from your wife, we would have set the over-under at a much higher number.
That is great.
I mean, it would have been up around 11 and a half.
Years, no doubt.
Yeah, but...
What is it, by the way? No one's ever had the courage to tell me.
We had it at 4 years if you were living together.
Yeah.
4?
But you're not, so now it's up to 11.
Over. Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna
living apart, it becomes
that's a 2-foot putt.
It becomes an elongation sensation.
The heart grows fonder, Dibs.
It does.
For someone else.
Doesn't that automatically make it the right thing then? Like that if you're going to up the over-under because we're not living together, couldn't I argue that everybody should do it?
You could argue that, but
okay,
and should.
Your situation is incredibly unique, and I admire the approach because young Jude is going to be a 7th grader.
6th?
Wow,
he's
only a 6th grader,
starting middle school,
and you've got a junior, and she's got a junior.
No, hers is a sophomore. Mine's going to be a junior.
So to blend that thing,
two are 18 and just finished.
Right, and unless you've got a 5-bedroom house that you can just roll up into, and even at that,
even if we did, we wouldn't. Like, we're not going to do. You don't just grab.
I hear you.
It's almost like it's a little bit of like Rafi Devers in San Francisco. You don't just grab someone and drop. Like, you don't drop 16-year-old girls together and be like, all right. Sisters, share a bathroom. Holy hell, you're asking for, right? That's not fair to them. And I'm not saying they don't get along because they do.
Right.
But don't do that.
It's a little like what the Niners did with Jimmy Garoppolo, where they brought him back and they put him on the kiddie field, and it's like, all right, Jimmy, we got Jimmy, we got Trey, we got this kid Brock, we're not sure about.
Is that Jimmy or Juwan Jennings? Because that's what that sounds. Well, I mean, is that a holdout or talk to me? We played the Richard Sherman sound. But talk to me. Steiny can't give me a definitive answer.
Oh, as to whether or not the injury's fake?
Yeah, like...
It's probably
I want some clarity, Dibs and Willard.
It's probably not a fake injury.
You give him a new contract, we'll see you tomorrow?
Well, no, I don't think it's that. But doesn't it feel like maybe it's like...
For Kyle to say, go ask him?
Right.
I'm like, oh.
Let's just err excessively on the side of caution, maybe.
All right.
Anyway, 4, huh?
Yeah,
I just made that.
I know. That's going to be easy. That's going to be easy.
It should be.
Because you were married before you were married.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
There's that. Yeah. But also, I'll tell you what we've joked about, and this is what my book will be about when I'm 77 years old, is is almost a cheat code. Like, I'm not saying break down the American family, but what a couple has to go through when they get married in their 20s, and then you're not even a fully formed person yet, and then you've got to do the life, the work, the kids. You have kids, and then the pressures that puts on a couple. All of that experience is very hard to come out of it and not resent one another, right? And you're right under one another's nose constantly. Well, now it's a cheat code. It's like we both went and did that. We've got our kids, and now we just get to be like 50 and enjoy each other.
Man.
And nobody worries about who's doing what.
Longevity in that.
Nobody's keeping track. Well, I took care of the kids yesterday, so nobody's doing that.
I'm a little concerned as to why you keep looking at me.
You're one of the three people in here.
Wow.
I'm looking at Goo, but I mean, he's a good-looking man.
Empty nester, newlywed with a toddler. Right. So look away, because what you're describing is
real, and it's not. That's not a slight on anyone.
The divorce rate for first-time marriages is over 50% in the United States.
Right, like it's really hard.
Talk to me. He's over. He's telling the truth.
We've been hearing that for 40 years. I don't.
I just brought it up.
Has anybody ever updated those numbers?
Yes, they're now 82%.
As of 2024, but
I'll update the numbers. I'll update the numbers just in this room. Divorce.
That's wild. 3 out of 4.
I mean, I don't know you that well, but I think exactly. Kiss, call you later. But in this room, it's 75%.
Wow,
first marriages. So, and it all broke apart in different ways. But the reality is, till death do us part. Maybe not.
Because the numbers tell us that's not the fact, to Willard's point.
It's not. Because
I couldn't imagine being married in my 20s.
Well, I just couldn't. Here's kind of what I'm getting at, though. How many, that's just a flat number. Who split up and who didn't? All right, now let's talk about those who didn't split up. How many of them are happy? How we doing?
Speak on it.
So what's the percentage of a marriage that starts in your 20s and you're just happy?
I think that era was our parents, or that era's over. They stuck through it.
Well, but that's kind of what I'm getting. Like, is there an argument for maybe too many people stick it out?
Oh,
you know what I mean? And hang in there. And then they all and then they've got osteoporosis and hatred.
Resentment.
Right. So I don't know. Good Lord, don't ask me. Hell, if I'm an expert.
But I did not know that about your living arrangement.
No.
I'm going to drive home Steiny and Dibs. Okay, I didn't know that.
So, you've never been to my house. You've been to hers.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
You've been to hers.
And hers is not his, as we know.
Martha Stewart.
I have a key, and I'm allowed to not knock, but I don't live there.
I got you.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Steiny asked me about the Giants and how I feel about them if I could expedite the season. I feel better about them going into this offseason because they got some yeses. They got some boppers, allegedly. I feel good about what they can do to add. But my biggest, and Rob bringing this up, he doesn't know, my biggest plus, and it dawned on me last night for the Giants player, is Casey Schmidt. I thought this dude, I thought he was done. I'm being real. I thought the dude's got power. He's got, I don't know if he's your future second, but I'm digging watching Casey play ball. And at the dish, when he looked lost to the point to where I thought his days were numbered, that's my one positive. If you guys ask me if they didn't play another inning this season, you say what to that? Casey Schmidt.
He's not the first person I would point to, but he has developed. He has improved. And if he's going to be your second baseman instead of your third baseman, you feel better about that, don't you?
And I don't think he's doing anything to make you think he can't handle it.
No, you want more offense out of your third baseman. But if he's your second baseman, but I'd also say this. Y'all inspired us today with a conversation that you guys had. You started listing out extensions.
Yes.
And, quote, they didn't work.
Oh, yeah, no.
I thought he was too quick to trigger.
Nightmare.
For those who have not been listening for the entire day, the examples were from Trent Williams to Christian McCaffrey to Brandon Ayuk to Matt Chapman to Draymond Green to Willie Adames. And we could add in more, too, if you wanted to throw in trades, Jimmy Butler, Rafi Devers. One thing I wanted to say to you, Steiny, is
thank you.
Well, can you fully judge? You're not wrong that they, quote, didn't work.
No,
but
I can't fully judge.
But, yeah, like, can you judge an extension and say it didn't work
if it's not over
based on the first year or in fact, the first half year?
No, and I acknowledge that.
I mean, there's like sometimes an extension is 90% awful, and you'd still do it again, Barry Zito.
And he said he acknowledged it.
I
but
totally
you rendered
acknowledge
the decision, though, Steiny.
Huh?
You say that, but you rendered the decision as if they didn't work out.
Well,
you said that, hey, Goo, I know it's not over.
You can understand
but you
this.
had that energy as if it was a negative.
As of right now, they haven't panned out.
How do you judge that, by the way?
Just because I think that those three guys got, the 49ers guys got contracts with the understanding that they were still in a Super Bowl window.
Okay.
And they went 6-11.
Right.
And they got this season.
I mean, there's a confluence of factors. There's all kinds of factors.
No doubt.
And can you whittle it down to individuals? And I don't know if football, it's not a bad extension if someone gets hurt. Like, everybody gets hurt.
No, it's not a bad extension, but, like, you can't reward that, though, either.
Can't reward it, but I don't know that you can just, with ink, be like, so bad because got hurt. You know what I mean? Like, did you offer up, like, which ones would you not do again?
Draymond Green.
Okay.
For me.
I wouldn't. Well, now it's easy, but Ayuk. But, like, when we got to acknowledge, like, when Ayuk was going through all this, there became a split opinion. There were some people like, he's not worth it, let's move on. And even the 49ers were thinking that way or the other. So they had two choices in front of them. Who's the other one? Trent Williams. He did what he did, and he got banged up at the second half of the year. And, like, I can make a distinction. It didn't work last year. Maybe it will this year. They could all bounce back.
Right, and I do think that, for me anyway, I look at personal situations with Trent Williams in particular where he had off-field tragedy combined with on-field injury, and so his race is not yet run. His contract is not, going to expire this year. So I always pause when it comes to judging extensions. And, Rafi Devers right now, early on, the early returns, and they didn't extend him, but they traded for him, so it kind of counts. But early returns are, no, not great. And Willie Adames, better than it was a month and a half ago or 2 months ago. So I'm always of the mind where you wait, you pause, and then you see. But some people look at the Brock Purdy extension already, which, by the way, won't kick in until next year, and they're already saying that was a bad deal.
Yeah.
I'm not one of them.
I just don't do that.
Well, I mean, and that's fine. You don't have to do that.
Maybe it's because I'm a little bit more mature and a little bit more veteran in the business than some, but I'm willing to sit back and just wait a little bit.
Okay. And we have to wait. With the Giants guys.
Well, do you judge it by individual numbers or by team success?
Well, these kind of go hand in hand.
Willie Adames is getting damn close.
Come on, man.
Like, I know, like, there was that argument y'all had 2 weeks ago where you were doing, but it's the whole season.
The 220.
It was like, but what about the last month? He's moving real damn close to the numbers that are like, okay.
And he's going to surpass him if he keeps it up.
I mean, he's getting close to his career numbers, like normal Willie Adames type year. He's closing in on 20 homers. He's closing in on 750 OPS.
But if I know Steiny, he's going to use the team success to knock that down.
I'm not going to knock anything down.
On an individual basis, he's kind of figured it out.
Okay, right. And that's where I have to say that's great. He has figured it out, and I'm not blaming him for being one under, but the problem is when everybody's gotten it going, like they're a 500 team right now. That's all. And as it relates to, like, I'm just saying right now, year one, let's just say they finish 500, the Giants. Okay, well, Posey, Chapman, Devers, Adames. All right, you know what? It didn't work this year. Now, they have 5 more. They all have a ton more years left. Can they come back and have bounce-back years? Of course they can. But it does give me a little pause thinking about the future, but I'm keeping that off to the side. Next year's next year. Just this year, they didn't get everybody's surprised that they didn't get better when they got Devers.
Oh, yeah.
It's the big mystery.
No, I mean, Adames' numbers are almost like they have an inverse effect on the team. They were good when he sucked. And then he's been great, and they can't win a game.
I agree.
Weird.
I agree.
Very weird.
I mean, for me, baseball almost belies that narrative about player performance versus winning, because you can be Adames and be great over the past 7 or 8 weeks and the team struggles, and so you can look at Adames and say, well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Well, what would you be like if he wasn't hitting this well? So baseball is such an individual sport in many ways that for me it's hard to look at an individual who does well and then tie that to the team. The thing that I'm fascinated by is your notion, Steiny, that the 49ers aren't in a championship window. And forget window for a minute, because we talked about this yesterday with Evan. Your window is only as long as your starting quarterback. And I could rattle off the Mahomes numbers over his first 7 years as a starter. Their window is wide open because he is the best quarterback in football. I just wonder why you don't think that the Niners this year can be a Super Bowl contending team.
Well, they could be. I just don't view them as that now. And the biggest reason is of one headline I saw in The Athletic, that they may have 6 to 8 first-time starters on defense. Like, that to me means
growing pains.
Yes, growing pains. And then I look at the wide receiver situation, at least early in the year, it's not good. Like, I think they've got a lot of question marks. And the reason this year's important to me is because if you're going to have 6 to 8 this is the way I look at it. If you're going to have first-time starters on defense, 6 of them, let's say, well, the first thing you got to figure out is whether they can play or not. Like, are they good enough so that you like them and they're going to be better next year and the year after? Like, what if they're not? Like, then this isn't even a start of a rebuild.
Yeah, but I think back to 1981 when they started 4 rookies in the secondary, and it was Hicks and Williamson and a guy named, I think it was Ronnie
Lott.
Yeah. I think it was Ronnie Lott. And that team went out and went, I think, 13-3, and they won the Super Bowl. So It's allowed to happen.
No, sure it is.
And I don't know about 6 to 8 starters, like rookie starters. I don't know.
Not rookies. First-year guys.
First-year starters.
First-year starters.
So like a second year.
D. Winters
like
would qualify.
Okay.
But D. Winters, D. Winters is a player. I mean, yeah, this is a big step for him. But, Nick Bosa, I know he was the number 2 or 3 pick in the draft or whatever, but when he walked onto the scene, first-year starter, he's a rookie. Yeah. It changed the entire defense.
True.
Again, okay, we can look at the whole defense, and there's tons of questions. At the same time, we know that this regime loves to do what? They love to move from the defensive line out. I mean, if Michael Williams and C.J. West are what they clearly think they could be, you could end up with an epic defensive line, and you could stuff the run, and that can make things easier on your defensive backfield and all of that.
Because a team in your division, the Rams, have one of the best defensive lines when they had nothing a couple years ago.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about their depth.
Well,
it feels like there's going to be a back-breaking injury or two. You would think.
Do you feel that way?
Well, I just don't like.
I feel like they already had that with IU. Like you hope.
No, but it's like look at their defensive backfield and go, all right, what happens if one of these dudes gets hurt? Now what are we doing? And they're not going to all play 17 games. This is not how it works. So I get it.
It's just like they might be better than people think. I'm just when I look at them, I see a team that some things have to come through for them. Some things have to happen. And when I look at teams like the Niners sometimes it feels like there's too many things that have to go right. And, the one thing that you have to assume that if they're a good team, let's say they make the playoffs, well, that probably means McCaffrey, Williams, and Ayuk at least were good. At least when Ayuk came back, he was a factor. Okay, so that's the first good thing that happened. All right, now we got some young players on the defense. How are they going to perform? Can they be above average? If they can, then we're going to be better than we thought. What's going on with the wide receiver situation? How's that all going to shake out? I just think they're going in, and maybe, like I thought they were going to be a lot better last year. They were 6-11, so we thought they were going to be good. They weren't very good. This year, maybe I don't think they're going to be great, but they'll be better than I think.
But their best player missed 8 games. Nobody saw that out the gate. That hurts.
I'm so fascinated by Super Bowl window.
Well, I'll be honest.
Let's talk about that for a second.
I think it depends on the way you look at it. Like, if you think if you make the playoffs, you're a contender because anything can happen, sure. Then I'm in that boat. Like, I think they can make the playoffs, but do I think they're going to be able to run the table? I don't know.
I think Super Bowl window just is a question of whether or not you like your quarterback. I think that's mostly it.
How could it be with the Niners and what they built when you had Jimmy? And I defend Jimmy, right? But the heart and soul of your team was your defense, and so when I think of the Niners defense and what they were since 19, and even last year, real quick here, I had the Niners in the Super Bowl because they were ferocious, they were predators, and now with so many question marks and my guy Greenlaw that's not there, I saw teams run the ball and the physicality took a couple steps back. So is it all just about the quarterback, or is it about the way this team was built? It's the defense.
I don't think it's all just about the quarterback, but when we talk about the idea of Super Bowl window, because that team, if you remember, they went to the Super Bowl. Nobody thought at the beginning of the year they could. Nobody thought they'd win more games than they would lose. So they weren't in a Super Bowl window, but they went.
Is this the Harbaugh year? The first Harbaugh?
No, this is 2019.
2019.
The first Kyle's trip.
Right. Okay.
I mean, everybody thought 6-10, 7-9. That's what everyone was predicting for the Niners that year. So you don't, in theory, have to be in a Super Bowl window in order to go. Super Bowl window is more about our perceptions. Do you know what I mean?
The quarterback's young.
Let me ask you this. Is Cincinnati in a Super Bowl window?
I would say they got Super Bowl offense, but no. Well, you know what? You are when you got a lethal offense like that, but they have no defense.
Right.
So I would tell you I don't got them. They're not going.
I bet I bet their fans are like,
well,
we got to do this while we got.
Dibs, they're all in on thinking the offense is going to get us there, but you need defense.
You do, especially in that conference. And since they expanded, Steiny, to 7 teams in the playoffs, we've had 5 years. Only one of the 5 Super Bowl champions have been the 1 seed. You've got a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. So, if you do just get in, and it was Tampa with Tommy Brady. Wow. They were the 5 seed in 2020. They won it. And interesting, 4 of the runners-up were 1 seeds. So the 1 seeds have comprised 5 of the 10 Super Bowl teams since they expanded to 7 teams, but you don't have to be a 1 seed. You can be an outside looking in team in the playoffs and go on a run.
Before I get out of here, let me just throw it to you 3. Was last year's 6-11 record for the 49ers due to injuries or poor play, or a combination of both? I just want, how would you look at how they compelled that record?
I could pile on 5 more reasons.
Yeah, and it has to be a combination. It has to be a combination of both. You can't make the case that they quote played well.
No, I'm not.
Do you know what I mean? No, I know.
McCaffrey wasn't there. I'm just asking you guys because it sounds like you guys they got some action, and they might, or they might not.
I'd be very surprised if they were bad. Mm-hmm. I mean, again, I know this is now getting overplayed, but there's no way that schedule is going to crater them, unless everybody's hurt. That schedule cannot.
I hear you.
They can't lose 12 of those. Yeah. That's not possible.
Those teams had a winning percentage last year of 400, Steiny. The teams they're going to face this year.
Well, they may be different teams this year.
They could be. Yeah. They could be.
All right, gents.
Yeah.
What are you going to go do? Guru's going to get his hair cut.
I got to go.
Yeah.
Little fro-ish today.
I got to deal with a dog.
You have to deal with a dog or the dog?
Rosie.
Just any dog?
The dog.
Okay. Yeah, she's a wild card. She's the Camilo
Which is more than you can say
of
about the San Francisco Giants. More than a wild card?
Carson Wisenhunt is joining us today.
Oh, nice.
At 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Solid.
Carson Wisenhunt.
Carson Wisenhunt.
That's right.
That's 1-1.
The Wiz.
Not the Miz.
No.
Unfortunately.
The Wiz.
All
right, bye.
John Sally.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'm so glad to be back. Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, great to see you. I had a great time with Evan yesterday, and
I bet
we were joking that he and I had only done. We were trying to do a longer show the only time we worked together, but it was during the knockout tournament, and Guru got knocked out so quickly.
That's right.
Because I was, I got the bum knee, so I'm like, I'm not going to shoot hoops. I'm just going to sit up here with Evan. And
oh, no.
That's about right. And within, 5 minutes, Guru is trudging up the stairs, and so I was like, Evan, it's been great.
That's on me!
And so... I got a full 4 hours, and I said this to Guru yesterday to his face, reminding him of the knockout, the early out with Evan and I. So yesterday I got a full 4 with Evan, and it was great.
I'm already looking forward to knockout next year, and I am not going to allow Guru to shoot in the first 20 players.
Right.
Like, I don't know why he keeps getting talked into that. He is going to stand in the back next to me because that's the trick. Just start in the back. There's too much pressure there at the beginning.
I think Grandy, though, was at the front of the line, and
but Grandy.
I went first.
Yeah, you're a 2-time champ.
Guru went second, right behind me.
Yeah, but you make more free throws than Guru does. Like, you make your free throws.
I also missed the first one I took, and if Guru shot it immediately, he might have gotten me out right off the bat.
Probably not. But anyway.
I don't want to, pump Grandy up too much, but he's a little bit like Mahomes in the Super Bowl where Kyle Shanahan didn't know the overtime rules, and so Mahomes was able to kind of squeak out of that one, and that's Grandy with Guru behind him in the knockout.
Well,
that's all. End of praise for Grandy for this week.
He's going to have the Mahomes feel when he gets to the knockout challenge again next year, where people are going to be like, I'm so sick of this dude.
Right.
I'm sick of this guy. Do I have to watch this guy again?
And they do have similar voices when you really listen to Grandy.
Grandy's a little less,
I know, a little
less Kermit the Frog.
I know.
What the hell?
Yeah,
Enough of the praise of Grandy. That was a drive-by.
It was. But
totally.
anyway, glad you're here. And 888-957-957 is the number. Carson Wisenhunt's going to join us in 40 minutes. Right away, as I sit down and look at the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line, I just want to I want to thank everybody. These all made me laugh based on what we were talking about in the crossover. And someone with 650 texted in, Willard's book is going to be titled Numbers Are Numbers. And that's absolutely true. And so that's perfect. It will not be titled Super Bowl Window. There's a few things we want to talk about here to start off the show. But can I ask, it sounds like you guys talked about this a lot yesterday, you and Ev, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Can I get a definition here? And just, can we ask that question of everybody? You can call in. Are the Niners in a Super Bowl window? And what does that mean to you?
Well, it means two things. First answer for me is yes. And the second answer to how are they is they have the two pieces that you absolutely have to have, which is starting quarterback who's more than capable, head coach who is really, really good. And so when I look at Super Bowl windows around the National Football League, you want to talk about Buffalo and McDermott and Josh Allen. He's a more than capable coach. Now, they haven't really done it in January, but he's a good quarterback. I look at Taylor and Burrow in Cincinnati and think, this might be Super Bowl or bust, because I think that they're kind of getting tired of Zach Taylor if they don't get it done. I think about Baltimore with Lamar and Harbaugh. Absolutely. Mahomes and Andy Reid. You got to be bleeping me. Those are Super Bowl windows. Great quarterback, great coach. And I look at the Niners and I see, yeah, you've got a great quarterback and a great coach and other pieces around those two key guys that are good enough to help you be a winner.
I mean, I agree with you, but I think about like part of this as like any question, it's based on sort of like how we take that question. What is the perspective you use with that question? When I say someone's in a Super Bowl window, that doesn't mean I'm telling you, oh, like I think that they're definitely a candidate to win the Super Bowl, but there's a ticking clock on it, and then it'll suddenly be over. And I'm like, yeah, there is a ticking clock on Baltimore and their Super Bowl window. It's when Lamar Jackson doesn't play there anymore.
Yep.
Or loses a step. But we go deeper into that. Like when it's your team, like the Niners are. Like we know their cap, and we know, oh gosh, we've got this machination, and we've got Purdy's extension coming, and this, that, the other. We go into all of that, and I'm like, I think that's just, we overthink that stuff. So my answer would be yes, they're in a Super Bowl window, but I don't even know if that necessarily means the same thing for everybody who says it. To me, if you're a well-run organization and you have a good quarterback, you're always in the Super Bowl window. Always. So when people go, oh, they got about 2 years left. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Right.
And so many of the quarterbacks out there that you all would widely accept as in a Super Bowl window have not gone to a Super Bowl, have not won the games in January that Brock Purdy has won.
Buffalo and Baltimore.
Has not won the games in January that Kyle Shanahan has won. So why are they in a Super Bowl window? You just accept it because you know that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, now Joe Burrow has been to a Super Bowl, but you know that those players are good. And they are at the most important position in sports. I'm not telling you that Brock is as good as those guys, but he is an extended quarterback. It's no different to me than saying Jared Goff. Are the Lions in a Super Bowl window? Are they?
Absolutely.
Okay, they have a good quarterback. He's making over 50. He's won games in the playoffs. He's been to a Super Bowl with a different team. You put the right things around him, you get a good coach. That team can win the Super Bowl. And that should be the situation as long as Jared Goff is young enough and playing in Detroit. And it's your job as the organization to move the chess pieces around every year and make that work for that player. That's the way I define it.
For me, it's quarterback and coach, and like you're saying, organization. So Philadelphia, are they in a Super Bowl window? Of course.
Yeah.
Now, they've got the Super Bowl hangover that maybe they have to square off against, but...
Well, they won, though. The Super Bowl hangover is usually the team that lost.
It is, but if you look at teams who've gone back-to-back, the last team to go back-to-back was the Patriots, I believe, and it's been a little bit of time since you've had a team go back-to-back. So I do think that the hangover actually applies to the winner as much as the loser, because you play into February, and the disease of me, now everyone wants to get their chicken, and that's what Charvarius Mooney-Ward talked about in the Mike Silver piece, how all the Niners wanted to get their money, and those who didn't get their money were feeling some type of way. So the Super Bowl window for me, even the Rams, and I'm looking at their run, they won the Super Bowl. They had a good year, then they had a terrible year, but then after that, boom, back-to-back playoff seasons. Good coach, good organization, good quarterback. That's a team in the window for me.
I mean, it's fun to almost go through the whole list. And let me ask you, like, Super Bowl window? Or, like, could you see this team winning a Super Bowl? I mean, are the Packers in a Super Bowl window?
I don't think so. I mean, they might be. I haven't seen enough of their quarterback and their coach. They haven't quite gone deep enough. But, yeah, Washington would be the other one.
Washington, Super Bowl window? I think everybody would say yes. What about the Chargers? Super Bowl window?
I mean, maybe. I mean, those to me are the maybes. Like,
is Denver about to start a Super Bowl window?
We will see. I don't know if we've seen enough from their quarterback yet. Like, the coach has won a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. The quarterback had a good year. And that's where I'm going to be a little bit more hesitant with Jaden Daniels as well, because C.J. Stroud, they had a great year, his rookie year, and then last year they kind of all collectively stepped back a little bit.
Back, yeah, no doubt. So I'm interested to hear what people think. Like, how do you even process that phrase, Super Bowl window? Jonathan in the city here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jonathan. What's up?
Good afternoon, guys. Hello, Dibs. Hey, Mark. Congratulations, Mr. Lovely Christie.
Thank you, Jonathan. Boy, it's tough getting your name changed, but I'm working on that.
All right, so the window, I think, kind of closed last year, right? That's why they didn't make the playoffs, but I'm not saying they can't open it back. This schedule, the way it's looking, man, it could be a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing if, like you guys alluded to earlier, a lot of question mark. If they're able to answer that question with flying colors and pass it with a nice grade, they can find themselves a playoff and window open, quest for 6, and on we go. But, they got a 30-year-old running back who's they're really going to use him as a bell cow, hopefully not. The left tackle is kind of old, too, and hopefully he stays healthy. Or do they have, a good backup plan? And also, Brock, man, is he going to be able to adjust? So now that the book is out, the defenses are going to be crowding the middle because he's always throwing, inside the numbers. Hopefully he's going to be able to adjust, hit some, not all the time, but, hit a pass or 2 or maybe 3 a game, deep throws just to keep the defense honest, maybe try to get some outside the numbers routes to completions. And also the defense, man, hopefully they pick some guys that are going to be studs. If they do that, man, they could find themselves in the playoffs again and window open. If not, long road ahead.
Jonathan, thanks. I mean, that's kind of what are we talking about if the Super Bowl window closes, but then you're allowed to just open it right back up again? So, that's kind of what I'm getting at. But, yeah, let's talk it out. Are the Niners in a Super Bowl window? No? Who is? How do you define it? 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Carson Wisenhunt of the Giants is going to join us in a half hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
For 40 years, Cache Creek Casino Resort has redefined luxury. This summer, play for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just seen, it's felt. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Star One makes home loans simple. Dream big, start small. At Star One Credit Union, everything we do is in your best interest, which is why we offer low down payment options with flexible terms that put you first. Your dedicated Star One loan advisor will facilitate a fast approval for a quick close. We also offer special benefits for first-time home buyers and jumbo loans up to $5 million at the same competitive rate. Apply today. Star1.org. Star One Credit Union, in your best interest. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life.
Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through National Debt Relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it.
I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce.
Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Babe, I'm coming.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
At some point.
Yeah.
At some point.
Maybe 6:30, 7.
6:45.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't even know if she'll be there. She's invited.
Right.
I'm cooking, you know what tonight is?
No.
Oh, tonight. Marination Sensation.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, we got some marinated chicken, some couscous, and I'm gonna eat it. Yeah, some baked broccoli.
Okay.
But is that for me and the 2 of my 3 children who are in town right now, or will she be there? I don't know. That's the beauty of it. This is why I'm even talking about this today. The beauty of something like, for instance, being married but not living together. I don't know what every day holds.
Right.
I don't know when I'm going to see her as much as possible. Similar to the way I look at the idea of a Super Bowl window.
This would be more of a supper bowl window.
Very well played.
Thank you.
I give you a 3.
I'll take it.
It's early in the show.
And welcome back.
Yeah, thank you.
You were off yesterday, so you're a little bit more generous than you normally would be.
3-day, but anyway.
And I don't even know if you would serve it in a bowl, so it was a bit of a stretch.
I mean...
With couscous, you can kind of put that in the bowl and mix and mingle.
I love those plates from Crate and Barrel that really could be either. They got the high edges. They're a plate. But they could be a bowl.
I love it.
If you want them to be.
We have the same.
What do you want them to be?
Exactly.
You do it. Anyway, my point is I don't really even believe in the idea of a Super Bowl window because I feel, and maybe this gives everybody a little bit of a window into one another, and why, Dibs, I always seem so damn positive and hopeful. Well, the way I look at it is you don't really have a reason not to be. I don't ever, no matter how stupid the team looks on paper, I don't ever go into a season and go, well, they're going to suck. I don't do that.
Well, you don't have to do that because your teams aren't really ever in that spot.
Usually not, although not in this generation of our lives.
Chip Kelly, Jim Tomsula.
Right. Well, when we grew up, the Niners were wonderful and seen. Everything else sucked, always sucked, and you could set your watch to it. But that's where the little kid in me still lives. Like, if you ask a 6-year-old, they're going to tell you it's going to be a great year. They don't know about the cap. They don't know who they got rid of. They don't know who's holding out. They're just like, this is amazing. And the way my brain works is, I don't know that we won't be surprised. Sports gives us that all the time. All the time. Like, what did people say in Detroit about the Tigers prior to last year? Well, who are these guys? A bunch of chumps, cheap owners. What are we doing? And they went to the playoffs last year, and they're going to go to the playoffs again this year, and who knows? So that's kind of the way I look at it. Just because you're coming off of a bad year doesn't mean that this year is going to be a bad year. And in fact, if you ask Vegas, there is quite a bit of belief and evidence that the Niners are not going to be bad this year. People do not think the Niners are going to be bad this year.
Well, Vegas doesn't. The over-under is 10.5. And so you can look at a number of factors as to why Vegas is so bullish on the 49ers, and you can look at all the different reasons, and I would agree with all of them. It's a schedule, it's a quarterback, it's a coach, it is other people around the quarterback. It's a defensive coordinator who's come home and he's really good at what he does. There's a lot of things that are arrow up for the Niners.
Absolutely. And so, for instance, when we look at a certain player, like, here's a good exercise. You think McCaffrey's going to get hurt this year?
Yeah.
Bad?
No.
Okay. What's more likely? 15 games or more, or let's call it like
7 games or fewer, right?
Or how about an even bigger number? How about 10 games or fewer? What's more likely?
I would say 15 or more, but honestly, with that player, that's not a bet I would ever make with my money.
You don't have to make the bet.
Because he's had both of those seasons.
Yes, he has.
Like, constantly.
How many seasons has he played? How many? What year are we in?
I think we're in year 8 or 9.
Let me look it up, because I can think of what he had. Obviously, 1 season with the Niners.
He's played.
This is year 10. Yeah,
he's played 8 seasons.
Okay.
Yes.
How many of them have been totally created by injury? 3.
4.
4?
He played 3 in 2020. He played 7 in 2021. Oh no, I guess 2022 he played for both teams. So 3 seasons. Last year would be the 3rd.
So 8. So 5 out of 8. Cruising.
It's almost a coin flip.
But it is. The reason I ask you that is you don't ever hear anybody say that. Nobody's out in the streets being like, Christian's going to play 16 games this year. Christian's going to run for 1,500 yards this year. Christian is no, you don't hear that. And so I think that this whole thing has a massive bias to it. And it is simply whatever we most recently saw. That's it. That's it. Anybody who's down on the Niners, anybody who thinks Trent Williams is going to get hurt, anybody who thinks Christian's going to get hurt, any of that, it all comes from, it's just what you saw last. I don't think there's any question that it is more likely than not that Christian has a healthy-ish season, that Trent has a healthy-ish season, and that the 49ers have more wins than losses. That's way more likely than the opposite. Of course the opposite's on the table, but it's way more likely that those things, that Trent doesn't play fewer games than, right? He doesn't miss more games than he plays. I know he's getting older. He's not going to play 17, I wouldn't think. But to hear people talk right now, it's like he's going to play 4. No, but probably not.
Probably not. And McCaffrey's average over 8 seasons is 12 games a season.
Okay.
And that is including the year where he had 3, he had 7, and he had 4. So those were the injury years. And when he was healthy, he was really healthy. And what's interesting is the first time that he led the league in total touches, the next year he got hurt. And then the next time he led the league in total touches, the next year he got hurt.
Right.
So now we're 1 year removed from that. And
But what has happened each year coming off of the injury year? What's happened?
Well, the first time he played 7 games for Carolina.
Okay.
And he had 442 yards rushing and 1 touchdown.
Okay. And then what happened coming off of that season?
That's the year where he got traded and he came here and he was amazing.
Okay.
And then the following year he led the league in touches, and then last year he got hurt. So if you follow the pattern, this year would be a bounce back year. But I would say
he's rested.
Yeah, but I mean 12 games feels to be about the number that you would expect based on his track record. That's his average.
Well, but the average is total. I mean, again, you're talking about 8 seasons, and when there's an injury, it's like, well, then you miss almost all of them.
Yep.
And that takes the average one direction. And then I guess my optimism comes from the idea that there are certain players. Isaac Guerendo's one of them. Isaac Guerendo has not proven that he can make it through 2 months.
Yep.
As an NFL player. He's never proven it. Christian has proven many times over now that he can handle the rigors of an NFL season. He can handle all of those hits, and he can make it. I'm not saying he's definitely going to. He hasn't always, but his body does have that capability. You remember when Jordan Mason got those first few games last year, and then he did an interview, and he said he went and talked to Christian pretty early in the season, maybe 2-3 games in, after being an every down back, and he went over to Christian. He's like, how the hell do you do this for a whole year? Are you crazy? And the answer is, by the way, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Christian McCaffrey's nuts. I think all NFL players are to a certain degree. But to be able to be a bell cow running back with all of those hits that you can take, you do have to prove that your body even has that capability of making it through a year. He's done that.
And it's not only carrying the ball, it's also catching the ball. And 2 years ago, he had 67 catches to go along with 272 carries. So his 339 led the league. And back in Carolina, he had 403 in a year. And that was, back when we just ran you into the ground.
Yep.
And so I do wonder about this year, because if you look at the backups, Isaac Guerendo is still hurt in camp. Jordan James is a rookie. Amir Abdullah has looked pretty good in little baby spots in camp, but like depth-wise, you don't have Jordan Mason, you don't have Raheem Mostert, you don't have the same, I think, safety net that you used to have at running back. And so I think about Shanahan, and he gets in these games, and I have done the numbers before about Shanahan with the lead. When they have the lead late in games, they win, and it's because they have Christian McCaffrey. So you're going to have to use him a lot in a lot of these games if you have, 1 or 2 score leads.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting sort of like predictive piece, if you will. You say those numbers, 340 touches, 400 touches. I'm sure every Niner fan is like, well, could we not do that? Like, it'd be great if we could have a full year, and let's just do what do you think? 300 touches. Just 300 touches, not 350 touches. I promise you, Kyle Shanahan would not hesitate to go north of 300 touches. He's not scared at all. And yes, to the point where you might flirt with overuse. You might flirt with having him in a game too late. I promise you that'll happen once or twice, where the Niners are up 20 with 6 minutes to go, and Christian's out there, and you'll yell at your TV, what's he still doing in there? Get him out of there, right? Like that's the nature of this particular biz and this particular beast. Like they're willing to take those risks, and those are inherent, and it's football and all of that stuff. But I guess I just look at it from that perspective, very much so. When people say why, I often respond, why not? Why not? Why can't Trent Williams play 15 games this year? Why not?
I mean, he absolutely can, and you hope that he will, and he's in camp this year, and he's got, the tragedy hopefully behind him, and the ankle is also behind him, and you would figure that, a big tackle like that, he's bound to miss a game or two along the way just based on the fact that he's a big guy and he's old and he's asked to do things that, younger men maybe can or can't do. So you build that into, I think, the system of just playing football. But the McCaffrey piece becomes the most important one because I'm looking at 2023 and he played in all 16, and then he sat out the last game against the Rams because they all did, and they lost that game against LA. Who cares? And he had 22, 20, 18, 20, 19. That's the opening carries, let alone catches. And so that's how it's going to go.
Well, I mean, if the season started tomorrow, what do you think the over/under is for his carries?
For the carries,
if you're playing a game tomorrow,
probably I'd put it about 250.
For that game. For that game.
For the opener?
Yeah. Week 1.
Probably, I'd say 17.
Take the over.
Yeah, go ahead and pencil him in for 17.
Yeah.
Well, depending on how the game goes. It's Seattle, and, if you're able to get a big enough lead, then you're going to spell him late. But the way that Shanahan usually spells his running backs is early, where, third or fourth series, McCaffrey's going to be out, and you're going to go to the backup and let the backup get a little bit, give McCaffrey a blow, but you go late in these games, and I'm just looking at it here. Even the opener against Pittsburgh that year, you win 30-7. McCaffrey has 22 carries for $152 in a game that was never in doubt. And Shanahan gave it to him 22 times. You know why? Because you can't stop him.
Yes, they needed it.
Right.
They needed it.
And he got 7 yards of carry in that game.
And this is what I'm getting at with the conversation that we started on the crossover with regard to all of the signings. These are either new acquisitions, extensions, or what have you, even if it's a player that's been here for a while and got extended. We started talking about, essentially over the last calendar year or so, all of the extensions and acquisitions that have been at a high level, big names, with the Niners, Giants, and Warriors. If I gave you a do-over, if I gave you a mulligan on any of them, what would you say? Who do you want to go back on? And part of my thought process is, because you could look at this like Steiny was and be like, well, nothing has worked. Well, they traded for Jimmy Butler. You got out of the first round, but that's it. You signed Willie Adames. He spent months underperforming. You extended Matt Chapman at age 32 got hurt for an extended period this year. You traded for Rafi Devers. You haven't been able to win a game after that. Go to the Niners. You extended Brandon Ayuk. Disaster. You extended McCaffrey. He got hurt. You extended Williams. He got hurt. Would you do any of those again? I also look at the individual and how they specifically played. I'm not going to blame the individual for the way that the seasons went. So Jimmy Butler, did he play well?
Yeah.
And played really well, right? Okay, so I'm keeping Jimmy. Is Matt Chapman as a Giant played well?
He's done great, yeah.
Okay, I'm keeping Matt Chapman. How about Willie Adames?
I think he's been awesome the last 2 months. He's trending toward being the player you thought you were going to get, so I'm going to go ahead and put him in the keep category.
I'm keeping Willie Adames. How about Rafi Devers?
It's too early to make the call, but if I had to make the call now, that would be regrettable.
Okay, except for you also, you gave up essentially nothing that's helping the other side either. Like
future Dodger.
Okay, yeah, future Dodger maybe. Kyle Harrison's still in the. In other words, if you didn't do the trade, what are those 4 players doing to keep you in this race?
Right, not
anything?
Much. Not much at all.
Okay, but I'm with you. That's probably too soon to even really form a major opinion. Devers is Devers. I'm keeping Devers. If that deal was put in front of me again today, I'll do it. I'd do it 100 times in a row. Go to the Niners. Trent Williams. Would you extend him? You still want him on the team?
Sure. If he's going to play till he's 40, then yeah, you don't have another left tackle. So who's going to protect Brock Purdy's backside? And already we are, not thrilled with the right tackle, McKivitz. So you're going to have somebody off the street to be your left tackle? I'm absolutely keeping him.
McCaffrey?
Yeah, that deal was pretty small when you look at what the numbers were. So yeah, it didn't affect you to be able to do anything else in the free agency.
Ayuk?
That's a problem. And that's a problem. And I'm not really totally ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And you and I were getting into it last week about how he played, and he did not play well. And yeah, it was probably a quarter or two where it was like, all right, he seems to be back, and then he got hurt, and that sucks because it's 2 ligaments, and he's out probably until late October or November. We don't yet know. But right now, injury aside, what that did to your offseason, that was one I would like to do over.
Agreed.
I would like to go back to March and give him $24 million a year.
Well,
which is what the rumored initial offer was kind of about.
If he would have said yes. If he would have said yes, definitely. If it had gone the way that it did go and he kept saying no, I would go back and do, and this is not to do a victory lap, I'll go back and do exactly what I suggested at the time. I mean, I said it. I said it on this show. We did a bunch of content on it. I said I'm out on Brandon Ayuk. I'd have traded him. That would have turned out to probably be the right thing to do, especially with the way your wide receiver core sort of played last year and the way things have developed. I think it's super odd to pick a wide receiver in the first round and then a couple months later overpay your angry wide receiver who took you on a really odd holdout experience, wrong shorts, hold in,
right,
all of this stuff. And then you have these 2 first-round wide receivers. One of them's really, really expensive, and you know, you're not terribly happy with him. And then the other one is supposedly the heir apparent. You know, you picked him in the first round. He's supposed to have a runway to be a wide receiver 1. And then they didn't create it for him, and it kind of accidentally got created because Ayuk gets hurt, but it wasn't created because Ricky got shot. Like, the whole thing just went completely sideways. But yeah, I'm with you. That's the one that is regrettable. But none of these people I'm talking about, I'm not going to look at any of what the teams have done with them and say, even though things have gotten sideways or unfortunate or unlucky and lack of team success, like, all of them are still completely in a spot where they have the capability to play really well. Absolutely. I think it applies to all of them. Nothing has been disproven. And so, yes, I still completely I want those players on my team.
You do, and the interesting one for me is the Jimmy Butler part, because that might become preventative of keeping Jonathan Kuminga. And if that is the case, and you're okay with that, well, then Jimmy Butler's got to go out for the next 2 years and earn his $52 million a year contract. And at times, in previous stops, Jimmy Butler has had his situations sour. So far with Jimmy Butler, you're still in the honeymoon. He is in Jamaica with the lovely Christy, and he's loving it.
I didn't like that thought, but anyway, go ahead.
No, they're still in the honeymoon.
He can't come.
You had a wonderful honeymoon, and that's where he and the Warriors are right now.
Yes.
They're having fruity drinks on ice, and they're on lounge chairs, and they've got no care in the world.
It was nice.
And if things this year go a different direction, then you might feel a different way. Now, I hope that they won't. But I do think that they're still in the honeymoon phase.
Yeah, for sure. And I agree with you. But here's another way of looking at it. Because I know a lot of people will, like, that debate has been so kicked around over the last 6 months. If Jimmy Butler means that now you have to part ways with Jonathan Kuminga, that means you're chasing something for the now that's very unlikely. And what you're giving up is this future chip, right, who could really become something, even though I'd argue that that's pretty unlikely too. But, like, let's go back 3 years. Go back. This is my favorite part of this whole conversation. You're in a championship window. I was told the Warriors were out. They were out. It was over.
It was 2 timelines.
It was done.
Yep.
Durant had left. Stop chasing. Why would you do that? That's not smart. That's not the long play. And that's a low percentage idea. And then what happened? Don't let us win another bleeping championship.
Yeah.
And they did.
But they didn't even really chase that one. They just happened to win it.
They just won.
Right.
Right. So, like, what does that mean? Championship window. They were out of it, supposedly.
Yeah.
But they weren't. That's
because they had their quarterback, to bring it back to the Niners, with Steph Curry and you still had Clay, who was more than productive, and Draymond, and Jordan Poole, who was great in the regular season to help get you there, you still were able to, with your quarterback, Steph Curry, you were good enough with him to be in that championship window. And that's what I think about when it comes to the NFL. And I'm looking at the list of teams with playoff droughts. The Jets have gone 14 years without the playoffs.
That's so crazy.
Carolina's at 7 along with Atlanta, and you run through all these other teams that are at 4, 3, and 2. And if you look at all of them, you'd be hard-pressed to look at any of them and say, yeah, championship window. You've got the Patriots, the Raiders, the Saints, the Bears, the Colts. These are teams that don't have that one thing we're talking about. Their quarterback. Their Steph Curry.
That's it. So that's why to me, when I look at a board of NFL teams, and to me, the question is not like, are they in a window, but could you imagine in your wildest dreams that team winning it this year? And how many teams would be on that list right now? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not about, are they in a window or whatever? Because even when you're in a window, it's still highly unlikely that you're going to be the last team. Like, you know what I mean? But how about Philly? After the way things went down the previous year, how did you feel about Philly going into last year? Yeah, they were a playoff team. They were a good team. Their own fan base was livid with the coach and the quarterback. Livid. Their wide receiver one was livid with the quarterback all the way up until the end. And then they dominated and won the whole thing. So, I don't know, man. To me, that's the best stuff in sports is when it surprises us.
2021, you had the Rams, a 4 seed, beat the Bengals, a 4 seed.
There you go.
And the Rams were 12-5. The Bengals were 10-7. And you had Tennessee and Kansas City and Buffalo. Even New England was still a playoff team. And yet, the Bengals, they won the games they won. They picked their way through. They got to the Super Bowl. And the Rams, the same thing. 4 versus 4. One of them won the Super Bowl.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Here for your calls throughout. 888-957-9570. That is the number. But coming up next, Carson Wisenhunt, who got the first win of his big league career in New York over the weekend with the San Francisco Giants, will join us coming up next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members, and as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. How about this? Cook something delicious with USDA Choice boneless beef tri-tip roast, untrimmed twin pack for just $5.99 per pound.
Or mix and match juicy 1-pound strawberries, 6-ounce raspberries or blackberries, or pint blueberries, $2.99 each when you buy 3, and an exclusive digital coupon for Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32 ounces, selected varieties, $5.97 each, limit 4 items.
That's a lot of berries, which
yummy.
is very, very good. Okay, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. All you got to do is download the weekly deals to your account, and then poof, they automatically deduct when you use your phone number at checkout. The app is simple to use, and it makes it easy to save money, and we all love that. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions.
Recalculating route.
And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal.
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel well.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you are a loved one or in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
The world's best amateur golfers are coming to San Francisco's iconic Olympic Club August 11th through 17th for the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. 312 players will compete on the legendary Lake and Ocean courses, where the winner will join past U.S. amateur champs like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Walk the fairways and see the future stars of golf up close. Get your tickets now at usga.org. That's usga.org and click tickets.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I thought it was good. I mean, to be able to go out in the 6th, line up like that. So, had to go get him, but he only gave up 3 hits. His fastball he spotted a lot better, which is going to be really important for him. You can feel sometimes teams sitting on his changeup just because it's kind of well advertised before he goes out there. Same thing as last outing. So spotting his fastball today, using his off-speed pitch too, and then all of a sudden he was getting swings and misses with his changeup. So in a game like this, it's a big game for us to have to try to win a series, and he was right at the forefront of it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's Willard and Dibs here on this Tuesday, and tell you what, it was a rough go for the Giants last night, but not the game before that.
No.
The game over the weekend, really good and really exciting to see Carson Whisenhunt get his first Major League victory, and he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. Carson, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Hey, nice job in New York. How did that feel?
I appreciate it. It felt great. Good to get the first win, had the debut a little bit before that and got all of that. Not out of the way because, it was a great time, but the hype of it, didn't have to worry about that anymore. And, just got to go out there and enjoy the game and have fun.
Yeah, did that affect you a little bit in the home game? Like, how would you compare the two outings so far?
I wouldn't say it was, anything crazy, but, definitely the first inning out there during the debut, adrenaline going, nerves were going a little bit, but after that settled in and, made a couple bad pitches in the debut that I wish I could take back, but it is what it is. But then, against the Mets, I felt really comfortable, really confident in everything I was throwing. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Back to the debut just for a moment about just the butterflies and the family. And I know your dad had to fly from, I don't even know how many time zones away, 11, 14, 17, whatever it was. And, you finally get all your people there, and now you have to go out and pitch. The nerves must have been on a million.
At first they were whenever I figured out that he was in the Philippines and not back at home with my mom and the rest of the family. So trying to figure all that out, but good thing Mom handled the rest of it, and I didn't have to worry too much about it.
Carson Whisenhunt joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Carson, I'd love to hear kind of the mental gymnastics that you've gone through the last couple seasons. Is he going to come up? When's he going to come up? Even Bomel, when you came up, sort of made the statement we thought maybe it was going to be last year, but it turned out to be this year. What has that whole experience been like for you?
It's been great. Obviously, wanted to come up here last year and everything, but ran into some things, working on some stuff, had a couple setbacks, but kind of trying to just not overthink things this year, trying not to do too much. So, this year was a lot simpler, didn't really push too far into things like that, and didn't really overthink it. I just went out there, did what I needed to do, and tried to enjoy it as much as I could.
Is it frustrating having to try to show out in a league like the one that you play in Sacramento, where it's Reno altitude and Albuquerque altitude, and Sacramento's 107, and so your numbers are going to be higher than they normally would be? Does that play on your mind at all?
I wouldn't say it plays on the mind. You definitely, it's a thought. We're in altitude pretty much in every park we play in, so the ball flies a little more. But it kind of teaches you how to pitch a little bit better too, because if the ball's going to fly, it kind of shows you, hey, keep the ball down, try and get it on the ground, don't let them hit pop flies. So what pitches can I use in these counts to help myself and help the team? So it's kind of a learning curve all the way around, and it's a helping factor as well.
Carson, I know it's only been 10 innings, but so far, what's the difference with big league hitters?
I would say they all have an approach. They're not all the exact same approach, but they stick to it very well. So it's kind of, you're playing that cat and mouse game, back and forth, kind of seeing what they're looking for and then adjusting as what I'm seeing. So kind of just little things like that would probably be the biggest thing that I'm noticing so far.
Do you have to change your approach as a pitcher? Because the book on you is that you have a great changeup, and now there's tape on you and film and whatnot, and so the hitters are going to kind of sit on the changeup. Does that make you think about approaching at-bats a little bit differently?
I wouldn't say it would change the thought process on that. It's definitely brought up in conversations, but it's more just attacking each hitter with my best stuff and kind of also knowing what their weaknesses are and locations and things like that. So even if they know I have a good changeup, that's fine. I'm still going to throw it, but I just got to pick the right times and then pick the right locations as well. So there's a little bit of that, but not too much.
Carson Wisenhunt of the Giants is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Carson, you landed in the big leagues at, I'd say, quite an interesting week. You know, you come up and everybody's like, okay, this series is everything, and then the series doesn't go well, and the next thing you know, guys are on their way out the door at the trade deadline. How have you been able to navigate what clearly is an emotional clubhouse that you entered into?
I mean, it's a little different. All these guys have been together pretty much the whole year. I'm the new guy coming in, so it's like it's easier that I played spring training with most of them, so I know them pretty well, able to talk to them. But at the same time, like, yeah, we lost Raj, Stuvie. Like, it's tough because, I mean, they had a connection with everybody. They were throwing well, playing well, all that stuff. I mean, Yaz is gone, great outfielder, but at the same time, it's kind of just adapting to those changes as quickly as we can and still finding ways to win.
Is it a little comforting to be alongside guys who you played with earlier this year, whether it's, Matos or, Ragsdale, who was here for a while, and Seymour, who's back up with you? Does that make it a little bit more comfortable to be up here with the big club, knowing that you've got teammates who know you from earlier?
Most definitely. It makes it easier. I mean, I played in spring training. I was around all these guys, but it's kind of split time. They're doing their stuff, getting ready for the season, things like that. I'm doing what I need to do, and then now we're all up here, so you get more time together. But having Seymour around that I've played with the past 2 years, I mean, Matos, I've been around him plenty, but definitely makes it a little more comforting, a little easier.
Dibs mentioned it earlier. Your changeup is, according to the reports and whatnot, this is your big pitch, right? So take us through the evolution of that pitch. When did you know that you had something special, and then how has it evolved?
I would say in high school was when I realized like it was a pretty decent pitch, and so I've had the same grip from my freshman year of high school to now. But getting into college was whenever seeing metrics, numbers, different things on it like that was when I realized it was a solid pitch, and like I knew I could throw it pretty comfortably whenever I wanted to, depending if it was a lefty or righty, it didn't matter. So it was kind of just one of those pitches that I trusted probably the most, and so I never really thought about it or tried to do too much with it. I could just go out there, like catch with it, throw it, not think about it, not try to tweak with it, and I knew out of hand what the difference was between a good one and a bad one. Never really changed a whole lot from high school on with that grip or anything like that, honestly.
Yeah, pun intended, never changed a lot. I wonder if you had a change-up role model because, Trevor Hoffman might be a little bit before your time. He's known as one of the great change-up throwers of all time. Did you look at a pitcher as you were coming up and say, yeah, that change-up, that's what I want?
Honestly, no. The deciding factor, so like when I was before high school, I wasn't allowed to throw a curveball or a slider. So changeup was always my out pitch. I never really mimicked anybody or watched video on anybody else. It was, hey, let's find a second pitch that I can throw to get outs, and it was the changeup, so and it kind of stuck. So I just kind of learned and got comfortable with it the more as I threw it and tweaked it as I got older. It turned into what it is now.
So, Carson, like no influences or people that you patterned your game after? I don't know if you know this, but Kyle Haynes from the organization last week, we had him on the day you were about to start, and he goes, if you squint real hard, you could maybe hope that Carson would develop into a career like Cole Hamels or Johan Santana. How does that grab you, or are there other names you look at?
I mean, Cole Hamels, I've watched him pitch plenty of times. I mean, growing up, Kershaw was one of those guys. I mean, Robbie Ray. Favorite pitcher growing up, obviously, it was Randy Johnson, but I never really mimicked anything that they were doing other than kind of like mindset because, I mean, they all just went out there, even if they didn't have their best stuff, they were attacking the zone, trying to get outs, trying to help the team win. So that's kind of the main focus that I was looking for.
You mentioned Robbie Ray, and you're also pitching alongside Justin Verlander, who probably was a major leaguer when you were a newborn. What's it like, pitching alongside a couple of guys who are veterans and who've been doing this a long time?
I mean, it's great. Obviously, like, growing up, Verlander, I mean, I think he debuted in 2005. something around that time. I mean, I would have been 4 years old when he was debuting, so grew up watching him pitch. I mean, same thing with Robbie. I mean, it's great being able to talk with them, kind of pick their brain and see how much the game's changed over the years. And we were talking about that the other day of like just how different the time frame is now compared to like what it used to be with guys and how they kind of approach the game.
Carson Wisenhut is with us on Willard and Dibs. All right, Carson, when people think of crafty lefty, immediately what comes to mind is that they're half a cup of crazy. Do you lean into that? Do you have some quirkiness to you, or do you not like that kind of labeling?
Honestly, I don't really dive into that too much. It doesn't really bother me. I've had that said a couple times about me, but I don't think I am. It's pretty much when I'm out there on the mound, it's a completely different mindset for me. So like I don't realize most of the time, but I kind of just try not to focus on anything but the game and trying to help the team win.
How would you describe the mindset? Dom Smith was on with our morning guys today, and I heard him talking about the starting pitchers and what they do getting ready for each day, and that Logan Webb's just like, let's play music for everybody. Verlander might be headset on, totally locked in. How do you do it, yeah. and what's your mindset?
I mean, before games, I try to lock in about an hour before. Anytime before that, I'm just hanging out, talking with the guys, trying to relax. But then about an hour or so before the game is kind of when I turn that switch a little bit, and it's time to focus and not really talk as much, so to speak, with the guys. But any other day, it's just a normal day. So I'm hanging out, talking, stretching, doing all my stuff. So, I mean, the mindset changes a little bit once it's time to, play catch, get ready for the games and anything like that. But I don't really dive too much into all that.
Are you a music guy when you're going to make the start? And, when you get out on the mound, what's the song that you want to hear as you trot out from the dugout and you get the ball and you start to go through your warm-ups?
Yeah, I mean, I listen to music. I really only listen to country music, though, so it kind of depends. But I'm not very superstitious. Like, whatever's on in the locker room, it's kind of what I'm going to listen to. It doesn't really matter. But if I need to, I'll put in my headphones or whatever and go into the weight room and do it that way. But for the walkout song, I use White Horse, but I think I'm going to change it. I haven't decided what I'm going to change it to yet, but I got a couple options. But we'll see which one I land on.
Carson, who are your artists, and do you know that you missed the Morgan Wallen show here in the Bay Area over the weekend?
I did. Wish I could have been there.
Yeah.
But growing up, I listened to kind of older country. So, I mean, my favorite artist is Travis Tritt. So, I mean, you got George Strait, all those guys as well. So, I mean, got a lot of great older artists. But, I mean, the new guys, I don't listen to a ton of the stuff. I mean, Cody Johnson, Zach Top, all those guys. There's a couple of their songs that I'll listen to. But, I mean, I kind of just mix in different things here and there.
All right, Carson, we're going to let you get ready for the game, but we want to get to know you a little bit before you go. You ready for the big finish here?
Let's do it.
Okay, 2 categories. You pick one, and then we'll ask questions off of that. Do you want to do Wizard of Oz or change it up?
Go change it up.
Change it up. Okay. What is the most radical hairstyle or facial hair you've ever gone with?
Oh, man. Okay. What year was that? It would have been in 23. I want to say I had a goatee, and we were in low A at the time, and I had a bet with somebody. It was about a number of strikeouts or however many innings I went, but I ended up losing the bet, and they got to pick whatever my facial haircut or my haircut was going to be, and I would keep it. And they were like, hey, we're going to shave out the middle of the goatee and just leave the handlebar mustache. And so I had it. Well, then I had like a month or a couple week stretch where I threw really well, so I couldn't cut it. And then I ended up getting called up to high, and I still had the same goatee, like mustache look going. And I was like, yo, I got to shave this off. And they told me I wasn't allowed to until I had a bad outing. And so I get up to high, and I took my first picture with that mustache, and I was like, yo, this is a terrible look.
Well, there is a Giants legend, Rod Shooterbeck, rest in peace, who had that exact same look, a Giants closer from back in the 90s and the 00s.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as soon as I got to high and everybody saw that picture, that's the comments that I started getting was comparing to him. And I was like, I mean, it's pretty cool. But at the same time, I was like, y'all, this has to go. I look terrible.
Right. It's almost to the point where you're looking to give up 6 runs in the second inning just to trim that. Question number 2, how big of a change is it to go from North Carolina to California?
I mean, it's a drastic change. But, I mean, I've been out in California area for, 3 years now. And I kind of gotten used to it. It's a little different, but, I mean, I keep the same kind of thoughts and everything I do about North Carolina. I mean, I still wear jeans and boots around, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, you kind of get used to it, but at the end of the year, I'll go back to North Carolina and still get my fix of that side.
All right, Carson, last one. Carson Wisenhunt is with us here. What rule in baseball, or any other sport for that matter, would you most like to see changed?
Wow. I kind of wish pitchers could hit again.
I like that.
Yeah.
Were you a good hitter?
I mean, I want to say I was.
Well, and I
don't think I was that bad.
I don't want to max preps stalk you, but I was looking at your numbers. It might have been your senior year, but you had 3 homers and an OPS of 1,000 for a team that was nationally ranked in high school.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't terrible. So, I mean, I would love to hit again. I mean, truthfully, I don't think I would get a hit off of what these guys are throwing now, but I'd still like to get in the box and try.
I mean, once upon a time, a left-hander from North Carolina became a pretty famous Giant. He could hit the ball pretty long way. I'm sure you know who Madison Bumgarner is.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
So, I'm just saying, I feel like we should get a chance at that again.
How do you feel about the idea of robo-umps, though, while we're at the idea of change?
I mean, it's kind of a love-hate relationship. I understand the thought behind it, but at the same time, it's taken away the art of catching and things like that. And I personally would rather just do the challenge system. Because, I mean, if you're going to do it with a robo-ump, it kind of takes away the point of having a catcher other than people running. I'm not a super fan of it, if I'm being honest.
I think that's a fair answer.
Yeah.
Carson, great to get to know you a little bit. Thank you so much for the time. Congrats on the first win, and we look forward to more.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
Carson Wisenhunt right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I'm glad that he misses pitchers hitting. I don't.
I don't either. I thought I would.
I just wanted to say that.
I thought I would, but
I know I wanted to be Mr. Purist about this too. But,
and that was that a thing that went the way of the dodo bird after COVID? Was that 2021? I think that they went to the.
It was in process already, but I can't remember how directly tied to COVID it was. COVID kind of gave everybody, I think, in sports the
2022.
2022. It kind of opened the door and gave them an excuse to, I think, speed some things up a little bit, and obviously they kept some things such as that runner over there at second base in the 10th inning, we've known for a while that was in the works. The DH coming to the National League. I also just think, I mean, with all of these schedules being balanced the way they are, and you play so many more games against the other league, it did not make sense to have 2 rules, 2 leagues, 2 rules. That didn't make sense. If you wanted the pitchers to hit, sell me on it, but do it in both leagues. If you don't. And I think that's an easier sell because let's be real. Like, it sounds like something that we want because that's our sensibilities. 9 players, 9 hitters. Get out there and do it. But nobody in the history of ever has been entertained by it. And that's what we're doing.
On occasion. And, you know, Madison Bumgarner's a guy who, you know, each team usually has about one hitter, one pitcher who can actually hit. And then it's like, okay, you know, Mad Bum will go deep on you. But by and large, you'd have guys who are just absolutely overwhelmed. And unfortunately, with the Giants now, you already have a number 9 hitter who is mostly overwhelmed.
Can you imagine with the way that team hits with runners in scoring position, with how often the bottom of their order comes up in big moments with runners on, Patrick Bailey, etc. Can you imagine if pitcher was hitting, how often that pitcher would come up with runners at second and third and one out, and you're like, we got ducks on the pond. And then somebody like Kevin Gausman would come up there with a wet newspaper. It's like, all right, never mind. Like, they can't do that with real hitters.
Right.
I don't want them trying to do it with people who are not hitters.
And Grandy, thank you for 2022. I just punched up the numbers. On batting average from pitchers, the Mets led the National League. They hit 146 in that final year. That led the league. $146. Their pitchers, they had a grand total of 36 hits and 247 at-bats. Okay. And oh, by the way, your beloved Gigantes, they batted up 90. 90. 090.
Not 190, just 90. Okay.
And that was only ahead of, well, the Marlins hit 066. Good Lord. The Pirates hit 081. So
bad.
Really bad.
Yeah.
Like beyond even like something that you would like, oh, this might be fun if he gets a no. He won't.
And I mean, just what's happened with the game and pitchers and 103 miles an hour. Like, come on, man. We're not sending those people up there. So I'm with you. I wanted to be traditional. I thought it would bother me. It doesn't bother me. Would Rafi Devers be a Giant if there was no DH?
Boy, that's a great question. I mean, he would, but you've already got 4 DHs that you're playing on the field.
But would he? Like, for real, would he? With Chapman signed for 5 years and Bryce Eldridge on the doorstep, are you making that trade with no DH?
Yeah, good point. Probably not. Probably not.
Anyway, sponsored by Cash Creek Casino Resort. Glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. Let's circle back to what we were talking about right before Carson joined us. And it's this. What extension, what contract, what trade, if we gave you a mulligan, Devers, Chapman, Adames, Ayuk, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Jimmy Butler, Purdy, Draymond Green.
Oh, boy.
You get one backseat. Who are you undoing with regard to what's taken place over the last year and a half or so? 888-957-9570. It's Willard Dibs.
Celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence. Cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, and they are committed to contributing to their clients' goals and also empowering the community. And for Fremont Bank, that's a lot of communities because they have 21 branches scattered throughout the Bay Area. It started there in Fremont Boulevard, Capitol Avenue. If you haven't been down there, check it out. They've got an award-winning building that is going to be the epicenter of the new downtown Fremont. Little known fact that I didn't learn until I actually went down to that branch. Fremont never had an actual downtown. They had multiple individual downtowns in these subdivisions, but now Fremont's going to have a real downtown, and it's built around Fremont Bank. And it's a bank that started 61 years ago, and it's befitting to be the anchor tenant of the downtown in Fremont because they're a top active member of the community that they serve. You deposit your money with Fremont Bank. They reinvest it into home ownership and philanthropy and businesses and everything else that makes the Bay Area thrive. Get out of your big box bank and get into a local bank. Not just any local bank, but this one. It's Fremont Bank. They've got full service banking with no compromises, and they're here for you, and they're here for good.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Yo, I got to shave this off.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Fantasy football update.
Is it breaking?
Kinda.
Oh.
So my son is still down in Orange County. He stayed an extra day or two. And the reason was he and his cousin are doing their fantasy draft right now. I know. I made the same face, Lucas. It's too early.
He's too young.
Where did McCaffrey go?
It is way too early. I can ask him. You want me to ask him? I brought it up for a different reason. Here, let me, hey, what pick was CMC? He's 18, so he'll respond within 18 seconds or less. But anyway, when do you think Ricky Pearsall went? 12-team league. 12-team league. What round?
Half-point PPR? Full-point PPR?
Whatever. One of those. There's some PPR in there, okay?
Sure.
They're down with PPR.
Better not be some PBR because he's only 18. You're welcome.
You know what? Things are getting pretty loose for the 18-year-olds around town, I've noticed.
Yeah, I get it.
And people are about to leave for college or whatever the hell they're going to do with their lives. And I think parents are in full August. The month of August, when the kids are 18, is give-up season. It's like, we're done here. We're done here. You go do whatever the hell you want, and if you get arrested, you do.
It's kind of the same when your kid is 3. Like, you want to draw chalk on your pants?
Yeah.
Chalk it up, girl.
Chalk it up.
Chalk it up. I'm taking the L no matter what, but go ahead.
Exactly.
Ricky Pearsall had to go in the...
Round, hold on. You got to nail it, right? Like, I can't give you a plus or minus. You got to nail it. You got to nail it. What round? Because he took him. And he did just text back the answer as to what number Christian McCaffrey went. I'll give you plus or minus 1 on that one.
Dad, aren't you supposed to be on the air?
But in Pearsall's round, you got to nail it.
Yeah. I'd say the 5th round. Rick Pearsall. Oh, no.
Lucas in the back also said 5th. I said 7th.
6th.
4th.
You're all too low. My man got Ricky in round 8. And he's the 6th overall pick. So the middle of the 8th round. Plucked himself a little. Ricky Pearsall.
We were too high then. We were too high in our...
like low meaning numbers. Like you're splitting out numbers and the number 8 is higher than the number 7, 6, 5, or 4. Anyway, whatever. Yes, correct. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Round 8.
Okay. I mean, I would say that's a steal question mark, but we don't really know.
Well, of course not. It's fantasy football.
So if it's a 12-teamer, that would mean he was no sooner than the 84th pick. And
he's number 6 pick.
So that would be number 90, assuming, although with the snake, it might be 92, but you get the point.
I don't know.
And I wonder what the, and let me look up Ricky Pearsall's ADV.
Yeah. You call it
Average,
ADV?
ADP
yeah,
is
most people go
ADP.
Whatever with your dismissive tone. I'm freelancing in here.
Yeah,
average draft position.
Position, not value. What are we doing over here?
All right.
Value's an opinion.
Okay.
Position is a fact.
All right.
It's true. You're a man of facts. Like, you don't like inaccuracies.
I prefer, instead of hearing from Captain Downer, just hit the buzzer. Okay?
Hit the buzzer.
You're inviting the buzzer?
It's much more okay, now 4 was unnecessary. We can all agree.
I thought it was necessary that time.
Perhaps.
You needed it. You needed to hear it.
ADP, freaking idiot.
Okay.
And that's me doing Napoleon Dynamite doing his son.
Yeah, 12,
for those of you scoring at home.
12 times 7, 84, so then 85, 86, 86. Yeah, 90th pick. It was the 90th pick.
Depends if it's a snake or not, Dad.
It is. But no, it's the 6th. Well, wait a minute. Oh, I see what you're saying because it's round 8.
Thank you.
So, it might have been 91.
Be on the way.
91.
On the comeback,
91 is on the comeback, yeah. Right.
And I'm looking at the...
Of course it's a snake. What else is there?
Exactly. Wow. Overall, I see him at 112. I see him at 100 as the consensus. So, bit of a reach for your son. Bit of a reach.
I'll text him that. I'll be like, dude, you totally reached.
Nobody asked you.
No. Actually, he did ask me. I got one of these. You ever get these when your friend or someone is doing a draft and you're like living your life and then they're like, quick, because they've got a minute. They have a minute to make this pick and they want your advice. And then they're ticked if you didn't see your phone in the 12 seconds that you had to also then type back a response. Anyway.
You'd be shocked to hear that I don't often get those texts. Dan Dibley can win at nothing. Still holding back that story.
Hey,
I don't
Dibs,
even care anymore.
Who would you pick so that I know what to do opposite?
Fate.
He hits me with, real quick, would you take Olave, Pearsall, or Godwin? Olave, Pearsall, or Godwin? Why'd you make that face, Lucas?
I've done zero prep, but I feel like Olave will go a lot higher than the other.
They don't have a quarterback. They have no quarterback. They don't have a quarterback.
They have a number of different quarterbacks.
They don't have
Disrespectful to Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
You're damn
Still
right.
unsigned? Or did he ever?
No, he signed.
He did.
He signed.
Okay.
Yeah. How many times is that? How many years is it going to be before Saints fans even know how to pronounce that name?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Jake Hayner, son of an anchor, Channel 2.
What would you have done? Olave, Pearsall, or Godwin?
I have no idea. I mean, you're not asking me.
I was like, Pearsall. And then he was like, that's what I did. Because I didn't respond quick enough. Because I'm working right now.
Standard League, the consensus is 100. In a PPR, he's 99. So there you go. I mean, if you honestly want to just have this conversation about Pearsall and you take him in your fantasy league and you're Abe, you're thinking, if I can get 70 catches, 900 yards, and 7 touchdowns, that would be a win, right?
He's over 1,000 yards, for sure. No doubt about it.
You want to go and lock that up?
Yeah, I already did.
Well, state it. Say it with your chest. Stand on it.
I've said it 12 times with my chest.
Let's get it recorded.
Ricky Pearsall will go over 1,000 yards this year. Ricky Pearsall will have more yards than any other 49er wide receiver this year. Lock it.
Will he lead the team in receiving yards?
It could be tight between him and George.
Stand on it, tough guy.
No, I'm less chesty. Don't tell me what to have a firm opinion on. I don't know.
Haven't heard the chickens in a while.
What number pick do you think Christian McCaffrey went? Plus or minus one. Plus or minus one.
Plus or minus one?
Yeah.
I'm going to put him in at number 5.
Number 5. Randy?
Can I ask a question about the league?
No. Lucas. I missed that dynamic.
Lucas, you're not in charge. This is my clam bake. Yes, you can, Grandy. I haven't seen Grandy in 2 weeks. He can do whatever he wants in there.
Are there a lot of Niner fans in this league?
No.
No?
No, they're in Southern California. These are largely Rams fans. They've got stinky stuff all over them.
So you're saying Puka Nacua probably went before McCaffrey is what you're telling me.
I think Puka was the number 1 overall pick in this draft. No, but I will also, these are like they don't let fandom overwhelm their draft. Like, they're doing the draft. These are football fans.
I'll go McCaffrey 4th overall.
4th overall. Dibs says 5. Lucas.
I'll go 10. I'm going 10.
16.
I win.
Buzzers for everyone. Yeah.
No, I won.
16.
No, you had to be plus or minus a pick, Lucas.
Yeah,
Pretend like you're listening to the show.
You were closest, but you were just simply the smallest loser. Be fun name for a new show.
The smallest loser.
The littlest loser.
According to Fantasy Pros, the consensus is he goes 11th.
Okay, well,
so
he went late. He went late. Somebody got him for value. But that's what happens because people are scared of that guy. They're scared of that guy. He's burned people. Like, that's the way you look at drafting. There's Christian McCaffrey shrapnel on some players this year because they got burned last year.
Sam Lubman's on the phone.
They will not pick him if he's available in round 5 because there's so much shrapnel.
I get it.
Yeah.
And if you want to avoid shrapnel and you want to look at trends, Saquon Barkley last year had the year McCaffrey had 2 years prior. So if you're just going to go ahead and slot Saquon Barkley as your number 1 overall pick and expect him to run that back, literally run that back, I think that's a dangerous choice to make number 1 overall.
Well, something's really weird here. I don't know what their freaking rules are, but my son sent me his team about, 8 rounds in, and he has Saquon Barkley. And he has the 6th pick. I don't know what the hell these dudes are doing. Like, they probably all took receivers or something. You're probably right. Puka Nacua probably went before Saquon Barkley. So anyway, He's free, and my son does this, as everybody does. They're in the middle of the draft, and they believe they've won the Super Bowl.
Already.
They're like, you can't, this team, I am in love with it. I've nailed every pick. It's just, he's freaking out. He's freaking out. But also, his second running back is Joe Mixon. And what's my job in life?
Yeah.
I don't know, son. Joe Mixon. Mysterious injury.
Yeah, you got to keep your kid in check.
Nobody knows what's going on with Joe. Might miss the whole year.
You just never know.
He might. But anyway, so yeah. He's got Josh Allen and Saquon Barkley and Tyreek Hill and then other people, and he believes that he rules the world.
Yeah, it's already over.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
So might as well just stop picking.
His friends, I've been told, are just writing checks directly to him.
Yeah.
Not that they have checkbooks anymore. You guys can just Venmo me now. I already won this thing.
He had that party over the weekend. There are people still writing checks.
Yeah. Your mom,
Leave my mom out of this.
I guarantee you she's writing a check in cursive.
100%. That's exactly what happened.
No doubt, dude.
It's exactly what happened. You should see the way she does her cursive E to do the Ellen. Big loopy L's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh. Remember cursive? Okay, hey, Grandy. Cursive is... Never mind.
He probably had to learn it.
I learned cursive in school.
He was at the
growing
tail
up.
end of it.
Have you ever all watched a high school student try to type in 2025? It's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Absolutely the funniest thing, because all they're right? They're like, Dad, you text weird. I'm like, yeah, you know what? You don't know how to use a laptop computer. You have your pointer finger.
Yep.
What do you do? Stop beating up your computer and learn the QWERTY system on your board.
Exactly. What I find ironic in 20 seconds on this, because it even predates you, they used to teach typing in high school. So you could become a receptionist.
I took it in middle school. I took a typing class.
And now is when they should be teaching typing, because you're right. It's a complete hunt and peck fest out there.
I had a keyboard class growing up. Multiple. Yeah.
How did it go? Did it stick?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm a
He can actually, I've seen him type. He can type.
Okay.
I'm
exciting.
I'm the index, the FU finger, and an occasional thumb, and it's a head down flurry. That's all it is. I don't have the pinky control. The ring finger's useless.
Oh, yeah. You've lost a step. Let's just be real.
I could never type. I can't play piano. I can't type. I can't do a Rubik's Cube.
Well, nobody can do a Rubik's Cube.
There are people out there.
Well, but they're weird.
I mean, yeah.
I love y'all, but you're weird. That's weird. That's a weird skill. That's like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like we had some people in our family who went on Jeopardy. I'm not even kidding. They went on Jeopardy. Now, that person, that sounds cool, but at a party, that's not cool. You're on a different plane. You don't even know how to connect with real people.
Andy Baggerly.
Yeah, they do.
Jeopardy.
They do not know. And I love Andy. And I can have a conversation with Andy, but I know in the back of Andy's mind, he's like, this freaking guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he just used a word that only has 4 letters in it. I mean, that's a different...
This guy wouldn't know a palindrome if it bit him on the ass.
It's a completely different plane of human existence.
Correct.
It's really hard.
I told my kids, I'm not smart enough for Jeopardy, but I can navigate Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, you could.
Kind of.
Sort of.
Epic fail.
How much did you make?
$4,000.
Okay.
Not bad.
$4,000.
Yes, but the bodacious lawyer from Oklahoma City walked with about $38,000 and a trip to St. Kitts.
Bodacious?
She was voluptuous.
Oh.
Yeah, she was.
Well, now I know why you only won $4,000.
You know why I only won $4,000?
You were distracted.
I spent the night before the taping with her husband in the bar.
What is going on here?
These are facts. Can we not spin a yarn, Grandy? So we fly down to Culver City, my ex-wife, my kids, and, of course, Hurricane Gale, because you can bring 4 guests. And, of course, I don't go right to bed and study the alphabet. I'm up in the bar making friends. Next morning, I'm going head-to-head with this man's wife, and she took me to task. Picked me apart like Brock Purdy against the Panthers defense, playing soft coverage.
That's not a comfortable sentence to hear your friend say. Next thing you know, I'm going head-to-head with this man's wife. no matter what the context is, it was I'm just telling you, it was uncomfortable.
And honestly,
I wasn't comfortable with
it. It was the wheel that was my undoing, not this. And she was a lovely woman, very nice. It was the damn wheel that got me.
Well, maybe.
3 bankrupts. I was in control. Yeah. Next morning, I'm going head-to-head with this man's wife.
Yeah, that was uncomfortable. It was.
I mean, could have gotten more uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying?
All right, which extensions are you comfortable with?
There's a pivot. Comfortable or uncomfortable?
Whatever.
Uncomfortable with Brandon Ayuk, not only because the way it played out going into the season, but what Mooney Ward said to us about the vibes last season, and the fact that I don't know, and I said this at the time, you and I both were kind of out on Brandon Ayuk getting that level of money because
Completely.
I don't think that you are a team that throws it often enough and as much to warrant a guy making that kind of money.
Well, can we actually, quick aside, because you say stuff like that
These
a
are
lot.
Facts.
They're not facts.
Well,
that was an opinion.
I have the data.
Of what?
Of how often they throw it relative to other teams.
Okay, and that's fine. I accept that, but it feels like you take that and therefore sort of dismiss the importance or lessen the importance of the 49ers throwing the football, and I just don't think it's to that level. In other words, when you talk about that, sometimes you make it sound like the 49ers are Air Force. Like you think that they're running the wing T or they're running the wishbone, and I don't know, once every quarter of the game, they'll do the dipsy-do whoopsie-daisy and Brock will drop back and throw the ball. That's not what we're doing. Wide receivers with the 49ers are incredibly important. Incredibly important. They have a Hall of Fame tight end because of his pass-catching ability. Just in the last handful of years, I think, do I have this right? He had 2 1,300-yard seasons, one for Brandon and one for Debo. Brock Purdy came in and threw for over 4,000 yards a couple of seasons ago. This matters. This really, really matters.
It matters less to them than it does other teams. And in that year where you went to the Super Bowl, you threw the ball the 32nd most times in football.
Fine, but
you were dead last in attempts.
So what? That's
my point.
But it was very important. And Brandon went for 1,300 yards. And in fact, if they had thrown for 2 more yards, they'd have a ring.
Well, those yards don't tabulate in the regular season numbers. But
I understand, but you get my point.
I get your point, but do you get my point?
Of course I do.
The Shanahan offense has succeeded here based on ball control and a ground game. And, when they were really, really good, you're right, Ayuk had 1,300 yards that year, and they spread the ball around, and they still were last in total attempts. So when they throw it, they like to throw it and be very effective, and they were 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I don't think that from we got to pay our receiver standpoint that they're a team that I would look at, and that's why, to your question about the contract, you gave Ayuk all that money, and that was partly, I think, why you moved off of Deebo Samuel, which part of it, too, was I think that he was starting to diminish as far as his ability, and we'll see this year in Washington, but I don't know if the Niner offense is one that is really reliant on having a high-priced wide receiver, which is what they have.
Again, I don't know that the price of it matters. I do think that they're going to be reliant on their receivers. I don't think that they need to do kind of what Cincinnati does. I'll split the difference with you. I'm not disagreeing that if I'm the 49ers, I'm not going to make it all about the wide receivers. There are teams out there that are doing that. Cincinnati does that. Minnesota feels very strongly about it. I think I could make the case that Dallas has made their offense about the wide receivers. They're paying Dak 60, CD is making 35, and they trade for George Pickens. And all last year, do you know how many people in America, if you said, who was the Cowboys' leading rusher last year? I think 1% would get the answer right. They just ignored the run game completely. So I think there are teams that do that. I don't think those teams do very well in the playoffs, by the way.
No.
Or
if they even make the playoffs.
Right. So I don't think it's a smart strategy, number one. But number two, even the teams that are, I guess, maybe to split the difference with you this way, I'll agree with you that making it all about the receivers and making them high-priced is the wrong way to do it. I don't think that means that the throwing game for the 49ers is not incredibly important. How did they get back into those games against the Packers and Lions? They threw the ball all over the yard.
Yeah, somewhat, but they only were down 1 score. And
not against the Lions. They were down 3 scores.
In the second quarter, right?
At halftime. Yeah, 24-7.
Yeah, and I look at last year. Last year's a bit of an odd example because they didn't really do much when they were ahead, and they certainly didn't come from behind. And I'm looking at all these games when they're down at the half, they're down, and they lost every one of those games. The only game they came back in last year when they were down to Tampa 17-13, they came back and won that. So I don't think that the Shanahan offense is built around coming from behind. Part of it's because you haven't had a great quarterback. Now I think you do. And you also don't rely on the passing game as much as other teams. And that's a good thing.
We're pretty much talking about, and I know you I don't want to say you don't like this word, but I know you try not to live with any of this. We're kind of talking about regret. And in many ways, this is inspired by a conversation. I was driving around this morning listening to Steiny and Guru, and they're talking about different signings, trades, and extensions that basically, quote unquote, haven't worked. And my quick response to that is I don't know if 1 year in to all of these acquisitions you can kind of have that opinion yet. But if we gave you a Baxi, if we gave you a Mully, if we gave you a redo, give me an acquisition, a trade, an extension that you could undo in Bay Area sports over the last year and a half or so. I think you and I are both in agreement on the Brandon Ayuk thing, but it goes a little deeper than that. We'll keep rolling. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll take your calls on this right now. 888-957-9570 is the number on Willard and Dibs.
And this is Dan Dibley over here. Maybe you're thinking about covering your patio. I know I'm thinking about covering my patio. We've got a couple of pine trees dropping stuff all over our outdoor furniture, so we need to get that covered. Perhaps you're thinking about building shelves to get yourself organized. Well, whatever your next project is, the products you use to build it matter, especially if you want it to last for years to come. And that's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, the trusted name in structural connectors. It's engineered for strength, and these products are designed to stand up to the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events. Professional builders appreciate the many options that Simpson Strong Tie provides to all you do-it-yourselfers, and you love the confidence that comes from getting those professional results. So whether you're building a backyard retreat or just tackling your weekend to-do list, choose Simpson Strong Tie, available at Golden State. You can visit goldenstatelumber.com to get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showroom in the Bay Area for over 70 years, and ever evolving. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
To fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying ported. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. And for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with a purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Next morning, I'm going head-to-head with this man's wife.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
It's awkward. I'm not going to deny it.
It's not as awkward as it sounds.
It's not on the D.
Yeah, it sounds very awkward.
What makes it awkward is when you're a contestant on the Wheel of Fortune, you all get there at 7 in the morning and you all go in a room and you go through all the things, and then you just draw straws to see who gets paired up against whom and what show order you go in. So it was totally random that I wound up against this woman from Oklahoma City. Next morning, I'm going head-to-head with this man's wife.
Did you know when you were having drinks with the husband that the wife was part of the Wheel of Fortune bucket?
Of course.
Okay.
And the conversation was...
Of course. I don't know, if you're all in some sort of did you all go to a barbecue together or something earlier?
No, but you're all staying in the same hotel.
Okay, but there's a lot of people in the hotel.
Sure.
In
theory. So, whatever, you're having drinks with your sister and you're meeting people and it's like, hey, what are you doing here? He's like, yeah, my wife's going to be on Wheel of Fortune tomorrow. I said, I am too. Where is she? And he said, oh, she's in bed getting ready. And I said, make mine a double. Go to bed. What's wrong with you people?
Amazing story.
There's more
and now we have that forever.
Well,
so that's good too.
And it's nice for Grandy to finally capture me in an awkward moment because we've got reel after reel of you saying inappropriate things.
Yeah, but I mean, I enjoy those.
Yeah.
I enjoy those.
Get your mouth off my ball.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
That's great.
What happened to me over the weekend playing golf? Somebody, it's in. It's like, no, it's not in, okay? You early calling mother jumper. Lip out. Oh, good putt. It's in. No, it's not, Jim.
I'm guilty of that. My kids get very, very mad at me. And this is where my positivity actually ends up being a real harmful influence. Because when I'm looking, I mean, if the Warriors go up by 1 in the third quarter, I'm like, they've got it. Yeah, we're going to win this thing. You're going to win. And then they get very mad when it doesn't happen. Very mad. But, and then last year's Niners season, you all blame on injuries or, rookies getting shot or family strife and all these things. Not in my house. My kids blame me. Because how many games was I like, yeah, they got this one. This thing's in the can.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Woo! and then the most epic collapses of all time would take place. And you're just like, how'd that happen? And they'd be like, yeah, Dad.
How did that happen?
Anyway, I don't know, man. Maybe this is why, and it's funny. I know Steiny was kidding. At least I think he was kidding when you guys said an over-under on how long me and the lovely Christy are going to be together. Nobody knows anything in life. Nobody knows what's around the bend, and so I don't want to act that presumptuous, but let's just put it this way. My confidence in that person and us could not be higher.
Right.
And I absolutely do feel like I know that XYZ over the next handful of years, even though I realize that I don't. But maybe that's why I sort of feel that way, and I feel like I'm good at that in this relationship, because let's now take it to sports. This is also why, let's go back to fantasy football for a second. I almost never make trades. Do you want to know why? Because I stick with my people.
Yeah.
I stick with my people because I'm always like, I believed in you once, and I still do, and I do not want to trade you and then have you pop. And I think you're going to come around here in a sec, because I think it's very strange to me sometimes when we look at sports that way, where it's like, you can tell me, and the best example right now is for sure Devers, but let's do Ayuk or Jimmy Butler or Christian McCaffrey or whatever. You cannot tell me the excitement level when those extensions happened or those trades happened. The excitement level is through the roof. And then you're going to tell me 2 months later, when there's a little bit of a bump in the road, that you're out? You're out? You think this was a mistake and people messed up and they're going to regret this, that, or the other? I don't understand that. It's almost like a faulty question. We're asking everybody what do-over would you have based on what acquisition or extension has happened in the last year? I'd almost say none. It's only been a year.
Correct. And even if you want to go back to one that I criticized in the moment, which was Carlos Beltran for Zach Wheeler, knowing that Beltran was going to be a rental, and he was here for about 40 or 50 games. I know he missed a couple of weeks, and he was mostly good, and it took Zach Wheeler no fewer than 7 seasons before he became a major leaguer where you thought, oh, is that giant guy? So even the regret of that, and Beltran was good. They weren't great. The rest of the team actually kind of stunk, and you didn't go anywhere. And so in the moment, you could be like, yeah, that prospect may come back to haunt you. He was a single A guy, and it literally took 7 or 8 years before he became a major leaguer, and then a couple more before he became, wow, the guy's amazing. He was 30. So to your point about Devers and, Adames, where you've got, 7 and 8.5 years remaining on both?
Yeah.
I mean, we should probably be able to wait a couple, 2, 3 before we can actually say, yeah, that was good, or yeah, that was bad. The one that you can look at that actually is starting to smell pretty good is the Carlos Correa. Farhan backing away from that, he's not only not played great, but he has subsequently been dealt again.
Yeah.
So, that's one you can look at now, almost 3 full years removed, and say, yeah, attaboy, Farhan.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do look at, because again, the easy answer that all of us have come up with is yes, we would moonwalk the hell out of the Brandon Ayuk situation if we could. I feel comfortable saying that, because I felt that way at the time. But also, we can add in there, I really do hope that I'm wrong. I hope there's a new chapter to this story, and I don't find it hard to believe. I find it a little bit hard to believe this year. I find it hard to believe that he's going to come back, miss 4, 6, 7 games, whatever it may be, and then just hit the ground running in a run-first offense, and boom, Brandon's going to put up huge numbers. I find that hard to believe, but also we're only going into year 1 of the extension. There absolutely could be a bunch of chapters left in this book, and it's not here's maybe the overall point that I'm trying to get to. Look at all the names we just brought up, okay? Jimmy Butler, Ayuk, Trent Williams, McCaffrey, Adames, Devers, and Chapman. There's one thing they all have in common. Nobody's trying to figure out if they're good.
Right.
These are all established, phenomenal players at their position and at their sport. Nobody has that question anymore. So, I don't know, sometimes even when you have to be willing to have something not work out. And even if it doesn't work out, in many ways, I would still defend these moves. You went out and got and extended phenomenal players. If they get hurt, it doesn't make you wrong. Maybe a little unlucky, but it doesn't make you necessarily wrong. You're if you can reason your position to me at the time, I'm in. And the only one that I questioned at the time was Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, and the injury makes it so it's already early, not looking good. And if he plays half a year this year, he probably won't be as good as he was 2 years ago just because he's coming back from injury. But maybe he plays well enough to where you feel excited about the 2026 campaign when he still will be under contract and most likely still a 49er unless you make some sort of a move. The other one that's interesting is Justin Verlander, and I heard Steiny and Guru talking about this one earlier where, the Verlander signing through 2/3 of the year, almost 3/4 of the year, that looks like a miss, but it's a 1-year deal, and it's not one thing that's going to hurt you down the road. You took a chance on a 42-year-old pitcher. He has a negative .1 WAR, which is to say he's a tiny stitch below league average.
Yeah.
It cost you $15 million, and fine, that's a miss. That's like taking a strike down the middle on an 0-0 count. It's not preventing you from doing anything else. It's not costing you the season. If Verlander was better, you'd be right there with the Dodgers.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, you can look at some of these, and it's there's two kinds of mistakes. There's the mistake that you make it, and then you move on. You know what I mean? Or there's the mistake that you make it, and now it handcuffs you for a while going forward. I mean, I don't know why this just popped to mind. Maybe this isn't fair, but this is how I feel. I think that the Cowboys made a mistake with the way they did Dak Prescott's deal. That feels like something that they've literally admitted. Not only did they get no return on their buck last year, he barely played, but they've admitted that it gets in the way of all kinds of other things that they would like to do. It got in the way of a running game. It's probably getting in the way of Micah Parsons, which is oh my God, what are you doing? Do you know what I mean? What are you doing? I mean, the more I think about this and the more we've experienced it with the 49ers the last couple of years, when you have a great player, dude, sign the extension. It's almost like a race. Sign the extension as quickly as possible. Once the calendar flips to August, nothing good happens. August 1st is just like 2 a.m. Nothing good happens outside after that gets here. All you have is hurt feelings, underperformance, more injuries, and by the way, the price only goes up. The price on Micah Parsons is never going to go down. It's only just going to keep going up. Same thing that happened with Bosa. Do it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and if you do it quick and you're able to save a little bit of money, you hope the player, no matter what the cost is going to be, that they go out there and they perform. And this year with the Kittle restructure and with the Trent Williams, those are ones where you look at it and you say, these are players you want to keep. So what's that really going to affect you? And I was just looking at last year's 49ers free agents, and you had Devondre Campbell as one of them, and you had Floyd and Yetur Gross-Matos, who's still here. So it's a little harder in football because you can get out from underneath it in a year.
Where's your mulligan? 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by the American Cancer Society. It's Willard and Dibs.
We are the American Cancer Society, making strides against breast cancer. Are you ready to join the #1 breast cancer movement in the country? Sign up today at makingstrideswalk.org.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in a crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Monica from San Francisco. Excellent work by Alejandro and the rest of the guys. They did emergency repairs on our building garage door. They showed us how to manually open the door while we were waiting for parts on order. I highly recommend. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health, too, with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
In San Francisco, it's 63 degrees and sunny.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
And I'm the one with the embarrassing sound clips?
That's not an embarrassing sound clip. That's just everyday life. That's me trying to get out of bed in the morning. You'll see, Mr. Yeah. Oh, I'm only 50. I run around and dance at my wedding and stuff. Yeah,
I did dance at the wedding.
Of course you did.
Not as much as my sons did, but I did.
Yeah, it looked like you guys had a nice time.
We had a great time. Jamaica was even better, but
there you have it.
Yeah, we had a great time.
Honeymoon flex right there.
Yeah, I mean, you know. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, you check out The Roast, Steiny and Guru, and everything that they've said about the Jawan Jennings training camp situation and more. In fact, we have something on that here in just a little bit. But let me ask you all this, and this is one of the things I'm kind of getting at today. 888-957-9570. Do you find it far-fetched, the idea of the 49ers winning the Super Bowl this year?
No.
Is that far-fetched?
No.
So you do not?
I mean, far-fetched.
That's believable to you?
Yes. If you want to play far-fetched NFL radio, I could give you probably 16 teams. 16 might be a little hot. I can give you 12 teams that I would say it is far-fetched that they win the Super Bowl.
Oh, I think the number's way higher.
Well, I mean, that's 12 teams of like you're not going to make the playoffs.
Let me do a random sample here. And you tell me if it's far-fetched, the idea of this team winning the Super Bowl, okay?
And for me, I define far-fetched by being you won't make the playoffs. Because if you're one of the 14 that make the playoffs, 14 teams actually make the playoffs, that to me removes it from being far-fetched for the most part.
Yeah, see, no, I think the winners of both of the South divisions, that's still far-fetched. You're not going to win the Super Bowl.
No,
I find that far-fetched. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for the most part. And I'm looking at Tampa won it out of the South. They had Tom Brady. And before that, you have to go, back to New Orleans. Drew Brees in 2009.
Well, I mean...
And that's either South.
I'm talking just about where those divisions sit right now. Like Tampa Bay is probably the most accomplished team out of those 8 teams that are in the South divisions. Do you find it believable that they win the Super Bowl this year? Tampa Bay.
I would say it's not believable, but it's not far-fetched. I would say they have a chance. I mean, they get in, and if you win the division and you're the 4 seed, you get a home game, right? So
you do.
You would go up against the 5, the best of the wild cards. You might be an underdog, but I think Baker Mayfield now, having been to the playoffs a couple of times there, I could see him winning that first game, and then you get into the final 8 in the NFL. I mean, it's probably the most far-fetched of the 14 teams that make the playoffs.
Yeah, like
but
if I remove the teams that I know you're going to say yes to, the Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs, obviously the Eagles, the Commanders, Lions, Packers, you already answered about 49ers. But even what I just gave you there, like I gave you Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, Commanders, Packers, Lions, Niners. That's only 7 teams.
I would add in the Chargers and the Broncos.
Okay, so you think those are 2 of the ones I was going to ask you.
Right. I would
find
put them
that
in.
Believable.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Who else? Anybody else? Do you find it believable that the Cowboys would win the Super Bowl this year?
No. I'd like to add Minnesota to that group.
With a first-year quarterback?
And that's what makes it difficult. I do think that what they have around them is really good, and I like their coach. So,
all right, you're allowed to.
And I think there's an area between the group you named and the really far-fetched, like the Giants and the Patriots and, teams like that. That, for me, Carolina, New Orleans, those are the truly, far-fetched, you have no shot.
What about the Rams and the Seahawks?
I think the Rams have a legitimate shot.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
A legitimate shot?
Yeah, I think the Rams are a playoff team, and I don't know what the odds will tell you, but they and the Niners are probably darn near co-favorites to win the West, and so I think it's close, and I do think that the Rams also have the same schedule in 14 of their 17 games. They get to play the South as well. Like the Rams get to play Tampa, Atlanta, Carolina, and New Orleans, and they get to play the AFC South just like the Niners do.
49ers are definitely favored, but the Rams are not far behind. They're not far behind. I'm looking at kind of the
odds to win the West,
the blending of all of the books. If you like FanDuel, the Niners are plus 155, the Rams are plus 200.
Okay,
they're not terribly far behind. The Cardinals are plus 380. The Seahawks are plus 550. So they're the prohibitive underdogs.
Yep.
In the NFC West. Do you think that? Let me give you 2 more: Dolphins and Bengals.
I'd like the Bengals' chances, but it's not far fetched, and the Dolphins would be closer to far fetched for me than the Bengals for sure. I would put more stock in Cincinnati, but honestly, I would look at Pittsburgh as a better chance to go to the Super Bowl than Cincinnati. Pittsburgh, they always win. They don't ever go below 500, and even last year when they didn't seem to have that much going for them. Just clock at 10-7.
Right, but that's kind of classically what I'm getting at. Like they made the playoffs.
Right.
At no point was that a Super Bowl contender. At no point did it look like that. And then it got to the playoffs, and that that bared it out.
Well, if you want to really drill down on the reality of the chances, the AFC is Kansas City and Buffalo.
Baltimore.
Okay,
Baltimore.
fine. And then the NFC would be Philly and
Washington.
Sure.
Okay.
They're going to be a wild card team unless they get by Philadelphia. Detroit is ripe for regression. They lost both their coordinators, and I think that Detroit would be a team that I would fade. And I know we're going to fade the Dibber. Coming off of 15-2 in a tough division, and I don't know who they have schedule-wise in the crossover. I'll check it because I know they do have a first-place schedule.
They sure do.
You lost your offensive coordinator, who was amazing, and the defensive coordinator is now the head coach in New York with the Jets. I think that they are ripe for regression.
Oh, my God.
At the Ravens, at the Bengals, at the Chiefs.
Their schedule's bananas. Just right out of the gate. You start at Lambeau Field, then you host the Bears, then you go to Baltimore, then you host Cleveland.
Short week.
Then you go to Cincy, you go to Kansas City, you host Tampa, you host Minnesota, you go to Washington, you go to Philly. There's your first 11 weeks of the season.
Yeah, how you feeling, Detroit?
Ooh-wee.
Pretty much,
I'm glad I read that. By the way, just a little tip, and I don't know why I say this kind of stuff with you guys in the room, because I actually play fantasy against you, but sometimes these are the things that you need to look at before you do your draft, because you're just like, oh, the Lions, I want the Lions. The Lions have a good offense, and Jahmyr Gibbs, and let's do all that, and Willard and Gibbs, and all those things that have happened, right?
Nice.
You can, but then you go, oh, it's a dome team that has to go to Lambeau, go to Baltimore, go to Cincy, go to Kansas City, go to Philadelphia, and go to Washington, all in the first 11 weeks of the season.
Those are outdoor venues, I believe.
And all really good teams.
The Bengals defense, not so much, but
I get it.
No,
but although who knows what they'll be when the season starts? Maybe everybody will kiss and make up and sign. I don't know. Still got a long way to go to week 1.
And even the back half for the Lions, you have the Packers again, obviously. You go to L.A. to face the Rams.
To L.A.
And then you've got Pittsburgh followed up by at Minnesota, at Chicago. And if Chicago, many people are looking at Chicago as their boutique sleeper this upcoming year.
I mean, could be.
And you would think that Caleb Williams would be better then than he is now.
Going against your old coordinator, he'll know you well.
Right. So I look at Detroit as a team that I'm looking to fade.
Okay.
Just based on the schedule and, a regression to the mean.
I guess that, I bring it all up to say, like, I am not going to fall over and be shocked if somebody wins the Super Bowl this year that's not on the list that we just brought up, because I would argue that happens all the time. In fact, it happens many times in ways that you can't even really see on Christmas. Happens all the time. We look back on, the Bucs won with Tom Brady. We look back on that and go, well, yeah, Tom Brady makes all the sense in the world. It didn't even make sense in mid-January. It made no sense in mid-January. That's not what was going to happen. He had to go to Green Bay and face the MVP and Aaron Rodgers. He wasn't going to win that game. Nobody looked at yes, nice team. Wow, Tom's good. Well, boy, Tom got over on Bill. He left, and his team's good, and New England's not. But you weren't looking at that team to win the Super Bowl. And then they won the Super Bowl. Then they blew out Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. So, I don't know, man. This is kind of what I'm getting at, even with regard to the 49ers. Everybody has really solid points right now. They're totally fair. There's a lot of new players. There's going to be rookies. By the way, just because C.J. West and Michael Williams look really good in camp, go find any athlete and be like, hey, tell me about somebody who looked great in practice, but then when the lights came on, whoops, it happens. So until they've played week 1, I'm not going to crown these guys as phenomenal starting defensive tackles in the NFL. I don't know what they're going to be. Really good early returns. It's exciting, all of that. Everyone's got really fair questions, though. The health of an aging team, a bunch of new players who have to come in. The depth is not exactly maybe where you'd want it to be. There's all good questions in there. But I also do not think that it's far-fetched to think that the 49ers come out and are amazing. Amazing. There's something to be said sometimes when we go, they're really young. Well, that's good. It's a young man's game. I want dogs on the defensive line who are in their early 20s, who are just physical freaks who have not been beaten up by this game.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing. That could be a really good thing.
And that could be C.J. West and Michael Williams. You're hoping that they are both young and they have different skill sets and they can impose their will. And also you've got Robert Saleh back and Chris Kasarik, who is still there. And from a defensive line standpoint, they're going to rotate 7 and 8 guys. So it's not like, okay, Michael Williams, he's got to pop or else you're in trouble. You've got Sam O, and you've got, Evan Anderson, the guy who wears the Guardian cap. You've got a number of different pieces, Givens, when he gets back from his minor injury, defensive pieces that make it so you're not totally going to have to rely on those 2 rooks up front to be impactful.
Speaking of Robert Saleh, this is from earlier today, post-practice, talking about an overall update on this rookie defensive class. Here's what Saleh had to say.
We love this rookie class. That they're all attacking every moment. I know Fred spoke pretty candidly about Upton Stout. He's doing a hell of a job. Alfred's been getting better every day, getting his legs underneath him, showing some really good progress in the run game. CJ's been showing good stuff in the run game. Michael, obviously, it's hard to see in there, but his pass rush on the inside's been fantastic. And even Siegel, safety, is coming along really strong and doing a really nice job. So just overall as a group, they're getting better. They're competing. Going against a really, really precise offense. Our offense has been rolling out for 8 years, and so the precision at which they operate is pretty damn good. So they're getting all they can. They're getting all they can handle as rookies. This is it's as hard as it's going to get for them going against our offense and all the different things they do. But they're showing that it's not too big for them.
I mean, that's great to hear him say. But additionally, like it's interesting. You don't usually hear this, but I hear a lot from Shanahan and Saleh right now with regard to sort of talking up rookies as if they're already like, these are NFL players. And I'm like, well, maybe, probably. They're not yet. And you don't hear coaches jump to that in front of microphones this early very often. So are they playing a dangerous game? Are they just trying to like really pump them up? Or are they actually that blown away by what they're seeing? And I mean, obviously that's the hope.
Yeah, I think it's both. And I think they're excited by what they're seeing, but it's also the reality that these guys are going to have to play because you don't have the same level of veteran depth as you did last year. And I'm just looking at last year's depth chart in September as you were breaking camp and heading into the first game. And you had Jair Brown as a second-year player. He's the only guy listed as a starter on that depth chart going into the season last year. And beyond that, you had, Devondre Campbell, veteran, didn't work out. Leonard Floyd, Javon Hargrave, veteran. Malik Collins, veteran. Charvarius Ward, obviously a veteran. Isaac Yadam, who was a veteran who you brought in, and he was in the starting lineup. So this year's defense doesn't resemble last year's defense at all when you look at even D. Winters. Like Deommodore Lenoir is one of the OGs now on your defense, and he was drafted in 2021.
Right.
And he's now a guy you're leaning on as a vet.
But that's also what, like, to a degree, that's one of the things that I'm getting at is that's not necessarily a bad thing. You do need to regenerate these guys, and you need to do it quickly. And so the hope is that you're able to do a good job and find some in the draft. They clearly feel like they have done that with Mykel Williams. That's their first-round draft pick, for those of you still getting to know the names. But here's what Saleh specifically said about him today.
He's got great feet. He's kind of awkward because he's long, he's tall. He's not a traditional three technique. So he's got great foot speed and strength and power and length he's shifty. He can get outside his frame. I'm trying to figure, like, it's different for guards to go against a guy like him. And he's so good with his hands. He's so good with his feet. He plays with great pad level. He's got power. So he's a three-way player. He can run around you. He can run through you. He can counter. And, he's showing all of it off. And, and he still has a long ways to grow. So, like I said, he's going to be a good football player in this league. And it may not come this year, but you could see it through practice that this kid, once he gets it, it's going to be special.
Well, kind of an interesting comment there at the end.
A little bit.
It may not come this year. You're going to kind of need it to.
I mean, it'd be cool if it did.
Let's do it this year. I mean, it's an interesting way to go about it. They've really gassed these guys up. There's no two ways about it. They have spoken about these rookies in ways that you do not often hear them do it. They've done it with Upton Stout. They've done it with C.J. West. They're doing it with Mykel Williams. But then you get all the way to the end, and you're like, oh, by the way, all these wonderful things we're saying about him, not this year.
It may not be.
Not this year.
And that it's fair to say because, you got a guy who's going to be in there going up against bigger grown men in the NFL, and, he's only 6'5", 270, and everyone wants to comp him to DeForest Buckner, and I was just looking at Buckner, 6'7", and they got him at 300 now. I don't know if he played at that as a rookie, but you'd probably take this from Mykel Williams. He played in 15 of the 16, recovered 2 fumbles. He had 6 sacks and 73 combined tackles for DeForest Buckner. That's a good, solid rookie year. 6 sacks out of a rook, playing defensive tackle, and a guy who played in almost every game, couple of fumble recoveries and all the rest of it. So I think if you have guys in the interior who can win, and you've got, Huff on the outside and your other edge rushers, it's going to make it easier on Nick Bosa to have a more impactful year than he has.
And then we're not only talking about rookies either, we're also talking about the guys who are going to be starters thrust into a job who may not be rookies. And we talked about this guy a little bit earlier. The team has made it very clear that D. Winters has won this gig. He's won it over Martin. There's not really much question about that. The gap is large, and Fred Warner's partner out there, now, of course, not Dre Greenlaw, is going to be D. Winters. What do they get out of that? Apparently, there was a one-on-one rep between Winters and McCaffrey today that got people's attention. Here's what Saleh said about that.
His coverage ability is as good as anybody. You trust him in those situations. Normally, with a guy like Christian on the field, you're not going to want to be in a call that puts it back one-on-one, but gave him the op and he won. And with every passing day, he builds more and more trust that he can do that. And the more he shows that he can, it just creates openings for everybody else, especially from a blitz standpoint, where we can send extra people in at their protection, knowing that we have guys all over the place that can handle the different athletes that the league has to offer.
I really, 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 really just want to believe that this team's going to be good. I just want to. I want to. So I will. So I'm just going to.
That's what you do.
That's what I do.
Yep.
That's what I'm going to do. But I mean, I do understand that there is sort of a splitting of the difference here that you have to allow when you talk about the Niners. I mean, what Saleh has done here, just in what we've played with regard to what he said earlier today, that's probably the most interesting thing to me. Like, you sit there as a coach and you just gas up and gas up. He's twitchy and he gives you long arms and he can do this and really hard cover and all of these things are going to happen. And then, oh, by the way, but I don't know if anything that's going to happen this year. And again, there's so much mystery going on. I don't know if you're doing that to sort of relieve pressure from the young player or if you actually believe that the middle of the defensive backfield for the 49ers is going to be a work in progress all year long.
You probably think that, and I'm just looking at the depth chart, and right now your starting safeties are Richie Grant and Jason Pinnock, both of whom are just grab them off the street free agents, guys who you just brought in because Jair Brown and Mustafa's hurt, and so your safety spot is in a lot of flux, and yeah, you're banking on Upton Stout, a third-round rookie, to come in and be your nickel corner, and you're going to play the nickel about half the time, which means the other half, you're probably going to have Nick Martin on the field. If you're playing your three linebacker set, maybe it's going to be Tatum Bethune, who's the third linebacker when you go to a 4-3. So either way, Stout rookie, Martin rookie, Alfred Collins rookie. You're going to have to rely on these guys in sub packages and in your depth spots, let alone the guys who you're banking on to be your defensive starters. So I think if you're Saleh, it puts you in the best interest to gas him up. And you're not going to overpromise, oh, this guy's going to be a Pro Bowler in year one. You know, you're setting reasonable expectations, but at the same time, you're praising these guys, keep their confidence high, and they're going to need him to do well.
Well, yeah, although I don't think that there is the pressure that many think. I mean, I'd love to get into this a little bit, too, coming up next. By the way, I do have, especially since I wasn't here yesterday, I have a couple of Tim Kawakami, Jonathan Kuminga questions.
All roads.
And so we can get into this a little bit. But I also do hear, for my taste and my read on the situation, I think it's a little bit amusing. Let's use that word. I think it's a little bit amusing how many people think that a lot of the head coaches in the Bay Area right now have like jobs on the line this year. I really don't. I don't really get that. And unless something crazy happens.
Right.
Niners go 3-14. All right.
Okay.
Let's have that conversation. Outside of that, I do not think very much is on the line with regard to that subject.
We can get into the hot seat-ometer of the big three on a scale of 0 to 10. And, yeah, I have my thoughts as well.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570, the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to winding streets, spontaneous detours, and the realization that neither of you is actually good with directions. Recalculating route. And when the final shortcut taken isn't exactly short,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal.
our crew is here to give you a trip home that goes just as planned. KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel well.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
After my divorce, the house felt too big, and I wanted to downsize.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Kelly sell her house and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
I found the perfect smaller home. It's such a huge relief.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Save on your favorite brands at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off all Annie's products with Prime through August 5th. Make back-to-school season a breeze with Annie's must-haves. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
John, why don't you try Uranus?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Recommending future destinations for the Oakland Athletics.
Not a bad idea.
And I thought that one actually might be an appropriate locale.
Road trip.
Totally.
Check out that new stadium. I've heard the ball carries well, Dibs.
Does Southwest fly there to that planet?
They should.
John, why don't you try Uranus?
You can really pick your own seat.
I thought that one came out actually pitch perfect.
Oh, boy.
Don't know if Vegas is going to work for him, so that may be his fallback plan.
Ball's going to carry well there, too. What do you mean? They've already broke ground.
They sure have.
Everything's fine.
Right.
Everything's fine. Carson Wisenhunt was on the show earlier today. If you want to check that out now or later, you can do that on the Odyssey app, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? We've been talking a lot about the Niners today, and by the way, George Kittle came on the NFL Network earlier today, crashed their set, and had a complaint. Okay? So we'll play that for you coming up in a little bit. I do want to react to Tim Kawakami's report and article about Jonathan Kuminga. We'll do that in a second as well. But first, we go to one of our favorites simply because of the quirks of his name. He's Morgan in Morgan Hill, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Morgan. Thanks for calling.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah. Willard, I love the line that you just said about 10 minutes ago talking about the 49ers season. You said, I really want to believe this team is good, so I will.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
To me, that to me encapsulates one of the things that I love about sports. One of the many things is that every year there's a fresh dose of hope, and hope is such a wonderful drug. But what I wanted to call to say is, about the excitement for the 49ers season. I'm bullish. And one of the things is the strength of schedule. I know the Niners have one of the easier strengths of schedule. My question is, and I haven't been able to find this stat anywhere, is how often does that strength of schedule prove to be true? Like let's say if we looked at 2024 and we said, okay, who had the easiest strength of schedule? Well, by the end of 2024, did that prove to be true, with the winning percentages? That's something I'd be curious to know. I can't find it out. But anyways, I'm excited for the Niners season, and I love the show.
Morgan, thank you. Appreciate it. It's an interesting question.
It is.
That's a real deep dive, Dibs.
Well, and
you don't need the scuba gear.
Yeah, and I just ran it over the last 5 years based on the Super Bowl champ and what their schedule was. And the thing that I was interested by, Mark, most is what was your schedule going in and what did it turn out to be? Last year, the Niners' opponents, based on the 2023 results, they had a winning percentage of .505.
Okay.
After the year, last year, and you take out the Niners' 6 wins and the Niners' 11 losses, and then you look at what those teams did, those teams had a winning percentage of .578.
Oh.
So their schedule turned out to be a lot harder than what we thought going in.
Yeah.
And if you look at, and I did this for all the Super Bowl champs over the last 5 years, and the majority of those teams had a schedule actually that turned out to be easier than what the previous year's record would indicate.
Interesting. And I'd have a hard time believing that this year's schedule will be even easier than we're projecting because everyone's projecting it to be super easy. So couldn't these teams be even worse than that? I don't know. All the Niners need is for these teams to be what we think they're going to be.
Yeah, and if you look at,
No, go ahead.
No, the Giants, 3-14 last year. Could they be worse? I mean, they're allowed to.
I mean, I don't think they will be.
Bears and Panthers and Saints all were 5-12. The Saints could still be 5-12. The Bears should be better. The Panthers, you would think, would be better. And you run through, the Browns 3-14. Are the Browns going to be 3-14 bad again? Probably not, but I don't think that they're going to win more than 5 or 6. So as you start to go through, the South, you have Jacksonville 4-13. They probably should be a little better.
Well,
but
I think what you're really looking for, because even if they're like, ooh, they're 3-14, but now I think they'll be 5-12. Well, those both suck,
right?
Like you suck and you suck. So there's that. But are there teams on your schedule that you thought were going to be a relatively easy opponent, and as it turned out, they were really good? The shining example of this from the Niners schedule last year was the Vikings. That week 2 trip to Minnesota, where the Niners had just beaten the Jets, and everyone's like, okay, the swagger's on again. We don't even need Christian McCaffrey. Watch this new Jordan Mason toy that we've got. We're going to Minnesota. We'll show those guys what's up. Niners lose 23-17. Turns out Sam Darnold and the Vikings have got a little something going. Correct me if I'm wrong. They ended up winning 14 games. Was it 15?
No, you're right, 14, because the Lions won 15.
Yeah, 14 football games. And so they ended up being a really good team. And do you have a handful of those on the schedule? So, like, when you look at this particular 49ers schedule, and again, like, there's no way to sit here and do it right now, but, like, is Tennessee going to actually be 12-5? It sounds stupid. But so did saying that the Vikings were going to go 14-3 last year.
True.
That you would that's stupid.
Yeah.
But then they were.
They were, and that was far better. And whatever your schedule is, how it works out, the one thing that I've kind of seen as I did my deep dive is you have to be at least decent against the good teams. The Niners last year were 2-8 against winning teams. They beat Tampa, who wound up 10-7. And they beat Seattle. They split with Seattle. They were 10-7 as well. So historically, even these teams that have tougher schedules who go on to win the Super Bowl, like Kansas City, they were 5-2 against winning teams. And then Philly this last year, they were 6-2 against winning teams. So no matter how good your schedule is, when you play the good teams, you just can't lose them all.
It is stunning to take a step back. And we know all the context, which is where most of our lives sit in terms of talking about the 49ers and everything. But if you just go pan back and just read off their 6 wins, and you're like, oh my God, that's all they could do? That's it? That's what you achieved last year? You beat the Jets
5-12
and the Patriots in your building
4-13.
You went to Seattle on a Thursday night. You won that game.
Yep.
You beat Dallas at home
7-10.
And not by much, by the way. You made it scary. Off of the bye, you won at Tampa.
You had to hold on.
And as it turns out, that's your win of the year.
Signature.
And then your other win was you beat the Bears.
Correct, 5-12.
In your own building.
You beat one playoff team, and it was Tampa.
Dude, that's crazy.
And like you said, it was off the bye, and I was looking at that game, and I remember I was up at Vacaville at the outlets listening to it between Crate and Barrel and wherever the hell else I was getting dragged to. And that was one that was like, they're going to lose this game. Like, they're going to lose this game. And, of course, they didn't, but that was their only victory over a playoff team. So, schedule being what it is, you have to win the game. And just one more thing about the schedule. Philly last year, their opponents turned out to have a winning percentage of .430. So, Philly was great. They went 6-2 against winning teams, but they wound up playing Cleveland and the Giants, 3-win teams, Carolina, the Giants, Tampa. Turned out their schedule was a little bit easier than what many people would have thought. And one thing about it, they did cross over against the NFC South, which is what the Niners do this year.
Yep. Like, there's not even that many teams on this schedule. Like, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to where it's like, for instance, you said it already, the Bears are on the schedule this year. Could the Bears actually be good? Yeah. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. Oh, the Bears won 10 games. Is that nuts? It'd be surprising, but I don't think it's crazy. The division teams are the division teams, so I don't even care if they're good or bad. They're hard. Those games, we already know this about the NFC West and whatnot. Like that, those games are going to be challenging. And then there's those AFC South teams. Could Houston do an about face again and be a good team? That's a road game. Could that challenge you? Sure, but think about how many teams are on this schedule where it's just like, no. Like, even if they surprise you, that just means that they're like not a disaster. They're just regular bad. The Saints, you're never going to convince me. That's not a functional franchise right now. There's no quarterback. Most people couldn't even name the people vying for that job.
Right.
Okay? Same goes for the New York Giants. I know that Russell Wilson is there now. That's not a good football team. You're not going to convince me. Carolina, Cleveland, Tennessee. These teams are all on your schedule. And quite frankly, only to a certain degree, Indianapolis. I mean, it's a weird squad. We know they're quarterbacks, but there's two of them. There's so many teams on this schedule where you're like, I know that the ceiling for that team is like 7 wins. And so you've got to get most of those.
Most of those,
and
exactly.
Should.
Yeah, there were 10 teams last year that won 5 or fewer games over the course of 17. You play 8 of them.
Oh, God.
You play 8 of them.
Slow down.
10 teams.
Say that again for the people in the back.
10 teams last year. 7 hours. 10 teams won 5 or fewer games. You play 8 of those 10 this year. You don't play the Jets, and you don't play the Raiders. And you also don't play the Patriots, I believe, right? So that would be 7 of the 10 you don't play.
You do not play the Patriots.
Giants, Titans, Browns, Jags, Saints, Panthers, and the Bears. So 7 of the Drek. You got 7 of your 17 against the Drek.
The Drek.
And they're allowed to be better, you're right, but...
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, where a good portion of our station will be on Thursday. Joint practices with the Denver Broncos. Then the Broncos and Niners play one another on Saturday. I believe all of the morning roasts, Steiny and Guru, they're all going to be at Laughing Monk and out there for Niners camp that day. We will be doing our show. We will be doing it here on that particular day. But I can promise you some Laughing Monk and Niners camp action for Willie and Dibby a little bit later on here in this month of August. So check that out. Hey, we promised you this. Here's George Kittle crashing the NFL Network set at Niners camp today. And Dibs, he's got a complaint.
George, hello, friend. How are you?
I honestly just came up here to air a grievance.
Oh.
Our team got a memo today that smelling salts and ammonia packets were made illegal in the NFL.
Wow.
And I've been distraught all day.
Okay.
Illegal?
He even said he's not practicing anymore.
I considered retirement.
Yeah. So they go ahead and bring that back for George Kittle.
Yeah, so we got to figure out a middle ground here, guys. Somebody help me out. Somebody come up with a good idea.
Send the email.
On you.
Airing of grievances.
Yeah, that's all I had to get out there. I'll get that off.
Is it before every drive?
I'm in every drive.
I've seen guys like that.
I'm in every drive.
In between every play, he
no, that's too much.
Pulls out the sauce.
That's way too much.
Yeah. Well, it feels like the energy's still out here, though. I mean,
no, definitely. But I missed those already.
Well, they haven't been outlawed at practice.
No, we don't have them out practice.
Okay, all right, just checking.
That's all right. That was my only grievance, but besides that, you guys look fabulous.
We'll fix it.
It's all yours. Thank you.
George. We'll do our best to help you out with that, man.
You did great.
Buddy. Yep. Well, that's an unfortunate development.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't get the memo.
It just came out this morning, and obviously he's very distraught over it. Yeah.
You ever done smelling salts before?
Nah, sorry, no. And
do you need them right now?
No, I just need to have the microphone in the on position. That is not anything that would have to do with possible brain injury, and that's why they've banned them. It's because they don't want the use of them to mask a possible concussion. So in the old days, you get your bell rung, and then the guy would crack one open, and then right there on the field, and you kind of snap to it, and then you're ready to grab your helmet and get back out there. And now more and more players use it as a kind of a pre-game readiness measure where, before you go out there,
you just said every drive.
Right.
Every drive.
You crack a salt and just, get it in there. And I guess it gives you a shot of, I don't know if it's energy or brain awakening, but it's just another thing the NFL is taking away from these guys.
Where is this whole George Kittle experience going, man? I just started thinking about that recently, and I hope you understand what I mean by that. Like, think of Draymond Green in the
perfect
right?
comp.
Yeah, you think of Draymond Green. It's like, oh, this is advertised. You can see it. You're heading for whatever. You got a big podcast. You could be, if you want to be on TNT, ESPN, whatever. You're obviously an elite personality. From the personality standpoint, everybody can really vibe, and some people love you, some people don't. But like, just a tremendous communicator. Where's this Kittle thing going, man? There's the wrestling.
Yep.
His wife has become a celebrity. They've got this little group. You know what I mean? The Juszczyks, the McCaffreys, and the Kittles, and the wives are famous, and they're fashion icons, and they're out and about, and they're all over social media. And George has got tight end university and just personality for days. I mean, for days. Like, he literally, it's almost like he can't even have a straight conversation with anybody. It's just a performance every time. You stick George right in there with a Jimmy Butler, Buddy Hield press conference every time he opens his mouth. I just wonder. I wonder where it's all going.
It depends what he wants to do. He can do any of it. And the first name that came to mind, and rest in peace, is Tony Siragusa. George Kittle is going to have, at the end of it, a better career than Tony Siragusa, but the Goose had that same personality, and so when he retired, he was in the end zone calling games. On the field, just a personality, and adding what he added, but he was just running material.
Right.
So George Kittle can do that role. He can go and be in a studio like, any of the great players or coaches. When Bill Cowher, and he had that scowl, and Cowher just went right in and he did it. Kittle's got more personality than that. Even like John Gruden, how he went from coaching into Gruden's Grinders and with his squint and the whole thing. Or I think a more likely first stop will be the WWE, where he just goes into full wrestling mode. Not that he'll be a full-time pro wrestler, but I could see he and his wife getting involved in some like walk-on roles and some little bit parts and doing the thing.
Speaking of walking on, he's become a fixture for any country concert that comes through Levi Stadium now. I'm sure you saw this. He helped walk out Morgan Wallen to, what was that, on Saturday night? Was that on Saturday night at Levi Stadium?
Yeah.
And Trent Williams was flanked on the other side. Trent went out with him.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Like,
I didn't either.
Walk out an artist.
Well, and I don't know if that's what they all like. You know what I mean? He and Brock Purdy came out and had the case of beer with Luke Combs last year. I don't know. Is that what it is? The walkout thing? I'm kind of like, man, if I'm the bajillion-dollar main act, how far do I need to walk to get to this stage? Like, can we get a dressing room a little bit closer? I've never seen this before, but now it's a thing.
It's a thing. And so, he did that, and he certainly could be even crossover, like, Dancing with the Stars judge or, American Idol judge. He's got the ability to cross over into non-football, non-sports entertainment venues. And so the Draymond Green comp is perfect because Draymond's personality is so big and he's so good at what he does that he's got multiple things waiting for him, including he might wind up on an NFL set.
Who knows? I do think, here's my only, and it's the concern is not the right word. And I know George and Claire do not care about this, and they shouldn't. And I don't care about this, but I know enough about the way fandom goes. Some people will think about this. George, you can even start to see the ramp up with, I'm going to play in Tahoe now. Like, he never played in Tahoe before. Why is he playing in Tahoe now? And so we're starting to, he's used the word retirement. It's like, not yet, but here's my plan. And you can just see the sort of post-career thing all coming together. Now, add in that, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the Super Bowl a couple of years ago where McCaffrey fumbled and George did not pick the fumble up because he wasn't aware of the fumble.
Yeah.
Because he was talking to another player on the ground whose name was also George.
George Karlaftis, right?
George Karlaftis. So they're sitting there like, oh,
you're George, and I'm George.
And I'm George.
So bad.
And that's crazy because we both, and meanwhile, the ball is behind his butt with like the biggest play in the history of ever. And so that's not like, I'm not that guy. That's not George's fault. But you wonder at certain points, right? Like, are you having too much fun? That's the best way I could say it. Are you having too much fun? And because if you don't win, if you keep going 6-11, people think your jokes aren't as funny. You know how it works.
Yes, but when you're George Kittle and you're still putting up numbers and
absolutely
you're out there pancaking people and then laughing about it and helping them up and man, how did I smell? Did I need to put on more deodorant when I pancake you?
Yeah, but like Odell Beckham on a boat, you remember? You cannot go on vacation and then show up for a playoff game the next week and drop a pass. You're not allowed to do that.
That was a little different.
Why?
Because he had already had, I think, some judgments about him that he was more interested in himself than he was actually going out and winning. And George Kittle hasn't had that.
No, George has been an absolute model. I'm just saying, if you're playing golf in Tahoe and you're doing selfie videos with your wife because we got this, that, the other, we got these new outfits, and now I'm going to be at a country concert on a Saturday. I'm going to be at WWE on a Tuesday. I'm going to attack the NFL Network on a Thursday. And then on Sunday, you drop a ball in the end zone. Look, you're allowed to not care, and I bet he wouldn't, but you will get a line of people that are like, dude, are you focused? It's just how the game works.
True.
It's just how it works.
I do think that he's built up enough equity. It's going to take more than just a drop.
I would hope so.
And last year, you mentioned this last week about Ayuk, where he had the holdout, and he finally gets in, and it feels like he's behind schedule, and then it seemed like every other pass that was thrown to him, he dropped it, including a big one down the middle on the third down that was literally right in his hands, and he dropped it. And so fans had less tolerance because of what we went through in the offseason.
No doubt.
And George Kittle, I think, he'd have to do a number of things sloppily, and if he comes off a Morgan Wallen concert and 2 days later he's got 4 drops, well, now you can start to raise an eyebrow, but he's got a lot built up, and also he's got a 4-year contract. He's signed through 2027.
Well, and he's done all of these things outside of the season. You know what I mean? Like, I do think that's a big part of it. Like, if you're shotgunning beers with a country star on a Friday night and then you play poorly on a Sunday, sure, it will raise some eyebrows. But we have not seen that from George. I do think he's classically, he's so playful. He is the class clown, but he also 100% like, dude, when it's time to dial in, we dial in.
Yeah, and his last 4 years, he played in 14, 15, 16, and 15 games. And I bet if you check the game logs in those seasons, at least half of those games were last week of the year. Why bother? Like last year, I don't think he played in week 18 because season's over. And the year before, nobody played in that last week against the Rams because you had everything already locked in. You were locked into your seed. So the guy's durable. And when he's out there, he plays with violence. And he's one of the overall top 3, 4, 5 tight ends in football, blocking, receiving. I mean, he might be 1 or 2, I think, if you add in all of it.
You absolutely can still argue with a straight face that if you wanted to do a tight end draft right now for this year, that George Kittle would go number 1. I know
not fantasy football.
Not fantasy. No, but that's what clouds it. That's what clouds it. I mean, dude. Do you know how many rounds I've gone on Twitter with the Kittle versus Kelsey thing? And people do not understand that you can't just go, here are all my receiving yards. Poof, Kelsey's better than Kittle because Kelsey doesn't block. Like Travis Kelce, they're both Hall of Famers. I would take Kittle over Kelsey 100 times out of 100 because of what he means to the run game and what he means to the pass game and what he means to a team and the emotional side. And I say all that knowing that Travis Kelce is a phenomenal player and is wonderful at what he does. But he is a little bit more one-dimensional than George. And so now people are, well, Brock Bowers and Trey McBride, and yeah. I get it. But there's nobody better than George Kittle at all aspects of the game at that position. There's nobody.
Yeah. Do you partake in PFF, Pro Football Focus?
Do I partake?
Like, when I say Pro Football Focus, do you think that's a bunch of hooey? Do you think it is the end-all, be-all, or somewhere in between?
Somewhere in between. I think it's an interesting piece to add to a conversation as long as you don't let it overwhelm the conversation.
Yeah, and so for this conversation, George Kittle, among tight ends last year, overall, he was number one. Travis Kelce, number 13. And this is overall.
Yep.
And if you look at, and you just mentioned number 2 and 3, Trey McBride is 2, Brock Bowers is 3.
They're great players.
Then you get to Mark Andrews, Jonnu Smith, Austin Hooper, TJ Hawkinson. But again, if you talk overall, like Hawkinson, run blocking is near the bottom.
PFF is kind of like politics. PFF is something that you absolutely subscribe to when it confirms your bias. But when it does not, then you pass it off as a bunch of junk.
I see what you're saying.
Like you said, George Kittle is number 1. I'm like, exactly, PFF. If you had said he's number 11, I'm like, what does PFF know?
Well, I do like the way they break it out in categories. For example, run blocking, he's number 2 behind Josh Oliver of Minnesota.
Never.
Right, and that's exactly
right.
And Josh Oliver he's number 9 overall, but the tight end, based on the offense, is asked to do different things. In this offense, you're asked to block, and George Kittle's asked to actually be their number 1 receiving threat as well.
There's unbelievable data with regard to what the Niner run game does when George is on the field versus when George is not on the field. Just the run game. Forget the pass game, forget his receiving numbers, but what happens to the run game when he's on the field versus when he's not is significant. Absolutely significant. So,
if I ran down the other tight ends who are ranked behind him in just run blocking, these guys you've probably never heard of
course,
because they're not in fantasy football.
Because they're specialists.
Andrew Ogletree, Payne Durham, Hunter Long, Cade Otton at Tampa.
Cade Otton, I know who
he
that
can
is.
receive a little bit. Michael Mayer out of Vegas. So you get into these tight ends, a lot of whom are the second tight ends. So when you go one running back and 2 tight ends, 12 personnel, you bring in one of these dudes like, the Niners used to have Charlie Warner play that role. And, this year they're going to have other tight ends who probably aren't going to get the ball thrown to them very often.
No, I think that through it all, George Kittle has found a way to somehow be underrated because I think that he is, in addition to being a flashy guy, like how many people could you say this about in the NFL? He's a flashy guy and a dirty work guy. Like he does all the stuff that we don't like. Come on, man, we're sitting here with popcorn and we got mustard on our cheek and we're drinking and high-fiving and we're on our app to see how our fantasy team is doing. We don't know. We don't know what his blocking metrics are. George Kittle is about as special of a tight end as has ever come through the game. Because I don't know, at least I can't speak to everything, but in my life of watching football, I've never seen a player at that position who is literally among the best receiving and among the best in terms of blocking. He's both. He's 2 players. As you just detailed, most teams have one guy to do one and another guy to do the other. He does both at a level that nobody else does.
That's right.
He's the best tight end in the game during my lifetime, for sure.
And that's where the 49ers offense can become so potent. And I've mentioned this before when you get into the huddle, and when they had Debo especially, you don't know what's coming your way because you've got Kittle in there. It might be Kittle, hey diddle diddle, straight down the middle on a go route. It might be a run play. McCaffrey might flare out into the slot. Debo might be the running back. And so there's so much huddle confusion when you have all these guys. And Kittle, I think, is a big part of it because just because you have him out there and you might have use check as well, doesn't mean it's going to be a run play because you got 2 running backs. You have a fullback and a tight end. They might throw it. They probably will throw it.
No doubt. Here's kind of a fun question, and then I got a Warrior thing for you. I got a Warrior thing for you. But first, Boxer and Gerson, work injury attorneys text line. My company has season tickets, and I have to pick one game to go to this year. What's the best home game to go to this year? What would you pick?
Interesting.
Well, your options are, and this is in order, Arizona, Jacksonville, Atlanta, the Rams, Carolina, Tennessee, Chicago. I have two ways of answering this.
Yeah.
My first inclination is to say Week 7 against Atlanta.
Done.
Because, A, it's Sunday Night Football, and B, I find that to be an interesting up-and-coming team. I want to see Penix play. I think Atlanta's made some good moves in free agency. I think that can be a very interesting football team this year. But your other one, the other one I'd throw at you is Week 12 against Carolina. And there's a weird reason for that.
Is that a Thursday night game?
A Monday night game.
That's Monday night?
Monday night. Niners in Carolina, Monday, November 24th.
Yikes on a Monday night.
Yeah, well, Thanksgiving week, and it doesn't get in the way of watching any other football game.
Right.
Which is kind of what, like, that's why I would consider it.
I had my eyes on December 28th against the Bears, but you got a possible rain game there.
You do. That's also Sunday Night Football, at least as of now. That's the flex schedule. Like, my concern there, too, Week 17, is there like a little less drama? I don't know. Have things are right? Are people playing backups? Have we wrapped things up? I don't know. Week 17, Week 18 can get weird.
Yeah, the other one that I would actually put up there, Atlanta was my first instinct just because October weather on a Sunday night, that's going to be a spectacular night.
Yeah, no, I don't know where your seats are, but you don't have to worry about the whole sun thing at Levi Stadium. I think that's the pick.
The other one, my runner-up, would be November 9th against the Rams, just because the Rams are going to be good. It's a 125. That would be right after daylight savings time, so it won't be quite as hot.
Yeah.
Won't be, a complete sun game, but that would be my runner-up choice. But just even doing this exercise underscores how unsexy the schedule is.
Dude.
They're not bringing sexy back.
No. I've done the quarterback thing with everybody. I've done this with you all a bunch of times. We can do it one more time if you want. This is what you can all go to work and do with your friends tomorrow. Write these down. What do Josh Allen, Tua, Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Bo Nix, Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Jared Goff all have in common?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
They don't face the red and gold.
Don't play the Niners.
Yeah.
Now
I thought you were going to go the other way.
Unbelievable list.
Yeah.
None of them play the Niners this year.
What do Bryce Young and Tyler Shook and I mean?
Well, I don't even know who some of the
exactly.
You know what I mean? I don't even know who you are.
Shuck, Dibs, not shook. Shuck.
He's gonna be shook when he plays the Niners. Shook. Yeah, I mean, honestly, how many teams on the schedule this year you're like, I don't know who the quarterback is? New Orleans.
Yep.
Cleveland. Indianapolis. I guess you have to put Tennessee there. Whatever.
The Giants.
New York Giants for sure by then might not be Russell Wilson anymore. And I'm sure it's going to be Penix, but that's a weird quarterback situation too. That could be Kirk Cousins. He's still on the team.
He is. Yeah. You've got a lot of unsettled situations, and so it's a long way of saying Super Bowl or bust.
All right. K Bueno in Oakland. What up, K Bueno? What are you doing?
I'm just getting home from picking up my son at daycare. So
all right, we'll keep it clean.
My 2-year-old tapped me on the shoulder. He says, "Dad, I want to call into the game and let's get in on this about which Niner home game to go to this year."
Okay, so
the intriguing matchup. I got to say Atlanta because Penix, intriguing quarterback. I also want to see what Pitts has got as a tight end. See if he's going to be the freak athlete that I keep hearing about. I want to see him in person now. But also for me personally, that's my birthday. So for me, that's an obvious one. That's my birthday. So I'm going to that. And it's Sunday Night Football. So I get taking Monday off and I'm having a party that night at the game.
October 19th is your birthday, K Bueno?
That is absolutely 100% my birthday.
How old are you going to be?
I'm going to be 46.
Woo, you a man. Okay.
I'm a man. I'm a grown man, man. I'm a grown man.
Well, you should be if you're driving a kid home from daycare. That's a good thing.
You're 46. And you said October 19th?
October 19th.
So he was, I guess, man, you weren't even born in the 89 quake then? Oh, 46? Yeah, you were 10.
Yeah, he was around.
He was 10 for the quake.
The guy's 4 years younger than me.
I was trying to remember if the quake was the 19th. It was the 17th. So 10 years old during Loma Prieta.
You were born in 79, K Bueno.
I was born in 79.
Yeah.
The quake was October 17th, 1989.
Yeah. So, yeah, he was here for the quake.
Yeah.
He wasn't here for Star Wars.
No.
But he was here for the quake. All right, K Bueno, I agree with you. Get home safe. Thank you for calling. Yeah, I think Atlanta's probably the pick. Sunday Night Football, that's fun.
It's a good one.
That's fun.
And I do like the October weather. Niners could be, I don't know if they'll be undefeated. That Tampa game is one of the only ones they're
6-0.
They're underdog against Tampa. They're underdog against the Rams in back-to-back games.
They are now.
Right. That's all we can base it on.
See him play.
Yeah, the Niners or the Rams.
Is Matt Stafford even playing this year?
How's he doing down there with his back issue?
Nothing yet.
Yeah.
But Sean McVay never plays people in the preseason, so
yep,
it'd take August off. Yeah, they'll be at least 4-2 when they play Atlanta.
You would expect.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way I laid it out this year is you go 3-3 against your division, you go 6-2 against the South, which I don't think is asking too much. That puts you at 9-5. You go 2-1 against the other crap that you're going to play, which is Giants, Cleveland, and Chicago. That puts you at 11-6.
That'll work.
Right. And that's being conservative on.
It's being conservative.
I think it's being fair. You could be better than 3-3.
Yeah. Like there's going to be, like, I know we look at this and I go, Dibs, I think they can win them all. Like they're going to mess up, right? That's football. They're not going to. They're right. We have a hard time with survivor pools because surprises happen. So they're going to lose some of these games. But I think you're being fair and conservative. Yes.
Yeah, and I think that there was a spread. It might have been a Jimmy Shapiro special where he sends out over-under win totals on just the division games, like each division. And I think the Rams and the Niners and maybe even Arizona were all about 3 or 3.5. You know, how many wins will you get against your division foes? And I think the Niners over-under was 3.5. So that tells you that either 3-3 or 4-2 would be the most likely.
Yeah. And that makes sense to me. I mean, I don't know. You know, I will say this about the other teams in the Niners division. I find all three of them to be pretty mysterious. You know what I mean? Like Sam Darnold comes into Seattle, so I don't know what to think about the Seattle Seahawks. I think all three of them could be like viable. I think all three have their limitations, but I don't think there's any doormats. And Arizona always gives the 49ers a hard game. And Seattle's a tough place to play. They have to do it right out of the gate. All these new players that we keep talking about, guess what their first game is? Seattle, on the road. That's hard. And then the Rams, if Stafford's healthy, that's a good football team. It's a good football team.
Yeah, good defense, especially.
Yeah. So, anyway. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. I wanted to get to this before we leave today. And I'm sure it'll come up throughout the rest of the week and, quite frankly, throughout the rest of the summer. But you and I had some very healthy debates last week with regard to simply the idea of whether or not it's smart to have Jonathan Kuminga on the Warriors this year. Not meaning like what you think of Jonathan as a player, but based on where we've arrived, which is Jonathan clearly doesn't want to be on the team. And the team has openly had trade discussions and sign and trade things, and he wants playing time, and they're not going to give it to him, and starting spots, all of the dynamics you know. Like, is it recoverable to have him be on the team and be a productive member of the team and not cause problems and make waves and all of that? So very relevant to us that Tim Kawakami reported yesterday morning that the plan is for Jonathan to be on the team. Sign and trade talks are off, and Jonathan will be on the team. And so I have two things to say about it, and the first one is a question. Do you buy that? Sign and trade talks are off.
For now, sure.
For now.
Right.
How long is now?
Now is until Sacramento calls and says Malik Monk and an unprotected first. How you feel now, Mike Dunleavy? And he says, hold on, let me call the third team that I need to get involved. Hey, you guys still want Buddy Hield for a couple of seconds to Sacramento? Cool. All right.
Now, Tim and also Sam Amick, who has been writing about this a lot, point out that what you just said is actually also part of the holdup. It's not just about making that first rounder unprotected. The Warriors state they do not want to give up Buddy Hield or Moses Moody. They don't want to do that.
Well, I don't know how they go about doing that unless Sacramento wants to sign him to a bigger number than what they have reportedly been interested in signing.
Maybe the Warriors would like an unprotected first, but they're actually not that interested in Malik Monk.
That's possible.
Maybe they would actually like a lesser player and a better pick and then keep their guys. It sounds to me like that's what the Warriors want.
And that's fair. And so you asked me if I think that a sign and trade is off the table. I do for now, because what I've said all along seems to be the way that they're approaching it, which is we're not just going to take pennies on the dollar. We're only going to take an offer that we really, really like. And all the reports have been that offer that they really, really like involves an unprotected first-round pick and, like you're saying, something that can help them. So I think that they've reached a point with Sacramento. I don't think Phoenix is even in the conversation because they don't have any picks, FM picks.
Yeah, not now.
So if the Kings aren't willing to, oblige, which is Keegan Murray or Keon Ellis or, who knows what the Warriors would really want, then...
No, I think they don't. Those players are all too... I mean, I know those are lower-priced players than
Keegan
Monk.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
But you'd have to pay him because he is in the final year of his deal.
Yeah.
So I think that for now, the sign and trade is off the table because I think that the Warriors and Kings have reached a point where they probably aren't getting any closer, and the Warriors are using this as leverage to Kuminga.
It's so funny. I think that's a fair assessment of it. I don't think that the sign and trade is off the table. I always look at these things one of two ways. First of all, you know this because I bring it up all the time. Why are we being told that? Why do we need to know that the sign and trade's off the table? Why are Sam Amick and Tim Kawakami being told that by the Warriors?
Because the Warriors want to send a message to Kuminga that it's either you take the qualifying offer or you take our deal, and if not, then we're chilling.
So, that's the one that I think everybody gathers. This is a leverage situation. It's part of a negotiation. So, no, I do not think a sign and trade is off the table. Here's the other thing that I always look at, though. When a report comes out and then the team does something that's the exact opposite, how embarrassing is that? Are they able to talk their way out of the paper bag? Look, Jordan Poole, he's going to be on this team for a long time. And poof, now he's a Wizard. Well, why'd that happen? And can you have a press conference and not sound like a fool? Now, first of all, with this particular report, the Warriors have not said anything out loud themselves. They're having other people do the talking for them. So that helps. But even if they were to own the statement, we said sign and trade talks are off, but then suddenly we pulled off a sign and trade. Would that be embarrassing? Would Dunleavy be able to have that press conference? What would he say? I would argue he would be like, well, yeah, we love Jonathan. We wanted Jonathan on this team. But it arrived at a spot where somebody was finally able to offer us something that we believe really helps this team in the future. And we also wanted to, of course, hear Jonathan's needs. And we really feel strongly that Jonathan feels strongly about this. And so, it's almost kind of against our wishes, but we're going to do it.
Yeah.
For Johnny.
We're doing it for Johnny. And they never did say, to their point, that it was off the table.
No.
That's just reported.
Right.
So it's not a full backtrack, a full backpedal. And that's where, Kuminga has never said, I won't play for the Warriors.
Correct.
He's made it clear that he'd rather not. I mean, do you want to play somewhere else? I do.
No, I do. I do.
Yeah, I mean,
would you play for the Warriors? Like, how would you fit? Yeah, I would. Here's the other thing, though. The third maybe reason that I really can't see sign and trade talks as off the table, and you know I feel this, and I know you disagree with me, but I just think you're playing with tremendous fire having Jonathan on the team this year. I don't think that you can navigate that. I don't think that that's going to go well. I think that he's going to be very upset, and I think that you are, in that scenario, treating him like such an asset where the whole world knows that you signed him literally to still not keep him. You're trying to sign him so that you can trade him later and maximize his value. And the world will view that, and they already do. They will view the Warriors as messing with Jonathan's future, messing with his career. It's a terrible look. And I think sets the locker room dynamic off in a very bad space. And if you're of the opinion that it's like, yeah, but Mark, you're going to need him this year. Yeah, but will you have him? I know that it, quote unquote, worked against Minnesota in the playoffs. But at what point does Jonathan just go, no, I'm not your wind-up 30-minute doll that you just get to use 3 times a month? Like, when does he do that? I think you're playing with tremendous fire. And I would, with every fiber of my being, suggest against it, if at all possible.
Yeah, if at all possible.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that you're going to take a crap deal just because you're afraid of the nuclear option. And
there will be a deal.
This is where you and I disagree about the ability to make it work between the two sides, because I do believe if Kuminga gets to a spot where there is no sign and trade and he doesn't want to play on the qualifying offer, maybe he does. He's going to bet on himself. He realizes that the best way for him to get what he wants, which is to play elsewhere, he can control that, and to get a lot of money, that is harder to control. But the best way for him to go about that would be to play with the right attitude, the right effort, and be a good soldier one more time and try to make it so that in the offseason next year, when more teams have more money, his value would be higher than if he goes into sulk, pout, or me mode.
And it's not, I'm not even just looking at him. I'm looking at the Warriors, too. It's not just about sulking or me mode or whatever.
But I think that they need him. They need him. They need somebody to play minutes.
I know you think that they do. And I know a lot of people agree with you. And even if I agreed with you that you need him, I don't think the person you actually need is not him. Like, he clearly doesn't do whoever that human is that you want to play those minutes, you want them to play a certain way, and he's not doing that, and he wants to play a certain way, and you're not letting him do that, and all those things that we already know. And here's the biggest concern. It's not even necessarily about those minutes. It's about the whole framework of the locker room, the time they spend together. I want to play for you something from our show a few weeks ago. Do you remember when Monty Poole, and actually, was Dibs out that day?
No, he was driving to Tahoe.
You were here. That's right. It was right before you left, right? Okay. Monty Poole's driving to Tahoe, and he had what we thought was an interesting point as to why the Warriors did not sign DeAndre Ayton as an available big man, because they need a big man. But they didn't sign him. And Monty's read on why they didn't sign Ayton was different. Take a listen.
So I asked around Sunday and Monday and talked to 3 people around the league that I talked to, one other person that I talked to indirectly, and my question was, did the Warriors show any interest in DeAndre Ayton because he checks a lot of boxes? And they all said no. And I thought, I would make him something no. He's 7 feet tall. He can shoot it. Does he come with red flags? He does. But the Warriors have never been afraid of that. Remember? They brought in JaVale McGee when nobody else wanted him. He didn't sign with the Warriors until I think September of that year. They brought in a guy like Nick Young, who was considered, a certified slacker. They brought in Nick Young. Everybody's like, why would they do that? Well, they won 2 championships with JaVale McGee. They won a championship with Nick Young. They brought in DeMarcus Cousins. When people were saying, oh, he's a headache, he's this, he's that. They made it to the finals with DeMarcus Cousins on the roster. knowing he would miss out the year, into the finals, and probably would win if not for the injuries to Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson. Even Andrew Wiggins, there were some questions about that move. And the Warriors have always been firm in saying that we trust our culture. We trust our culture. So DeAndre Ayton, I don't understand why they would at least, as they say, kick the tires.
So Monty is suggesting that the Warriors might be questioning the current status of their own culture. And that's why they wouldn't go after DeAndre Ayton. And if you are questioning, I don't know that Monty's right, but it's an interesting thought. And if there's anything to it, and you are questioning the current status of your own culture and its effectiveness in this moment, you're going to do this? You're going to literally take the lead story of the entire NBA offseason as it moves into August and September and have Jonathan Kuminga, who's flying reporters to Cleveland to tell them how badly he wants to get the hell away from this organization. You're just going to have him on your team, and everything's going to work out because we're the Warriors.
Well, I don't know if...
I don't see it.
I didn't hear him making reference to the Kuminga situation about culture. And DeAndre Ayton's an outsider, and Kuminga's somebody that they know. They've had him here for 4 years, and I would just rely on Kuminga's professionalism and his need to be professional, and also what you have here in Steph Curry and Draymond and Jimmy to a lesser extent because he's relatively new, but Steve Kerr. And if you get to a spot where Dunleavy knocks on Kerr's door in late September and says, we're at the end here, and JK, he's coming back. And I just looked, and it's the end of September when teams will report, and so you got about 7 more weeks to resolve this most likely. And if it comes down to that, I think that they can make it maybe not thrive and be the best thing ever, but they can make it work. I have no doubt.
Monty wrote a whole article about it the next day, as it turns out. He wrote a whole article about it, about the idea that he, and again, this is just Monty's perspective, though very tapped in, that he kind of got the sense the Warriors had less confidence in their culture than they have in the past. So I find it to be an odd time to then take on this project, if Monty's onto something.
Yeah.
So this is, just another perspective. But, wow, I am so skeptical of the idea that this, and it's not even about Jonathan being on the team. I've never had an issue with Jonathan being on the team. But where we've arrived now, the idea that this is going to play out well, I mean, I hear you. I really do. You got more faith in it than I do, that's for sure.
Yep, and I think about the lesser of two evils, and if I'm in the front office for the Warriors, and the owner reportedly really, really likes Kuminga, so I think that that's a piece of it where, if the owner doesn't want to part with Kuminga, then the edict might be to Dunleavy and Kerr, hey guys, we're keeping him, make it work. And then it becomes, maybe another divide in the front office.
Plenty of time for some calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Dance, feast, and raise your glass to wildlife conservation. It's back! San Francisco Zoo's Sunset Fridays, a concert series to benefit our wildlife conservation work. Free for zoo members and kids 11 and under. Just $14 for everyone else. This Friday, August 8th, The Dunes. Get your tickets now at sfzoo.org/thegame. Rock on, Red Panda.
And we're back, live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Juice box. I'm a mom.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check. Oh, hot sauce. Take it.
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins, a balloon. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 per month on Experience Beyond. Finance agreement $829.99 and qualifying border. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's not a tail between his legs. This is pornography.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Really pulling out all the stops today. Glad you're with us. We're going to take some calls here in just a sec. 888-957-9570.
You all right?
I'm great.
What's got the dauber down? Said the dibber.
Dauber's not down. The dauber's not down. I'm just wondering, what's the next big thing? I feel like the whole summer feels like a shoe's about to drop.
Yeah, kind of.
Giants were going to make that big acquisition. Whoop, went the other way.
They did. I mean, Devers.
No. Well, right. No. I meant trade deadline.
Gotcha.
Trade deadline. Big, big launch. Nothing. Jonathan Kuminga, or anyone else for that matter. All the people who are apparently lined up with Warriors contracts in front of them and a pen in their hand, waiting to sign them, but they can't yet. Just nothing. And then August always felt that way with regard to football. It's just a big tease.
So you're waiting for the next big thing?
Next big thing.
Well, I mean, it will be football when it starts. I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for the Kuminga. I was doing some research, and they have an October 1st deadline for him to sign the qualifying offer, but the two sides can mutually agree to push that back. So it's not even really a deadline.
Oh, good. When is training camp open?
I just looked, and I think it's September 29th.
Okay.
Unless you're one of the 4 teams that are playing overseas.
Well, they do not want that. They do not want this to still be at its current situation as they open camp.
They don't want it to be at its current situation currently.
Correct.
But here we are. And with the latest report from Tim Kawakami and the SF Standard, doesn't feel like either side is in budge mode. So here we sit. Kuminga with his arms folded, which is something that my 3-year-old now has started to do. She gets mad and she'll stomp and fold her arms and turn her back, and it's like, that's like the Sacramento Kings. That's adorable.
Adorable, yeah.
Adorable. This is not adorable, this Kuminga thing, yeah.
No doubt. Big Smoothie in Oakland. Hey, Big Smoothie, thanks for calling.
All right, gentlemen. So listen, and I'm just curious. I don't really hear the other restricted free agents. I don't hear the reporting on them as if, look what the Bulls are doing. I don't know why. I mean, we can connect the dots. It's not a coincidence. There's 4 other restricted free agents that are not signed yet. There's the money. It's the money. The money has dried up.
Right.
But what I would like to see is why doesn't anybody talk enough? I know we've mentioned it, but J.K. turned down a pretty good chunk of money earlier. He bet on himself. He's doing it again. Okay, place your bet. That's what I say. Place your bet.
Wait, Big Smoothie, can I understand? Hold on. I want to understand. What is it that you said he turned down a bunch of money already?
It's reported that he turned down, I don't know if it was 20, 25, 30 million.
You're talking about this year. You're talking about this year.
Is this earlier in the year? Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Earlier in the year.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is that was his and his agent. Maybe he has a bad agent. Is that possible?
It's possible, although I did see, and this is interesting and I think applies, this is the exact same agent who was in this situation once before, and a player, I think was it Ben Gordon, took the qualifying offer and played on it, and it blew up in his face.
Yes, Ben Gordon's like the latest example of it working out for a player.
But it did not go well.
Oh, no, sorry. It worked for Ben Gordon. It did not work for Nerlens Noel.
Okay, well, but I got to do more research on it because the latest from Sam Amick is talking about how this is the same agent who did it with Ben Gordon, and he got fired. Ben Gordon fired his agent. Again, you could say it worked out for Ben. I don't know if Ben feels like it perfectly worked out for Ben. He fired his agent. And so there's the suggestion that this same agent would not do this again. I still think the idea of him playing on the qualifying offer is very unlikely. That would surprise the hell out of me.
Yes,
if Jonathan would do that.
To Big Smooth's point and the question, and thank you, Smooth, I think that a lot of these guys who are in his spot, they all had agents who largely misread it. And I was looking at the Quentin Grimes situation where the Sixers want to pay him $15 million a year. He wants 20 to 25. If the Sixers give him anywhere near 25, they're over the second apron.
Right.
So all these agents last offseason, they didn't have an eye on what these new rules meant, and that's where I think a lot of these players, Giddey's going to get signed. They're closer to what the Bulls are going to offer and what he wants, but Grimes and Kuminga, they're in the same camp right now.
To a degree. The other difference between the reason Kuminga gets talked about so much more than the other restricted free agents, the other restricted free agents just want money. Jonathan wants out. That's what's different. Jonathan doesn't just want a contract. Jonathan would like to leave. He wants to start. He wants to score over 20 a game. He wants to do all of these things. These other players, I think, are completely comfortable where they are. They just want that team or any team to meet a certain price. And once that price is met, they will sign. They're not worried about where they're playing next year. Josh Giddey gets plenty of playing time.
And Quentin Grimes, he balled out last year, but his problem is Philadelphia's got a couple guys on the roster who are making a ton. And so they don't have a lot of money. Even if they want to pay him more, they just can't.
Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Well, great, man. What's up?
I think a little insight. I think the Warriors haven't made that trade with the Kings because I think they feel they can get more if Kuminga signs that 2-year deal at the trade deadline. And I also think the Warriors and the Giants are kind of in the same situation. Posey's trying to change the culture and get rid of the previous regime, and I think Dunleavy's trying to do that too. I think it's going to be Moody and Kuminga. So if, the ship goes down, he's going to go down with his pieces and then figure out if Kerr's going to stay. And then what's the next move when Steph starts to decline? So I think that's why we're seeing what we're seeing with the Giants. It's a little, and the Warriors, it's a little like, okay, we're going to switch it up now. And I think the fans just got to be patient and wait it out.
Well, I mean, Christian, thanks. I mean, in the end, you have no choice but to have patience. I think that as a fan, you can sort of only hope, like, look, you're not going to win every single year. You have to you're going to feel good if you feel confident about the direction and the moves that they're making. I think that's why there's such a rub right now with the Golden State Warriors. Quite frankly, you can look at the Giants. I don't know many Giants fans. You can be frustrated, but I don't know many Giants fans that are like stupid that they got Adamas and Devers. Like that Giants fans are like, no, I still want Adamas and Devers. Those are good baseball players.
Yeah.
The Warriors thing is all about these. Forget 2 timelines. It's 2 roads. Like, do you still believe in the Steph Curry candle or not? And a lot of people do and a lot of people don't.
Yeah, and that always is interesting to me because if you don't believe in the Steph Curry candle, as you like to call it, well, tough cookies because the team is all in on this. When they acquired Jimmy Butler and they gave him $50+ million a year, they